The first chapter kicks off, playing it for real. China, Liao Yan. Waterboys, see the results of this enrollment? Li Dong, do what I say and play it for real. Somewhere in a residential building, a young man in a black and white sweater said into his cell phone. It instantly caused a stir in the broadcast room. Nice guy, you really went ahead and signed up. Ha, crap, the anchor is awesome. Worthy of being the first brother of the challenge zone. He really does what he says. In one word, bull. Looking forward to the anchor show. I am concerned. Follow up and please kick me. The anchor is just reporting. It's not like he's in the finals. So what are you guys getting all worked up about? Upstairs. You're good. You're on? That's right. The anchor at least went and signed up. Did you? I don't think so anyway. He's considered a bully if he even makes it to the first round of auditions. Oh, if the anchor makes it to the audition, do you dare to perform live into the women's restroom to eat? Upstairs. While he's no good. You're too perverted, aren't you? But I like it. Jia. Watching the water friends in the live broadcast arguing, Li Dong didn't care. After all, he was just fulfilling the system's mission. His name is Li Dong, a traveler, for crossing the street under a red light one time and getting hit by a big truck. The eyes closed, and when they were wrenched open again, they were in the world. A world that is 99% compatible with Blue Star. The level of technology is almost exactly the same as in the previous life. The only difference is that some of the songs, movies, novels, etc. from the previous world have not yet appeared in this world. It just so happened that Li Dong, who had crossed over, had bound the divine entertainment system. Just patch up the civics of the previous life in this world and make it shine. Depending on the popularity, visibility and influence of the songwork, you can gain fame value. In turn, fame values can be exchanged for lifespans, bonus talents, skill books, and more. This is a proper way to put him on the road to being the godfather of civics. And the original owner's identity is an upmaster in the challenge section of a small, broken station. As the name suggests, his mission is to challenge all kinds of tasks that are difficult for normal people to accomplish. Originally, at first, Li Dong was reluctant. After all, he was a master's student graduating from a top university. Leave it to him to do this kind of broadcasting that doesn't fit his temperament. He's still a little reluctant, but after the simple education of society, he came to his senses. I can't be Kung Yi Ki. I'm taking off my tunic. So, Lydon turned around and became a blogger in the challenge area. Sure enough, there are some things you only know exactly what it's like when you do it. He relied on the pre-challenge sand massage. Ame Mountain Penitentiary Monkey King successfully attracted 200,000 fans. This is something he wouldn't have dared to hope for in the past. I never thought I would one day be a blogger with 200,000 followers. This really smells so good. Having gotten a taste of it, he went on to start a challenging career. It just so happens that a waterbender gave him a private message to challenge him to a PDD song club. Seeing this content, Li Dong would smile. Instantly, he agreed. Registration is now just about complete, and we're just waiting for the auditions to start in a week's time. After nagging the water friends in the live room for a while, Li Dong closed the live room, then sat down on the couch. Open the system that only you alone can see. Divine Entertainment System, host, Li Dong. Current task, PDD Song Contest. Mission progress, enrollment successful. Mission rewards, increased life expectancy, all-around physical enhancement, increased musical talent, and $100,000 in cash. Mission failure, sing 3 conquests out loud on the balcony at 2:30 in the middle of the night. After watching for a while, Li Dong went to get ready to practice the song. After all, he was really preparing to go to the contest. The taste of okonomiyaki. Cats and you are trying to understand. The cat's with you. Loudly, 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Shark platform. Inside a livestream titled, PDD Songwriter Elimination Day 1. $30 million of traffic heat. It went straight to number 1 on the Shark platform. The screen was full of pop-ups going wild. Nice guy. Is this something I can see without paying for it? Bull. It's really awesome. First there was Enchanted and Plane of Foam, and now even Rush Hour is here. You told me this was a ING water race. Zhang Jia Deng Ziki Wang Fei. Ha ha ha. Can't you guys see that, Mr. Horace is already confused? It was only supposed to be a water match, but now even the pro and national teams are coming down. PDD, Chicken Child Yo. I just made a water friend tournament. How come there are so many big gods? It's hard to mess up. Indeed it's awesome. Original, pop, rock, English, ancient style, opera accent all ING came, even rap. Do you dare believe this is a water match? Waterman, am I not a contestant? In front of the live camera, PDD sat in his chair with a dumbfounded look on his face. The others were dumbfounded. Not only him, but even Sister Joe and Ambassador Horse were dumbfounded. A few days ago, at the request of the water boy, It just so happened that he meant to do the same. So it was the formation of this songwriters club. Pulled a few friends and sponsored some money. I hope to get this song club going and try to get more watermen to participate. After all, with the prize money, the motivation of the watermen can be raised. How about originally? He was just hoping to get the heat on. But who would have thought? This song club is actually getting hotter and hotter. More and more people are starting to sponsor. And even some of the big manufacturers are coming in and sponsoring. And some people who called him to send money, one way or another. The prize money came right up to $1 million. This is great. Not only the water friends crazy, even all kinds of bounty hunters have heard the wind. Join in. By the end of the day, even the Nationals had people coming off the field. Each one of them came in and pretended to be his water friends and called him Mr. Whore. As a result, when they opened their mouths, one blew up more than the other. Nice guy. The Snow thought it was my PDD songwriter contest. For those who don't know, it's TM's The Voice audition contest. Bud you bees are too much of a bully to say goodbye to the water match. Why do they all ask for a substitute singer? With that said, PDD himself burst out laughing at the pig squeal. I was just going to get a water match, but I didn't expect it to blow up so much. This works like a charm. Thank you, Mr. John, for recognizing me, and thank you, the viewers of the live broadcast, for loving me. A soft voice came over the air. She is none other than the singer who just sang Rush Hour. Yang Yij, that song just blew up. Let the millions of water friends in the live broadcast room think that Wang Fei himself has come. Even the 3 judges and guests were blown away by it. PDD, thank you to this songwriter for bringing us a great performance. Everyone please start scoring. The words just fell. Within a few moments, the scoring appeared on the screen. Contestant, Yang Yij sings the song, Rush Hour. Final score, 97-22. Bouncing score, 98-68. PDD, 98. Anchor, 95. MS. Chen, 96. Chapter 2, The Only Cause of Acunion. DD, congratulations to contestant Yang Yij. The final score is 97-22. That's great. Your advancement is secure with this score, and I hope you can give us a better performance in the next one. Yang Yij, thank you. Mr. John, thank you to the judges, and thank you to the audience. After saying that, he disconnected the connection. At this point, the other guests switched to free mics. Ambassador Horse, you're founding a songwriters competition that can be it's directly turned into a variety competition scene. Sister Zhou, too much of a thief? How come all your singing friends are professional experts? Hearing this, PDD was head over heels. I don't know how to know this all kinds of gods how to forget my live room to run I am also very confused right. He just wants the whole live. What's with the whole pro thing? It's so screwed up for him. He's embarrassed to be a judge. Thankfully, he pulled 2 more professional judges after that. Otherwise it's a bit of a hold. Seeing Mr. Whiskey's speechlessness, the netizens in the broadcast room joked. It's a good thing Mr. Whoring didn't charge admission money before. Or now I'm going to yell Geneva for a refund. Ha 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 ha. But then again, I'll pay for it even if Mr. Whoring is charging for it. With so many pros singing, it's worth the ticket money. Agreed. Agreed +1. Agree to add 10086. Brothers don't worry. PDD said I won't charge money. Then I will never charge money. Atmosphere. Mr. Whoring is such a man. Mr. Whoring is such a man. Whoring for teachers. For a moment, the pop-ups were all saying that PDD was a real man. As a big anchor with millions of fans, let him charge admission money to the Waterboys. He wouldn't do it anyway. Originally, his original intention was the whole live before he got a water match. Didn't think about charging for it either. Not to mention now. Okay brothers, no more bull ********. Let's have our next contestant shine. PDDJ adjusted his mindset. Get ready for the next songwriter. Anyway, let's get this 40 to 20 second race out of the way first, plus the rest. Now he has the usual mindset about the players behind him. Listening to so many of the greats sing, he just couldn't believe that anyone else could sing a song that would amaze him. Pop-up host, hello viewers and judges. Now on stage is our contestant number 66, Acunion's Only Cause. Amount. The song he brought today is an original song. Moonlight. As soon as the words fell, the ID named Acunion, Only Cause, entered the channel. Good evening audience and judges. I am contestant number 66, Acunion's Only Cause. A low voice resounded through the live broadcast. Nice one. Another little black guy showing his chicken feet. About the fact that everyone around me is a little black man. Moonlight? Never heard of it. It's not the original song, is it? It's hard to believe it's another pro team, isn't it? Holy, is it really true? The original song is out again? Watch out for bad singing. We'll give you a 0. Am I the only one who feels that this contestant has a great voice? At this point, inside a newcomer's live room on the Shark platform, The title clearly reads, Challenge to participate in the song club. How many can I make it to the top? Of a newcomer anchor. A young man in a black and white sweater is sitting in front of the screen. He was none other than the only cause contestant with the ID name Ikunin. Lee Dong. Crap. Bull. I can't believe the anchor actually came for real. It actually came to the talent tournament. I can only say it's awesome. Worthy of being the first brother of the challenge zone. There are no words for this when it comes to doing what he says. One word. Bull. Looking at the pop-up speeches and the live broadcast, Lee Dong did not care. After all, he was only here to fulfill the system's mission. Ahem. This Lee Dong player. Hello. At that moment, PDD's voice interrupted Lee Dong's thoughts. Good evening, Mr. John. Lee Dong, who had returned to his senses, also hastened to politely reply. PDD, dude, let me ask one more thing. Are you really my water buddy? Anyone who dares to sing the original song is obviously not a water boy. Can't guarantee another pro team. Lee Dong, of course. I've been a die-hard fan of Mr. Horish for 10 years now, and I've been following you since the time you reverse smoked. PDD. Ambassador Ma, Ego I'm going. This is a real fan. Sister Joe, Paha, indeed. Even the whoring teacher reverse smoking the ancient giant stigma no. Is the Iron Fan undoubtedly. Iron Fan a chicken yo. It's only been a full 9 years since labor went on the air. Where's the 10 years yo? When he first heard the first sentence, he knew it was another pro team, but he froze when it was said later that he reversed the smoking stunt, because it's a terrier from a long time ago. I didn't expect Lee Dong to actually know. For a moment, it made him unable to tell if this was a real fan or a fake one. Po ha 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 ha, no way. Laughing my ass off. A fake fan knows this reverse smoking stunt. This shows that Mr. Hor is already on fire outside the circle. Ha ha ha, 10-year-old fan. It's tire dust. Ha 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 ha, PDD, this thing is not going to pass. Is it? Doghead hashtag JPB. One look at the top of the real thing. This dude is a bounty hunter and is running for the prize again. Seeing that he was dismantled by the crowd in the live broadcast, Lee Dong was not embarrassed. After all, he really isn't a fan of PDD, but neither are bounty hunters. Just came here for the system mission. Can't call any of them real fans or fake fans either. PDD looked at the pop-up screen with a black line and laughed awkwardly. Since this is my 10-year-old fan, there's not much to say, so please start your show. The host also then said, contestant number 66, please begin when you are ready. Okay, that's fine with me. Play the accompaniment. Lee Dong nodded slightly. The accompaniment for Moonlight he had prepared at the beginning and had long since given it to the crew. So just open your mouth and sing now. At this point, the manic pop-ups on the live feed began to quiet down as well. Whether it's good to see Lee Dong or not, but at least wait for Lee Dong to finish his song. It's not too late to review it again. At this moment, PDD in the live broadcast quietly turned down the sound a bit, because he doesn't really think that Lee Dong can sing well. After all, Lee Dong really does sound a bit like his water buddy. And water boys, in general, are here for the whole job, and the whole live ones are usually a bunch of dishes. Okay, the song I'm singing is an original. Wait a little while for me to get my guitar. The original owner was a high school graduate from a conservatory, and was quite specialized in the area of musical literacy. The guitar is played at a near master level. Quickly set up a stance. I don't know. It seems to be something. Starting 3 strings. Professional. Holy. For real? This brother is a bit of a bluffer. The guitar is out, so I can't guarantee that he's really on a professional team. The big one is coming. That's right. It's going to be a big one. Just as the music started, goosebumps rose on everyone in the live feed. Chapter 3 You can make a debut and you're still pretending to be a waterbender? Soon. An old-fashioned, melodic Shao prelude plays. The intro is soothing and beautiful. This caused PDD and the netizens in the livestream to begin to perk up their ears and listen carefully. Not about to suggest that this guy is something. The music fades in, and Lee Dong's golden-voiced voice begins to resonate through the broadcast. Moonlight color, woman's fragrance, tears break the sword. Read, how long the love is, how much it hurts. No words to think about. I forgot about you. Oops, something. Hearing this, PDD's eyes narrowed. The intro is soothing and beautiful, giving it a riveting aesthetic. The sung voice feels quite refreshing. Holy, it does have a little something haha. This front feels singable haha. Be reasonable. This dude is really a pro. This playing and singing is pretty heartfelt. There's something about it. It's very impressive to be able to write the original song like that. Wow, indeed this sings so well. Sings so well with that kind of Jianghu chivalry feeling. Let people immediately imagine that kind of picture. Lonely souls, swinging in the wind. Who's going to think about the infatuated man? This red dust battlefield. Who can be king of 1,000 armies? After a short intro, the song changes to the chorus. Lee Dong originally low voice, instantly began to change the sound. There is a low turn converted to euphemistic twists and turns to come. Who dares to break through the love barrier? Looking at the bright moon, my heart is sad and cold. 1,000 ancient hates. The wheel returns tastes. Eyes closed. Who's the maddest? Well, look at the impermanence of this world. Those who dare to love are doomed to a life of hurt. Quiet. Silence. There was silence in the broadcast room at the moment. PDD held his head in his hands, his mouth wide open in disbelief. Millions of netizens also looked in disbelief. After a while, the pop-ups instantly exploded the live broadcast. Crouchy crouchy crouchy. Bull. Voice breaking. Is this humanly possible to sing? Mom asked me why I was on my knees looking at my phone. Whose ministry is this? To be so brave. I'm new here. Just turned on the pop-up. Can I ask if this is the spring festival scene? Nay, I am uneducated. One line of crouching walks around the world. You're telling me this is a water friend? It's ing straight out of the gate, isn't it? Agreed. What's the point of this competition? Just advance. Ecunians only because of the bull. Moonlight color. Woman's fragrance. Tear-broken sword. How long the love is. How much does it hurt? No words to think about. Forget you. Lonely souls, swinging in the wind. Who can be king of 1,000 armies? Passing the barrier. Who dares to break? Looking at bright moon. Heart sad cool. Thousands ancient hate. Wheel back taste. Eyes closed. Who most wild? The impermanence of this world. The one who dares to love is doomed to be wounded. Oh, after the last bass verse is sung, Moonlight wraps up perfectly. An original pop song Moonlight for you all. I hope you enjoy it. Lee Dong let out a long breath and spoke slowly. With the golden throat voice, the song can be perfectly sung by Lee Dong. I believe it was the original singer who was there and couldn't help but suspect that Lee Dong was his long-lost brother. When Lee Dong finished, the applause was instantaneous. PDD was the first to rise and applaud, followed by Ambassador Horse and Sister Chow, then professional judges, moderators. The millions of netizens in the live broadcast room were also hitting 999 on the pop-up screen at the moment, directly advancing to the speech, and the heat in the live stream is starting to soar like crazy. 45 million, 50 million. It grew all the way up to 60 million before it started to stop, but it was still growing slowly, and it looked like it was only a matter of time before it broke through to 80 million. What asterisk. What kind of divine song is this? Crap grass. I'm humanly stupid. What is this? No, that's too awesome, isn't it? Are you sure this is a water friend, and not a professional singer? Cursed, you have this level. Still come to participate in what song contest can debut? There is no. The singing was so damn good. I've listened to more than 90 songs since the game started yesterday, and this Moonlight is the dopest I've ever heard. Genuinely awesome. Must give 100 points. The Waterboys are skeptical. Really already. Originally, when I heard the name, I thought it was a whole living Waterboy. It turned out to be an original song that blew the house down straight away. Such a great song, and it's sung by a Waterboy? Do you believe that? At that moment, Mr. Chen's speaking mic switched into the channel. May I interject here? After you, Mr. Chen. PDD. See, even Mr. Chen couldn't help but speak at this time. Hastily, he made way. As a former professional singer, I've heard a lot of songs, but your song is just wonderful, and it's an original song, which is really, really impressive. There's nothing wrong with it either way. The chorus in particular really shocked me. One lyric, 18 notes. You're really good. You're welcome, Mr. Chen. Facing Mr. Chen's praise, Lee Dong politely returned it. I may not be as good as you think I am. No, you're really good. As a roadie, you deserve praise for getting this song to this point. Although your voice is a bit wavering in front of you, that little flaw can be overlooked. Just the fact that you can sing this song so well, already worth 100% for me. When Mr. Chen finished, he directly gave Lee Dong a score of 100. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your regard. Lee Dong thanked. Okay, brothers, start scoring. PDD gave a 100 as well with a tap on the table and both hands on the keyboard. That's the highest score he's given since the opening game. There isn't one. Ambassador Horse, 99 cents. Sister Zhou, 100 points. Netizens have also begun to score. 100 points. 99 cents. 100 points. 100 points. 95. 2 points. 98 points. Although PDD Sister Zhou, Ambassador Ma and Mr. Chen scored high. But there are millions of netizens in the live stream after all. One song can't capture everyone's favorite either. There's always going to be someone who doesn't like it, and all the inevitable low scores that come with it. But even the netizens who gave it a low score, the lowest was 95. You can imagine how much this song rocked them. Soon, the final score came out. Chapter 4, the entire internet is on their knees begging me to debut. Contestant, Lee Dong sings the song, Moonlight. Final score, 99. 8. Bouncing score, 99. 68. PDD, 100. Yenzi, 100. MS. Chen, 100. Let's congratulate contestant number 66, who received the highest score of 99. 8 points in the song contest. PDD stands up and is the first to applaud with a rousing face. It was the highest score ever in his startup songwriting competition, the one that can compete with one another in a songwriters tournament. It's also just the song 10,000 Borders. Bull. That's the highest score I've seen since I heard it yesterday. I have a feeling that this Ikuninen's only cosplayer will probably make it to the finals. Why do you need to say that? Anyone can see it alright. Agreed. This score was within Lee Dong's expectations. After all, the system produced. There is no such thing as not being a fine product. Suddenly, PDD spoke up again. The amount of one Kunien. Little black player. I would like to ask one more question. What is your job in reality? Really not a professional team? It's not just PDD who wants to know this. The netizens in the live chat room were also very curious to know. To be able to sing such a difficult song well. Say it's a water friend that everyone is not convinced. It's only the pro teams that can try it. I'm not on a pro team. I'm just a starter. Well, the kind that just started on day 1. Lee Dong returned. Upon hearing this, the live broadcast instantly roared. No way? Really, water friends? You're singing 15 notes of this one lyric, and you're telling me you're really a water boy? OMG. Treasure anchor tell me the room number. I'm going to follow it and be one of the first fans. No way. Never. How can this be real water friends? Crap. Are you really a waterbender? Or a new anchor? I'm not well read, so don't lie to me. Ha? PDD looked shocked. He originally thought that Lee Dong is also a professional teammate, for the prize money mixed in. I didn't realize that Lee Dong was actually really a water friend. It's true that the best of the best are the best of the best. Of course, my room number is 666,666, so if you don't believe me, you can come over and take a look. Lee Dong smiled back. Crap, guys, the room number is out. Concerned about going on a wave. Charge. The netizens who got the room number instantly ran to Lee Dong's live room. And this way, Lee Dong looked at the water friends who had joined in with a smile on his face. Hello everyone, I'm contestant number 66, Ikuninen's only cause. Nice guy, still really new to anchoring. As soon as they entered, the crowd saw the obvious headline. 66,666. Not bad for a 66er. Anchor Bull, fighting for our water friends. Woohoo! We finally have a great god among our water friends. Anchor is so handsome. Paste? On the basis of the fact that the anchor is a waterbender. Pay attention. That's right. Off. PDD, holy. It's really a water friend. Bull. At this time, PDD also turned to Lee Dong's live broadcast. Seeing a fresh-faced Lee Dong. Surprised. Bro, to be honest, at your level, you'd be quacking and killing even if you were put in the entertainment industry, right? It's all ready to go straight out of the gate. Getting on the air is really a waste of your talent. Just when the crowd thought that PDD was trying to introduce Lee Dong into the entertainment industry, suddenly the words changed. Brother, why don't you consider entering my union? The benefits are absolutely nothing to speak of. With your strength $1 million a month is easily within reach. Crowd, I wipe Lou. It's still you, Mr. Whore, you're a. This handful of 18 turns almost flashed my geriatric disc. Ha ha, you're doing the math. I heard you in Iceland. In 1 foot, you said that people are condescending to do live broadcasting, but in the next foot, you're pulling people to join the labor union. Not bad for you. Can you really make $1 million a month? Would Mr. Whoring like to pull me in? I feel like I could too. Doghead #JPB. Obviously this hand twist gave the netizens a whole lot of surprise. Bud yo, wouldn't it be good to join my union? The resources and benefits are top-notch. Not better than those singers who are in the entertainment industry? You guys have to realize that those singers want to get resources. They also have to sign with an entertainment company. And most of the money earned is taken by the company. PDD pushed up his glasses and retorted. He's telling the truth though. Artist contracts in the entertainment industry have always been a big pitfall. Even established artists can't escape, let alone newbies just entering the entertainment industry. Obviously PDD was overthinking it though. Lee Dong didn't want to sign with any entertainment company. With his strength plus the system, wouldn't it be better to start his own company and be the boss? So Lee Dong politely rejected PDD. I appreciate the kind words of Mr. Whoring, but I have my own ideas, so please excuse me. Being rejected by Lee Dong, PDD didn't care. After all, a contestant like Lee Dong who has great singing strength, it's also a bit condescending to come to his union. At this point, the other players on the same stage as him couldn't help but speak up. Luffy, I'm dizzy. Big brother your level of good voice and tomorrow's superstars can be gaga mess kill. Do not come to bully us amateurs. This intensity we really a little bit cannot stand. The great white goose, this is a downward spiral. We are not on the same level as him at all. How can we compare? A certain Douyin million fan blogger, listening to the big man songs. It suddenly feels like I'm singing about nothing. Agree. Ask for a debut. Begging for a debut. Request. The pop-ups are a sea of comments begging for a debut. One could imagine how much shock Li Dong had given them. Okay, let's ask our 66th contestant. Yukunian's only cause. To take a short break while our 67th contestant prepares to get on the mic. Leiden gets off the mic and the match continues. The host begins to invite the next contestant to come on, singing Moonlight and only getting 15,000 fame points? Over here, Li Dong checked the system panel. It was found that his current fame value was continuing to rise. It shows that Moonlight's influence is still there. It's just going up a bit slowly. It was quite normal. After all, he had only just sung for a few minutes. The message hasn't gotten out yet. Naturally, growth is slow. He had figured out the role, and the fame value was related to the two spreads of the work. One is the breadth of the work's dissemination and the other is the depth of the work's dissemination. As the name suggests, how widely spread is the breadth rush piece and how many people have heard the song. And depth is important. Like if your song goes deep and is used as a promotional song by a school or city, this will increase the fame value to a great extent. At this stage, however, Li Dong is still relying on the breadth of communication. Just at this time, Li Dong seems to have noticed a little change. The reputation value is starting to grow rapidly? What the hell? Chapter 5, Trying to Sell the Rights. Seeing that it was PDD calling, Li Dong immediately asked, Mr. Horish, hello, may I ask what's up? PDD also opened the door and said directly, someone is willing to pay for the copyright of your song tomorrow. May I ask if you want to sell it? Li Dong had no intention of transferring the copyright, but he also wanted to see how much the song was worth. So he asked, how much are they willing to pay? PDD thought for a moment and said, $5 million. He was a newbie rookie. 5 million had been given more than enough, but thinking that he could turn around and give a certain fish platform more than $80 million, he didn't care that much. 5 million, this is looking down on who? Li Dong did not even think about directly hanging up the phone. PDD is quite shocked. 5 million. Did you hear it as $500? When I started out where I was given $5 million. Just hang up on me. So much character. I like it. It wasn't long before PDD called again, and Li Dong impatiently hung up the phone. People continued to call relentlessly. Li Dong could not bear it, which answered the phone and said, give you 10 seconds to express your sincerity. Li Dong's posture to the PDD scared. With a very gentle voice said, Li Dong, just now is the teacher expression error. Really sorry. I said 5 million is just a deposit. If you are interested in selling the copyrights, let's make a time and place to sit down and talk slowly. The price of the problem is not appropriate to talk about the right. Li Dong was satisfied with PDD's attitude this time, and said lazily, Moonlight is a hit, and it's going to be sky high, so if they don't have enough budget, I'd say forget it. PDD totaled the next. This kid, even if the price of the sky, give a 50 million, their own collection of 80 million, or a few tens of millions into the account, or a very good deal, and then said, a fish financial strength, how much of the budget are, as long as there is a price out of the price we will consider. In order to show our sincerity, please Li Dong, you give me an account. I will first put a deposit of 5 million to hit you. Account. Then we can talk about the royalties. His showbiz mentor a couple million that's readily available. This turnaround is a moneymaker and he's willing to make that bet. This operation is very six. Li Dong want to refuse cannot. Immediately said, I forgot the bank card account. Wait for me under. After saying that, he hung up the phone and then drifted off to sleep. After tossing and turning all day, I was really too sleepy, and I simply couldn't stay up without a nap. After about 30 minutes or so, this slowly woke up. Seeing that PDD had made dozens more calls, it seemed that people were indeed sincere. Only then did he touch a bank card and call back PDD's phone. When the phone was passed, PDD was relieved and said, finally waiting for Li Dong your phone. Today's task cannot be completed. I have no way to explain to people. Li Dong waited for PDD to finish his sentence before he said in a nonchalant manner, remember my card number, 6233XXXXXX, from the Bank of X. PDD was afraid of mishearing any word and causing people to be unhappy. When Li Dong finished his report, he repeated it again to make sure there was no problem, then said, arrange for the transfer immediately. Once a few seconds have passed, Li Dong felt a vibration on his cell phone, and brought the phone to his eyes to see that it was a transfer message. The amount of money in the first place is 5. The second place is 3, followed by 5 zeros. How is it 5? 3 million? PDD hasn't reacted yet. PDD spoke again. In order to show our biggest and greatest determination, I took the liberty of changing the deposit to 5.3 million. Li Dong, you see on the molecule of my not being easy. Today, please take time to meet and talk about the copyright anyway. People aren't talking business anymore. They're begging for a handout. Originally, the customer is God. The supplier asked the customer to negotiate. But now it is the other way around. Such an outrageous thing is probably only in Li Dong. Li Dong was not touched by PDD in the slightest. People give even more as just a deal. Just based on the fact that he had just given 5 million to humiliate himself. He could not treat people that well. He replied mechanically to PDD, the royalties are fine, but you know I'm busy with a lot of things these 2 days. I can't get away. Can we talk about it in a few days? PDD was on the verge of tears and said in a very aggravated manner, just ask Li Dong for a favor. Even if it's just for 5 minutes. It's money in his hands. How could he give it up? Li Dong waved his hand and said, probably not today. It was only then that he remembered that he hadn't written the script he had promised his senior to write, and that if he didn't give it to the others at this moment, they would cut him down. Seeing that Li Dong really didn't have the time, PDD could only give up and said, let's talk about it in a few days then. Li Dong ate his meal and saw that it was still early enough to get some sleep, so he laid down on the bed again to get some sleep. He was really too tired. Li Dong was sleeping in a daze when he was woken up by a phone call. It was a phone call from the film school, and the caller was none other than his senior, In Jun. Hey, senpai, what's up? He was so dazed from sleep that he didn't remember the script for a moment. In Jun on the other end of the phone had a questioning tone. You kid, aren't you forgetting something? Li Dong got up and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Forgot one thing? He stared lightly, his mind reeling. It's not even time for a film school meeting yet. Li Dong was somewhat baffled as he did not understand what In Jun meant by this statement. What is it? Yoon Sr. What is it? Your boy's forgetfulness is better than his memory. In Jun replied. Weren't you clamoring to participate in the school script competition a few days ago? How come you forgot? It was only then that Li Dong remembered that there was still the script competition that had not been completed. He quickly asked, when does the script competition start? In Jun replied, tomorrow is the last day. Hurry up and submit your script to me. Li Dong then slowly got up while replying, I know senior. I'll start writing now. Wait, In Jun asked. You mean, you haven't written it yet? Li Dong looked apologetic. I'm sorry senpai. I've had a lot on my plate these past few days, so I forgot to write. But don't worry, I'll be done writing soon. In Jun forced himself to hold his temper. About how long will it take to finish writing? Li Dong thought about it for a moment, and now that he had obtained the script, it would only be a yardstick if he wrote it. He was a surprisingly fast coder even before he crossed over. About 3 or 4 hours. In Jun on the other end of the phone paused. It's not reasonable to think that even someone who writes scripts on a regular basis could write a script in 3 or 4 hours. Keep in mind that every entry is now polished for a month or two, even if it's the fastest. That's after a week or two of polishing. 3 or 4 hours? Li Dong, are you sure you can finish writing in 3 or 4 hours? Li Dong was very sure. It can be written over, and I'm having thoughts about it now. The girls we chased all those years ago. Chapter 6, Godlike Speed. How dare In Jun believe that? Isn't this a perfidy? Li Dong, let me ask you, did you enter the script festival to get the award? Leiden replied, I guess everyone who enters a screenplay festival is there to win an award, right? Since you want to win an award, you can't be perfunctory. In Jun said, I really don't have any way to imagine that the script you wrote in these 3 or 4 hours will pass the first review. In the YMCA's script festival, every script has to go through a preliminary screening before it can be entered into the competition. Li Dong replied, Senior, why don't I write it out first and send it to you to take a look? And if it doesn't work, you can then give me some guidance and revisions. In Jun thought for a moment and felt that this method was okay. Aha, In Jun said, once you've written it, send it to my email address. I'll take a look at it for you, and if it's okay, I'll print it for you and submit it. Then thank you, senpai. After saying just that, Li Dong hurriedly got out of bed, and he opened his computer, requesting a script from the system. Once the system issued the script would be an instantaneous entry inside Li Dong's brain. However, you still need to code your own words. Li Dong's fingers on the keyboard tapping. First wrote a large title, All Those Years, The Girls We Loved. Immediately afterward, he began to code the first scene, the first mirror. Since the script was already in his head, he was now like a coding machine. This script focuses on a love story. The hero, Lu Jingyu, and the heroine, Shen Iran. The ending was also very well written. The script was originally adapted from a novel, so naturally, the storytelling aspect is superior to other scripts. Contradictions, points of conflict, cool points all around. The ending of All Those Years, The Girls We Loved focuses on the two graduating from school, with Lu Jingyu going to graduate school and starting to write novels. Though in the end, the two failed to become lovers, though their friendship rose further and they became best friends forever. At the end of the day, everyone got to grow individually and have their own future. After 3 or 4 hours of coding, this script has basically taken shape and is currently just missing revisions. Just as Li Dong was coding, his roommate Wu Gang stood behind Li Dong and watched him. Wu Gang looked at Li Dong, who was struggling to code. Li Dong, I didn't think you were quite familiar with the script. You also know what is outside the day, inside the day, outside the night, inside the night. In fact, where was all this that Li Dong knew himself? It was clearly the system that gave it to him. Leiden replied, I see the format calls for it. Wu Gang gently leaned over the edge of Li Dong's bed and looked at him sideways. Wu Gang voiced the same doubts as In Jun, but I'm afraid it's too late for you to write a script. But I'm done writing. Wu Gang's face changed and his head poked forward. Finished writing already? So soon? A veteran script writer would have to write for days, right? This speed of Li Dong's is simply super godly. Li Dong gently turned his head, glanced at Wu Gang, and pointed at the monitor screen. Do you think the script is okay? Wu Gang realized that just within those 3 or 4 hours, Li Dong had indeed completed about 20,000 words. Nima, what level is this? Even if you don't want to plot and purely code, you can't get to this speed. However, Li Dong really finished writing. It's perfunctory. It must be perfunctory. Wu Gang laughed lightly. What could be a good script if it was coded in 3 or 4 hours? I'm afraid it's hard to get through the first trial, isn't it? So, he said, tell you what, you'll find a way to get through the preliminary hearing first. Leiden pointed at the computer screen again. Why don't you take a look at it? And if it feels okay, I'll send it. Wu Gang dragged his finger across his chin and just swept it lightly, not really looking at it. Although this script of yours looks very professional, it will definitely be a lot worse than the seniors in the film and television department, so you still have to be mentally prepared. Take the prize well. It's a little difficult. Li Dong took a long stretch. Do the best you can. Wu Gang said, I just can't figure it out. What's the point of going to a movie department event when you're from the music department? Could it be that you're waiting for a script you've written to be seen by an investor and bought? Script festivals aren't as grand as music festivals, but they have one of the biggest benefits. That's what can bring Li Dong lasting influence. Lasting, too, is something important. This was clear in Li Dong's mind. Imagine a music festival where you go up to sing a song and are singing it with a lot of heat and a lot of crowd discussion. Even on the day after the song, the discussion was heated. But, after a few days of discussion, the heat would slowly wane. This is not the case with script festivals, which are judged over a 14-day period. According to the plan of the Yankee Arts Academy Script Festival, this is how it works. First, the film school conducts a preliminary review, and the scripts that pass the preliminary review will be sent to the final review. The final decision is made by the top management of the film school, that is, the president and vice president of the film school together with the instructors of the film and television department. After the final review and vetting, all the scripts entered will be in written form, printed out on A4 paper, and displayed publicly on the school's event bulletin board for 1 week. Every student who passes by the bulletin board is eligible to vote, and that makes it a week old. You think it's over? It's still early. They went through a week of public voting on campus and another week of online voting. More people voted online than in the school's public vote. After all, there are a lot of geeks and nerds inside college campuses who are too lazy to go to the site to see it. And geeks and nerds like to read novels and scripts, so they all vote online. During the online voting process, every student can log on to the school's official website and use their personal student account to vote on their favorite entry. The time also lasts a week. When you do the math, that's 2 weeks. Li Dong counted carefully. 2 weeks. Every day has influence. Simply do not be too good. That's nothing, but on top of that, there are agents and investors looking in. Imagine, Gardenia Music Festival. Are all the various agencies look at the competition? Script energy saving less? Categorically less. If one is then seen by investors and made into a movie, the influence one can gain is simply unimaginable. So, this first place, Li Dong took it. At least he had a goal in mind. Li Dong looked at Wu Gang and blinked twice. It's not impossible to maybe take a first. Wu Gang couldn't help but smile. Chapter 7. Creating New Speeds. Wu Gang watched Li Dong get up early in the morning and start typing straight away. He also thought that Li Dong is after all a music student, but even some of the basics of film and television do not know. However, I would suggest that you look at the scripts that have won awards in previous years. It will do you a lot of good. You're not going to be able to write much of a script with this not reading anything and just starting to write. With the system, naturally, Li Dong didn't need to write it himself, and he didn't need to look at the winning entries from previous years. He said perfunctorily, okay, I got it. Thanks, Wu Gang. As a club of the music club, had some communication with the film academy. Even the information about the script festival was given to Li Dong by Wu Gang. Wu Feng also naturally knows something about movies and television. In order to better help Li Dong, he said, I've also talked to my film school seniors before, and in fact, writing a script is nothing more than creating conflicts. It's like writing a story. Wu Feng was whispering in Li Dong's ear. Bar 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 bar. He's teaching Leiden to do things. Of course, Li Dong was also listening quietly on the side. Li Dong is very clear. He can write these scripts, only because of the system itself still lacks a lot of knowledge of film and television. It would still be great if Wu Feng could give himself some basic knowledge of movie and television. Wu Feng taught Li Dong to do things, and after teaching for 10 minutes, he finally considered it done. Turning to Li Dong, he asked, now you know how to write it, don't you? Li Dong joked a bit about the knowledge Wu Feng had taught him. I probably know. Wu Feng spared a glance. Although he is not as good as Li Dong in terms of music, he is still able to give Li Dong some guidance in terms of scripts. Don't forget, when you win the third prize, invite me to dinner. I'm also half of your master. Wu Feng didn't dare to talk about the first and second prizes. He knew very well that the people who could get the first and second prizes in the script festival, except for the students of the film and television department, and at the very least, the seniors who were juniors and seniors, who else could? At least, he still hadn't seen a freshman in the film and television department win an award. Leiden said, okay, I get it. In-jun gently patted Li Dong's shoulder. Dude, right well, I'm going to go eat first. Do you need me to bring food? Li Dong waved his hand. No need. After Wu Feng left, Li Dong keyboard and made simple changes to some places. Overall, whether it's the lines, or the story, it's still more in line with the Chinese audience's tastes. For example, the line locomotive is similar to the words of the island province of China. No need to fret that the audience won't understand the meaning. After more than an hour, the script of those years had been revised by Li Dong. Li Dong organized the coded manuscript, opened his email, and sent it to In-jun. In-jun was sitting in front of his computer when the email was just sent successfully. Ding dong, Wu Feng thought to himself. There are a lot of submissions this year, so it looks like another draft. He didn't even think it was Li Dong who sent it to him. After all, only 4 hours had passed since he had called. However, when he opened his mailbox, he found himself slapped in the face. I'll go. This guy, did he really write it in such a short period of time? This guy didn't lie to me and finish the code a long time ago. Did he? Just a freshman and you're learning to cheat? So, In-jun clicked the right mouse button and began to check Li Dong's document modification time. He really saw. It did get coded today, and it did get coded within those 4 hours. What the hell kind of monster is this? Could it be the word count? According to the requirements for entry, the script must also be at least 20,000 words. In-jun opened the document again and glanced at the word count. He nearly jumped when he saw the word count 35841. Nima, it's a ing tentacle monster, isn't it? No, tentacle monsters aren't even that fast. Just a 36,000 word person in 4 hours. Even if you're typing purely by hand without thinking about the plot, you can't type that fast, can you? I've never seen anyone type so fast, ever. This is incredible, isn't it? Where did In-jun know that Li Dong was a traveler, or a traveler with a system, and that Li Dong had written novels for 2 years before he traveled? It's a well-known fact internet writers are tentacle monsters. With the addition of the bonus given to him by the system, 36,000 words were not worth mentioning to Li Dong at all, and if you want to see it, he can give it to you even faster. In-jun thought to himself, could it be a perfunctory attempt to get rid of me? This cannot be. Saplings need to be repaired from a young age in order to grow straight, and now that Li Dong is only a freshman, he has learned to perfume his seniors. What's to come? He immediately made a call to Li Dong. Li Dong, I received your manuscript. Li Dong asked, did the senior read it? In-jun naturally did not believe that Li Dong could write any good script in such a short period of time. In his mind, he simply couldn't believe that a person could type that fast, much less write any good scripts while typing that fast. After all, Li Dong was a newcomer. Sometimes art school seniors are just so naive. In-jun replied, I haven't read it yet, but there's one thing I want to make clear to you. My revisions will only be given once. If you don't pass this manuscript, the next one you give me, I won't read it, I'll just submit it, and it's up to you whether it passes the first review or not. So, if you're just going for speed, and you're going to perfume me with a bad script, then you've lost an opportunity. Li Dong sat at his computer desk with the phone in his hand. He knew very well that the quality of the script of those years, The Girls We Liked, was very high, and as for the speed of the code, his own hand speed would have been fast. So, it's not being perfunctory. Senior Yoon, I know. When In-jun heard Li Dong's words, he thought to himself, it seems that his guess was right after all. Li Dong was really just perfunctory. Then you re-script me, Li Dong replied. Don't worry, this script is definitely not perfunctory. If this script doesn't pass the first review, then there's nothing I can do. Li Dong really had no choice. After all, the system had only given him this one script. Jun sneered. So confident? Then the seniors will let you hit your face later, just to teach you how to behave. Jun replied. Okay, seeing as you're so confident, I'll show you after dinner then, and I'll give you a reply in about an hour. Thanks. After saying that, Li Dong hung up the phone. Do. After hanging up the phone, Li Dong waited for Jun's reply while trying to check how much influence he currently had. So, in his mind, he murmured, check the influence. In front of his eyes, a blue screen instantly appeared. Name, Li Dong. Impact, 31250. Surprisingly, just in this one day, it already has an impact of more than 30,000. Chapter 8, Unbelievable. It was clear to him that this must be the influence that the quiet of summer had brought upon itself. The way he looked at the influence was like admiring his bank card balance. It was also like the way the boys at school looked at Tang Jingran. After all, the higher the influence of the system, the more chances he would have to draw. It would also be faster to become the greatest artist of Blue Star. Just as he was admiring the influence, the blue screen suddenly went out. Li Dong's heart lifted as the screen's lights went out. No way? No. It couldn't have been a system error, could it? A short while later, the screen lit up again, and the influence actually changed again. Name, Li Dong. Impact, 31750. Another 500 growth? It seems that the influence that the quiet of summer can bring to bear on itself is still growing. Li Dong was originally a calm person, but at this moment, he could not be calm. Take a deep breath. He shut down the system shakily and lay quietly on his bed, waiting for Jun to bring him the revisions. On the other side, Jun finished his takeout and threw it into the trash can by hand. He opened the script for Those Were the Years We Loved Girls. How dare Li Dong perfume me? Is he questioning my level as a film student? In that case, well, I'll find some problems for you. All those years, the girls we loved? He had thought that Li Dong was perfunctory, and when he saw the name, it was natural and felt no. There's something cheesy, even tacky, about that name. However, in the mindset of helping Li Dong, he continued to look behind. The first scene of the script is the hero riding a bicycle and bullying his male counterpart, and that's a start. When Jun saw this, he felt okay, not as perfunctory as he thought. Through this scene, it is clear that the male lead is a mischievous person and the male counterpart is an honest person. At least, the persona has been established now, whether it's the male lead or the male support. He continued to look behind him. The scenes going forward are introductions to the characters, as well as the campus. The viewer is clearly able to tell that this scene is now taking place on campus. The scene is also out. Jun held the mouse in his right hand and dragged his left hand across his cheek as he continued to look back. He found out that this male lead was a boy who had a storm of bad grades and was mischievous. He and his buddies all fell in love with the same girl, Shiniran. It's a bit of a dogfight, but it makes sense. A high school love story. When I was in high school, I liked the same girl as my best friend, so it makes sense. Jun secretly thought. But, he and his little friends, will there be conflicts? With such a question, Jun continued to look behind him. Shiniran's studies are still exceptionally good, and she is simply not in the same category as the male lead. Often with such a persona, a lot of conflicts always erupt. How could Jun not be aware of this? In many scripts, Jun reads the first few hundred words and then can't read the rest at all. But this Those Were the Years We Loved Girls is different. In his own words, great sense of anticipation at the beginning. Further on, it's about something that happened between the hero and heroine in high school, the conflict between the two, and how the hero won the heroine's heart. This male lead is also trying his best to chase the female lead. In order to catch Shin Chiayi, he studied hard just to get into the same university as Shin Chiayi. Being able to get into the same university? Jun thought in his mind. In China, there are many similar dramas, but they all end up with the two getting into the same university. It gives the audience a sense of fulfillment. However, it's because of the number of such treatments that it feels so lame, and naturally, it becomes a toxic point in the movie. If Li Dong handled it this way, there would be no need to look for bones in the egg, and the script would have been passed directly to Jun. Jun's mouse clicked and made a clicking sound as he continued to look back. Finally, it was time to reveal the list. Fate has it that Lu Jingyu, the male lead, got into Shiniran's preferred university, but Shiniran failed to go to the teacher's college. Jun suddenly slammed the table with a bang. That's a good deal. The audience is brought in, usually to the hero, who now seems to have a sense of fulfillment after having worked hard to get into the college of his choice. Although the heroine didn't get in, the hero's school was better than the heroine's. There also seems to be a sense of coolness. It's the best way he's handled it in all the years he's seen similar episodes. In-jun really didn't understand how Lee Dong wrote it. From this, it can be seen that this elementary school disciple of his penmanship is not bad. It's now past 10,000 words. In-jun continued to look back, his eyes almost glued to the screen, not moving a muscle. The story carried him too far. It reminded In-jun of his high school days in a self-referential way. Further on, the hero confesses his love for the heroine, and a series of separations, together. However, by the end of the finale, the two were not together. The wounds of youth. It really is a youthful wound. In-jun put down the mouse and remembered his own high school. When he was in high school, he also used to study hard for a certain girl, but at the end of the day, he didn't get into the college of his choice, and the guy in those were the years the girls we loved did. Needless to say, it created a sense of satisfaction in In-jun's heart. In-jun wondered if he, too, had gotten into the same college as that girl, or into a better college than her, to make her feel capable. And what kind of ending would that be? In-jun was originally looking for faults with the idea of looking for bones in eggs, but having found it now, I haven't found anything wrong with it. Instead, it feels like a very strong vicarious experience. The script, really, is stunning. A college student who can write a script this good? In-jun couldn't believe it. He's finished reading the story of those years. Each story, though, is rather cliched with the same old plot, but this old plot plays out in a new way, and it's clear from this that the author's writing is extraordinary. When In-jun thought of this, his eyebrows suddenly tightened again. If Lee Dong can write a story like this, what about his knowledge of film and television? Just got myself completely caught up in the story and hadn't even looked at the professionalism of his script yet. Keep in mind that a screenplay is different from a novel. He's also seen people write good novels before, and when he writes a screenplay, it's a mess, and he writes shots that are literally unfilmable. Could Lee Dong, another music student and a freshman, have made the same mistake? Chapter 9: Amazing Talent. So, with a purpose in mind, In-jun watched it again. He realized that from the very first shot at the beginning, the script for those years had labeled the scenes, exteriors, interiors, everything that needed to be labeled. Further back, some panoramic shots are labeled close-ups. Not only that, but even what equipment is used and the focal length of the lens is written down. Such a labeling was a frightening sight for In-jun. Lee Dong is a freshman and a music student. He was able to write so professionally? Still having some disbelief, In-jun tried to change the script. For example, the panoramic shot that Lee Dong labeled, he changed to a medium shot. For example, Lee Dong labeled close-up shots, he changed to close-up shots. For example, when Lee Dong labeled a horizontal panning shot, he changed it to a horizontal shifting shot. After he changed it, he realized that trying to brainstorm the current plot, it was as if he had imagined the scene in front of his eyes, a scene from the past. Just as he finished his imagination, he realized that he was wrong, because after you change only yourself, you lose that original flavor of the script. It loses even more of that beautiful image that teen romance movies have for the camera. That said, Lee Dong's labeling of each shot is just right, and no cuts could be made at all. This is something that even a professional screenwriter, a screenwriter who can sign his or her name, can't accomplish. In-jun dragged his fingers on his chin, his eyes looking at the fluorescent light from the monitor, and fell into deep thought. Could it be that Lee Dong had dabbled in scripts before he came to the Yin City Art Academy? It doesn't look like it at all. At the time of enrollment, he could be like a white guy. Talent. That's talent. In-jun was ready to give Lee Dong a call, and after thinking for a moment, he hung up again. He felt that this person, Lee Dong, could be focused on cultivation, and he planned to take Lee Dong as his disciple, so he went directly to Lee Dong's dormitory. Dang 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 dash In-jun's fingers flexed and knocked firmly on the dormitory door. It was Wu Feng who opened the door. Wu Feng looked at In-jun and first froze. There were often some exchanges between their music and film departments, and he had naturally seen In-jun, but he only knew him as a senior. However, Wu Feng and In-jun hadn't interacted. After all, he could only interact with freshmen. Senior, if you were looking for me, why don't you just give me a call and let me come over? Why are you here in person? In-jun smiled and gently patted Wu Feng's shoulder. I'm not here for you today. Wu Feng was even more surprised. In this dormitory, Wu Feng should only know himself, right? And you are? I'm here to see your roommate Lee Dong. Wu Feng blindfolded. He thought, In-jun looking for Lee Dong. Directly give him a phone call. Let him go over not on the line? Why did you even come in person? Lee Dong? Despite this thought in his heart, he still made a pleased gesture in his hand and invited In-jun in. Lee Dong, Senior In-jun is here to see you. Lee Dong slowly turned his head and he was still a little surprised when he saw In-jun. Senior? In-jun smiled. Didn't think I'd come, did you? Li Dong immediately got up from his seat. After all, In Jun was his senior. The respect that should be given should still be given. In Jun pressed his hand, signaling that Li Dong did not need to get up. Why don't you have a seat and I'll ask you a few questions. Li Dong continued to sit where he had just been and blinked twice. Senpai, you say. Wu Feng then moved his computer chair to In Jun. Sit down, senpai. In Jun sat down across from Li Dong, and he resized Li Dong. He wondered what kind of great god this Li Dong was. Why would he write such a script? It's really true that you can't judge a person by his appearance and you can't measure the sea. Look at his character, and he's one of those who can't stomp out a fart in 3 feet. But when he writes a script, he plays it with such panache. Li Dong, did you write a script when you were before? Li Dong shook his head. No. First time writing a screenplay? Yes. In Jun couldn't believe that he could write such a good script on his first try. If it's really the first time you've written, that must be knowing something about movies and TV. So, have you studied relevant film and television before? Leiden replied. Neither. In Jun was even more shocked in his heart. No scripts have been written and no knowledge of film or television has been learned. How on earth did he write such a great script? It's not copied, is it? As Wu Feng listened to In Jun's question, he thought to himself, could it be that Li Dong made some mistake? Wu Feng asked, Senior, what's wrong? In Jun did not answer Wu Feng's question, but instead asked Li Dong the last question in his own mind. So how did you write the script? Did you really write this script yourself? Everyone could hear that In Jun was very skeptical that this script was copied by Li Dong. Before Li Dong could answer, Wu Feng did. Is it that this script is not good? Wu Feng said, Senior, I've already told Li Dong that it simply won't work if he writes the script like this. Couldn't even get through the first trial. Although Li Dong did not answer this question, In Jun could hear it through Wu Feng's words. This script was coded by Leiden himself. It's always a lot more convincing to have someone else answer than to answer yourself. In that case, it really was coded by Li Dong. In Jun couldn't believe it. Being a film and television student himself, he was also a sophomore senior, and even more so, a member of the film school. If I were to write it myself, I wouldn't be able to write such a good script, but Li Dong was able to write it. The heavens, the earth, is there any justice in this world? It's almost as if God rewarded the writers. In Jun waved his hand. Who says this script won't make it past the first review? Wu Feng was a bit embarrassed as he listened to the words, and he laughed dryly. In Jun continued to add, it's not that the writing isn't good. On the contrary, this script is really too good. I've never seen a college student that can write such a good script. Wu Feng gently stared at his brows. Just now, what did you say? He said it's so well scripted? A script that's coded in 3 or 4 hours is a good script? How dare you ask for so little? Well, I should have known I'd be in a screenplay festival. Maybe I'd have gotten an award. Senior, are you saying that Li Dong wrote a good script? In Jun did not reply, but handed Li Dong a stack of A4 paper in his hand, which happened to be a printed copy of those years. The girls we liked. He pointed to the script and said to Wu Feng, the script is right here. If you don't believe me, you can read it yourself. Wu Feng also became interested after seeing the stack of A4 papers. May I? Chapter 10 Unexpected. Li Dong handed the script to Wu Feng. Wu Feng took the stack of A4 papers from Li Dong's hands. Since the first time I saw the script, I didn't see it very clearly, just a rough scan. This time, he was going to really look at it, carefully. After a few minutes, Wu Feng finally finished reading it. He read it and let out a long breath. This script is really well written. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought that Li Dong had copied this script. Not just the story, but even some of the specialized stuff is very well written. No wonder the senior had just asked if Li Dong had studied writing scripts before. If it were myself, I would have asked myself. Li Dong is a student in the music department. That's an amazing talent for an amateur. This is simply a natural-born movie and TV person. It seems that it really wasn't that Senior In Jun's requirements were low, but rather that he hadn't read the script properly when he first read it. Thinking about this, Wu Feng felt that he was still inferior to Li Dong. However, just now he was teaching Li Dong to do things. Just now he was telling Li Dong how the script should be written, how to create a sense of anticipation, how should the characters be put at odds with each other. Li Dong's script, for the treatment of the story approach, simply too advanced. I just said those just. In the context of this script, it's almost like an elementary school student seeing a college student. Now that I think about it, it's just embarrassing. Wu Feng's ears suddenly went red, the reddish kind. He read all the scripts and returned them to Li Dong, saying one thing, Li Dong, you are simply a good screenwriter delayed by composing. Li Dong is gently smiled, as if all this is in Li Dong's expectations. Again, it was as if Li Dong thought that he deserved all of this if he could do it. Nima, it's almost like something out of a novel. My classroom friend does something, but I didn't realize he was a god. Li Dong, this script was originally aimed at the first place. He knows that 3 people, there must be my teacher. The reasoning, he asked Jun. Senior, do you have any more advice for me? The statement was meant to be a genuine question from Leiden, who was really trying to lean. However, Jun felt that the words were too Versailles. All I can say is, looking through this script, there's no way I can direct you now, and it's still easy for you to win an award for this script. Li Dong's face was delighted as he hurriedly asked, Senior, then will this script be able to win the first prize? First prize? Jun heard clearly that Li Dong said he was going to take the first prize. You can't just take the first prize? Although the script is really good, it's not like there aren't any gods in the film and television department. Who knows what kind of script a senior can write? That group of people, they're monsters. Although Jun thought so in his heart, he still said with his mouth, I feel that it's okay to try it. After saying that, he added, if you were in a previous session, you would have had a good chance. But there are more great screenwriters in this class, especially since the screenwriting program has a couple of seniors who didn't just sell their scripts in college. Moreover, it is also a well-known screenwriter in China. This time in the script competition, originally they didn't even want to participate, but also to give our instructors a face. Understood. Jun immediately said again, I don't mean that this script of yours is not good, but the way every script festival competition is not very good. Just think about it, those seniors of theirs would have had some name recognition and some fans at Western Arts, so it's natural for their fans to vote for them mindlessly. While Jun believes in the quality of this script, he also believes in the power of the fans. He's in the film and television department and works with movies. Fans, traffic, these are two things that every filmmaker understands their importance. So, he felt that those were the years. The girls we loved could win awards, but it couldn't surpass those great screenwriters. Li Dong was calm. It was only the beginning, and everything was unknown until the results were out. That's okay, you can try submitting me first. Okay, Jun said. I have one more small request. Li Dong looked at Jun and blinked twice, waiting for his next words. Jun asked, are you willing to be my disciple, Leiden? Jun said, although your script is well written, it doesn't mean that you know other things about film and television. I believe that a good screenwriter should know all aspects and receive systematic training. I'm not talented, but I was the winner of last year's scholarship in the film and television department. Usually, when others worship a master, it is the disciple who begs the master. Now it's so good that the master is begging for the apprentice. It's also a curious thing. Li Dong was already lacking in theoretical knowledge, and now everything, if not the system, could be said to be nothing. No problem. Then you can teach me anything I don't know in the future. After a period of discussion between the two, Jun went to the office of the Department of Film and Television. He submitted the script for all those years, The Girls We Loved, to the president. The first review of the script can be decided directly by Jun, but it still needs a final review. Final reviews are rated by the president of the film school along with professional faculty, and usually about 5% of the scripts are selected. Then a public vote is held, and then an online vote is held. So the final trial will take some time. The following day, June 2nd. Now the PK between Flame Media and Star Media is not over and still in the middle of a fierce battle. PDD wondered on the way to the office if he should apply for a promotional fee for The Quiet of Summer. Judging by the results so far, it's highly likely that the company will pay for the promotion. If it were available, the song would certainly have charted higher. The morning sunlight was gentle, shining through the glass of the office of Flame Entertainment. The first thing PDD did when he arrived at Flame Media was to check the previous day's download totals. According to the plan, as long as we can get 30,000 downloads today, it will be enough to rank in the top 100. Human beings, after reaching a certain height, they will always seek new heights. So, this ranking of the top 100 is no longer enough to satisfy PDD now. PDD's goal is to surpass Star Media, and it leaves Star Media's song Angels Don't Cry far behind. PDD estimated that according to yesterday's trend, the download volume of Angels Don't Cry on the first day should be around 45,000 downloads. By this time, PDD was already sitting in her office chair, and the first thing she did was check the number of downloads. PDD mouse click, keyboard click click click, in his background search box to enter the Angels Do Not Cry 4 words. Chapter 11, The God of Songwriting. The numbers are in, 2, and Angels Don't Cry currently has 44,000 downloads. Overestimated, it seems, but even with 44,000 downloads, can The Quiet of Summer surpass that? She typed Summer Quiet into the search box again. With a click of the mouse, the data for The Quiet of Summer came out. When she saw the song data, her whole body almost jumped up, because the song is now up to 110,000 downloads. 110,000. What kind of concept is that? From the inception of Flame Entertainment until now, one of the best college artists with one of the best scores only had 55,000 numbers on the first day. It's amazing that The Quiet of Summer is more than twice as good. PDD was shocked in his heart. Holy, I can't believe it was able to get such a high number of downloads. This amount of downloads, even a famous songwriter couldn't write a tune like this. I just wanted a promotional fee, but now it seems completely unnecessary. By asking for a promotional fee, the company takes a higher cut, and there are now exactly enough downloads of The Quiet of Summer to go around. By not letting the company take more money, you and the creators and singers get more money. Doesn't it smell good? So, what about the rankings? PDD was thinking about the rankings and quickly went to check the rankings all at once. PDD looks up from number 29, which is where Quiet in the Summer ranked yesterday. 20 to 29. No, did it make the top 20? She continued to look down the web. 20 to 10. And no, I'm going. It's not in the top 10, is it? She continued to look up, her fingers shaking a little. Final discovery. The Quiet of Summer has reached number 8. If she felt awestruck when she saw the number of downloads on the first day, it could be said that he was scared when he saw the rankings, because this ranking is really horrible. That's nothing, but the most important thing is that the downloads of the song are still skyrocketing. That is to say, a run at the top 5 is promising. On the contrary, Angels Don't Cry doesn't rank so high. Their ranking, only 47, not at all in the same league. PDD didn't sleep well last night, fearing that he would wake up and be overtaken by the other side, and also fearing that he would wake up and it would be a dream. Now that she saw the rankings of the two sides, her hanging heart finally relaxed. Lee Dong, the god of song. There's an unwritten rule in entertainment companies. That's bad data, and it's important to find out why it's bad, and try to avoid mistakes the next time. When the numbers are good, find out why they are good and keep them up next time. So, PDD was ready to check out The Quiet in the Summer song reviews. She found that song reviews are now largely favorable. It's been a long time since I've heard a song this good. A very contemporary song. Who wrote this song? It's like a songwriting god. The singing was okay, but it was only average against the songwriting and lyrics. If I sing this song, maybe I can make a debut too. After all, it's so well written, both in terms of the tune and the lyrics. PDD probably read a few of the hot comments, and generally speaking, the hot comments represent the majority of what listeners think. She kept thinking in her mind as she looked at the reviews. It seemed that this Lee Dong was really a great god. It's amazing that you can write such a great tune. You have to be nice to him in the future. You can't let him get scooped up by another agency. PDD adjusted his sitting position to make himself more comfortable. It seems that it's because the tune is well written that it has such a high number of downloads. Just when her heart was in joy, Mr. Lee gave her a call and asked her to go to the office. PDD had just entered into the office and Mr. Lee had a pleasant face. PDD, have you seen The Quiet in the Summer data? PDD said, I just watched it, and I really didn't think that these two freshmen would be able to record such a great tune. Not only you didn't think of it, but the company didn't think of it either. Mr. Lee received a glass of water and placed it on the table. It's like this. In our department now, we're going to split into two groups, and the company is going to let you lead one of the groups. That is to say, promote you to supervisor. When PDD heard this news, he couldn't mention how happy he was. Mr. Lee added, of course, you are still a reserve supervisor, and you can only become an official supervisor after this month is over. PDD looked at Mr. Lee with a confused face after hearing this. Mr. Lee sat down in his chair. I don't think I need to tell you that you know what it takes to become an official supervisor. Do you? PDD tentatively asked. Does The Quiet of Summer have a good ranking? Yes, Mr. Lee said, ranked in the top 5. Currently, the song is up to number 8, but in terms of incremental downloads, it surpasses the number 3 download, so it's only a matter of time before The Quiet of Summer gets to the top 5. Mr. Lee continued to add, of course, your base salary will also be increased by 1,000 for you. Hearing this, PDD couldn't be happier. She somewhat couldn't believe what Mr. Lee had told him. Fearing that Mr. Lee would backtrack, she hurriedly stood up with joy. Mr. Lee, thank you. Mr. Lee waved his hand. What are you thanking me for? In terms of your ability to work, it's you who's good at what you do. In terms of thanks, the person you should thank the most is Lee Dong, not me. In the face of a sudden promotion and pay raise, PDD was to thank Lee Dong. She's been on the job for 2 years and dreams of a promotion and a raise, but the last opportunity was last year, when she had 2 promotions and raises on her own because she hadn't signed a good artist. So lost opportunity. Generally speaking, there are 2 possibilities for promotion and salary increases at a brokerage firm. The first possibility is that you have a very good track record. The second possibility is that you have been with the company for a longer period of time. After losing 2 promotions and raises, PDD was all set to give up. Forget it, wait for the years. That's what she thought at the time. However, now she cannot imagine how. she struggled for 2 years, have not been promoted and salary increase, suddenly came to the opportunity, actually because of Lee Dong this kid, after PDD left Mr. Lee's office, he went straight to make a call to Lee Dong. In the face of this good news, Lee Dong did not feel much surprise, PDD is used to it, it doesn't matter, he's always able to surprise people anyway. Leighton also seems to be more interested in the commission, so Lee Dong asked, "Sister, when will the commission be paid?" PDD laughed dryly. "The commission is usually sent to your bank card on the 10th of every month. The song is $1 a song and your draw is 10%, but you don't underestimate this percentage. What brings you is a huge profit." Chapter 12, a flood of comments. "That means you get a 10-cent commission on every song." "Got it." PDD immediately added, "You must not underestimate this 10 cents. You think about it, if there is 1,000,000 downloads, but 100,000 yuan. Lee Dong roughly calculated that the song now had 110,000 downloads on the first day. That means one has been able to get their hands on $11,000. Not bad for 10,000 bucks a day. Yes, kinda. Since the song The Quiet of Summer was originally billed as being sung by college students and written by college students, as a result, many people in the Yen City Arts Academy also paid attention to the song, especially the students of the music department's composition program. It's now 15 years old and there are no short video platforms in this time period, only posters, which are also the most active places for college students. In the posting, this thread appeared, on how about the composition and lyrics of The Quiet of Summer? Who exactly is the undisputed songwriting god? Underneath the posting, it also triggered a constant discussion among the students of Yen Art College. No contest? Which great god is this? This great god is simply awesome. To be able to write such a great tune, Tang Jingran has signed with a good agency, and more than that, she's got a big leg up. Is this undisputed really a college student? I can't believe it. I want a hug too. In the face of a heated discussion in the music department, the media department quit. What's wrong? You guys mean Tang Jingran didn't sing well? The goddess, no matter her external conditions or her singing voice, has performed very well, okay? If there's no Ran, even if you write a good tune, without someone to sing it, it's still nothing. It's the singing that's the soul of a song, okay? There is no doubt that the media department naturally wants to promote students from their own department. In addition to composition majors, there are also singing majors in the music department. And in the face of the media department's discussion, it was time for the singing majors to begin to speak out as well. Seriously, even though I do the singing, I have to admit that the soul of a song is not in the singing, but in the composing and lyrics. How we singing majors wish we had a big man to fly us. If there's no Tang Jingran, aren't there any other singers? You have to understand that in this world, there are a whole lot of people who sing, but very few people who write songs. There are even fewer people who can write good songs. The media department is still a bit unconvinced. In a matter of minutes, the comments below were again overwhelming. That doesn't negate Tang Jingran's credit. Doesn't the voice matter? I just don't believe it. If you ask someone who has no voice to sing the whole song, can he sing it? Definitely not. All in all, Tang Jingran still gets a lot of credit. The music department is naturally more professional than they are, and they have replied again. Although I don't know who this undisputed great god is, and I know even less which school he's from, I was able to sense it. This great god will take flight with singer after singer for years to come. How do you think singers get famous? I can give you a ton of examples to prove it, but any singer who is famous is always flying with the big boys. I'm not denying Tang Jingran's credit, it's just that the person who gets the most credit for this song is this undisputed god. The posters are now making a lot of noise about the song. However, none of this was of great concern to Lee Dong, who cared most about how much influence he could gain. So he lay down on his bed in his quarters and checked the system again. System? I'm in. How much influence is there now? Not long after, the panel in the system came out. Name, Lee Dong. Impact, 58741. Lee Dong was not a person who liked to be famous, but for the sake of influence, he had no choice. He wondered in his mind, now that being famous is uncontested, my influence will be discounted yards? The system seemed to understand what he was saying. In principle, the undisputed pointers are also hosts, so your influence will not be discounted in any way. That's good. After Lee Dong closed the screen, he immediately made a call to Tang Jingran. If anyone asks you who undisputed is, don't say it's me. Tang Jingran asked, why is that? For his part, Lee Dong said, I don't like being famous, so please help me keep this secret. Got it. A few days later, it was finally time for the final screenplay festival. The school's guidance counselor and the president and vice president of the film school are in the film and television department office, and they will be deciding on the final finalists today. According to the rules of the Film Academy, If a member's first review of a manuscript ends up passing the final review and getting an award, then that member can get the possibility of being a reserve minister, or even a minister. In June was almost certain that this script by Lee Dong would be able to win an award. For the sake of his promotion in film school, he intends to make sure that those years passes the final review. In June was not a senior member of the Film Academy, so he didn't have the authority to review the manuscript, and could only wait quietly outside for the results of the review. After waiting for about 30 minutes, he got a little impatient and knocked on the door of the film school office. A short while later, voices were heard in the film school office. "Come in." In June entered. In the office there were 3 people. A man in his 30s, wearing an eye. This is the film school instructor, but also the teacher of the film and television department script major. The other 2. One is the president of the film school and the other is the vice president of the film school. In June smiled at his instructor as well as the president of the film school. "Teacher, president, I'd like to ask if you've reviewed the script for those years yet?" The president raised his head and looked at In June, a little annoyed. This morning was already burnt out, plus there were constantly people pressing for a trial, making the president's mind even more annoyed. The president rebuked. "There are so many scripts, mustn't they be written one by one?" Yoon Jun is well aware of how high the quality of the script for those years is. He gave a heh smile. "President, those years is the best script I've ever seen, so see if you can review it first." The instructor glanced at In Jun at this time. "A script that can be discovered by our Yoon student must be a good one, I think." In Jun smiled. Since the instructor had said so, how could the president not have an eye for it? He gestured to the vice president. The vice president understood in a second and hurriedly handed him the script for those years after finally finding it from a stack of scripts. The president took the script and glanced at the screenwriter first. This is a common maneuver in film schools to review scripts. Chapter 13, Captivated by the Script. Generally speaking, they don't review students who are too far out of line. After all, there are 1,000 manuscripts out there right now. For example, what kind of movie and TV knowledge can a freshman, still in the music department, have? Probably a couple scans, and if it doesn't work, brush it off. Then again, a senior and a well-known screenwriter, does that even need to be vetted? Straight through to final review. Lee Dong? This person shouldn't be famous, right? The president nodded his head gently, but this president had basically heard the names of all the students who were script majors in the film and television department. However, the name Lee Dong was so unfamiliar. Yoon Jun wants to bring Lee Dong and the president closer together. "This is our film school student," the president asked again. "Is this student a scripting major?" In Jun shook his head. "No," the president went on to ask. "And which specialty is that?" In Jun stammered half-heartedly and lowered his voice as he spoke. "Tone, of the music department." The president also knows that there are also students who are not in the film and television department who choose some electives in their sophomore and junior years, such as scriptwriting for film and television is one of them. There is no shortage of these students who have written amazing plays. "What age?" In Jun replied. "Freshman year." The president's heart froze at those words, followed by the fire in his heart. Is this a joke? Although every student is eligible to participate in the Yen Art Academy's Script Festival, the festival is a great opportunity for students to learn more about the art of theater and to learn more about the art of theater. But a music student, and a freshman at that, what kind of script can you write when you don't even know anything about film or television? These are not the most important. The most important thing is to be angry at Yoon Jun. Can't you tell the difference between a good and a bad script when you're at least a veteran member of the film school? How dare you come here to press for a trial? In Jun, how many years have you been in film school? Yoon Jun joined the film school when he first entered the school. 2 years. 2 years? Can't you even tell if it's a good script? Taking a freshman music student's script and running over here to rush the review. Are you nice? In Jun was indeed a little embarrassed. But his embarrassment was not that Lee Dong's script was poorly written, but that he was a little embarrassed to rush the president and instructor so hastily. He rubbed the back of his head. "Chairman, I think he writes really well." How could the president believe him? In Jun, you're at least a sophomore senior. Why have you learned to fool around? President, I'm not fooling around. The president took the script and tapped it on the desktop, making a thump sound. Writing a screenplay is not writing a novel. It's something that requires specialized knowledge. How much film and television knowledge do you think a freshman music student has? Faced with the president being so angry, In Jun couldn't help but take a few steps backward. At first, when In Jun read Lee Dong's script, he also thought that Lee Dong did not have any knowledge of film and television. However, when he finished watching it, he realized that Lee Dong's knowledge of film and television was very rich and professional, and that he had been severely slapped in the face. President, you're wrong about that. His knowledge of film and television is really good. The instructor saw the two arguing, so to the president, he said, "Bring it, I'll read it." When the president faced the instructor, He suddenly lost that stern attitude he had towards Jun at that time, and instead, he lowered his voice, portraying the posture of a student club leader to the fullest. Teacher, we'll just read the freshman play. Saying that, the president hurriedly flipped through it. When he saw the title of the play, The Girls We Loved All Those Years Ago, there is nothing distinctive about this name. Reading the name doesn't even give you any desire to read on. The way I see it, it's better if this script doesn't make it through the final review. Jun frowned lightly. Why? The president replied. The first thing a script needs to look at is the name, and if the name doesn't appeal to the reader, then do you think the movie that is made will appeal to the audience? That's true. Often the name of the movie is the first influence. Jun replied. Chairman, when I first saw the name, I had the same thought as you, but when I read the content I realized, the script was not only professionally written, but the story was very good. Jun, after all, had won a scholarship in his freshman year and was an honor student in the film and television department, so his judgment, by and large, should not be bad. The instructor saw how persistent Jun was and asked for the script. Bring it to me. He is, after all, a teacher at the university, and naturally, it is needless to say that his teacher's morality will not be like that of the president of certain associations, who faces students with one attitude and teachers with another. The president could only hand the script to the teacher as well, and he added to Jun, good thing, you'll know if I'm right after the teacher reads it later. The instructor results the script and spreads it out on the table, flipping through it with his fingertips, the paper making sounds in the air along with the flipping. Whoa, whoa, whoa. In general, the review of the script needs to review the first 2,000 words, from which it can be seen whether the student has the power of writing and knowledge of film and television. If you can't read these 2,000 words, you naturally don't need to read the ones that follow. Finally, all 2,000 words were read by the instructor. When he finished watching it felt, this script doesn't look like it was written by a college student, because the knowledge of film and television in the script is not basic knowledge, but specialized knowledge. Even what lenses are used and what equipment is used is clearly labeled. How could he, as a teacher in the film and television department, not see it? The script writer got all the labeling all just right. The thought crossed my mind. This script does seem to be good. To prove his inner thoughts, he continued to look back. Read the first 5,000 words again. The instructor frowned gently and held up his glasses. With only 5,000 words and a sense of anticipation drawn out, the instructor is already captivated. How can a freshman student write such a great script? This is nothing. The most important thing is that this student is a music student. His sense of pacing, his sense of anticipation, and his sense of vicariousness are all very precise. A good senior screenplay major wouldn't be able to write a script this good if they were asked to. He continued to look behind him. Read all 30,000 words in another breath. The instructor thought to himself, he has an absolute gift for film and television, so why not study film and television? Whose student is this anyway? Who can teach such great students? I'm so greedy. I'm crying. The instructor looked up slowly. At this point, all of them looked the instructor in the eye and waited in silence. The president is expecting criticism from the instructor. Jun, on the other hand, was looking forward to knowing the teacher's compliments. Chapter 14, Shame on Yourself. There was a pause of about 3 or 4 seconds before 4 words came out of the instructor's mouth. Truly stunning. As he said, he slowly handed the script to the chairman. The president would be convinced, and he even suspected for a moment that the instructor was saying the opposite. He started flipping through it as well. Is the script really that good? I really don't believe it anymore. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The president also read the 30,000 words in one sitting, and after reading them his thoughts were basically the same as his instructor's. How in the world did this Jun guy nab this script? Freshman year, music department? Maybe only Jun would dare to go so far as to collect the receipt book. That's the only way to receive such a great script, if you're so bold and not afraid to waste time. The president slowly placed the script on the tabletop, his eyes on Jun. Jun, is this really a script written by a music student? Jun nodded. Yes. Is this really a script written by a freshman? Exactly. The president sighed longingly. Maybe it's just talent. This script is really well written. What about this final trial? Pass. The instructor crosses her fingers and lays her elbows on the table at this point. I didn't think that our Jun students would dare to be flexible and take scripts from students in other departments, or freshmen. It's great. In the face of the instructor's praise, not to mention how happy Jun heart, instructors like him, a grassroots employee of the film school, would have been difficult to see, let alone compliment. I didn't expect that in the 2 years since I entered the film school, the first time I was praised, or because of Lee Dong? The instructor asked again. By the way, Jun, is this student interested in pursuing a career in film and television? If Lee Dong wants to develop in the film school, Will he be more valued by the teachers? Wouldn't the odds of winning be better? Then, wouldn't there be a greater probability that he or she would become a preparatory minister of the film academy? Definitely wants to pursue a career in film and television. Otherwise, why would he be at this script festival? The instructor's heart leapt with joy. Would he like to be my student? I can teach him something about movie and television for free. In-jun stood still with his heart in his mouth. Li Dong is his disciple. Really? I didn't think about it thoroughly enough and didn't realize that I had gotten myself into a hole. In-jun rubbed the back of his head and stammered. Unable to answer. The instructor asked, "What's wrong?" In-jun stammered for another half day before answering. "So what? I'm taking him as my apprentice." The instructor let out a soft laugh. "You? Forget about you. His script writing skills are already far beyond yours. I think it's more like letting him mentor you." In-jun's face was a little embarrassed. "Teacher, could you please not state the obvious?" In desperation, In-jun could only give Li Dong's contact information to his instructor. The film school finally finalized all the scripts after 2 days of final review. The total number of manuscripts approved in the first review is 1,000, and based on a 5% approval rate, only 50 manuscripts are approved in the final review. Each of these scripts has had a considerable impact. Among them, there are also a number of seniors who have been signed by agencies. Of course, Western Arts also has some little-known screenwriters whose scripts, too, appeared in the list of final passes. That morning, the film school posted all the scripts on the bulletin board. Now it's time for individual students to score. Li Dong had a class in the morning, and after he finished his class, he went to the bulletin board and stood in front of it, wanting to see how good others were at writing scripts. According to what In-jun had told him, generally speaking, those few screenwriters who were slightly famous in their senior year should win the award. Therefore, it was only natural that their scripts came to the attention of Li Dong. Li Dong dragged his finger on his chin and read what the first senior wrote. He wrote an inspirational story, and the script was called My Life in College. It's about a college student who wasn't doing very well in his freshman year and whose family was very poor, but he didn't give up, getting up earlier than others every day and going to bed later than others at night. Through his hard work, this college student ended up getting a scholarship his senior year and became an inspirational figure throughout the school. Just before graduating from his senior year of college, this protagonist started his own entrepreneurial journey, and in just 1 year, he made tens of millions of dollars. After another year of hard work, he became a top 10 local taskmaster, and eventually, the school asked him to come back and give a speech. Reflecting on his struggles over the years, the protagonist left tears in his eyes during his speech. The story is not bad, quite inspirational. Every character in it has their own personality. It's pretty good to be able to do that. As far as knowledge of film and television is concerned, it is also very specialized. Li Dong looked at the expertise in my college life and was ashamed of himself. And yet, it's a specialty. Not bad for a little-known screenwriter. This put some pressure on Li Dong. Since the script of those years was originally given to him by the system, he did not have much knowledge of film and television. And when reading this screenwriter's script, a lot of the specialized ones still did not understand. He became that gesture, I couldn't read it, but I was greatly shocked. My college life is just one of the lesser-known screenwriters. There are so many other scripts by other seniors. More pressure on Li Dong. He continued to look back, mostly at the scripts that had more student votes. Seems like there are quite a few votes for this one. Crossing the line, I'll be a prince in ancient times again. So, Leiden was ready to enjoy the script again. This script is about the protagonist who traveled to the Liang dynasty, which is a hollow era. Their country is very backward and poor. The refining technology of salt and barbed iron is not available, and they have to rely on imports from other countries. The protagonist, for the sake of his own country, with modern knowledge, constantly manifested sainthood, taught them how to refine salt, taught them how to make iron, and strengthened the military power of the Liang dynasty. In the end, Liang dynasty became the most powerful country of that era under the efforts and changes of the protagonist. After that, the Liang dynasty unified the era. The protagonist is very much appreciated by the emperor and becomes the first king of a different name in the dynasty. It's a bit of a stretch, but the story is really good. It has a flavor of internet coolness to it. One look and you can tell that this screenwriter must have written a novel. For the overall crispness and pacing, it's very well captured. Li Dong secretly thought, if I didn't have the system, I might really have to lose. No, it doesn't seem like it's possible. It seems like it's a certainty that we're going to lose. In this way, Li Dong read several famous editors' works in a row, and it could be said that one book was better than the other. Chapter 15, A Tense Vote. It is well known that many writers are not allowed to sign their names, let alone become famous. One can only imagine how much pressure there is to compete in this scripted festival. What a lot of pressure Li Dong is under. Of course, the script festival is supposed to be a student-run award, so student love is what counts. Leiden lingered for a moment. wanting to see how the student body would vote. Gradually, came the first female classmate. This female classmate didn't even look at it and directly voted for crossing the line. I'll be a prince in ancient times again. Li Dong was stunned. You know how good or bad this script is without even reading it? Does it mean she can see 1,000 things at once? This is too fake, isn't it? Leiden continued to linger, wanting to see how the other students voted. This was followed by a second student, a male. The second student operates almost identically to the previous one. It's just that the script for the vote isn't used. He didn't even look at it. He just voted for my college life. Li Dong rubbed the back of his head. He did not like to talk much. In his heart he wanted to ask a question. But how did he not open his mouth? What's going on here? Can students read scripts that fast these days? Is it possible to scan and know that script is good? Then a third student came. The third student want to be the same operation as them. A straight vote for crossing the line. I'll be a prince in ancient times again. And so, one after the other. More than 20 students read nothing and all voted for the works of screenwriters who had some reputation. And all those years, all the girls we loved has only had 1 or 2 votes so far. Li Dong was really puzzled in his mind. What the hell was that for? They clearly voted directly without reading the script. Just as he was puzzled, he heard a sound of footsteps, and as they got closer, Li Dong's shoulder was gently tapped. Well, Li Dong turned his head and realized that this person was none other than his roommate, Wu Gang. Although Li Dong didn't like to talk to strangers, his own words were relatively few, but Wu Gang was his roommate after all, so if he didn't ask him, I'm afraid that Li Dong really didn't have anyone to ask. Not good. Oh, Leiden asked. Why did they vote without even looking? Wu Gang didn't seem to feel surprised, looking at his expression as if this was all normal. That's the power of the fans. Li Dong looked at Wu Gang, his eyes blinking twice as he waited for his next words. Wu Gang said, because they're fans of these screenwriters, so they like the writers, not the scripts. Li Dong doesn't have any fans. He hadn't written any scripts at all before. What about my script? Is it out of the question? Wu Gang replied, take your time. Someone will like it. Li Dong looked at his pathetic script with only a few votes and was helpless. He had no choice but to leave first. In the afternoon, Li Dong still had one more class, and after the class, he once again came to the public notice board. I think I've got over 40 votes myself. It's a lot better than it was in the morning. He hadn't been happy in his mind for more than a few seconds when he took a look at the votes of the others. It seems as if his own ranking is only a medium. And look at my life in college. I can't believe it's over 500 votes now. The crossing of I'll be a prince in ancient times again is even more outrageous. It now has over 700 votes and is high on the list. Mind you, it's the first day. Wouldn't that be even more outrageous in the latter days? After returning to the dormitory that night, Li Dong lay on the bed, his eyes looking at the white ceiling, and his mind couldn't figure it out. Why is the situation the way it is? Wu Gang saw that Li Dong was in a bad mood and walked over to comfort him twice. Li Dong, it's okay, don't be discouraged. You're a freshman music student. It's good enough that the script can be written so well. Besides, the scripts that got high votes were voted on by the fans. Li Dong thought to himself, did they have fans to begin with? It's not as if a certain script was well written and was discovered by others. But there was nothing else for Li Dong to do now. He could only wait silently, waiting for the end of this scripted festival. The next day, the intense voting campaign went on and on. There are 3 major art festivals in the arts. They are the Music Festival, the Play Festival, and the Fiction Festival. The people who do pay attention to the festival are the music students, just like the film and television students pay attention to the script festival. Chen Chang is Yen City Art College. He is the sophomore film and television majors. On this day, after morning classes, he went with his roommate to vote for the script fest entries. Without saying a word, my roommate voted directly for crossing the line. I'll be a prince in ancient times again. Chen Chang watched this his operation and accused, that's pretty irresponsible of you, isn't it? Just vote without even looking. The roommate said, this is called the human condition. You don't understand, right? The screenwriter of Crossing the Line I'll be a prince in ancient times again is said to be a rare gifted screenwriter in China. If I vote for him, when I graduate, he'll just help me out and I won't be famous? Chen Chang laughed, you're still too naive. Even if you voted for 10 votes, he still doesn't know that it was you who voted for him. So, I'd advise you to be a little bit responsible of our film and television students and take a good look at this year's script festival entries. The roommate was a little impatient. Does this even need to be read? The roommate replied, the screenwriter of Crossing Over I'll Be a Prince in Ancient Times Again is our senior and a little-known screenwriter in China. Senshinli, I should vote for him. Yuli, have you ever seen a better script than this one? Crossing Over I'll Be a Prince in Ancient Times Again? Chen Chang gave him a blank look. How do you know if you haven't even looked? The roommate sneered. Go ahead and look. Just look. It's a waste of time to look. After saying just that, the roommate crouched down next to him and rested. I'd like to see a better script than this one. Chen Chang was relatively responsible, and he read roughly 1 or 2,000 words of each script, and those that could entice him to read on. He read more. There was nothing to entice him to read on, so he simply gave up. When he read the first 2,000 words of those were the years, the girls we loved, he felt a sense of anticipation in his ears. This script seems pretty good. He continued to look down, and when he was all the way through, his eyes widened. I can't believe there's such a great script. It's a rare find, both in terms of the expertise of the script and the story. Could it be some well-known screenwriter? Chen Chang glanced at the author, Li Dong. Freshman year? Music department? Not exactly a well-known screenwriter, but it didn't matter. It didn't stop him from liking the script. Chan Kung is ready to cast his precious vote for those years, the girls we loved. Chapter 16, There's a Shady Business. At this point, his roommate immediately stood up and blocked him from casting the vote. Are you okay with that? Chen Chang asked. What does that mean? The roommate replied. It's a music department play. Chen Chang said. Do I have to vote for the Department of Film and Television just because I'm from the department? There's no such rule, is there? The roommate replied. No, I mean, what good scripts can the music department write? Chen Chang pushed his roommate to the side. He's got this vote for all those years, all the girls we loved. Jesus couldn't even stop it. The roommate shouted again. Chen Chang, this is a script written by a freshman. Chen Chang looked sideways at his roommate. Does that mean you can't write a good script your freshman year? My roommate was helpless. You're really not a picky eater. Chen Chang crossed his arms. Take a look at those years, the girls we liked, and then take a look at Crossing the Line. I'll be a prince in ancient times again. And if you still say that I'm not picky about what I eat, then I'd have to say that there's something wrong with your vision. The roommate knows well that I'll be a prince again in ancient times is a famous screenwriter. I'm never wrong. And whoever I vote for in the scripted festivals these past few years, they're going to win. Despite what he said, his eyes couldn't help but compare the two scripts. He first looked at Crossing the Line. I'll be a prince in ancient times again. I can't say that the standard of the writers is higher than before, but at least it hasn't gone down. Many screenwriters use the same routine. This one is different. I'll be a prince in ancient times again is a new story and uses a new trope. He remains a fan of this screenwriter. Immediately after that, he watched Those Were the Years We Loved Girls. Gradually, the 30,000 word script was read. The roommate is a little confused. Hiss, doesn't seem to match. I'll read it again. So he read it a second time. After the second reading, hiss, seems like Those Were the Years We Liked Girls is a little better. But the other party is only a freshman student. His heart is still a little uncertain. Continued to read a third time. As his roommate watched it for the third time, his eyes locked on the script of Those Were the Years and nodded softly in agreement. It seems really good. The script, crossing over I'll be a prince in ancient times again. After reading it the first time, the next 2 times didn't seem to be very interesting. But Those Were the Years We Loved Girls. After watching it 3 times, I still feel great about it. Chan Kung said. So that's why I voted. Understood. Chen Chang asked again. Is it your vision again? Or am I not a picky eater? The roommate rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. It's that I'm not a picky eater. Originally, he was a fan of the writers of Crossing the Line I'll be a prince in ancient times again. But after watching those years, he decided, as of today, he's a fan of the writers of those years. It doesn't matter if that writer is a music major or a freshman. The roommate watched as Chen Chang cast his vote for those years and squatted down himself. He took his vote hard and fast out of the ballot box for I'll be a prince again in ancient times and re-voted for those years. Today, in addition to the attention of Chen Chang and his roommate, in the Department of Film and Television of the dormitories also launched a heated discussion, especially in the evenings, when there was no need to study late. Those who had girlfriends went off to relationships, and those who didn't discussed the recent script festival. There was much speculation as to who would win this year's script fest. In addition to fans of those well-known screenwriters, there are serious readers of the festival's work. These students who voted for those years have offered their opinions during the discussion. I have a feeling this year's number 1 is Those Were the Years We Loved Girls. The quality of those years is really high. The story of the script, and the fluidity of the writer's pen. If it wasn't for those years, I feel like it would have been shady. Shiniran didn't bring any books, and Lu Jingbo sighed through his own book tour and got himself punished by the teacher. It's simply too warm-hearted. There are no ups and downs. No sadness of life and death. No storm clouds of deceit. No arm-raising passion. It's a little thing from your youth. A little thing etched in your mind to start with. 2 simple words, ordinary. Ordinary to the point that you can always also feel vicariously. Of course, there are those who don't believe it. A freshman music student who can write a good script? Seriously, I looked at the name of this script and I knew it was going to be bad. As good a writer as our senior? Are you kidding? In the face of speculation from the crowd, students who have seen those years have chosen to dislike them back without mercy. I have to ask, have you seen it? What makes you say it's not good if you haven't seen it? I'll tell you a joke. A friend of mine, who has never eaten sugar, then goes around telling people that it's not good. It's extra bitter. After a night of everyone talking about it, there had been a gradual curiosity among many of the students who hadn't seen Those Were the Years. Could the Those Were the Years, The Girls We Like script really be that well written? All of these students are planning on checking it out tomorrow. Curiosity was on the minds of some of the students when they went to the school bulletin board the next day. There was also a portion of the class that didn't necessarily go in for a serious reading of the script, but rather went in for egg on the face. Could the script for Those Were the Years have really been written that well? Kind of don't believe it. A freshman, or a music major, can write a good script? I'm going to read the script of Those Years today and put these blowhards in their faces. I'm afraid they haven't seen anything like a good script, right? So even Those Years is a good script in their eyes. Noon. There were a lot more people today than yesterday, and most of the students had one purpose in mind. Let the group of students who forcefully supported Those Were the Years get a good smack in the face. Many people, originally with the purpose of looking for bones in the egg, so they did not take it very seriously when reading the script. They just roughly scanned it. A love story, a school story, and a look at the main character's name, the screenwriter's approximate movie and TV knowledge. After reading, well, withdraw. Isn't this just a school love script? What's so great about it? A script like this can pass the final review? I guess the film school can't get any good scripts? It's not good. School dramas are long overdue. I bet the number of votes for this script won't exceed 50 a day, and if it does, I'll wash my head upside down. Chapter 17, a rarely seen good script. Some people look at it perfunctorily, while others look at it seriously. Some of the students who read the script of Those Years carefully suddenly felt as if the script had some meaning. It's a school romance script, but it's being played out in a new way. It is evident through the script that the writers are very professional in their knowledge of film and television, and every scene, every shot is very naturally articulated. I'll go, very vicarious. Those who said the script was bad just now, did you really read it seriously? I advise you to pay attention. Campus dramas are especially easy to resonate with because we've all experienced youth, when both friendship and love were at their purest. What I miss most about high school is that everyone is honest and can say whatever they want. Clueless love is the best, but very few end up together. Sobbing yet nostalgic. A rare and good script. These students watched carefully and then cast their valuable votes for The Girls We Loved all those years ago. Gradually, the votes for Those Years are getting higher and higher. Students who had been somewhat inattentive and casually scanned the bulletin board earlier, once again passed by it after their afternoon classes. They looked at the number of votes for Those Years, The Girls We Liked, and were overwhelmed. How is this possible? The number of votes is actually over 400 in one day? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Apart from the scripts of well-known writers, it's Those Years that has the highest number of votes now. I'll go. Surprisingly, it's over 50? It's a good thing no one heard me when I said I was washing my hair upside down, or I'd have died of community. Is it, like, really good? So, this group of students also chose to look at it again in a serious way. After watching it all over again, they really understood why Those Years got so many votes. A good script indeed. I owe a ticket to Those Were the Years. How these students who voted for someone else would like to change their votes now that they have seriously watched Those Years. The organizers have rules about voting now, and once you vote in the paper voting process, you can't vote a second time, much less change your vote. Of course, someone might have to say Chan Kun's roommate. All I can say is, that's a strange one, and if the organizers catch it, it's punishable. The bulletin board was now filled with people talking about the script for Those Years. In the afternoon after class, Wu Gang and Li Dong passed by the bulletin board together and found the place surprisingly crowded. Li Dong subconsciously stayed away for a bit. He didn't like to be too lively and just didn't like the noise. Wu Gang was different. He was already the kind of student who was active and liked to get together. Li Dong, what are they looking at? Li Dong shook his head. I've been in class with you all afternoon, so how would I know? Wu Gang stood on tiptoe and peered toward the bulletin board. This is the bulletin board and the place to vote in the script fest. Could it be discussing the script? It must have been the scripts of those famous writers that sparked the discussion. These days, Li Dongben was fretting about the script festival. By the way, all Those Years, All the Girls We Love should be good script, and if nothing else, we'll have no problem winning first place. After all, the tastes of the audience of this parallel world are 99% similar to the tastes of the audience of Earth. This movie is on fire on Earth. There's no way it won't be on fire on the blue planet. However, when Li Dong checked the rankings yesterday, he realized that this script could only be ranked in the middle of the pack, let alone competing for first place. The current Li Dong, hearing Wu Gang say that he was discussing senior's script again, sighed helplessly. Maybe, Wu Gang hurriedly said. Li Dong, why don't we go and join in the fun and see what's happening? Li Dongben didn't like to join in the fun, but looking at the current situation, everyone seemed to be discussing the script, and he took part in the script festival himself. He had no choice but to agree to Wu Gang's request and follow along. When they came together they realized, the script that the crowd was discussing was not that of some well-known screenwriter. It was actually All Those Years, The Girls We Loved. This script is genuinely well written. Yes, very good indeed. The writers are very talented. I wonder which schoolmate this Li Dong is actually. I bet this schoolboy is very handsome, isn't he? The scripts are all written so well. You're just a nymphomaniac, and you want to tease a schoolmate? When Li Dong heard this, his face involuntarily flushed. Wu Gang saw the number of votes for those years, and his heart burst with surprise. I'll go. Li Dong has over 500 votes? Should it be so horrible? Now, except for a few well-known screenwriters who have more votes than Li Dong, none of the remaining people have more votes than him. It's only been 50 votes yesterday. That's how long it's been. 500 votes in one day? That's a faster growth rate than a script from a well-known screenwriter. Is it still not a matter of time before we can get into the top 3 at this rate? I didn't realize that my roommate wasn't just a musical wizard, but a script wizard as well. As Wu Gang listened to the others discussing the script of those years, and Li Dong was his roommate, his heart felt incredibly proud. Wu Gang immediately turned back and resized Li Dong. Forgive me if I am not cultured enough to use the word I go. When Li Dong saw the number of votes, his face did not even change in the face of Wu Gang's praise. It was as if this was all he was supposed to do. Actually, there's a lot more to the script that should be changed. This script was given to Li Dong by the system, but due to time issues, Li Dong compressed some of the plot, and the dispensable plots were deleted. To put it in a very fashionable way, an abridged version of those were the years. He now suddenly felt that with the addition of those episodes, the pace was slower, but it could be layered on top of the story, and the audience would be more receptive. As Li Dong uttered these words, the gazes of the surrounding people were like flying daggers as they instantly looked at Li Dong and Wu Gang. Li Dong unconsciously glanced at the people around him. Didn't I just say that something should be changed in those years? Why is everyone looking at me like I'm an enemy? That's me, the screenwriter. Li Dong thought about it a little more. It's also true that they don't know I'm Li Dong, and that liking those years is the same as liking me. One of the boys, somewhat unable to look away, walked towards Li Dong and Wu Gang. This student asked, "How old are you?" This student? Li Dong unconsciously took a few steps backward. He did not like to clash with people and did not take the initiative to provoke others. Chapter 18, Undaunted. But when it came down to it, he was undaunted. Li Dong coldly said, "Freshman year." The audience member laughed. "Who are you? A freshman? To say that the script for those years is bad?" Wu Kong heard this and laughed on the side, just by virtue of the fact that someone else, Li Dong, is the writer of the script for those years. Wu Gang thought to himself, if this audience knew that Li Dong was the creator of the script of those years, what kind of expression should it be? Leiden replied, "Can a freshman have an opinion? You can tell that this audience is very fond of the script of those years. It's not that freshmen aren't allowed," the audience member said. "It's that no one can publish." Iron powder. Li Dong pursued, "Aren't these scripts posted here for people to express their opinions?" That audience is a little angry. "Well, since you say he doesn't write well, can you write one?" Leiden replied, "I wrote it." That audience member asked, "Is it possible that the writers of those years are jealous because they didn't even pass the first review? I just don't get it. The writers in those years were freshmen, and so were you. Why do you just jump?" Li Dong didn't say anything and pulled Wu Gang's clothes. "Wu Kong, shall we go?" Wu Gang likes to make a scene and create a scene. Wu Gang asked the spectator, "You must be the senior, right?" The spectator's head was tilted high, and he looked high and mighty. "Sophomore in the film and television department." "Aha," Wu Gang said. "Senior, my roommate really did write the script." Not only did he write the script, but Harm passed the final review. In the face of what Wu Gang said, how could the other party believe it? Oh, the audience laughed. Of the 50 scripts that passed the final review, only the screenwriter of those years, The Girls We Liked, is a freshman. Speaking of which, the spectators' eyes rolled, suddenly sensing something was wrong. Could it be that? Is the man in front of you the freshman music student? The man in front of you is the creator of those years? The man in front of you is Li Dong? How could he create such a dashing and active protagonist? That's not possible, is it? Absolutely not. Must be a blowhard schoolboy. I've seen too many of those. That audience member had a turn of phrase. Tell me instead, what script have you created? Before Wu Gang and Li Dong could reply, In Jun suddenly walked over. He pulled Li Dong from the crowd, and the spectator was pushed out in the process. In Jun said eagerly, "Li Dong, why aren't you answering your phone?" Li Dong slowly turned his head. "Usually In Jun, senpai, what do you want to see me about?" In Jun replied, "Don't forget that we have a meeting at the Film Academy this afternoon." "Got it, Senior Yoon. Jun is also a sophomore film and television student, and that audience is also a sophomore film and television student. The biggest club in the film and television department is the film school. Jun, as one of the members of the film school, often throws his head in the sand, and this audience naturally recognizes him. Did you hear him call this boy in front of you Lee Dong? That viewer now finally dared to be sure. That person is Lee Dong. This person is the creator of all those years. All the girls we loved. But think about the wah you just did. He even gave him the "you can do it, go write it" speech. Isn't this a script written by someone else? His whole face turned red at the thought, just because he himself had just seen this boy as a svelte man who spoke very little, and the protagonist of those years was the active type. It was then decided that the person in front of me must not be the author of those years. It seems, nothing is absolute. This viewer is now stammering and stuttering. Are you really Lee Dong? Wu Gang replied at this time. Then there's still a fake? Though this audience was sophomores, and Lee Dong in front of him was a freshman. But inside the Yen City Art Academy, talent calls the shots. As long as there is talent, it will be given the respect it deserves. The spectator looked at Lee Dong, not caring that he was Lee Dong's senior, and extended his hands. Schoolboy, just now there were many offenses. Please contain. Lee Dong didn't count on it. It's okay, senpai. That spectator's heart was in his mouth. Senior? The writer of those years called me senior? The heart is still in the right place. In addition to film and television students taking an interest in the festival, the school's new media department has also taken an interest in the festival. The barkeep in charge of the posting in Yen City Art College is a junior schoolmate, whose name is Kong Meng. Kong Meng is an extremely responsible, yet beautiful schoolmate. She usually pays a lot of attention to the activities of the school so that she can do her job. During today's class, Kong Meng heard the crowd discussing this script. With curiosity, she was ready to enjoy those years. Standing at the bulletin board, eyes glued to the script of those years, it was good not to see it, but after reading the script, Kong Meng's entire body was filled with tears between her eyes, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. The script is really so immersive. She felt for a moment that the script was written about herself. The love story of Shin Iran and Lu Jingboy in those years made Kong dream of her high school. There was also a boy who had been chasing after him when he was in high school. In fact, one has a crush on that boy. However, with the college entrance exams coming up, you can't let a relationship delay your studies. So, Kong Meng and the boy promised each other that they could be together if they could both get into the Chinese Academy of Arts. That night, the boy couldn't be happier after feeling hopeful about chasing Kong Meng. From that day on, that boy suddenly studied very hard, as if he were a learning machine. Finally, on the day of the entrance exam, the scores came down. The boy joyfully took his report card to look for Kong Meng, as he had entered the film and television program of the Huagua Art Academy with a super high score. The sky is the limit. Kong Meng, however, ended up failing the exam and enrolled in the Yen City College of the Arts, becoming a student in the media department. Further on, though the two were together and did spend a year together, but the China Arts Academy is an institution of beautiful women, and the boys gradually lost themselves. Just when Kong Meng was in his first semester of his freshman year, the boys finally broke up. That was the end of a year-long love affair. The night after reading the script for Those Were the Years, Kong Meng sat down in front of the computer, once again remembering those years he watched today. Originally, she couldn't figure out how to get over it, but after watching those years, she suddenly figured it out. Maybe this is youth. Regarding youth, it is very beautiful and realistic, and youth with regrets is the real youth. Chapter 19, there must be something fishy. It's alright. Facing youth correctly is the only way to be responsible for your future life. Kong Meng's entire being seemed to be healed. He keyboarded and made this post on the posting board. A few words about the script for Those Were the Years We Liked Girls. The general idea is that the play is very healing and reminds herself of her high school days, while at the same time, she speaks out about her high school experience. Kong Meng also said that he was very fond of the script and hoped that the creator of the script Lee Dong would go farther and farther and become a famous screenwriter in China. At the same time, Kong Meng called on everyone to pay more attention to this talented schoolmate and vote to support him. Finally, she added a note of clarification. This is all just my personal thoughts and the 5-bar service has nothing to do with it. Of course, if you feel that this script is not well written, then vote for your favorite script. I don't want people to be mindless in their support because of me. Since Kong Meng's account was originally the bar owner's account, plus this was her first time advertising. So, after she published it, many people have covered the floor. Holy, the barkeep actually spoke? Go Dream sister, you're the best. Sister Dream, you actually advertised? Ha ha ha, I like it. The barkeep keeps deleting other people's ads, but today he made one himself. But, I also thought the script for Those Years was great. I read the script today, and it's really well written. For everyone's covers, Kong Meng picked a few that were still good and replied, Kong Meng is a responsible bar owner after all, and she didn't abuse her power by putting herself on top. Spare a thought. The number of people discussing this post of their own is also very large. Just after just one day, the number of people covering the floor has already reached several thousand people. That's nothing. The point is that in college, it's a thing that happens that can inspire a crowd to talk about it. So, that night, there was a lot of discussion about Kong Meng's first advertisement posting, and about the quality of the script for those years. The girls we liked. After class the next day, Li Dong didn't get to check the status of his votes. He knew very well that it would be as hard as climbing up to the sky to surpass those books by well-known screenwriters in the next 2 days. What can be changed has been changed, and what can't be changed can only be left to time. Instead of that, why don't you just sink your teeth into something else for a while? Stop by when you're passing by. There were no classes that afternoon, and he lay down on his dormitory bed at noon, staring up at the white ceiling of his dormitory, lost in thought. I also wonder how much potential value there is these days, so he wanted to check it out. It was as if the system could hear him. He had just finished this thought in his mind when a blue screen appeared in front of him. Name, Li Dong. Impact, 100,214. Li Dong was suddenly surprised in his heart and subconsciously looked close to the blue screen. That is to say, now with a whole 100,000 potential value? Li Dong was well aware that these potential values came from the script those years, The Girls We Liked and the song The Quiet of Summer. With influence, isn't that what flowers are for? He still remembered that once the system had said that there would be a reward for every 5 or 10 identical cards accumulated, and there is also an ultimate reward for collecting all 54 cards of the system. How about a raffle? Li Dong thought in his mind. Just when he had just had this thought, the system's interface suddenly jumping to the middle of the lotteries page. Li Dong froze. I didn't say raffle yet. How come it's a raffle? You have big data. How it's like some app. Isn't that horrible? Can I have some privacy? If that was unbelievable to him, what was coming next would be even more unbelievable to him. The system's interface instantly flashed and directly started the lottery. Congratulations to the host. Consumed 10,000 influence and drew the music card. Li Dong gently opened his mouth and looked at the system's screen. Is this the legendary buy and sell? When he had obtained the system before, the system had told him that once it was sold, it would not be returned. Li Dong was angry in his heart and tried to communicate with the system. Mind, did I say raffle? The system replies. The host has signed an auto-renewal, auto-debit agreement with us. Leiden. He would have been ready to raffle it off, only without the ceremony. He didn't make things difficult for the system. After all, influence is not money. You might as well cancel for me. Cancelled. Since he had drawn the card, he was still looking forward to what he could open. Without the ritual of the raffle, the ritual of the opening is nice. Li Dong got out of the high and low beds, walked to the toilet now, washed a hand, and then applied some more scented hand cream on it. Let's hope for better luck. Rubbing his hands together as he spoke, he sat down in his computer chair and opened the system again. Use the music card. Congratulations to the host. The music card has been used successfully, and you have gained a performance grade piano level. Li Dong was a little upset. Piano was the class he hated the most, but the system favored him with a piano ability. Besides, it's not like you're going to arrange the music yourself. You can just copy it directly with the system. Muttering, I didn't realize I'd been washing my hands for so long for a recital level piano level. Might as well give me a song, or a script, or a novel. The system sent out a prompt. Hello host, this card can be customized for any work, including novels, songs, scripts. Is it redeemed? According to the system before, it was not allowed to be returned or exchanged, but now it is surprisingly allowed. Li Dongfei, there must be something fishy here. How about this card? The system replies, in principle, the performance level piano level belongs to the SSS level card. What about the rating of that one song? Each song has a different level, and the highest level song is only SS level. Li Dong thought to himself, luckily, I didn't exchange it. In order to avoid this system from pitting himself in the future, Li Dong hurriedly used the performance grade piano level and immediately closed the system. Right after the system shut down, Wu Gang suddenly barged in. Li Dong subconsciously glanced back and saw a face full of unhappiness on Wu Gang's face. What's wrong? Li Dong asked. I was thinking of going to a cyber cafe to hack in the afternoon, but it turns out that I have class again in the afternoon. As originally planned, there were no afternoon classes. Don't we have no classes this afternoon? Wukong headed for the chair and leaned back lazily. Chapter 20, Suffering. There wasn't, but now there is. With the transfer, Leiden turned and asked, what class? Wukong replied, your least favorite class. Li Dong's piano level is at the bottom of the class, second to last in existence. Many people say that an art student's piano level, in a way, reflects the family's situation. Because rich families, buying a piano is like eating a meal. A poor family can't even touch a piano, let alone buy one. Li Dong's family condition is the poor kind. Piano lessons? Wu Gang replied. Yes, originally, Li Dong disliked piano lessons because of his poor piano skills, but not anymore. Just now, Li Dong has acquired the performance level piano level. It couldn't have been worse. He had to try it. How can you run away from a rabbit you've got in your hand? Li Dong took out the piano book from the desktop and neatly arranged it on the table. Good, Lydon said. Just transfer the classes. It's all the same. Wu Gang's entire body froze as he watched Li Dong's performance. Didn't he used to be afraid of piano lessons? Why does it seem like a different person now? It also has piano books neatly laid out on the tabletop, and looks like it's enjoying itself. In the first lesson of the afternoon, Li Dong and Wu Gang had already arrived at the piano classroom. Piano room, in the art school is like the monk meet. Many art students are scrambling to go to the piano room, but also cannot grab it. Li Dong, however, felt that this piano room was unfamiliar, and he had not been here a few times. Today's class was mostly hands-on. On this blue planet, while most of the civic works are different from those on Earth, there are a small number of them that are the same. That includes today's piano lesson, Symphony of Fate. Their piano teacher is a man, wearing a small glasses. The whole person looks very artistic. Literary is literary, but there is no shortage of temper. The teacher was on stage talking about the day's lesson. The Symphony of Fate, also known as Symphony No. 5 in C minor, is a symphony by German composer Ludwig van Beethoven. Op. 67. Completed at. At this point in the speech, the teacher suddenly paused, took the book in his hand, and gave the dozing classmate a few hard knocks on his desktop. Bang, bang, bang. If you're going to doze off, get your asses to your dorms and doze off. I don't want to give lectures to sleepyheads. Many people looked up after that statement. The teacher continued on to the back. It is said that famous people in the past have referred to this stone as destiny knocking at the door. The teacher spoke for a few moments and then paused again. Okay, the teacher said, since a lot of you in the class are dozing off, that means you already know how to play, and it's just as well that I can relax. I'm going to get a few students to come up here and play, and if they can't, everyone copy the score of Symphony of Fate 10 times for me. Added, it's pentatonic, not simplified. The pentatonic score is a lot harder to copy than the simplified score, because pentatonic scores require words, plus the Symphony of Fate is not short. If you really let the penalty copy, it's a pain in the ass. There was a sigh of relief from the class when the teacher finished. Don't, they dozed off, not us. We haven't even copied to Alice 10 times from last time, and now we have a Symphony of Fate? What does the teacher care if you students can finish copying? He can just move his mouth anyway. At that moment, the teacher looked up and scanned the students below. In high school, they figured out the rule of never locking eyes with a teacher when he's asking questions. If you're right on the money, then the person being asked the question is 80% you. So, with the sweep of the teacher's gaze, all the students on the stage bowed their heads, and none of them dared to raise their heads. Anyone want to give it a try? Although there are a couple of better learners in the class and even a couple of better piano players, but Symphony of Fate is the first time I've learned it, and I haven't finished it yet. I'm only halfway through. And where would they play it? The class is now so silent that even if a pin drops, the sound of the pin can be heard as a ping. Looks like you're all trying to copy the score, doesn't it? The teacher even took a few steps around the class when she said this. Numerous students have whispered, who the hell can play? Who's gonna play? Hurry up. I wouldn't anyway. Do you guys really want to copy the score? I don't want to. If I would have, I would have been up there a long time ago. After the teacher walked around the piano room, not a single hand was raised. In that case, I'll take a roll call. With that, the teacher pointed to the first student who dozed off. Here, you come up and play. The student's body shook with the teacher's roll call, and the entire expression on his face twisted instantly. And how can he play it? But by the teacher named. Do not go up, there is no way. Can only play hard. He sat down on the piano chair on the podium, his hands on the black and white keys, looking at the sheet music in front of him. However, it stopped after only 3 or 2 notes, because he really can't play. The teacher nodded wistfully. Alright, you go back and copy the 5-line score of the Symphony of Fate 20 times for me, and give it to me in the morning. Adding, since you dare to doze off, you have to have capital. If you don't know how to play and still doze off, if you don't copy the score, who will? This student didn't have any complaints either. To be precise, he didn't dare to have any complaints and could only slink off the stage. At this time, the second dozing student's heart thud 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 thud, fearing that the teacher will also draw his own 20 times a quintuple ah. Probably won't be able to sleep tonight. However, how could he have known that it was really a matter of fear? Just as he was worried, the teacher did call on him. Here, you come up here and play this piece for me. The teacher was calling this student who had deserted class. This student's eyes were flustered, looking at the teacher in front of the stage, and after half a day of talking, he finally stifled a sentence. Teacher, I don't know how to play it. The piano teacher instantly blushed. What's wrong with these students? How dare you doze off when you can't do anything? Do you think I'm too good for them? You won't? Why did you doze off too? The piano teacher looked at the boy in front of her with an angry face. The student couldn't say a word and could only keep his head down. You're just like him. Go back and copy the 5-line score of the Symphony of Fate 20 times for me today. After the teacher said this, the whole class once again spread a discussion. Chapter 21, A Qualitative Leap. Crazy, right? Just because you can't play the Symphony of Fate, you have to copy it 20 times? Is this high school or college? We can't memorize a text in high school and copy it twice at the most. But in college, you can't play a piano piece and you have to copy it 10 times? This is going to drive people to their death. Is there any justice left? Li Dong gently looked up and glanced at the teacher, and Wu Gang immediately whispered a rebuke. Li Dong, what are you doing? Do you want to be caught by the teacher playing the piano? Lydon gently shook his head, used to indicate that he didn't want to. Wu Gang said, if you don't want to, put your head down, the lower the better, so the teacher can't see you. Li Dong could only do the same. The teacher stood at the front of the stage, her stern eyes sweeping the class once again. Originally, he just wanted to punish those two students, but now, a tiny change had occurred within him. Is that so? Of all the students I've taught, not one of them can play Symphony of Fate? If none of them are available, won't my teaching be a failure? The teacher thought, I have to catch one that can play today. Is there anyone who can play? 2 classes of over 100 people and not a single one? The class was afraid of making the slightest sound and getting the teacher's attention. Who wants to copy Symphony of Fate 10 times? As a result, no one said a word. The teacher walked slowly around the class, her eyes falling on each student's face. There really isn't a single person who can play it yet. He really didn't understand how he had taught such poor students. It really is one session worse than the next. Well then, since none of you can play, and you like to keep your heads down, you'll keep them down until someone can play. Of course, all the students didn't care. The big thing is to wait it out. It's hard to keep yourself from eating when the legal injury is about to end anyway. However, how do they know? The devil is 1 foot tall. The Tao is 10 feet tall. The teacher seemed to see what they were up to. So to the crowd, he said, the deadline is by the bell. And if there's still no one who can play it, one person will copy the Symphony of Fate 10 times. The students who were waiting for the end of the class to be relieved, not to mention the pain in their hearts. How all the students wish for a school bully in their class. How they wish for the existence of a savior. But they waited for a long time without waiting. The teacher walked around again, playing the piano. Don't you just have hands? How was he to know that these students were not without hands? Rather, brain, play it. Don't you just have hands? Hands, you're good. You're on. Brain, I can't really. Can anyone play it at all? Whoever can play, go up there. Where's the school teacher? Aren't you usually great at teaching others? How come none of them are useful at critical moments? A few minutes later, the dismissal bell rang and the students waited for the teacher's final announcement as if they were waiting for their fate to be pronounced. Is the class dismissed? Or is it dragged out? It stands to reason that everyone likes someone who does what they say they're going to do. But the teacher did what she said she would do and they didn't like it at all. Because the teacher didn't have the slightest intention of leaving. Alright, since none of you will play, you can all stay here. I don't have that much time to spend with you. The students heard this with some joy in their hearts. This means that the teacher won't be dragging the class for long. However, the teacher's next sentence shattered everyone's illusions. In 10 more minutes, if no one still knows how to play it, everyone will copy the Symphony of Fate 10 times. School will be dismissed after you've copied it. The class practically exploded after saying that. Is there anyone who knows how to play? If there is, come out quickly. Alright, don't even hide it. Where are those students who usually study well? Gods, will you please help me? Li Dong glanced at Wu Gang, who also belonged to the students who studied well. After all, he was last year's music department scholarship winner. Wu Gang, why don't you try it? Wu Gang shook his hand in a hurry. How can I play it? Lydon said, you don't know how to play. You can go up and try. Wu Gang replied, I don't want to try. It's too embarrassing. The teacher saw Li Dong and Wu Gang talking. How dare you talk in my classroom? Or are you watching me get mad? Are you bullying me for not having a temper? So he chided. Li Dong, what are you talking about? Come on, you say it too to make everyone happy. Li Dong slowly looked up. No, get up. The teacher chided. Li Dong slowly stood up and lowered his head, not saying a word. The teacher pressed on. You can play, can't you? So dare to talk. Li Dong continued to scowl. Since you don't say anything, it means you acquiesce. the teacher called out, "Here, you come up on stage and play the Symphony of Fate all over again." Just as the teacher finished her sentence, the class let out a laugh. Li Dong is the worst piano player in the class. It's over. Poor Li Dong. I guess I'll have to copy it 20 times this time. Hey, this isn't a composition class or a music festival. I'm afraid Li Dong won't be that lucky, even though I know that Leiden can't play at all. At this moment, how I wish that he would go over the top so that we could get out of school. Just as the crowd was discussing, Li Dong could only go forward with a stiff upper lip. Actually, seriously, the teacher also wants to leave early. He also wants to go back for dinner early. But having said that just now, how can one easily change one's mind? Or where is one's majesty? He could only encourage Li Dong. It's fine, play as much as you can. It doesn't matter if you play it wrong. Li Dong relaxed, resting his hands on the black and white keys of the piano. The teacher handed him the sheet music for the Symphony of Fate on the lectern. Here's the sheet music, can't you just play it? All the notes were played from low to high first, for trying to see if the intonation was spot on and if the tone was affected. Just during the audition, the fingers were unusually dexterous. It stands to reason that when you play the piano, especially if you play very fast, you always touch the re when you play the do. But Li Dong didn't. He played whatever tone he wanted, and the keys next to him wouldn't even touch a bit even if he touched them. Don't look at this as a simple audition. You can tell exactly how good a person is at the piano through this series of movements. Now the class looked up after his audition. This was because they could all hear that Li Dong's piano level seemed to have taken a qualitative leap from before. When did this kid have such deft fingers? Chapter 22, The Fruits of Our Efforts. Chapter 22, The Fruits of Our Efforts. I didn't get a good look just now. Are his fingers really like you guys say they are? 1,000 times over. Maybe it's just the audition that makes your fingers nimble? I don't think it'll be any good afterward. Accompanied by the crowd's skepticism, Li Dong began to play Symphony of Fate. In the whole class, there are only 2 people whose piano level is performance grade. One is the teacher and the other is Li Dong. Even a grade 10 piano is just a younger brother when it comes to performance level piano. It was as if his fingers had formed muscle memory. The teacher of Symphony of Fate has told only a small part of the story, and the rest of it is yet to be told. Even the parts that the teacher didn't talk about, Li Dong just glanced up and played them naturally. Wu Gang immediately looked up when he heard Li Dong play a tune. This kid, when did he get so good? How come these days, it's like you're a different person? Just started at the festival and suddenly made amazing tunes. In the scripted sections towards the back, suddenly amazing scripts are written, and now you're so good at piano. How much more hidden strength was hidden in this guy's body? It's not just Wu Gang. Many of the students in the class also had their mouths open in disbelief. I'll go. I didn't expect Li Dong to be a great god. This guy is actually hiding so deeply? It's horrible. That's right. Before the festival, who would have thought that Li Dong could take first place? But in the end, he's still like a dark horse? Not only music festivals, I heard the recent script festival Li Dong also participated, and the votes were very good, almost surpassing the well-known screenwriters. This is too fake, isn't it? Is this the legendary gifted artist? Gradually, all the parts of the Symphony of Fate, all played. Just as he pressed the last note, the entire classroom erupted in roaring applause. Wah wah wah, there's help, there's help. What is a great god? Usually hiding. Real people don't show their faces. When you really need him, he can amaze you. That's a great god. Those students who are usually Versailles and say how awesome their piano is. Look at others. Li Dong, who doesn't say anything and plays a tune that is not in the same class as you. The teacher stood on the stage, looking at Li Dong in front of him in disbelief. This kid is a student who flunked out. To be able to play such a beautiful piano? That's incredible too. Mainly, it's not a big deal that Li Dong was able to play the first half of Symphony of Fate. The kid casually scanned the sheet music and was surprised that he could even play the second half of the script. The second half hasn't been taught so far. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Could it be that? Is this the legendary genius? The teacher could never have imagined that he had taught a genius student, and the next time he went to the office, he would have something to brag about. His original face was kind of serious, but now when he saw Li Dong, his face unexpectedly became amiable. Li Dong, did you take piano lessons before? Leiden shook his head for that answer. The teacher went on to ask, and when did you learn this tune? Li Dong replied, didn't you teach this tune during the earlier time? I'll know it. Lying is a bad quality. The teacher said, I only taught the first half of the Symphony of Fate, not the second half. Li Dong was a bit embarrassed. He couldn't say it was because of the system. Could he? Because the system gave himself a performance-grade piano level? Even if you say it, will other people believe it? All he could say was, I learned it on my own after I prepped myself before you taught it and also came to the piano room and practiced a few times. The teacher was even more surprised to hear this. You can play it so well in a few takes? After all, this teacher was also a professor at the university, and he could hear it perfectly well. Nowadays, Li Dong's piano level is a performance-level piano, even though there were doubts in his heart. But Li Dong said so. He could not ask more questions. Only encouragement can be given to other students. See, this is the fruit of hard work. Li Dong's previous piano level, which every one of you knows, couldn't even play a complete tune. But now what? He played this Symphony of Fate so well after his own hard work and pre-lesson prep. Everyone else should learn from him. Just after that, there was another round of applause from the stage. Wah wah wah. After the applause stopped, Wu Gang raised his hand. The teacher said to Wu Gang, "Speak." Wu Gang asked, "Teacher, now that Li Dong has played it, does that mean we don't need to copy the sheet music?" It was reasonable to say that this piano teacher was originally very serious, but he didn't get angry in the face of Wu Gang's question. Laughing, he said, "Since Li Dong is able to play it, then naturally everyone doesn't need to copy the sheet music." The students below practically cheered after that statement. The teacher added, "Well, let's go eat after school." The students left in droves. On this day, Li Dong also became the object of many students' talk. If it wasn't for Li Dong, I guess I'd still be in class now. Yes, this guy hides so deep, usually really can't see. I also want to be a Li Dong general character, high person, and who says otherwise? I'll definitely treat Li Dong to dinner someday. The other students could hear that this student had invited Li Dong for dinner for no other reason than to get closer and ask for some advice. Other students began to chime in. "I'm also going to treat Li Dong to dinner. I said it first, how could you guys? Get in line, get in line." Of course, in addition to the male students, there were also many female students discussing it. How come I didn't realize Li Dong was so handsome when I was there before? I realized he was so handsome when I played the piano today. Yeah, especially when he's sitting there. He's like a quiet prince. That's my kind of boy. It's really a boy wonder. +1, +2, +3, +10,086. Plus, when Li Dong came to the classroom again during the evening study session that day, the way many of the students looked at him changed completely. Many students turned their heads and looked at Li Dong as he sat in the last row of the class. There were even people smiling at him. It's like a boy's smile when he sees a pretty girl. The point is, it's okay for girls to smile at him like that. Why do some guys smile at him like that too? Leiden? On top of that, he received a little note 1 minute and some snacks the next. Chapter 23, The Unfailing Wives. Even, there are boys will be their own collection for many years. Full of books, beautiful little magazine to Li Dong. Leiden. What he didn't accept, Wu Gang, as his roommate, helped him accept all of it. What a treat for Leiden's roommate. That was Wu Gang's thought for this evening's study. Time passed so quickly that Leiden didn't even have time to look at his scripted festival votes. In the morning of that day, Li Dong had not yet gotten up when Wu Gang suddenly came in after breakfast. "Leiden, did you see the poll for your script festival?" Li Dong rubbed his sleepy eyes and got out of bed. "No." Wu just sat down on his ass in the chair. "It's over. I guess you can't see it." "Huh?" Li Dong asked. "How so?" Wu Gang replied. "All the scripts have been removed from the public notice board during yesterday, and the online voting will start today, to say what is the fastest thing in the world. Not the speed of light, but time. It seems to feel like it was only yesterday that the scripts were submitted, so how come in the blink of an eye, it's time for the paper polls to close? So how many votes did I end up with?" Li Dong himself didn't even have time to look at the votes, let alone Wu Gang. "How can I know if you don't know yourself?" Li Dong's brows gently condensed. "Then why don't I ask Senior Yoonjun?" Wu Gang waved his hand. "No need to ask. Go see it at 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, all the votes will be announced, but you have to be fast." Just then, Li Dong's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was PDD calling. "Li Dong, what are you doing? Do you have time to come out? There is something to discuss with you." PDD opened the door and directly stated his purpose. "Alright, I'll see you at the Idol Cafe in a while." Li Dong looked at the time. It was still early, so he agreed to PDD's invitation. Half a child, Li Dong came to the Idol Cafe. At this time the PDD and a certain fish group of people have come in advance. "See Li Dong." PDD took the lead to get up and said, "Li Dong, what to drink? No sugar cappuccino, please." "This is." Leiden stirred the coffee in front of him, a little confused. "Hello, I'm here on behalf of a certain fish group, and I'm sure you know the purpose of my visit." Li Dong looked at PDD with a bit of annoyance. This guy, digging a hole for himself as much as possible. PDD shrugged both shoulders and expressed his innocence. "Boss, weren't you the one who took people's deposits? How come you're still blaming me?" The baby said his heart is so bitter. "Oh, no." Li Dong turned his face to respond to the spectacled man from a certain fish group. "Okay, it's good to know. Mr. Li, take a look. This is the specific contract. Take a look and see. What other objections? There are unreasonable places that can be discussed together. The man with glasses had to lower his posture as much as possible, as a way to prove the determination to come this time. Good. Li Dong took the contract handed over by the man with glasses and roughly glanced at it for a few moments. But in his mind, he was calculating how to reject this guy. How could he possibly sell the copyright of tomorrow? Isn't this nothing to worry about? This can be used to keep yourself waiting for the best time and then release it when you start your own company. Well, the man with the glasses was a bit impatient to sign the contract. After all, this was the chairman's dead order to himself. I looked at the contract and seriously thought about it, but I still want to not sell it for the time being. Tomorrow has a special significance for me. If I really sell it to you guys, it might be really spoiled. Li Dong slowly said. Li Dong, what's wrong? PDD froze on the spot after hearing this. What's wrong with this guy? A few days ago, but also received a deposit from others. How come he's now backtracking? Mr. Li, are there any regulations you are not satisfied with? You can raise it. Is everything negotiable? The man with glasses suppressed his inner anger and pretended to say calmly, no, it's me who doesn't want to sell. Oh, Mr. Li, if I remember correctly, you did receive a deposit from our company a few days ago, so according to the formal legal procedures, today, you are going to sign this contract no matter what. Humph, you don't have to threaten me. There isn't any contract in effect between us yet. As for the deposit, just give it back to you. I don't care. After Li Dong finished speaking, he looked at PDD with a stern gaze and told him to hurry up and return the deposit. PDD saw that Li Dong had spoken, so even if he was reluctant, he had to sign, so he reluctantly turned over. The glasses man was speechless. He did not expect Li Dong actually so atmospheric. Said to give, don't you regret it? I'll see how you can hang around in the entertainment industry when the time comes. The man with the glasses was so angry that he picked up the contract and flung it away. Li Dong, aren't you pulling hate by doing this? Don't pull me in. PDD screamed in agony. Well, don't be so sad. Always remember that there are mountains beyond mountains, and take a longer view. Let's hope it really is what you say it is. PDD could only pray. After another brief chat, the two went their separate ways. After going back, Li Dong simply washed up and immediately afterward, he and Wu Gang rushed out of the dormitory. It was about 9:30 when the two arrived at the bulletin board. Li Dong looked at the bulletin board. His own heart rippled with a hint of nervousness. After all, one's goal is first place in the script festival. Only then could one obtain a higher potential value and the system's mission could be completed. However, his face remained calm. Wu Gang asked, what is your goal? Li Dong looked at Wu Gang and blinked twice. First it is. How can Wu Gang not know that this first place is not that good? After all, many famous writers' scripts are hanging on it. 3 days ago, he saw that Li Dong's ranking had already been countered by some of the great gods and was ranked at the 6th and 7th. In fact, right now, he was going to say 5th, but in order to prevent being slapped in the face by Li Dong, he looked at Li Dong's predicted ranking a bit higher. I feel it. 3rd. Wu Gang gave another explanation for his 3rd. First of all, crossing the line of I'm a prince in ancient times. It's definitely number 1. You can't move this big god Han. Furthermore, my college life, the senior, is also a well-known screenwriter, so you may lose. As for other well-known screenwriters, they are also very competitive. But for you, it doesn't matter. Since the last time Wu Gang was punched in the face, every time he made an estimate, he predicted a higher rank and score, and this time was no exception. Li Dong nodded and did not reply to Wu Gang's words. Of course, Wu Gang could also see that Li Dong's goal was to be number 1. Chapter 24, Elusive. Chapter 24, Elusive. Jokingly, he said, if you really get to first place, don't forget to treat me to dinner. Li Dong said lightly, what do you want to eat? Wu Gang, this Li Dong is really a little naive. I was only kidding when I said dinner. A big plate of chicken then. Yes, the time was getting closer to 10 o'clock. The competition for this year's Scriptfest was so fierce that the students of the film and television department paid extra attention, and they started discussing it in front of the bulletin boards in droves. Who do you guys think the first place winner will be? Then there's no need to say? It's definitely crossing the line of me being a prince in ancient times. You're thinking about Peaches? I was looking at it yesterday afternoon, and those were the years we liked girls is still number 1. You're the one thinking about Peaches. Last night after night study, it was overtaken again by crossing the line of me being a prince in ancient times. Doesn't anyone say my life in college? Cut. This script festival seems to have formed a chain of contempt in an invisible way, with the supporters of crossing the line I'm a prince in ancient times looking down on the supporters of those were the years, the girls we liked. Supporters of all those years, all the girls we loved looked down on other script supporters. As for my college life supporters, it seems that they are looked down upon by both crossing the line I'm a prince in ancient times supporters and those years, the girls we like supporters. At the same time, well, is a bit of a tongue twister, but the truth is this truth. Now, almost none of the students could accurately tell who was first because each of them looked at the votes at a different time. They are not sure when the tickets were finally collected. Anyway, no one saw the votes at the last minute. Therefore, the present crowd can only guess. There is nothing else to do. Wu Gang heard the crowd's discussion and turned his head to look at Li Dong. Shall we still ask Signorine June? Li Dong shook his hand. He was a man of strong rituals. No, there would be no sense of wonder if you asked. Okay, gradually, the time had come to 10 o'clock in the morning. The people from the Film Academy also took out the final list and neatly posted it on the bulletin board. As soon as this announcement was posted, many people came together. Wu Gang and Li Dong moved forward little by little through the cracks in the crowd. Wu Gang followed his mental ideal position, which was 5th place, forward to find Li Dong's ranking. 5th place, no. 4th place, no. He was very proud in his heart. The script of those years, the girls we liked is of such high quality that it can't possibly be after the 5th place. So to speak, Li Dong's ranking is still really 3rd. It was quite humiliating to think that the last time he made a wrong prediction and ended up being slapped in the face by Li Dong. This time it should be right. So he went on up the line and continued to look. 3rd place. Wu Gang's eyes went straight. How is this possible? The screenwriter of my life in college is a famous screenwriter in China. The ranking was surprisingly only 3rd. This is too fake, isn't it? I'm sure the senior is hiding under the covers and crying right now. Even if you're hiding under the covers and crying, there's nothing you can do about it. Hey, who made this one so competitive? He continued to look up. 2nd place, crossing the line of I'm a prince in ancient times. If the ranking of my college life had surprised him just now, then crossing the line of me being a prince in ancient times simply left him unable to describe it in words. The senior scriptwriter of Crossing the Line, I'm a Prince in Ancient Times, once took 1st place in a screenplay festival when he was a sophomore. By his junior year, it was back-to-back number 1 in the Script Fest, which at one point was unsurpassed. For a while, this senior also became famous and was called Genius Screenwriter. But now, it was ranked 2nd. Could it be that? Is all those years, all the girls we loved still really number 1? You don't think so? With doubt, Wu Gang's eyes continued to glance upward. 1st place, all those years, the girls we loved. When Wu Gang saw that those years was number 1, his little heart was pounding as if he was more excited than Li Dong. It's still true. This is too fake, isn't it? This kid, Li Dong, can get to number 1 when he says number 1. Bull. In fact, it's not just that the script of those years is well written, it's also because Sister Kong Meng has publicized this script very well. The historical development of Blue Star is very similar to that of Earth. In 15 years, but there is no a certain sound. When the Ren also went down the road, the platform that can bring a school together, is the posting. Where are the votes? Shouldn't be too much of an overrun, right? Wu Gang thought in his mind. The number of votes does not necessarily represent the number of students in this school, because many students are too lazy to vote. There are even some students who don't pay any attention to the script festivals. Wu Gang saw the top 3 votes at this time. Total votes for The Girls We Loved all those years ago, 10. 124. The total number of votes for Crossing the Line of I Was a Prince in Ancient Times, 8941. Total votes for My College Life, 6874. That's 10,000 votes. Even if you posted vote by vote, it takes quite a while, doesn't it? Since the Yen City Art Institute opened the Battle Script Festival, it seemed that the highest number of votes was more than 7,000. So by all accounts, Crossing the Line of Me being a prince in ancient times was already considered an anticlimactic number of votes, breaking the once record by over 1,000 votes. However, with those were the years we loved girls, he lost his luster immediately. Terrible. It's horrible. Wu Gang took a few steps backward in a daze. It's so fake, right? I originally overestimated the votes for all those years. All the girls we loved for fear of being punched in the face. Didn't realize that what you fear is what you get, and you're going to get punched in the face again. He suddenly felt his entire face flush up to his ears. Wu Gang turned his head and shouted, Li Dong, Li Dong. He realized that Li Dong was not behind him. Strange, where's Li Dong? Just as he was puzzled, he received a message in his address book. 5 simple words. Wu Gang, go back to the dormitory. Wu Gang walked towards the dormitory while thinking in his heart, this guy, he really is elusive. You say he doesn't care about his votes, right? And he's going to run over there to check it out. If you say he cares about his votes, right? Does he care? Can you tell he cares? Such an exciting time. And he's gone. Upon entering the dormitory, Wu just pushed in the door and smelled a fragrance. He fixed his eyes on a table of good food. What a big plate of chicken now. What a green pepper squid, 5 or 6 in total. In addition to these dishes, there were 2 orders of rice and 2 bottles of Coke. Wu Gang was surprised. This is? Chapter 25, The Horse's Backstabbing. Li Dong replied, "Didn't you say that if I took first place, you'd be invited to dinner?" Wu Gang then reacted, "I think I gave Li Dong the word today that if he could take first place, he would treat himself to dinner. Thinking about how swollen my face is today, it's nice to be able to eat something tasty to make up for it." With that said, Wu Gang sat down to feast. Yoon Jun was exceptionally happy when he saw the votes for those years. Luckily, the instructor was going to take Li Dong as his disciple back in the day. If he accepted Li Dong as his disciple, when the time came for people to ask him to write a script, would he write it as well as Li Dong? Definitely not. However, this Li Dong is also too powerful. It's amazing that it exceeded the votes of well-known screenwriters by that much. Besides, this guy is a freshman. What if we waited for him to learn a few more years of movie and TV? However, there are benefits to owning it. According to the rules of the Film Academy, as long as one's first draft is able to win, one can get a place as a reserve minister. Follow the development of Li Dong's current vote count. The votes from the paper ballot alone were enough to win the award. If we add online voting, the top 3 will be assured. Reserve minister? I'm aiming for a minister now. It's official. On the other hand, after the paper ballots were announced, the crowd started talking. Originally, everyone was optimistic about the 2 scripts crossing the line I'm a Prince in Ancient Times and My College Life, but after the total votes came down, they realized that Those Years was actually number 1. I've said before, Those Years is number 1, and you guys don't believe me. Roll. You clearly said before that crossing the line of me being a prince in Ancient Times was number 1, and that changed too quickly, didn't it? In fact, from the beginning, I was optimistic about Those Years, but I wasn't sure. I just didn't say it. Yen City Art Academy. There's going to be another Big Brother. Tremble. You and others. By now, a bunch of horseplay has sprung up from the discussion crowd. These students knew at first glance that they were nothing more than a hustle and bustle at the script festival. Aside from them, there are also real professional critics. This script deserves to win first place, both in terms of his quality and the readability of the story, which can throw off the others by a few blocks. Of course, what I call a few blocks also includes the scripts crossing over I'm a Prince in Ancient Times and My Life in College. At Upstairs, you're really not afraid of offending famous screenwriters. At Reply, what's there to be afraid of? I just stated a fact, that's all. And, I'm sure that even if a well-known screenwriter saw me say that, they would recognize it. This is the first person to get the 10,000 vote mark since the Yen City Arts Academy Script Festival scripts. Woohoo, taking off. Let's not talk about paper voting to 10,000 votes. Internet voting is usually twice as much as paper voting, and it seems like there are no more than 20 books so far that can get 10,000 votes in internet voting, right? Not to mention paper ballots. A big man, a really big man. Along with the sound of the crowd's discussion, the script is now in the online voting phase. In the past few days, Li Dong also did not have any specialized classes. After all, just started the school year, less classes. When he didn't have classes, he went to Sky Entertainment Media to see if there was anything he could do to help out along the way. On this day, Li Dong was in his office when Mr. Li suddenly rushed to everyone's office. There's an urgent matter that needs to be taken care of, so let's all let go of the task at hand for a moment. As Mr. Li's words fell, the crowd looked up at him. General Manager Li shouted, "PDD, you organize a meeting for the crowd. The meeting is rather urgent, but it won't delay everyone for too long. 30 minutes at most." Immediately afterward, the crowd rose, chairs rubbing against the ground, making a giggling sound. While standing at the door of the conference room, Mr. Li kept shouting to the people entering the conference room, "Hurry up, hurry up." On the other hand, constantly looking at his watch. After 4 or 5 minutes of organization, everyone was seated in the conference room. In addition to Li Dong attending this meeting as a composer, there were several other composers in attendance as well. After all, composers are not required to sit in on classes, and still fewer people come. Mr. Li swept the crowd. "Well, everyone's almost here, so I'll get right to it." The crowd looked at Mr. Li, wondering what the big deal was that could make him so anxious. Mr. Li said, "There's a movie that's opening right now called Rush Hour. Have you guys heard of it? And the filming crew isn't the same one that worked on Rush Hour on Earth." Li Dong is familiar with the movie, not just with the movie, but with the songs in the movie, even more so. After all, it was his favorite movie and song. PDD took over. "Heard about it. It's a big production. It should be almost wrapped by now, right?" "Yes, Mr. Li replied, "but Rush Hour is having problems right now, and their theme song keeps getting finalized." PDD frowned a little. "So, it's to get our company to put out a tune?" Mr. Li shook his head. Not really. This tune was always our company's responsibility in the first place. It's just that it's the composing department's side that's responsible for it. The composing department is the #1 department of amusement media, and the artist departments are shooting behind them. After all, great tunes can make an artist's debut sooner and can give them more fame. PDD muttered. The composing department? What does their department have to do with us? Mr. Lee gave PDD a look. That's right. By rights, this should have been done by the composition department, but that side couldn't eat the list. When the composition manager posted a request for help in the background this morning, the boss was so anxious that he issued an emergency notice. Let's get the departments together to figure out how to get this done. PDD realized this and nodded. But, after all, we're a college artist department, and it's surprising that college students are compared to the composing department. PDD didn't say the latter words, but everyone could hear them. The composition department is the #1 department in Sky Entertainment, and the college artist department? It can only be described as a department for stockpiling artists. The college artist department, which tends to train students with potential, will simply snowball them if they don't have much of a reputation before they graduate. If these students make a good name for themselves after graduation, they will be turned over to the artist department. Sometimes the entertainment industry can be so cruel. In any case, the student artist and composition departments, there is absolutely no comparison. Mr. Lee said, I didn't say it had to be completed, only that I was trying to get the composers in our department to try it out. Chapter 26, More Immersive. Chapter 26 is more immersive. It's an experience whether it works or not. And since Rush Hour tells a campus story, college students should feel more empathetic. PDD is a very experienced manager. Since we're discussing composing, we need to ask about the current situation over there first. She asked again, how far is it going over there so far? Mr. Lee replied, the songwriting department has submitted more than 20 songs now, and none of them are satisfactory. More than 20 songs, none of them satisfactory. Can you imagine how difficult this list is to fulfill? If it was a small list, Sky Entertainment Media would definitely not have taken it so seriously. Not a small amount of money on the list, is it? Mr. Lee nodded heavily, his eyes very serious. 3 million. After saying 3 words, all the agents sucked in a breath of cold air. A $3 million bill? What a concept. An average song? A few $1,000s short of a few $100s. The average one is only a few tens of thousands of dollars. But now, the composing fee alone for Sky Entertainment over there is $3 million. Some of them have never seen a $3 million bill since they started. This shows that the cast and crew of Rush Hour were very strict about the songs. And it also shows that the cast and crew of Rush Hour went out of their way to make the movie as good as it could be. No wonder the company takes it so seriously. A $3 million order. If the composition department can't handle it, can anyone in our department? Isn't this a joke? $3 million is that easy to earn? Let's see. Let's wait for another department to come up with a tune. Not to mention a $3 million bill. Even if it's a $600,000 bill for our college artist department, it's still a huge struggle. Mr. Lee slapped the desktop hard, making a thump 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 sound. Okay, everyone stop talking. I'm going to ask now, if anyone dares to take it. The crowd shook their heads. None of them dared to say that they could accomplish it, while Lee Dong was on the side, quietly watching the discussion. Now the conference room is sitting. Either have several years of work experience, or composing Big Brother. He as a newcomer, how dare to speak? Ever since Mr. Lee took over the college artist department, he's been trying to prove himself, to prove that he's not doing any worse than anyone else. I think it's always okay for one of us in the department to come out and write the lyrics, even if it's just one, right? After saying that, Mr. Lee swept a glance at several composers. Several composers subconsciously lowered their heads, and it was clear that none of them were certain. Can any of you produce a tune? Aside from Lee Dong, who didn't say anything, several of the composers were stumped for words. Mr. Lee eagerly said, all right, don't stammer, time is running out now. We have to send the small samples over tomorrow at the latest, or else that side will have to apply for a refund. One of the composers said, Mr. Lee, it's not that we don't write, but we really don't have the ability to do so. The other composer, seeing that everyone else had spoken, was emboldened. Yes, Mr. Lee, even the composition department doesn't have the means to accomplish it, so how are we going to accomplish it? On top of that, another songwriter commented, it takes inspiration to write a tune, and with time being so tight right now, where are we going to find it? In short, the current composers, with the exception of Lee Dong who did not comment, all said that there was no way they could finish it, and how could Mr. Lee be willing to do that? It's the perfect time to get in front of the company leaders. Someone once asked this question on a Q&A platform, how can you show that you are highly competent? The answer to this question is answered accurately. The fact that you can accomplish things that others can't means that you're capable. Now, Mr. Lee is exactly the kind of person who wants to accomplish what others can't. He then asked the many agents, "Do you agents have anyone under you who can write tunes?" PDD said at this point, "It seems like singing is fine, but writing a tune, or a tune under a prescribed title, is simply too difficult." The other brokers, seeing that PDD had said this, began to voice their opinions themselves. "Mr. Lee, our department is the college artist department after all. The composers that the company has assigned to us are not good in the first place." This agent said here and didn't continue, but glanced at the several composers beside him waving their hands in a hurry. "No, I don't mean that you guys aren't good. I just mean that the company just doesn't distribute good songwriters to us. Neither." He was so anxious now that he couldn't speak, so he could only say in a hurry, "Forget it, I won't say anything, but I really didn't mean it." Mr. Lee squeezed his hand. Okay, this is not the time to discuss this matter. Time is tight right now. I just need an exact word, so you guys just tell me if there are any composers under you who can write it. If you can, take over. With a $6 million order, the commission will naturally not be less for you. If you can't, you guys say you can't. PDD. You say. PDD said, "Tell you what, I'll ask when I get back." Mr. Lee immediately said, "You don't have to go back and ask. I want the exact words now. By the time you finish asking, 2 or 3 hours have passed. Is this tune written or not?" PDD stammered for a while. Just then, a voice came out from the corner of the conference room. "I'll get it." The crowd turned their heads to the source of the voice. PDD was still thinking in his mind, "I don't know whose composer it is, but he's so unaware of the sky. This $6 million performance, is it that easy to get? You know, this is a representative department. If you can't make it then, you'll be in for a rude awakening." However, when she saw the person in front of her, she completely froze, because the person in front of him was no one else but Lee Dong. PDD held his forehead helplessly and shook his head. "This Lee Dong, I really don't know. You've given me a shock or a surprise." Lee Dong stood up at this time. "I'll take it." PDD stopped it immediately. "Lee Dong, sit down. You're a newcomer who only joined this month. What do you know? You think the theme song for the Rush Hour movie is that easy to write? It might be pretty bad for others to write, but for Lee Dong, it was really too easy. The big deal was that he just went into the system and customized out a song, and besides, he knew which song to customize." Lee Dong asked, "Mr. Lee, how much is the commission?" PDD found Lee Dong more and more adorable. In normal times, not much talking is done, and when you have to take over a list, the first thing you do is ask for a commission. Mr. Lee smiled a little. 5 points. Chapter 27, Swimming and Waiting. Chapter 27, Wait and See. Lee Dong roughly calculated that 5 points also have a commission of 300,000. Besides, the song should have belonged to the crew, but now it's being returned to them. It's catchable. As Lee Dong finished this sentence, several other composers asked questions of Lee Dong. "Brother Jiang, the people in the composition department didn't have the means to accomplish this song, so what makes you go for it? Or perhaps where is your confidence?" Lee Dong did not say anything. He did not know how to answer. He could not say that he had customized a song through the system. Could he? Another songwriter chimed in. "Lee Dong, your spirit is desirable, but if you can't finish it," after a pause, he added, "it might just affect the progress of our department." The third composer also spoke up. "If you're really going to take it over, can you say where you're going, or can you reassure us?" Lee Dong ignored it. Since he had made up his mind to write the song, he had to pick the singer. "But I have one condition." Mr. Lee was elated. "Don't you say one condition. I can agree to you with 10 conditions, but you must have a premise that you can finish the song." "Aha!" Lee Dong nodded. "My condition is to let Tang Jingran sing the song." Among the singers that Lee Dong knew, it seemed that Tang Jingran was the only one who was suitable to sing Rush Through. Mr. Lee immediately said, "Okay, no problem at all." Since Lee Dong was able to guarantee the completion of the song, the completion time was always a question. Mr. Lee asked again, "When will you probably be done?" Lee Dong replied, "I'll go write it later. I'll finish it by noon." "You can write it at noon?" People's composing departments can't finish writing for so long, and he says he can finish it at noon? Now all the people are afraid to take over this tune. Only Lee Dong took over, and there is no other way for Mr. Lee to do it. He immediately arranged the follow-up. "Lee Dong, after you write this song, immediately go to find a recording studio to give you a simple recording of a small sample. As for the accompaniment, just use electronic sound synthesis. It's due to me by 1 p.m. I'm ready and waiting. I'm going to make a studio appointment later, for 2 p.m. PDD. Go contact Tang Jingran and come to the office by 1:30 p.m. so she can record the song. PDD responded. Yes, okay, Mr. Lee said. There's nothing else. Let's adjourn. After the meeting broke up, the other agents and songwriters discussed the day's events. I still don't believe that he's able to write the lyrics anymore. The composing department is at their wits' end. Maybe this freshly minted brat can bring us some surprises? Let's wait and see. I can be considered an old composer of Sky Entertainment Media, right? I don't even dare to make a guarantee. And I don't know what guarantee this little kid dares to take. There's another good show coming up this afternoon. The recording studio is booked, so when the time comes, I'll see what he can't write and what he'll end up with. For Tang Jingran I still believe. Her singing voice I have seen, but Lee Dong well. Although the song, Summer's Quiet is well written, but it is also a flash of light. In the civic world, there was supposed to be that thing where you have a flash of insight and write a really good tune. With the man saying that Lee Dong was just a flash of light, there was a lot of discussion. He's not going to eat one song for the rest of his life, is he? Seems likely to me. Songwriters or singers who eat one song for the rest of their lives are simply too common. Amusement entertainment has several of them. It's not just the parallel world of Blue Star, but even Earth. You can dig up a bunch of these people if you dig deep enough. At noon, in the cafeteria of Amusement Entertainment, PDD treated Lee Dong to a meal. Lee Dong, hurry up and eat, so you can get on the road afterward. Leiden, why do I feel weird? PDD smiled and gave Lee Dong a piece of meat. Isn't it? Do you think it's that easy to write a tune? I know Mr. Lee very well as a person. Don't look at him smiling now. When you can't write a tune, there's something for you to see. Whether others could write it, Lee Dong did not know. Anyway, he was able to determine that he was definitely able to write it. Okay, the more PDD thought about it, the more angry his heart became. Isn't it good to accomplish some simple tasks properly? Why do you have to go and lazily do this porcelain work? The question is, do you have the diamond? But on second thought, after all, Lee Dong was still a student. It's a normal thing that he doesn't understand the rules of society. Thus, the current PDD wanted to be like a big sister again, and began to teach Lee Dong assiduously. PDD asked, why are you taking risks today? What if you can't write? Lee Dong answered easily as well. Didn't Mr. Lee say that? Let everyone try it out. It's not like it has to be written. PDD heard Lee Dong's tone as soon as he heard it. Try? That's a real $6 million song. Is it for you to try? Finished. If you think like that, I guess you can't write it either. Lee Dong didn't answer, but buried his head to eat. Hula hula. Not long after, Lee Dong wiped his mouth. I'm full. With that, he left his seat. PDD looked at Lee Dong's back and shook his head helplessly. This kid. When Lee Dong returned to the company, he went directly to the music room, and with a click, he unlocked the door. He immediately opened the system's lottery interface and tried to communicate with the system. In his heart, he said, System, can I customize a song? The system began to answer. Host, it's possible. Okay, let's customize a song then. I am obliged to remind the host that the influence needed to customize a song can be much more than the influence needed for a regular music card. How much is that? In principle, customizing a song costs 100,000 influences. Lee Dong felt bad at that moment. Where does one have 100,000 influence now? He held his forehead helplessly. Put it this way, the song couldn't finish itself? I blame myself for being a bit adventurous. I should have known to check out the system before picking up the song. Lee Dong's system is smart. Terribly smart. When you want to spend influence, he is able to find out how much influence you have left and if your balance is sufficient. Imagine this as if you want to go shopping and it turns out that the seller knows how much money you have left. Can you say it's not scary? This system reminds the host that you currently have 112,510 influence, and are in principle able to customize songs. 100,000 influences? Has it grown again in the meantime? Lee Dong communicated in a hurry. Check the character panel. Within moments, a blue screen was displayed in front of his eyes. Chapter 28, Escape from the City. Name, Lee Dong. Impact, 112510. With a flash of the panel, it changed again. Name, Lee Dong. Impact, 112850. Having used the system a few times, Lee Dong has also gained experience. He knows very well that as long as the influence grows, it means that the song The Quiet of Summer is constantly being downloaded. As for the current ranking of The Quiet of Summer, it's too late to care. Better to wait to finish the song. Seeing that Lee Dong's mind was not on customizing the song, the system pulled the topic back. Host, do you customize? Leiden replied in his mind. Customized. May I ask which song you would like to customize? Rush Hour. Congratulations. Rush Through has been successfully customized and is currently being sent down to your USB flash drive, cell phone, and other storage items. Thanks. Lee Dong closed the system. took the USB flash drive in his hand, and found General Lee, the movie theme song thing, but the general manager of Lee was worried. He did not eat at noon, sitting in the office constantly thinking about how to complete this thing. This guy, Lee Dong, is he really reliable? If you say he's reliable, he's a college student after all, and even if he wanted to finish it, his ability wouldn't support him to finish the song. If you're going to say he's unreliable, how did you write a song as good as The Quiet of Summer? Hey, Mr. Lee's fingers on the desktop, constantly tapping, the heart constantly thinking. He's still a college student. What kind of good tunes can he write? Maybe The Quiet of Summer really was just a flash of insight for him. No way. In case Lee Dong can't come out, won't that be a delay? Thinking of this, Mr. Lee immediately dialed a phone number, which was PDD's. PDD, a notice for you. The current PDD still eats in the cafeteria. Mr. Lee, please. Mr. Lee said, look again. Do you have any good composers on your side? Force them, and try to come up with a tune for the Rush Hour movie. PDD froze, since Mr. Lee asked her to come up with a tune. Was this an indirect way of telling her that the tunes written by Lee Dong were no good? Spare a thought. PDD couldn't help but ask one more question. What about Lee Dong's tune over there? Can't it work? Mr. Lee replied, it's not that it won't work, it's just that I feel that Lee Dong can't finish it. You can't put eggs in one basket, right? Well, PDD pulled a long note. What? Is it hard? It's not that hard. The problem is that it's a bit rushed and I can't guarantee that the composers will be able to finish it in the time allotted. Originally, this was just one more layer of insurance that Mr. Lee was looking for in PDD, and as for what it was written as, again, let's say, it doesn't matter if the songs aren't high quality, as long as they're written. PDD paused. Okay, Mr. Lee had just hung up the phone when Lee Dong entered the office. When Mr. Lee saw Lee Dong's entry, he subconsciously looked at the time. When we finished the meeting just now, it was already 12 o'clock and time for everyone to eat, and it's only 12:35 now. In other words, Lee Dong just came up from eating. Whoever it was would never have thought he could have finished the tune in such a short time. So, what did he want with himself? You're not trying to run away from the city, are you? Mr. Lee looked at Lee Dong in the doorway. Lee Dong, come in and sit down. Lee Dong sat on the sofa in front of Mr. Lee's desk. Mr. Lee was afraid that Lee Dong would refuse, although he knew that Lee Dong could not write it either. But after all, if he wrote it, he had one more ray of hope. That's okay, if you can't write it now, you go talk to another songwriter for inspiration. Lee Dong slowly shook his head. Mr. Lee continued, it's okay if you don't want to talk to other songwriters. You go outside and look around for inspiration. In short, no matter what, Mr. Lee would never let Lee Dong give up. Lee Dong changed his sitting position to make himself a little more comfortable. Mr. Lee, I don't know if the song I wrote will work. In fact, Lee Dong was asking Mr. Lee if the song that I have written so far is okay, while Mr. Lee interpreted it as, Lee Dong is really inquiring if he can write the song. There's no such thing as okay. You have to believe in yourself. First of all, you're already better than everyone else if you're brave enough to take on the responsibility of writing a song. Besides, you're just a college student now. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Lee Dong nodded. Aha! Lee always had a look at the time and slowly got up. Alright, it's getting late. Go back and write it properly. Bring it to me when you're done. And remember, never put too much pressure on yourself. Got it, Lydon said. I'll give you a listen now. Mr. Lee froze. No matter how he thought about it, he would never have thought that what Lee Dong said, I'll give you a listen now, was that he had already finished writing the song and asked himself to review it. Now give me a listen? What do you mean? He looked at Lee Dong, waiting for his next words. Lee Dong, who had always been a man of few words, took out the USB drive from his pocket and handed it to Mr. Lee. The song, with just 3 words. Mr. Lee stood in a daze and froze again. Only the daze of a moment ago was a lack of understanding of what was going on, and now it was amazement. I'll go. How long has this been going on? That's literally 20 minutes if you take away the time to eat. This guy, how did he write a song in such a short period of time? I'm afraid I didn't have time to record a demo, did I? Although Mr. Lee thought this in his heart, he still received the USB flash drive in his hand. Lee Dong, you're not kidding me, right? Lee Dong's eyes looked at Mr. Lee and blinked twice. I'm not going to lie. Mr. Lee instantly burst out laughing. It doesn't look like you're joking. Mr. Lee said, I'll listen to it first, but you can't be able to perfume me with bad songs. Lee Dong nodded, indicating that he knew. Mr. Lee added, if you perfume me, I will make you rewrite the tune. With that, Mr. Lee inserted the USB drive into the computer. He opened it and glanced at the file name, Rush Through MP3. Lee Dong, this song title of yours, can you change it? It seems too revealing, right? The movie is called Rush Hour and your song is just called Rush Hour? Mr. Lee paused. Moreover, will it make the crew side think we're being perfunctory? Lee Dong's mouth only replied with 2 words. No change. Mr. Lee didn't say much either, but continued to listen down the line. The intro to the song plays gradually. Originally, the movie Rush Hour was about college student life, focusing on youth and tinged with a light sadness. The intro of the song starts with a sharp tempo, corresponding to the word hurry, and then moves on to a low cello, somewhat melancholic. Chapter 29, deservedly, just the right pace for a Rush Hour movie that follows the theme. Mr. Lee could tell by listening to the intro, great tune. He's in front of the screen, looking at Leiden. So far, so good, it seems. Leiden let out a hum. Immediately afterward, Mr. Lee continued to listen backward. The first part that plays is the chorus. There are people in a hurry to pass. Pleasure and sadness. We're in a hurry. Always a lot of trouble. Rush through the past and experience ignorance. But love is in a state of disconnection. The movie is Rush Hour, and the song gets right to the point. Mr. Lee muttered the lyrics under his breath. He instantly felt that the lyrics were really superbly written. After the breakup, but there are still attached to each other. Lotus roots. Coincidentally wrote a kind of youthful pain. When Mr. Lee heard this, he thought to himself, it can be. This lyrics. Generally, youthful songs are all about positivity and uplifting gestures, but this song, indeed, is faintly sad. A kind of helplessness about the pure love of youthful moments. Can you say he's not youthful? No, you can't. You can't. It's also a kind of youth. Mr. Lee continued to listen in the back. The latter lyrics are mainly more intentional as opposed to the former. If he was surprised by the lyrics just now he can only say, this song should only be found in heaven. How often can it be heard on earth? These lyrics. I'm afraid only a songwriting god could have written it, right? Although it may seem mundane to you when you first get your eyes on it, you'll realize the wonders of it if you look hard enough. Not only does it manage to both rhyme, but it also expresses what needs to be said through the lyrics. That's nothing. The main thing is that the lyrics of this song are held hostage in every sentence, up and down associated. There are text and scenery, love and love. There are 4 seasons in youth. Generally speaking, no matter what song it is, regardless of the tune alone, just in terms of lyrics, if you really want to delete a line, you can definitely do it, and it won't affect the context. But with this one, Rush Through, you don't care if you delete that line, the context won't make sense anymore. Just listening to the lyrics alone is a treat. The overall tune, style, and lyrics go together. Generational. It made Mr. Lee, a middle-aged man, think of his youth. Mr. Lee continued to listen in the back. Further on in this verse, it's basically about the years of youth and how quickly time passes. Makes you wonder how fast the time went by. The years of youth are gone, and that really clinches the theme of the movie. It seems that when you listen to this song, you are able to think directly of the movie Rush Hour. Not only the lyrics part, but even the score is very classy. Slow-paced music sounds faintly melancholic, but this song, Rush Through, is fast-paced and still makes you feel faintly melancholic. The score seems to be able to be heard, very much in a hurry. The stunning lyrics are paired with a stunning tune, and the two in turn reflect each other to create a unique aesthetic. There's a corny saying that goes 1 + 1 is better than 2. Goosebumps rose all over Mr. Lee's body. It's stunning. I guess if this song can't get through on that side, then really no song can. The chorus has been listened to so far. Mr. Lee's eyes amplified the sound of the speaker a bit. The song's interlude is short, only a few seconds long, and then it's already on to the main part of the song, which is often referred to as the climax. The main part of the tune goes up several major keys at once. The tunes have also become more lilting, melodic and melodious. If we were in an anime right now, you would be able to see the pentatonic symbols of that music, gradually echoing throughout the office from Mr. Lee's speakers. The sunlight from the window poured into the office. Mr. Lee just listened so attentively. Here. Mr. Lee's eyes seem to have become moist. By definition, this track is about the life of a young person, the kind of life you live in your youth. But how can I be so vicarious even when I'm well into my senior years? He feels like he's just not cultured enough anymore. There are only 2 words to describe it at the moment. I'll go. Gradually, Mr. Lee continued to listen backward. Extinct. It's really absolute. Lee has always seen the Rush Hour promo. How could he not be aware of how well this movie works with this song? I can't say it's very tightly in tune with the theme. It's almost completely consistent. Originally, the song serves the movie, but at this moment, it's as if the movie needs to serve the song. The song was really well written. Even chiefly, a person with very tricky ears couldn't deny it. Especially the last line, love is yet coupled. Rush Hour is simply going to be more Rush Hour than Rush Hour. Only, the former Rush Hour is about the tune and the latter is about the movie. After listening to it, Mr. Lee continued to listen to it twice more. He found, no matter how many times I've heard the song myself, my final thoughts on the song are just 2 words. Good to hear. Mr. Lee glanced at Lee Dong, who was now playing with his cell phone with his head down, as if he was indifferent to whether or not the audit had passed. Mr. Lee couldn't figure out if the kid was confident, or if he was indeed too lazy to care. But, just looking at him with that kind of confidence makes it seem like he's having no trouble at all with these songs. Tall man, that's the real high roller. However, a new problem arises. Will Tang Jingran be able to handle this song? Nothing else is wrong. The main thing is the breath. The song is too long in alliteration for the usual singer to sing in one breath. Plus, Tang Jingran sings, a little worried. So, Mr. Lee looked up and said to Lee Dong, why don't you start recording this song this afternoon? Leiden, may I? Mr. Lee smiled. I'm not sure if you're asking if the songs are okay, or are you asking if it's okay to record this afternoon? Leiden replied, both. Aha. Mr. Lee thought for a moment. I'll answer each one then. First of all, it's a very good song, and I can say this, if this song doesn't pass, then no song will. Secondly, it was recorded this afternoon, which I don't think should be a problem, but the singers seem to be a bit poorly chosen at the moment. Lee Dong looked at Mr. Lee, waiting for his next words. After all, the song was given to him by Lee Dong, and he had to ask for his opinion. It's a sign of respect for the composer. Mr. Lee said, it's not that Tang Jingran can't do it, except that he's a college student after all, and he doesn't have much experience in this aspect of singing. What do you think if we change someone else? Leiden blinked twice. I'm a college student too. Mr. Lee burst out laughing with it. Yeah, Lee Dong is also a college student. Who knows how much potential there is in a college student from the Yen City Art Academy. Chapter 30, Signed a Great God. It seems so. Mr. Lee smiled nervously, then let Tang Jingran try. With a Lee Dong got up and prepared to leave. Mr. Lee asked, where are you going? Leiden's mouth answered with only 3 words, recording studio. Ha, what's the rush? But, I like it. Just then, Mr. Lee's phone suddenly rang. PDD? Mr. Lee then remembered that he had just told PDD to find a better composer to write the theme song for Rush Through. Before the PDD on the other end of the phone could say anything, Mr. Lee was the first to speak. PDD, you don't have to find someone to write the songs. PDD's brow furrowed lightly when he heard this. No, isn't Mr. Lee nuts? You were in such a hurry just now, and now you're saying you don't need it. Of course, all of this could only be thought about in her mind. If she were to say it out loud, she still wouldn't dare. And, she also wasn't even close to contacting the composer. And this call was to apologize. Why, Mr. Lee? PDD pretended to be concerned. Mr. Lee replied, you've really signed up a great god. PDD was confused. I'm signing up for the big guns? Could it be? PDD originally wondered if it was Lee Dong, but after thinking about it for a moment he pushed his idea back. A moment ago this kid was eating with me, and in the blink of an eye he was gone. Does that mean he's up there writing songs in the meantime? What's on your mind, PDD? In just 10 minutes, he can finish the song? You can't finish recording even if you do, can you? Mr. Lee, don't sell me short, tell me about it. Mr. Lee replied, Lee Dong has already written it. Hearing this, PDD held his cell phone and literally froze. It's really Lee Dong? How fast can this kid write a tune? 10 minutes later. It's over? It can't be that it's just finished and Mr. Lee hasn't reviewed it yet, right? PDD laughed dryly. That, Mr. Lee, have you finished reviewing the tune? Aha. General Manager Lee said. After the review, Lee Dong's tune is very well written. That's good. Mr. Lee has one more important thing to do, and that's the recording. By the way, PDD, did you give Tang Jingran notice? PDD replied, I'll let you know right away. Mr. Lee reminded, remember, this song is now classified. What should be done? You know. PDD naturally knew that. That is, at the time of notification, Tang Jingran could only be told a general idea. As for the content of the tune, the composer information, it could not be revealed at all. Got it. PDD hung up the phone in a daze and couldn't believe what was in front of her. Just when she couldn't figure it out, Mr. Lee sent PDD a confidential file. This classified document is none other than the song Rush Hour. PDD clicked on the song and after listening to it, her thoughts were exactly the same as Lee's. Oh, my god, what kind of person writes lyrics that fit the theme of the movie so well? So much for fitting the theme of the movie. Most importantly, both the words and the song, taken individually, It's something that could wow a crowd. This Lee Dong, he's really something. PDD muttered again. The boy, now that the tune is out, extending it must be the main thing. PDD immediately gave Tang Jingran a call and told her that she had a song that needed to be recorded in the afternoon. And, like Tang Jingran, she also showed the importance of the song and made sure to prepare for it. In the original words of PDD, this song is worth $6 million. The point of mention is a point. When Tang Jingran heard this number, she almost fainted in shock. $6 million in commission. The commission is 1 point. That's $60,000. Although Tang Jingran's family was relatively wealthy, how she had never made more than $60,000 at one time. Money is one thing, liking the Rush Hour movie is another. When she was in school, Tang Jingran had seen the promotional video for Rush through a long time ago, and she herself said that she liked the song very much. When the Rush Hour movie comes out, be the first to see it yourself. Now that she had the chance to record the theme song for Rush Hour herself, could she not be happy? According to the rules of amusement entertainment, when a singer is notified to come and sing, he cannot be told who wrote the song, only when you arrive at the location. After all, this is confidential content of amusement media. PDD was just saying that to her at the time. Tang Jingran, you must sing this song well. It's the songwriter himself who named you to sing it. Tang Jingran's mind kept thinking, the great spirit has taken flight? That's nice. But, and I wonder which composer would just point at himself. Is it because you heard The Quiet of Summer and thought you'd fit in? It's still thanks to Lee Dong. If he hadn't written that song, he wouldn't have had the chance to be discovered by songwriters himself. $3 million bill. $3 million in commission. It feels really good to be valued by others. How was he to know that the person who took him flying was no other than Lee Dong? Only that Tang Jingran had always thought that only someone from the company's composition department could write a $3 million tune, and how she had never thought towards Lee Dong. The time came to 1 o'clock. And this time Tang Jingran was already fast. She pushed open the door to the recording studio to find it already filled with various crew members, assistant, studio, mixer, equipment technician. Not only them, but some of the leaders of the company, as well as everyone who composes. All these people Tang Jingran wanted to see but couldn't. She saw them all here. It seems that the company is taking this recording of the song very seriously. Lee Dong, on the other hand, was hiding in a small corner because he didn't like to be lively. Tang Jingran surveyed her surroundings once more, followed by PDD coming in. Why don't you take a seat and I'll have the composition teacher show you how to sing it. Tang Jingran nodded and honestly sat down, her small heart beating pfft, her mood difficult to calm down for a long time. She wondered who was the composition teacher who had taken her off the ground. Just as she was in her reverie, there came a familiar voice. We meet again. Tang Jingran immediately looked up and realized that this person was no other than Lee Dong. The fact that the recording studio is as big as it is speaks volumes. This song, it's not easy, Tang Jingran thought to herself. Lee Dong, as the company's college student composer, must want to ask his seniors for advice, right? She followed suit and rose. Lydon squeezed his hand. You don't have to get up. I'll just give you a brief rundown of how the tune should be sung. Tang Jingran frowned lightly. What do you mean? Did Lee Dong tell me how to sing this song? Does that mean, did Lee Dong write this song too? You don't think so? Chapter 31, a stunning tune. Immediately afterward, Lydon asked, do you habitually use pentatonic or simple music? I'll go. The song is still really sung by Don Lee. The god who brought himself to take off is actually Lee Dong. Although Tang Jingran couldn't believe it, what was in front of her made her believe it. When Lee Dong saw Tang Jingran staring at him, he couldn't help but touch his face. Any dirt? No. Tang Jingran then reacted to the fact that she had been staring at Lee Dong, causing Lee Dong to have some embarrassment. At this moment, even between words, she became gulping. Jane's bar. Lee Dong immediately took out the short score and placed it in front of Tang Jingran. It's quite a challenge to sing this song because the lyrics are quite long and you can't drag them out if you don't have a steady enough breath. And secondly, the chorus is a bit high-keyed in the back, which is something you need to be aware of. Lee Dong was right. In fact, when this song was on Earth, many singers had covered it, but none of them could sing it as well as the original. Lee Dong continued to explain. Breath steady colleague, you also need to pay attention to is to bite the word to be clear. Do not in order to drag the breath and become unclear bite. Tang Jingran glanced at the lyrics and tried humming them. Eventually she found out. As Lydon said, this song is not a dime a dozen. This song, it's really kind of hard, but difficult as it may be. For a $3 million song, Tang Jingran wants to try it. But I'll be cheering. Aha! Lee Dong nodded. Without good vocals, this song is really unmanageable. But Lee Dong knew how to sing it. After all, he had heard it countless times right before. Immediately after, continue to explain to her how to sing this song. Breath should be how, emotion, rhythm, how to grasp. Tang Jingran just listened quietly on the side. At the end of the day, Lydon gave her 3 words. The first one, the dragonfly. The second, wakey wakey. The third, the power of gentleness. That's all the trick. Originally, Tang Jingran couldn't sing it after several attempts, but now the 3 words Li Dong gave her made her feel like she had an epiphany. Dragonfly is saying not to sing so heavily, but to have a soft and hurried feeling. If it's hidden, it means to sing about a hazy feeling of youthful love. The power of gentleness. Gentleness with power is like the exuberance of youth and the helplessness of youthful love. These 3 words, how Jiang sings a song, say it perfectly. Those are 3 words that are simply not used well. Got it. Great God. How could Tang Jingran not believe it? Not only is Li Dong a good songwriter, he even knows how to sing, and it's actually taught in such an easy to understand way? What is the great spirit? Write great songs and also tell the singers what kind of technique to use. Now that's a real god. For example, Li Dong is a real god. Perhaps it is only such a great god who can take flight in the future. Li Dong looked at Tang Jingran. Now you hum it and try it out first, just like I told you. So, Tang Jingran started humming. After all, she wasn't Sister Fei. Where could she have the kind of singing skills that Sister Fei had? Therefore, some of the bad parts were pointed out directly by Li Dong, so that Tang Jingran could sing it again, and so it goes on and on. It wasn't until an hour later that Tang Jingran was able to figure out all the hard parts and sing all the bad parts. Just as Li Dong was teaching Tang Jingran how to sing, not a single person in the entire recording studio dared to interrupt. They just waited quietly not far away. No one who even pushes. After another hour or so of recording, the song was finally finished. Li Dong and Tang Jingran's tasks were already completed. So let's leave the later matters to the remixer. On that day, after the song was recorded, Mr. Li immediately sent it over to the composition department. The experience of the composing department was beyond astonishing after listening to Rush Hour. This song, it's so high quality? If you grabbed a random person in amusement entertainment and asked him, which department of amusement entertainment has the most talented composers? He would have answered you, the college artist department. After all, we're writing for college students. You don't need a great composer. If you ask him again, which division of Sky Entertainment has the highest level of songwriters, he will definitely answer you naturally. It's the composition department. The composers in the composition department are basically all gods. If you're in the composition department and haven't written a song that's in the top 10 of the monthly charts, you're too embarrassed to say that you're in the composition department. But now, the manager of the composing department was surprised that the college artist department was able to write such an amazing tune. He sat down at his desk and let out a long sigh. Since ancient times, heroes have been young. There's a reason why he's the manager of the composing department, and he recognizes when others are doing a better job than he is. So he sent the song back to the company executives. Everyone at the top of the company was so impressed with what they heard that they sent out a mass email to the company's back office that night. Letters of commendation. The company's college student artist department, Li Dong, made the song rush through, which is one of the best written songs among the company's composers so far. At the same time, department manager Mr. Li has developed excellent composers and offered praise. Mr. Li couldn't be happier when he saw the letter of commendation. The college artist department has always been looked down upon by other departments. In their words, a bunch of kids. What's the big deal? But this time, what the songwriting department couldn't solve, their college artist department did. This was the first time Mr. Li had been praised by the entire company since his appointment as manager. This means that in the future, the college artist department will no longer be at the lowest end of the company's food chain. The cast of Rush Hour crews are hard work and there is basically no day or night for them. Just how hard is it? It's now 9 p.m. and they haven't gotten off work yet. In the makeshift conference room sat several people, one of whom was the producer of Rush Hour. Producers have a high status on the crew. They are assigned to the crew by the producer, or investor, to oversee the work of the crew. Even the appointment and removal of directors, they have direct rights. The producer, a woman in her 30s, had a stern look in her eyes as she swept the crowd. Currently, our movie is almost wrapped, and the theme song is still not out. So tell me, all of you, what's going on here? The director adjusted his sitting position. Producer, it's like this. We've currently asked the Sky Entertainment side to speed up the pace of the tunes, and I've given them a deadline of before tomorrow night. Chapter 32, Sticking to the Plan. The producer sneered. Is it some trashy tune again? The director hurriedly said. This won't be. I told them. This time it has to be a high-quality tune. The producer paused and slapped the desktop hard, making a thump, 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 thump. High quality, high quality. Didn't you give them the word before that it was high quality? The director gently bowed his head at this point. Actually, says so. The producer chortled. If you said that before, why did you give me such a bad tune before? A $3 million tune. The whole $3 million. If they can't do it, big deal. It's not too late to change companies. The director didn't know how to answer. The few tunes that Sky Entertainment had given before were okay, but for some reason, the producer's side just wouldn't give it a pass. He pulled on the shirt of a music leader at this point. The music leader immediately understood. Producer, here's the thing. A couple of the songs before that actually work. The producer's eyes fell on his face like knives. It works? You said it's just usable. A company spends $3 million just to buy a song that works? That's ridiculous, isn't it? The music leader coughed softly twice for stalling purposes. I've listened to those songs, and the style, lyrics, and tunes are all quite good. It's just that it doesn't match the theme of our movie. The producer raised his hand once. Okay, the producer said. Spending so much money is for the sake of excellence. If we can't do it, we might as well spend $60,000 on a random song. Actually, she's not wrong. $60,000 does buy you a similar tune. Right after the producer said that, the entire conference room went extraordinarily quiet, and coupled with the fact that it was supposed to be nighttime, the silence was downright scary. The producer crossed both arms and clasped them in front of him. What? Now that there's a problem, is this how you treat it? All of you are just like a shrinking violet? Tell me, how does this thing work out now? The crowd screamed and mumbled. If we knew how to fix it, we would have fixed it all long ago. Yeah, we'd like to know how to fix it, but there's no way. I don't know why the producers sent down such a strict producer. Sorrow. The producer was even more annoyed when he heard a rustling noise coming from the stage. I'll say them one by one. First of all, the music leader's side. But what did we say? You gave your group $1 million commission to write this song, but you've been writing for 2 or 3 months and none of it works. Finally you said you guys couldn't write anymore and gave me the advice to look for an entertainment company to take over. I just want to ask you, can you give a little? Doesn't he smell good with this $1 million of his own group as a commission? Actually, the music leader wants to fix it, too. After all, who wouldn't want to do it with such a high commission? But it really can't be written. The producer glanced at the director again. And you, at that time, when I asked you which entertainment company I should choose, you gave me the word to choose Sky Entertainment. What about now? Tion Entertainment doesn't have a single passable tune until now. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? There was some self-condemnation on the director's face. It's really not that Amusement Entertainment can't do it, but this producer's demands are just too high. The producer continued. The tunes aren't out now either, and you gave them a deadline of tomorrow night at the latest. Well, then, since you believe them, if they're not out by tomorrow night, you'll wait, too. The director wiped his forehead at this point. As a matter of fact, the office is now air-conditioned and not much hotter. But why was there so much cold sweat on his forehead? You guys hurry up and come up with a program for me. Based on past experience, Sky Entertainment's tunes for tomorrow will definitely not work either. So we've delayed another day. The movie release is just around the corner. We still need to use this song as the BGM for the promo yet. Hiss, said the director. How about this? You say. The director replied. On the one hand, let the music team come up with the tunes. On the other hand, I've asked the assistant director to communicate with the side of Sky Entertainment and try to get 3 songs out by tomorrow. One doesn't work. I think with 3 tunes it should be possible to crank out a decent one. If we can't tune out, we immediately terminate our contract with Sky Entertainment. In the meantime, I'm going to talk to other entertainment companies, and once I'm out of contract with Sky Entertainment, a new agency will take over. In China, there is an agreement for the agency to write songs for the crew. Collaboration can only be one agency taking over a song from one crew. It can't be more than one agency coming up with songs to compare at the same time. On the one hand, the fewer entertainment companies a crew goes to, the fewer leaks they'll get about the content of their movie. On the other hand, if 2 entertainment companies at the same time complete the same crew, the crew felt that both songs would work. So whose was chosen? Entertainment A was chosen and Entertainment B quit. Didn't you guys think our song was good too? Why didn't you pick it? The same thing happened when B Entertainment was chosen and A Entertainment quit. The producer thought for a moment, contemplating for a few seconds. There doesn't seem to be any other way now. After saying that, she added, the way I see it, you can't rely on the Tion Entertainment side now. Director, this was the company you highly recommended in the first place. Of course, I'm not accusing you of anything. You must be careful when choosing a new entertainment company. In the producer's mind, it seems that a death sentence has been given to Amusement Entertainment. That's all for today's meeting. Everyone adjourn. At the end of the sentence, a small assistant came in. Producer, you say. The young assistant walked over to the producer and handed her a flash drive. This is the song sent over from Tion Entertainment's side. After saying that, the little assistant left. Oh, the producer said. Sky Entertainment is still quite active now. What did you do before? Now that the meeting is over, let's all stick to the plan. They've already submitted one. Let's have them give 2 more tomorrow. When the director saw the songs from Sky Entertainment, just 2 days ago when they communicated, that side was patting themselves on the back and assuring that the next time they gave the songs, they would be high-quality songs. So the director said, "Producer, I think we might as well hear it first. Is it necessary to listen?" Now, Sky Entertainment was a death sentence in the producer's mind, and she had already decided in her mind that Sky Entertainment didn't have any power, and she didn't even bother to listen to the song. Chapter 33, Extremely Highly Evaluated. The director said, "Maybe there will be a surprise?" When he said this, the director was thinking, "Amusement Entertainment, don't let me down this time," he said. The producer nodded. "Also, it's good to let you guys hear the level of Sky Entertainment so you can see why I never passed on this song." The producer was muttering as he plugged the flash drive into his computer. "It makes it sound like I'm purposely giving them a hard time, and you're all calling for them." The producer moused over and glanced at the song title. Rush Through? The producer sneered. "Isn't this a joke? The title of the song is directly called Rush Through, and you don't even change it? It's too perfunctory, right?" When the director heard this, he thought, "It's over. It's over. I guess I won't pass again this time." If there were any pills of regret in the world, he wouldn't let the producers listen to this track now. When the 3 songs are heard together, there might be one more that would work. The producer double-clicked the mouse again and played the song. The intro echoed throughout the room. The producer did not gently condense. The intro to the song happens to follow the theme of the movie's style closely, so the crowd was feeling okay about it. The producer muttered, "The intro of this song seems to be different from those previous songs from Sky Entertainment. However, you can't just listen to the intro. The lyrics are the centerpiece of the movie's theme." Gradually, the song has played to the chorus. The producer listened to the lyrics in the song. How can you follow the theme so closely? Write out the kind of light sadness of youth, but also write out a kind of helpless feeling. She could tell that the song was indeed very heartfelt. Did Sky Entertainment see this movie? How is that possible? Now that Rush Hour is not even finished editing, they can see it? But, if you say they haven't seen the movie, why do the lyrics manage to knock on the theme so well? It's like, this song was made for this movie. It's hard to believe that the person who wrote this song traveled back in time. The producer's mouth turned up at the thought and smiled a little. She thought she was being ridiculous. How can there be travelers in this world? She continued to listen back and heard the main part of the song. The main part of the song is instantly faster and higher pitched, but it doesn't sound out of place. Unlike many songs, it jumps the shark during the chorus and main song changes. The producers are thinking, is there really such a songwriting god in amusement entertainment? If she had to describe the song in 4 words, she would have chosen those 4 words. Amazing. Upon hearing this, the producer let out a long sigh. This song is really well written. I just can't imagine what kind of great god is able to write a song with such a great tune, such a great song, and such great lyrics. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the producer was satisfied. After all, this producer was asking for a tune that was just too good to be true. It was at this point that everyone burst out laughing. It was a delighted smile. The producer pulled the flash drive off of it. You guys should understand when you listen to this song, I'm really not giving them a hard time. Those songs they gave before, are they comparable to this song? Not at all. One heavenly and one earthly. The next day, do you think Lee Dong's song will pass? Can't. That's not saying much. While the crowd was working, Mr. Lee went to the staff office. He clapped his hands together to get the crowd's attention. May I have your attention, everyone, as I now say 2 pieces of good news. Originally, in the morning, everyone kept discussing the song Rush Through, and now they see that Mr. Lee said that there is good news. Could it be, has Rush Hour come through? But what is this second thing? Just as the crowd was speculating in their minds and their gazes were all looking at Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee opened his mouth. First of all, the first thing, congratulations to Lee Dong's song, which has passed the cast and crew of Rush Hour, who sent a message this morning saying that they are very happy with the song. And, the other party gave Lee Dong an extremely high evaluation. The gazes of the crowd turned to Lee Dong. The 3 previous composers also began a discussion. One of the songwriters said, "Holy, this kid can actually write?" Another composer followed suit. "Nima, what kind of monster is this?" When Mr. Lee arranged this task, he only gave it an hour or so, and this guy, he even wrote it in such a short time? A third songwriter followed suit. It's not a big deal that this kid wrote it. The point is that people passed it and are very happy with it over there. Yes, it seems that he still has that diamond drill, so he dares to take down this porcelain job. It's better than any of the guys in the composing department. I declare that I will lick this great god from now on. He will be my master from now on. I'm going to ask him for more advice. Of course, in addition to the 3 songwriters discussing Li Dong, numerous agents looked at Li Dong. A $6 million bill. This guy just said he took it? Who says it isn't? The commission alone is $300,000, and it takes some people 3 years to make $300,000, and some people 1 year to make $300,000. Li Dong is good. $300,000, earned in less than an hour. All I can say is, bull. It seems that this kid really isn't the type to eat one song for the rest of his life. He's very prolific with this beat, so to speak. I really underestimated him before. PDD's luck can be really good. I don't know where he signed such a great god over. Yeah, it would be nice if I could get signed to Li Dong. Hey, too much talk is tears. That look in their eyes, that expression on their face. Can't wait to drool out now, because they were greedy for Li Dong. Gluttony cries. In contrast, Li Dong's face was not overly elated. Instead, he looked at the time. It's only June 10th, so if we get that commission, we'll have to wait until next month. So annoying. How come it's so hard to make $300? 000? If his thoughts were known to others, they would have said those 3 words. Versailles. It's really too Versailles. Mr. Li continued. Li Dong, do you want to give a few words? Oh, okay. Li Dong slowly got up. He didn't like crowds in the first place, and even less talking, let alone doing sharing. Where would he be? He just blandly said, I appreciate the support. Thank you. As Li Dong finished his sentence, the crowd froze. Mr. Li also froze. Chapter 34, The Heart of the Matter. This kid, still really, makes people indescribable. Mr. Li saw the scene so cold, and quickly clapped his hands. It's a good speech. It's a good speech. It's to thank everyone for their support. The crowd slowed down and applauded along with them. Right, Mr. Li said it so well. Mr. Li is right. It's time to thank everyone. Mr. Li is eloquent. Leiden, you call that eloquence? Then I know. The less words I give them in the future, the better the eloquence. At this moment, Li Dong realized that when you have the ability, whatever you say is right, and when you don't have the ability, no matter how much you say, it's useless. Immediately after Mr. Li finished the first message, he was ready to say the second one. There's also another piece of news, and that is that our department's composer, Wang Ling, will not be part of our student artist department starting tomorrow. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. What does this mean? Didn't we say good news? Wang Ling is usually quite well liked, and the ability is good too. Mr. Li hurriedly explained. Don't get me wrong, everyone, Wang Ling is going to the composition department. The crowd laughed out loud at this. At Amusement Media, going from the college artist department to the songwriting department, that's a high rise. In other words, Wang Ling is now promoted. As the crowd applauded, Li Dong followed suit. On the other hand, Li Dong kept thinking in his mind, how can I go to the composition department? Would there be a better opportunity for development if one went to the composition department? Wouldn't your own system, would it have more clout? Mr. Li was very happy today, and after saying these 2 things, he still didn't leave. Well, that's all there is to it. And besides, at the end of the day, I'm treating everyone to a potluck dinner. The crowd applauded even more after that. Li Dong watched Mr. Li's back as he left the work hall and returned to his office after. He walked over to PDD and wanted to ask about the composing department. Sister Wang, PDD took off his headphones. What's wrong? Li Dong asked. Is the composition department better than the college artist department? PDD smiled. This kid is really straight. Dare to ask anything. But it also shows that the kid doesn't have any bad intentions. What's the matter? Write a song and you want to run to the songwriting department? Li Dong hurriedly denied it. No, Sister Wang, I'm just asking. PDD is certainly generous. So what's the harm even if Li Dong goes to the composing department? After all, it's the songwriter she's signed to. If there was really a use for it then, and there was really an urgent need to produce a tune, wouldn't Li Dong still produce it for himself? It's not possible. Besides, Li Dong going to the composition department would be a good promotion for Li Dong in the future. PDD treated Li Dong as if he was his brother. It's okay, it's good to want to go to the composing department. Li Dong remembered that this time, the list for the cast of Rush Hour was $6 million. So he asked, and the list, this time? Before he could say the latter words, PDD already understood. This list could be considered an exception. And don't think that just because they didn't finish it this time that the standard is poor. Generally speaking, they can fulfill more than 95% of the orders. The list of incomplete orders is also only 5%. Let me put it to you this way. If the composition department of amusement entertainment can't finish a tune, then other companies in Yen City can't finish it either. Of course, with a $6 million bill, it's true that Heavenly Entertainment can't receive more than a few a year. Aha, Lydon asked again. And how do I get to the composing department? PDD let out a laugh and gently patted Li Dong's shoulder. If it were any other college artist, he or she would never have said to his or her face that he or she was going to go to the composing department. But Li Dong was different. However, it didn't mean that Li Dong didn't like it here. He was a naive student. He wouldn't hide what he had in mind, but just say it. Even, sometimes PDD thought that Li Dong was really cute, so there was no anger. Going to the songwriting department is easy when you have 5 songs that make the top 20 on the monthly charts. When Li Dong thought about it, he only has 1 song at the moment, so to speak. 5 more songs to write at a later date? It's too exhausting. PDD saw the disappointment on Li Dong's face and then added, of course, there's also a chance if a song is number 1 on the monthly charts. But what? PDD said. However, most of the songwriters in our department are inexperienced, so it's hard to write a number 1 tune. Not to mention our department. Even the composition department can't guarantee that they'll be able to write a number 1 tune. Li Dong thought for a moment. In the previous time, The Quiet of Summer has reached the 8th place. Say do not understand the first have hope. So she said, Sister Wang, is it possible for The Quiet of Summer to be number 1? PDD has been an agent for many years, and it's safe to say that she knows what's going on behind the scenes just by looking at the first 3 days of the rankings of the songs. Based on her analysis, The Quiet of Summer will only get to 5th at best. On the one hand, she considered that she would hit Li Dong if she said it. Seriously, is kind of up in the air. Pretty much top 5 should do it. She said this very politely. Got it. PDD explained again. Because in the beginning, everyone was charging harder at the rankings, and at the back, basically the rankings wouldn't move much. The reason for this is that at the beginning of the month, everyone who should be downloading new songs has already done so. So the further back you go, the fewer downloads you get. Think about it. Without downloads, how can the rankings shoot up? Li Dong sighed. Okay, PDD consoled. But it's okay, you're just a college student now. It's quite a good achievement to be able to achieve this. Li Dong A sound was given, but there was still some reluctance in his heart to see the ranking of Quiet in the Summer. He pursed his lips and gazed at PDD with both eyes. Sister Wang, PDD asked. What's wrong? Although Li Dong was a man of few naive words, he never stammered and stammered. Can we see the current rankings for The Quiet of Summer? In the past few days, PDD had been busy because of other things, and besides, the ranking of this song, too, had already far exceeded that of Starburst Entertainment, so naturally, there was nothing to worry about. PDD laughed. Looks like you, kid, don't believe Sister Wang's prediction? Li Dong said. No, I simply wanted to look at the rankings to get a good idea. Good thing too. So PDD turned around, keyboard tapping, mouse clicking, and clicked on her backstage, which she remembered was in 9th place the last time she looked. According to her predictions, the song The Quiet of Summer is of good quality and should be around 7th at the moment, and by the end of the month it should be around 5th. Chapter 35, The Joy of Victory. So the first thing she looks at is number 8, and realizes that number 8 is no longer The Quiet of Summer. Could it be that the rankings fell off? Sky Entertainment has made an encrypted system in all the rankings of the songs to prevent leaks, so you can only see the rankings if you have entered your backstage password. That means that if you want to see the 9th place ranking, you'll have to click on the 9th place and enter the backend password. To see the 10th place, you have to re-enter it. PDD started at 10th place and gradually worked his way down the list, seeing 11th, 12th, 13th, saw all the way to the 20th place. The fact that The Quiet of Summer is of such good quality that it won't go lower than number 20 in the rankings suggests that the song went up in the rankings. PDD turned upward with joy in his heart. 8th place. No. 7th place. And none of that. Weird. It doesn't make sense. Is it now surging to 6th place? PDD continues to look up. On the one hand, she hopes that The Quiet of Summer will appear at number 6, which is already a very good result. On the other hand, he didn't want The Quiet of Summer to be just 6th, but should have placed higher. He froze when he saw the 6th song, because 6th place isn't The Quiet of Summer either. Could it be that has reached 5th place? PDD took a deep breath. Her mind was apprehensive and a little excited that the song had ranked so high, so she went on to check out the 5th place. However, when she checked the 5th place, she was a bit dumbfounded, because the 5th place song, too, wasn't The Quiet of Summer. The growing excitement in PDD's mind suggests that The Quiet of Summer ranked much more than 5th. She continued to look upwards. 4th place, 3rd place, check all the way up to 2nd place. At that moment, written in large letters on the computer desktop were the words The Quiet of Summer. PDD's heart shook. Her original goal was just 100. But who knew that the song would later be ranked as high as 50? Getting to 50th place is nothing. The main thing is that it's currently in second place. You know, even for an old composer to achieve such a ranking is still very impressive. Not to mention that Li Dong was still a college student. After all, Li Dong's goal was first place. Li Dong asked, Sister Wang, who is the first place winner? PDD was still deep in the rankings and unable to extricate herself. So how did she hear Li Dong's question? Li Dong called out again, Sister Wang. PDD reacted to this. What is it? Leiden. Li Dong reminded. Sister Wang, can you help me see who the first place winner is? Good. PDD checked first place over and over again, thinking in his mind, with such a high ranking, Li Dong didn't seem surprised at all. Instead, he told me to check the first place rankings. This kid, he's really getting elusive. Does that mean Leiden is aiming for first place? That's not possible, is it? You know, if you're not an established singer, if you're not a high-level songwriter, there's no way you can have that first place ranking. The network has been refreshed and the first place rankings have been shown. Li Dong saw that the song in first place was called Orange. Orange? What company's song is this? Why is it ranked so high? So, Li Dong asked, Sister Wang, which company ranked this song Orange? PDD replied, it seems like it's also Starlight Entertainment, only it's not a college artist. Li Dong Dao, got it. Sister Wang, it's fine. PDD asked, is there any more data I should check? Li Dong thought for a moment. If the gap between himself and the first place downloads is not too big, is there also a chance? Sister Wang, can you help me see what the number of downloads are for the first place and for me respectively? PDD was finally identified at this point. Li Dong's goal was still really first place. PDD had wanted to say, this song Orange was written by the gold medal composer of Starry Entertainment, and this singer is also a famous first-tier singer in China. So the gap between you guys might not be a little bit, but on second thought, he had just been slapped in the face for saying he'd be in the top 5 at most. So what if he said it now? In case he was slapped in the face again? It's better to check the rankings honestly yourself. She checked that Orange is currently at 583,000 downloads. That's a pretty scary statistic now. Li Dong just waited quietly all over again as PDD checked the current downloads of The Quiet of Summer again. PDD and Li Dong meanwhile found out that the downloads of The Quiet of Summer had reached 582,000. That means there's only a 1,000 download difference between the two songs, and it's probably less than that. This is because the counting method in the background is not rounding. Even if you're at 11,999 it's still 11,000, and it only shows up if you meet the whole number. How could PDD have thought of this download? Still, she felt prescient. It's a good thing I didn't say what I was thinking just now. Otherwise, it's going to be another slap in the face by Li Dong. Starburst Entertainment, conference room. All the artists who released songs in June, as well as songwriters and managers, had a meeting in the conference room, which really had no other purpose. It's mainly just that someone from Starburst Entertainment has been at number 1 since they released their song in June, and the company wants to praise them. That's right, the author of Orange. The person in charge of the meeting was the president of Starburst Entertainment. The president stood on the stage and looked down at the people below. Yesterday, I was very happy to see that we have a very large number of talented artists in Starlight Entertainment. So, today, I wanted to have these talented people to give us a share. As soon as the president swept the crowd on stage, every face was filled with joy, a joy of victory. And it's not always the case that the president compliments people like that. The president began by saying, Agent Zhang, don't you have a song called Angels Don't Cry? Broker Zhang immediately stood up and answered the question. Just like an elementary school student, the president squeezed his hand. It's okay, just sit in your seat. Let's talk casually today. Don't be formal. Agent Chang sat down again. The president spoke again. The singer seems to be called Zhou Yang. Which one is it I'll recognize? Zhou Yang raised his hand at this time, and the president gave a Zhou Yang, the singer, is very talented. And even though he's now at number 43 on the June charts, I'd like to say that separately. A ranking of 43 may be nothing, and even a bit of a downer, for many of you. However, what I want to say is that Zhou Yang is only a college student now. For a college student to sing at 43 in the rankings is pretty good. Chapter 36 Ranking Overtaken? The people listen to the president's words, have expressed agreement. In fact, even if they do not recognize in their hearts, in front of the president also have to pretend to be very recognized. Yes, the president is right. It's not easy for a college student to be ranked so high. Zhou Yang's future is unlimited. I've long said, don't look at him as just a college student who graduated this year, but the kind of drive, the kind of ability he has, is way beyond what a college student can do. The president then said, okay, you guys should stop discussing and be quiet. With those words, the crowd went quiet. The president continued, aside from Zhou Yang, there was another person who also gained a good ranking, and that was Liu Yang. At this time, the crowd looked at Liu Yang. Liu Yang also just smiled a little and responded with the crowd. The president looked at Liu Yang with a look of special appreciation. Liu Yang, I'm sure you're all more familiar with him, an old singer, but this old singer, this month's song chart, has come to number 1. After these words, there was a round of applause from the stage. Whoa, 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 the first place. Originally there was nothing to say, but Liu Yang has already managed to be the first place from the beginning of the number 1 generating the rankings until now. Not a single day dropped off the list. That's a pretty scary ability. It's like running. Some people are explosive and good at sprinting. Others are endurance and good at long-distance running. Liu Yang is capable of both long and short runs. Very good. After saying that, the president once again glanced at Liu Yang, who also just smiled a little bit for responding to the president. And from his face, no expression of pride could be seen at the moment. The president looked toward the other side again, and his eyes landed on a man in his 30s, wearing eyes. Old Deng is still rather modest, and there's one more thing he hasn't told you guys. And that's that each of these 6 songs he wrote, including this current one, Orange, was number 1 on the new songs chart that month. No exceptions. The crowd was shocked to hear this. It's nothing for a songwriter to write a song that can be ranked at the top. The point is for that songwriter to be ranked at the top for every song. Looking at the entire Starburst entertainment, I'm afraid that Deng Yu is the only one who can do it. The president laughed. You guys are kind of old partners here, and old Deng has become Liu Yang's royal composer, said the man, and everyone burst out laughing. All right, the president said, there are only 2 things today, so I won't take up any more of your time after that. The first thing, as you all know, our biggest competitor, Starburst Entertainment, is Sky Entertainment, but in the last year, we lost more than we won in each month's list. This year is different. In the first 5 months of this year, 3 of our months were ranked higher than Amusement Entertainment, and if we add June, that's 4 months. It can be described as a complete crush. I'm very happy. At some point tonight, I'm buying dinner for everyone, right across the street at the $3.88 a head seafood buffet for all. At this point, the office applauded as if it were crazy, drumming as hard as it could. 388 seafood buffet restaurant. Every one of them want to eat. The key is to shed awe. Now that the president is treating them directly, can they not be happy? Some people even immediately message their wives, honey, our boss is treating us today. I'm eating out. Others are discussing I'm going to skip lunch today and have a big dinner tonight. Doesn't it smell good? The president watched everyone's discussion and didn't stop it. After all, he had finally surpassed Sky Entertainment. So let's consider it a celebration. Immediately afterward, the president added, the other thing is that I want Liu Yang to give you a sharing. As the words fell, Liu Yang slowly got up. The president asked me to share with you, and there's really nothing to share. I definitely want to thank the company for giving me this platform. And secondly, I want to thank my royal composer Deng Yu. As for experience, I really don't have much to talk about. After all, I'm kind of an old singer within the age of singers. Taking first place, that's normal. Not taking first place is not normal. The people in the conference room all felt that this guy Liu Yang was in Versailles. But on the surface, they still passed him a smile. Liu Yang continued, actually, it's not that I'm powerful. I can only say that my opponent is too weak. He hated to have to say the words. All the singers who charted this month, except for me, are garbage. It just feels uncivilized. For a change, arrogant. It's just like an egomaniac. Right after he said this, a person suddenly barged in from the conference room, and this person was none other than the president's assistant. He had an anxious look on his face and couldn't catch his breath. Chief, President. The president knew that he wouldn't have barged in if it wasn't something major. So he asked, what's wrong? Go ahead. The man stammered, been overtaken. Overtaken? The president said, make it clear what was overtaken. The assistant replied, Mr. Liu's rank was exceeded. The president's entire body froze when he heard this. He could hardly believe it. How he wished now that his assistant had lied to himself and said it was just a joke. But he knew how it could be a joke. How could an assistant lie to himself? And how dare you lie to yourself? Liu Yang was still prepared to continue to do the sharing. However, at this moment, his mouth was trembling slightly and he could no longer speak. The ranking was overtaken? In the 2 years he's been releasing songs, he's never been outdone yet. Deng Yu also stood up immediately. Ever since he became the composer of Liu Yang, he has never written a song that was surpassed by others. Today, or in front of the president. In front of the president praising himself for being overtaken? The president immediately opened his computer and checked the rankings. he realized that the current #1 song was no longer Orange but the song The Quiet of Summer. Currently, Quiet in the Summer is up to 584,000 downloads, while Orange remains at 583,000 downloads. The president took an urgent look at The Quiet in the Summer review. And I wonder what kind of a bully it took to write the song The Quiet of Summer. The song is so well written, both the score and the lyrics are very contemporary. At upstairs, I agree. Plus it's summer and it's just a treat. The president glanced at the creator. The lyrics and music were written by a man named Undisputed. Chapter 37, Which Immortal? No contest? The president is more or less aware of any slightly famous lyricist, songwriter, or composer. Yet this indisputable, he had never even heard of it. At this time, Liu Yang stood up and asked, "President, what now?" The president said, "What else can we do? Immediately carry out the publicity of the announcement platform, and immediately carry out the publicity of the live broadcast." The so-called announcement platform publicity can be said to be similar to the Earth's Weibo. When the president saw Liu Yang not moving, he immediately chided, "Why are you still standing there? Work with your agent. Fight to get this ranking back for me." Liu Yang immediately opened his cell phone and posted the song on the announcement platform. The general content is that I hope people will support my new song and how hard it was for me to create it. It's selling out while pulling in fans to download it. After Liu Yang finished his release, he immediately went to the computer with his manager, and they opened the largest live broadcasting platform in China, Bird TV Live. After all, Liu Yang was a veteran singer and a top-tier singer in China, so he still had some fans, but just couldn't be compared to the kings and stars. Welcome, families, and talk to you today. That's when people started asking in the live streams pop-ups, "Brother Chang, your new song is great. Brother Chang, I downloaded your new song at the first opportunity. Brother Chang, can you sing a song for everyone?" Liu Yang seized the opportunity. "Since you guys want me to sing, I can't help but promote my new song." So, Liu Yang asked, "What songs do people want to hear?" After about an hour, Liu Yang found a reason to go to the restroom to all the fans and ran to his manager to ask about the data. "Well," the agent said, "as of right now, the downloads are up to 585,000. Liu Yang took a long breath. "Not bad. Thankfully, it surpassed The Quiet of Summer." The agent shook his head at this point. "Nope, The Quiet of Summer is now at 586,000. When Liu Yang heard this, his entire body was bad. "What now?" the agent replied. "What else can we do? Keep it on the air, and you'll say you're giving away autographed photos or something like that, so they'll hurry up and download it." Liu Yang hurriedly returned to his seat and continued the live broadcast. "Families, have you all downloaded this song? By the way, let me tell you a good news. All the family members who downloaded it, deduct 1 on the pop-up. I will randomly select 10 fans to give away autographed photos. Don't lie to me if you didn't download it, because I'll make you send a screenshot when you redeem your reward." As soon as I heard about the autographed photo giveaway, these fans went crazy. "An autographed picture? I'll take it. Jesus can't even keep it. Hurry up and download it. I'm going. Should I wait to download it until I draw a prize? Seems like a good idea." Resale Liu Yang signed photo. Did not draw the prize. Private chat me? The price is touching. With Liu Yang's appeal, numerous fans followed and downloaded it in droves. On that day, Liu Yang didn't even eat his lunch and kept broadcasting live, just to get the first place again. Anyway, and a seafood buffet in the evening. Doesn't that smell good? However, his thoughts still underestimated the song The Quiet of Summer. After another 3 or 4 hours on the air, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was the first time he felt like he was trying so hard. Liu Yang went back to the agent. "How are the downloads going now?" The agent replied, "Orange has now come in at 589,000. Liu Yang sat on his butt on the couch. Finally the roster is back. Murmured, 589,000. I don't see how Quiet in the Summer can top that." The agent walked over to the water fountain and picked up a glass of water and handed it to Liu Yang. "Why don't you take a sip of water first?" Adding, "Downloads for The Quiet of Summer have now come in at 591,000. Hearing this, Liu Yang's entire body froze. Nima. He was so attentive to the live broadcast, but his opponent was blowing air conditioning in the office. But at the end of the day, and yet, they're still being thrown further and further away from their opponents. He just couldn't figure it out. The agent sat down next to Liu Yang. "I just read the reviews for this song as well, and pretty much everyone is talking about the songwriter and lyricist of the song Undisputed." Liu Yang nodded thoughtfully. "No contest? Who the hell is this guy? How is it that a newcomer writes a tune that can outshine the old done? It's unimaginable." The agent could see Liu Yang's curiosity about Undisputed. There is very little information on Undisputed, and we can only learn from the only information available that this Undisputed is just a college student. Liu Yang sneered twice. A college student? A college student can write such a good tune? He can write a tune that even old Deng can't write? The agent replied, do you know the song Rush Hour? The original promo for Rush Hour was just missing a soundtrack, and the cast and crew used and released it immediately after the song was submitted. So what if I've heard of it? After saying this, Liu Yang suddenly felt something was wrong. Are you saying that Rush Hour is also an indisputable tune? The agent nodded. Liu Yang let out a long sigh at this time. Okay, I didn't lose in vain. Liu Yang finally understood now. Be a man, never have pride. After all, there are people outside of people, and there are people outside of people. That afternoon, the atmosphere of Sky Entertainment's original booking simply did not exist anymore, and now there was nothing but a depressing atmosphere. Of course, there were a few hungry co-workers who were there for the seafood buffet. There were also some unknowns who ran over to look for the president. President, seafood buffet this afternoon? President, get out. Later that afternoon, PDD and Li Dong couldn't be happier to find out that they had taken first place, and the gap between him and the second place finisher got wider and wider as he got further back in the data. PDD knows that Leiden wants to go to the composing department, so to Li Dong, he asked, little fellow, do you really want to go to the composition department? Li Dong knew that only in the composition department was the most suitable place for him, and that only in the composition department would he be able to obtain more potential value. Well, thank you Sister Wang, even if PDD is very reluctant to give up, but for the sake of Li Dong's future development, he can only bear the pain. Okay, immediately afterward, PDD made a phone call to the composing department. Hello, Manager Chu. I'll introduce a composer to you from my side. Manager Chu is the head of the songwriting department, and when he looks at the caller ID, the call is from the college artist department. What good songwriter can they have? So prepare to politely decline. Broker Wang, it's not that I'm refuting your face, it's really that we can't cram so many people here. You should have told me earlier. Chapter 38, a great achievement. Originally we were still short one person here. Didn't you guys send a Wang Ling this morning? Now there are no more spots. In the face of Manager Chu's polite refusal, PDD did not much sad. On the contrary, to keep Li Dong on his side, he does not smell? Alright, then. Before the phone had hung up, PDD turned his head to Li Dong again and said, Li Dong, their composition department is full. I think you should stay in our student artist department. Manager Chu on the phone segment had just heard this and immediately changed his tone. Agent Wang, don't hang up yet. Who did you just say is coming to our department? Li Dong ah. Manager Chu hurriedly said. I'll take it. PDD asked rhetorically. But didn't you just say that your department was full and you just couldn't cram it in? Manager Chu asked. Did I say that? I didn't say it, did I? Okay, PDD said. I'll have him check in with you then. Good. Your bid is right here. At this time, the crowd saw that Li Dong's age was so young, but he had joined the composition department, and they all talked about it. What experience does this guy have at such a young age? I'm wondering if he can write songs or not. How did he get into the songwriting department? It must be a relationship. Is that even a thought? Have you ever seen Manager Chu personally take a newcomer to check in? It really doesn't seem like it. So he's really related? I have a feeling it's a connection. 2. Since none of the people had ever met Li Dong, their guesses were more than normal. Of course, Li Dong didn't care. What does it have to do with me if you guys discuss your goings-on? Can I lose a piece of meat? Manager Chu heard the crowd's discussion and said to the crowd, we have a new colleague today. His name is Li Dong. It was the word Li Dong that set the whole composition department abuzz. Could it be the same Li Dong that the company publicly sent a letter of commendation to a few days ago? That's the one. Don Lee, who wrote The Quiet of Summer, which went to #1 on the charts in June. I'll go. Great God, Li Dong? Who said people were inexperienced when we were just there? Not me anyway. It wasn't me anyway. I didn't say or discuss anything. +1, +2, +3, +10,086, plus. Manager Chu walked next to Li Dong at this time. Li Dong, it's fine. Don't pay any attention to them. They've always been like this. But our composing department is very friendly to newcomers. Numerous people in the composing department also laughed. Yes, yes. After getting off work in the afternoon, Li Dong returned to the school for a meal, and he felt that the school meal was a bit cheaper than the company's. Who asked that the commission not be paid out yet? It's sad. Li Dong returned to his dormitory in the evening. He planned to stay away from Sky Entertainment for the next few days, which was essentially allowed because he was a composer and not an employee of the company. It's just that you get a base paycheck when you sit on the clock and lose it when you don't sit on the clock. Of course, the basic salary is also though the draw together and will be paid around the 10th of the next month, or earlier if there is a weekend. Li Dong was lying on the bed in the dormitory, thinking in his heart that the influence value should be good in these few days, right? so he tried to communicate with the system. Viewing impact. Name, Lee Dong. Impact 177,512. Lee Dong was a bit puzzled. Didn't you already spend 100,000 influence to customize a song? Why does it still have such a high influence now? He has heard of many ATMs that have taken out 1,000 only to spit out 2,000. I thought to myself, the system is not bugged too, is it? A heartbeat later. Just then, the system answered his query. These influences have been acquired by the host in the last few days. Getting in? Yes, host. With the increased rankings of Rush Hour and The Quiet of Summer, the current influence has been drastically understudied. Lee Dong probably understood. It doesn't seem to be ill-gotten gains, or the impact of the songs you release. It was as if the system had read his mind again. More than that, in addition to these two musical compositions, the host has also accomplished a great deal in film and television work. The movie and television work Leiden knows very well. The movie and television production in question is the script Those Were the Years, The Girls We Loved. Speaking of scripts, have you been so busy with the Sky Entertainment side of things since the online voting came around that you forgot to check the polls? So Lee Dong immediately closed the system, wanting to check the current votes for those years, The Girls We Loved. He's well aware that it's time for online voting, so just turn on your computer. However, after Lee Dong opened the school's website, he was a little dumbfounded. Murmured, how come I can't see the rankings? Wu Gang was currently in the dormitory, and he watched Lee Dong's 1-2 punch as his heart burst into laughter. In fact, this was just a very simple rule of the script festival. Oh Lee Dong, you yourself are a member of the Film Academy. Don't you even know that? Leiden blinked twice. What do you mean? Wu Gang replied. The rankings are not visible when you enter the online voting. This is to prevent everyone from voting towards the entries with more votes and ignoring the entries with fewer votes. Think about it. If that were true, wouldn't it be the case that the scripts with the original number of votes would have more and more votes, and less wouldn't have any chance? That seems to be the point. I think I probably get it. Wu just added, not only will the scripts with fewer votes be taken care of in this way in the online voting, but each student, when voting, must also vote for at least 3 entries and up to 6. The Yen City Art Institute has gotten several script festivals now, and is quite mature about these processes. Actually, not knowing what Wu just said, in an online poll, there's always sorting, and the school came up with a way to do it. Every 10 minutes, each script moves 1 place forward in the rankings, and the first place script runs into last place. That way, it's fair to every script. In the past few days, Lee Dong had basically finished his business in Sky Entertainment, and the only thing left to do was the school, so he did not have anything else to do other than studying at the school in the past few days. One evening a few days later, the film school had a regular meeting. For the film school, there was a weekly meeting, and that's what annoyed Lee Dong. He sat in the classroom and In Jun sat next to him. In Jun could tell that Lee Dong's face did not look good. Concerned, he said, Lee Dong, are you sick? Lee Dong shook his head. Nope, I'm fine. Chapter 39, Steady Can Win. In Jun asked, then why do you look like you're distracted and have an unhappy look? Who can afford to have a meeting every week? Indifferent, I don't want a meeting. In Jun smiled. Actually, if you don't want to have a meeting, then you'll have to talk to the president. Really? But you're still here for the meeting, aren't you? In Jun laughed dryly. That's because when I approached the president, he gave me a good scolding, and from that point on, I never dared to speak of it again. Lee Dong thought, isn't it possible not to come? Why do you need to be scolded? Why is that? In Jun replied, the president is a very formality-oriented person, and you have to come to the meeting regardless of whether there's anything going on at the meeting or not. Lee Dong, In Jun added, you can take time off for future meetings, but just show up for today's meeting. Leiden? Negro ? JPG. In Jun could see Lee Dong's confusion. You'll find out later on. As In Jun's words fell, the president spoke. There's nothing more to today's meeting than to announce a personnel decision. In Jun puffed out his chest and waited for the president's next words. Before the original script festival took place, the president ensured that whoever could unearth a great script could become a reserve supervisor in their department. In Jun's department happens to be the audit department. Simply put, In Jun's department is in charge of reviewing every event organized by the Film Academy, whether it's a short video or a script. The first review is then submitted to the president and vice president. Then the president, vice president, and instructor will make a fair final judgment or choose the winning entry. So, what constitutes a potential script in the potential works? That's finding your own screenplay and having that screenplay win a nice award at a screenplay festival. Otherwise, why did In Jun work so hard to get Lee Dong to join the Film Academy? Isn't that what this reserve minister is all about? Now, In Jun has tapped into Lee Dong, who has already received 10,000 votes in just the polls. You know, This is a vote that no one has ever had before or since. It can be said that even if Li Dong does not participate in the online voting, he is still steady to win the award. Finally, the president uttered his next words. Student In Jun, congratulations on becoming the reserve head of the audit department. In Jun immediately rose and turned behind him to bow slightly. The president continued, Mr. In Jun has been very active in every activity of the Film Academy, and I hope that others will learn from it. To be a reserve superintendent as a sophomore is a very impressive thing. As soon as the president's words fell, the applause from the stage continued to ring out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The crowd also began a flurry of discussion. You can, In Jun. You became a reserve supervisor in your sophomore year. Jun, you'll have to cover me from now on. Jun, when will you become an official minister? Bull. In Jun smiled slightly at the crowd. The president continued, let's let student In Jun give you a sharing. In Jun walked up to the stage. Actually, I don't know what to say. Anyway, I have to learn more from the seniors in the work afterward. Maybe I'm also lucky to have recruited Li Dong, the elementary school disciple. In half an hour, the online voting for our script festival will close. I hope that everyone can utilize this half hour to cast the votes in their hands for Li Dong learning. Li Dong thought to himself, Senior In Jun is quite grateful. Li Dong Ben is the kind of person who talks less, and every time the Film Academy meets, he comes and goes in a hurry. Plus, he was new, so the crowd had never seen him before. To be precise, had met, but didn't know that the person in front of him was Li Dong. This Li Dong, I've only heard that he's from our Film Academy, but I've never just seen him. Yes, I've heard he's a freshman, and I'd like to get to know him if a freshman can write such a good script. Don't tell me you guys want to get acquainted. I've been coming to film school for so long I've never met. Maybe the great gods don't like to show their faces. It's normal that they haven't seen it. Most of the credit for this reserve supervisor of In Jun goes to Li Dong, and at this point in time, how could he leave Li Dong behind when he himself is out in the limelight? So In Jun shouted, Li Dong, stand up for everyone to recognize you. Li Dong did not like to show his face and make a spectacle of himself, and it was only after In Jun urged him several times that he slowly got up and nodded to the crowd before immediately sitting down. So this is Li Dong. I heard that he's only a freshman or in the music department. I can't believe that he won the first place in the paper poll of the script festival. Was that Li Dong just now? How come I didn't see it? He got up and sat down. How could you see that? The great god's style of handling things is just different from ours. If it were me, I'd hate to go on stage and show everyone. So, you can't become a great god. Okay. With In Jun done sharing, he went back to his seat. Li Dong heard In Jun say just now, there's still half an hour before the voting for the script festival closes. So when In Jun had just sat down, Li Dong asked, Senior, can we have the results of the script festival in half an hour? In Jun said, would Senior still lie to you? Lydon mumbled, no, I just wanted to know my ranking. I think it's second? After In Jun finished his guess, he realized that Li Dong's face did not have any semblance of joy. By all accounts, second was a pretty good ranking, not to mention that Li Dong was still a freshman. But on his face, In Jun couldn't find any expression of joy, not even half. What? Are you not satisfied with the second? Li Dong didn't answer. In Jun thought to himself, could this kid be aiming for first place? But how is that possible? Since a few notable screenwriters lost in the paper polls, there's been no shortage of publicity for them in the online polls. Even those bigwigs, in order to prevent being overtaken by Li Dong, have started the downtown program, visiting every class and asking them to vote. You have to know that these big shots are usually more high-strung and think they are more famous, and sometimes they put up a bit of a front. In the posting of this multimedia tool, publicity will be with the publicity of time. The further back, the less publicity, which is very clear to everyone in the Yen City College of the Arts. Li Dong is also very clear. Keep 2 for 1. Although Li Dong spoke little, In Jun felt so shocked when he said those 4 words. Chapter 40, The Strength of the First. Guaranteeing second place and competing for first? There's never been a precedent of a freshman winning first place in the Yen City Arts Academy Script Festival, and it's still a freshman from another department. Most of all, there are just too many gods this year. In Jun has been in film school for 2 years now, and his judgment is not unreasonable. As the two men talked, the meeting finally drew to a close. With the presidents dismissed, the crowd left in droves. Li Dong finally felt an unprecedented comfort. It's nice not to have a meeting. He stretched. Senior Yoon Jun, I'm going to discuss with the president about not having a meeting first. Do you want to come along? In Jun smiled in embarrassment. Go ahead. I'll wait for your triumph. Saying that, Li Dong was really prepared to go ahead and say it. How could In Jun not know? This president but hates it when people don't show up for meetings. If Li Dong really went to talk about it, what else could it be but a scolding? So he immediately pulled on Li Dong's coat. Li Dong, I was joking with you just now. it's impossible not to have a meeting. Although In Jun liked to tease Lee Dong sometimes, he did not want Lee Dong to be scolded by the president, so he was now trying his best to discourage him. That's okay. After saying these 3 words, Lee Dong immediately left without looking back. In Jun looked at Lee Dong's back and originally wanted to call him back. However, by the time he reacted, Lee Dong had already walked in front of the president. In Jun's heart was shocked, and his palm hit his forehead with a slap, shaking his head helplessly. How come this guy is so fast? What's the point of going over there like that if you're not going to get scolded? You know, you mentioned the same question back in the day. Hey, if you do get scolded, you still have yourself to blame. At this point, In Jun had some self-doubt. On the other hand, Lee Dong walked up to the chairman. President, what is it? Lee Dong said directly. I don't want a meeting. In Jun, I think. Done. This guy is going to get a scolding. The president is a man who values regular meetings more than anything else. The point is, can't this Lee Dong say it in a straight line? The president looked around at this time. There were no other students around. Only In Jun pretending to play with his cell phone and actually eavesdropping on them. Did In Jun teach you that? Leiden shook his head. No. The president muttered. No, that's never going to happen. No one but him would teach you not to have a meeting. Lee Dong said lightly. I won't lie. When the president thought about it, yes, Lee Dong never lied and would never lie. In fact, how would he know? It's often the people who can't lie that seem more believable when they do. The president thought for a moment, his mind somewhat troubled. You're making this difficult for me. Lee Dong did not say anything and just looked at the president, waiting for his final reply. The president was originally a film and television enthusiast, so he would give a few moments of respect to the more capable film and television creators. Just today, he'd had a sneak peek at the current Scriptfest rankings. It was similar to what he had in mind as well, which was that Lee Dong had reached first place. Because of this, he smoothly found a step down for Lee Dong. Is it for better movie and TV writing? Lee Dong nodded. Aha. The president endured the pain and said, fine, you don't have to come to the meeting if you don't want to, but you must remember that you're still a member of our film school. So, when there's an event of any kind, you have to attend. Lee Dong should definitely attend. System's so much potential value. Do not participate in it is silly. In fact, the president was also afraid. He was afraid that Lee Dong, a good seed, what if he ended up leaving the film academy because he didn't want to have a meeting he didn't agree with? The president had no choice but to abandon the car. Lee Dong was delighted in his heart. Finally liberated. Good. After watching the president leave, Lee Dong walked next to In Jun. Let's go, senpai. In Jun watched Lee Dong come over, and in his heart, he knew without even thinking about it, the kid must have gotten a scolding. I said at that time, let you do not go. You just want to go. Now good scolded. Heart comfortable, right? Lee Dong said blandly. He agreed. In Jun thought he was hallucinating. What did you say? Lee Dong repeated. The president agreed. This time, In Jun heard him clearly. If these words came out of someone else's mouth, In Jun wouldn't believe them no matter what. But these words came from inside Lee Dong's mouth. This kid can't lie. In Jun looked at Lee Dong in surprise. This is too fake. I was scolded to death when I first told the president that I didn't want to have a meeting. You went to say that, and the president even agreed without even thinking about it? Why is that? Is that what you just gave him? Aha. In Jun asked again. You didn't say I taught you to approach him about not having a meeting, did you? Leiden replied. No. In Jun's eyes rolled back in his head. Looks like he's in a good mood today. In Jun immediately walked out. Wait for me. I'll go talk to the senior as well. Lee Dong could only sit in the classroom and wait for In Jun's return. However, Lee Dong waited for a long time, and In Jun did not come back again. It was now 7 o'clock in the afternoon and In Jun had finally returned. Look at him. He looks like he's gray. The first thing he said when he met Lee Dong was liar. Apparently, In Jun had also gone to the president just now, but he was scolded again by the president. What is it, senpai? In Jun got angry. He scolded me again. I can't figure out how. Why you can just skip the meeting and I can't. The next day, Lee Dong and Wu Gang came to the public notice board early. He believed that Lee Dong had the strength to take first place, because not believing is going to get you punched in the face, the kind that can swell you up. This time, Wu Gang started looking for Lee Dong's name directly from the first place down. The eyes fell on the first place on the list. He found that his joy in finding a name seemed to be denied him, because there's no need to look for it. Lee Dong's name was clearly written in the first place. First place, all those years, The Girls We Loved, 35, 412 votes. Second place, Traveling Back to Ancient Times as a Prince, 24, 125 votes. Third place, My College Life, 21, 089 votes. The requirement for Scriptfest voting is not one person, one vote, but a person can cast up to 6 votes. Even so, the number of votes for Leiden's script was pretty horrible as well. Because of the entire Yen Arts Academy, there are only 40,000 students, and of course, there may be duplications between paper voting and online voting. For what it's worth, this also represents the entire Yen City Art Academy. A large portion of the students have voted for Li Dong. Chapter 41 Pit Consumers. Wu Gang was quite shocked when he saw the number of votes. If he didn't know Li Dong's character, he would have thought that this number of votes was brushed. This year's tussle is kind of pretty intense. In previous years, having 20,000 votes would have been an anticlimactic number of votes, but not this year. With 20,000 votes, it only got to third place. The scariest part is, surprisingly, there are still 30,000 votes. Often many of the smaller writers are unable to sign their names. The writers of Crossing Back to Ancient Times as a Prince and My Life in College could not be more different. Both screenwriters are little known in China. However, the number of their votes had been pulled apart by more than 10,000 by Li Dong. Wu Gang was shocked and looked at Li Dong. Li Dong, you have 50% more votes than the well-known screenwriters. Ah, such a number of votes I don't think I've seen since the script festival started. He had wanted to see surprise on Li Dong's face. After all, this achievement was too good to be true. However, what he saw on Li Dong's face was nothing else but calmness. Wu Gang just couldn't figure it out. This kid, what exactly do you care? Why is this vote so high that he didn't react at all? Is this the legendary high man? Li Dong is very clear. Those years, we like the girl story is not generally good. If not get the first, it would be Strange Things. But is number 1 over for Leiden? No. This first is just the beginning for Li Dong. And it doesn't end there. Because he also wants to find investors to turn the script into a movie. Doesn't a movie give you more influence than a script? After all, there are a lot of people who watch movies. Just at this time, a voice came out from Li Dong's mind. It was the voice of the system. Congratulations to the host. The mission is complete, and you have been awarded the reward. The card of omnipotence. Gain 10,000 points of influence. Now to Li Dong. The influence of these 10,000 points was so minimal that he didn't even want to look at it. After all, he's rich now. Instead, it was the card that interested him. Leiden tries to communicate with the system. What can I customize with a universal card? In principle, the universal card can be customized for all cards, such as language cards, where you can specify the language of a particular country. Then there's the food card, where you can specify learning a certain cuisine, or maybe it's music, plays, novels, all of it. So, this universal card is quite useful. However, Li Dong thought for a while and suddenly felt that something was wrong. If you spend influence, isn't it also true that you'll be able to get a designated card for 20,000 influence? Didn't you spend 20,000 last time on music cards? The system read his mind again. In principle, this is not possible. The host must collect 3 identical cards before the customization function can be turned on. The reason you were able to customize the music in the first place was because you had already collected 3 music cards, and the exact number to customize a certain card is not set in stone. For example, the last time you customized a music card it was 20,000. This time the customization will cost 40,000. This system, it really pits consumers. Li Dong probably understood, which meant that this universal card could not be used unless it was in a compelling situation. Now that customizing food and language is possible, wouldn't it be possible to customize money? The system prompted again. Money may not be customized. For one thing, customizing the money card would likely cause prices to rise in this society and slight inflation. In addition, the host will get the idea of getting something for nothing if he customizes the money. Words are fine, but not money? The system can only customize art cards, and language is one of the arts. Li Dong understands. Simply put, this universal card in his hand is a king bomb, saved for the end. Just as Li Dong was about to close the system suddenly issued another prompt. Congratulations to the host on the new mission. To be an all-around artiste, you have to be well-rounded, not just in music, scripts, etc. But the novel aspect is essential. The host is invited to enter a fiction festival and win first place. Quest reward, 1 universal card, 10,000 influence points. Do you accept? Li Dong was helpless. This system was not letting himself rest for a day. It doesn't matter about influence or anything. The point is that this universal card is a good one. Say what you will and take it. Accepted. System tasks have been dispatched. Please complete them as soon as possible. Li Dong closed the system at this time, while Wu Gang was still at the front of the list. Looking at the current rankings, he pretended to be interviewing. Mr. Li Dong, I would like to interview you about what kind of mood you are in at this moment. Leiden replied, I'm excited. Wukong smiled awkwardly. but I don't see half as much excitement in your face. Lydon replied. I'm excited inside. Wu Gang. Okay. Just as they were talking, In Jun came over. It was only natural for him, as the current reserve minister of the film school, to come and take a look. One was to check the work, and the other was to see if Li Dong's ranking was what he thought it was. Originally, In Jun had wanted to hit Li Dong in the face, but he had never expected to be hit in the face by Li Dong. In contrast, Wu Gang is much smarter. He got hit in the face twice and became honest. How dare you not believe it? If you still dare not believe it, Li Dong can give you 10 slaps on the face in 1 second, or the kind that comes with a mix of left and right slaps. In Jun was originally thinking that even if he was in first place, he probably had about the same number of votes as second. However, when he saw the number of votes, his entire body froze again. This looks like, it's not $1 billion. This Li Dong is too scary, isn't he? Well, he's still just a freshman kid. And what a music kid. Why do you write such good scripts? It really is a God's reward kind of thing. Originally, his own wrong guess in being slapped in the face by Li Dong had made him a little embarrassed, but now he was blushing even more. In Jun rubbed his head, thinking about how to sneak out and never let these two little guys find out. Just as he was heading out, he was suddenly stopped by Wu Gang. Senior Yoon Jun, where are you going? In Jun suddenly turned his head. Oh, I'm ready to go to dinner. Wu Gang hurriedly said. Senior, we are also going to eat. Why don't we join together? In Jun was very helpless. You really can't even hide if you want to. He was so tempted to make a post on the bar. It's about this. How can I find a crack in the ground to drill into where there is none? Waiting online. Pretty urgent. That. Well, let's eat together then. On their way to dinner, In Jun also congratulated Li Dong. But I didn't realize that the next thing that happened was something rather shocking. Chapter 42, A Wonderful Talent Once in 100 Years. Li Dong, congratulations, for achieving such a good ranking. Li Dong smiled bashfully and coughed twice more to clear his throat. Actually, I don't know what to say. But anyway, I'll have to learn more from all of you Yoon Jun seniors in the script writing afterward. Maybe I'm also lucky to have stumbled upon senior In Jun as a bull. In Jun suddenly felt that why did this sentence sound so familiar? He thought for a few seconds and then suddenly remembered. Then In Jun and Li Dong looked at each other and both of them laughed. On the other side, Wu Gang was in a state of confusion. He still didn't know what was going on. As it turns out, during yesterday's meeting at the Film Academy, the president asked In Jun to come up on stage and share, and that's what he said. Li Dong asked, Senior, is this how sharing works? In Jun's face was a little embarrassed. It's, on the day when the results of the script festival were made public. Apart from the film school being busy, the posting team was also busy, and even they were never less busy than the film school. There are 3 ways to make a scripted festival announcement. The first is the announcement on the bulletin board, which tends to create only small-scale discussions, or discussions among people who have come to see it with each other. It's really so unlikely that it's going to result in a massive discussion. After all, you wouldn't discuss a script with a stranger for no reason, would you? The second way is to make it public on the school's official website. It also does not allow for a large number of students to discuss it as there is no comment system on the official website, just a public system. The last one left is the school's posting board. As mentioned before, Kong Jing Senpai was the barkeep of the bar team. Originally, there were a total of 3 people in the bar team, but usually there wasn't much going on. Just deleting posts, controlling replies and the like. Add a highlight for any posts that share learning, and top any good posts. Seriously, all of this work content can be accomplished by Kong Jing alone by spending 10 minutes a week. But today, Kong Jing was too busy to do it alone. She immediately sent a message to the group of 3. You guys hurry up and get on the line and get to work. The other 2 replied. If Sister Dream hadn't said anything, I would have thought the group was gone. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I feel that way too. Last time I used this group was last semester, right? Kong Jing was so busy right now. How could she have time to talk nonsense with them? You guys cut the crap and get your caps working. The other 2 had never seen school sister Kong Jing in such a hurry before. What is it? School marm, what's going on? The posters can't manage the posts right now. The results of the script fest have been announced and those were the years. The girls we loved took first place. One of them asked, but, sister, isn't this how the script festival is publicized every year? Why weren't we so busy last year? Kong Jing replied, last year? Last year's first place had more than 30,000 votes? There was a demonic big brother like Li Dong last year? Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and get on the line, delete those with inappropriate comments, and leave those discussing the script. Those 2 engaged in a private chat after Kong Jing posted that. 30,000 votes? That's impossible, right? There are only 40,000 people even in the Yen City Art Academy. Harm. It's probably a figure made up by the schoolmistress to get us to work. So what do? Work. What else? So, these two started logging into their accounts and going online. When they go online, only 2 words came out of his mouth. I'll go. It was indeed more than 30,000 votes. 31,000 is also more than 30,000 votes, and 39,000 is also more than 30,000 votes, and they had originally thought that even if it was more than 30,000 votes, was it just a little more? Who would have thought that it would be more than 35,000 votes? The two men have exclaimed. It seems like no talent still limits my imagination. The public post for the results of the script festival is now top of mind and many students are discussing it below. First, it was the music department, who were excited after Otto Lee Dong took first place, because the year before, students from another department stole first place in their music festival. Those were the years we liked Girls is the best play I've ever read for school. Bar none. Very good indeed. Love love love. I've decided. Lee Dong, this schoolmate. I'm powdered. Yesterday, my girlfriend even asked me how come you, a music student, like to read scripts so much, and this is what I replied at the time. Our music students took first place in the script festival. Can I not enjoy watching that? I just don't get it. How can you music guys be so nice as to come and talk about scripts? What? Have you forgotten the shame of the music festival the year before last? At the previous year's festival, it was indeed the film and television students who got first place at the Gardenia Festival. Today, there are some film and television seniors who are still proud of the kind of battle they had back then. Therefore, they used it to attack the music department in a way that could be described in 4 words as just right. Leiden is much more than a freshman, okay? The quarrel between the two sides was already in the middle of a heated argument, and there were many inappropriate remarks that the bar team couldn't even delete. Kong Jing spoke again in the group of their new media group. You guys speed up. Now the students of both departments are cursing. The other two were also wronged. It was clear that they just kept deleting. How come they just couldn't finish deleting? Sister, we've never seen a time when posting was so hot. Yes. The posting group schoolgirl in the back was already busy deleting the post before she even sent the last sentence. The two sides gradually quarreled to a white-hot stage. But everyone was still not convinced by anyone. Neither wants to fight, but neither wants to be the first to give in. With the words, Leiden is much more than a freshman, okay? With that statement out, the music department seized the opportunity. This I admit. Lee Dong's strength is indeed very strong, not to mention Big Five. Even a famous composer can't write the kind of tunes that Lee Dong can. He however doesn't look like a freshman. I seriously doubt that Lee Dong's family is in the music business, or else he was Beethoven in his past life. Lee Dong's strength is best known to us in the music department. If you say he is a once-in-a-century wunderkind, it's not too much at all. So it's normal for people to get first place in the Gardenia Music Festival. At upstairs, I agree with you. I passed a time with Ledongo 4 days ago, and even though he's only a freshman, he's exceptionally knowledgeable in music theory. Leiden now saw the comment as well. Chapter 43, There's No Return. He took his cell phone and sat on his bed, recalling the events of 4 days ago. 4 days ago? 4 days ago. He finally remembered. Wasn't I in Sky Entertainment 4 days ago? How am I communicating with people anymore? Besides, I don't have a lot of music theory knowledge. Why are there so many friends all of a sudden? He shook his head. Don't get it. In the meantime, the bar team breathed a small sigh of relief as both sides stopped cursing at each other. However, they also have to check the responses. At this time, the film and television students also seized the opportunity to attribute all the failures to Lee Dong's greatness rather than their own incompetence. You guys say he's talented in music. Don't you know he's talented in film and television? I was thinking that this Lee Dong with such a level should be the best in that film and television department. Deliberately coming here to strike us down. That music department just said it does not look like a freshman. I very much agree. Whether it is Lee Dong's knowledge of film and television, or storytelling, his penmanship, in particular, is simply stunning. I repeat, it's not that we can't do it, it's that our opponents are too strong. Does your music department think your opponents are weak? For a time, there was harmony between the two sides. The music department has also started to reply. This opponent is a billion points more powerful. That I agree with. This Lee Dong is simply a demon. Alright? Or the once-in-a-century kind. I feel like whether it's a scripted festival or a music festival, we're like ants and elephants in front of them. Easily. We're crushed. This guy shouldn't have a hangover? Still a freshman. I look like. This kind of person must be a kind of buggy way of being in the game. The kind that kryptonite players have trouble shaking. Now, both the film and television department and the music department attributed their losses in the competition to the strength of their opponents. They seem to have finally united their fronts. Kong Jing finally stole a break when she saw this harmonious scene. It was now past 12 o'clock in the evening. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. It's still a really tiring day. Kong Jing started speaking again in the small group of baristas. Alright, it's finally over. The three of us will take turns on duty while the others take a break. Okay, senior sister. I'll be on duty first then. You guys don't block the group. Aha. Kong Jing lying in bed was thinking, who could have thought of it? She had defeated the small advertisement, the one who posted that kind of picture. And even more so, the bad speech. Didn't think so. Losing out in the end to a scripted discussion? It was at this moment that she realized that being a barista was really too much work. However, Leighton's script is really good. On the other hand, Li Dong even laughed out loud a little as he watched everyone discussing him. He just felt like he had become a devilish figure. Let everyone spread the word as if it was really some kind of demon. But then again, am I really that powerful? It's not, is it? Or are they just too good? While the Department of Music and the Department of Film and Television are tearing each other apart, there is another department that is sitting on the sidelines, and that is the Department of Literature. The Literature Department has always been a bit condescending, thinking that they are the better ones. After all, he's a man of literature. How can it be compared to anyone else? So someone in the Literature Department posted this. I saw two faculties quarreling today, and I didn't want to say anything about it, but pardon me, I really laughed, almost died laughing. Both Department A and Department B, which will not be designated here, are big departments in the school, yet they are able to attribute their incompetence to their opponent's bullying, which is the first time I've seen it. With that one post, the posting bar blew up again. The thread where the scripted festival publicized the results also blew up immediately. Li Dong sat in the dormitory, also saw the post. He gave a smile. Seems like a valid point. It's supposed to be that they're incompetent, not that I'm good. Writing plays, singing for art. Don't you just have hands? Kong Jing just lay down. Suddenly the cell phone ding-dong sound. She hit a jolt. Is this ever going to end? Li Dong, as much as I love your script, I wouldn't be happy with your script screwing me over like that. Kong Jing scratched her hair and looked at her cell phone screen, trying to get a sense of the current situation. The schoolgirl who was just there shouted, "Sister, hurry up and take a look." Now the literature department started to fight too, and we can't delete a lot of posts anymore. A lot of the replies can't be blocked even now. Another schoolgirl said, "I'm coming." Kong Jing also replied to the group, "I'll cap it right away." She sat down in front of her computer again, a million draft horses racing through her mind. Holy, but don't. I'm already burnt out from earlier. How else am I going to deal with all these posts if you, the literature department, come back in? In the face of the provocation of the literature department, the music department and the film and television department are not doing it. There is a saying that there are no eternal enemies or eternal friends in this world, only eternal interests. Currently, the music department and the film and television department have become good friends. These two departments joined forces against the literature department. That's because Li Dong didn't attend your novel festival. If he attends your novel festival, I'll see what you guys are still talking about. At upstairs, I just remembered when you said that. The school's art festival only has 3 events in total, and it seems like Li Dong alone has taken 2 first places already, just missing a novel festival. Yeah, this Li Dong is still really bullish. The question is, can Li Dong write novels? Don't worry, writing a script is so good. Writing a novel is definitely not a problem. Do you know any of Li Dong's classmates? Do you have any freshmen composing majors? Could you please give me a message? Just say that the novel festival is next week, and ask if Li Dong is interested? I reckon the literature department is going to cry when he's in the fiction festival. Ha ha ha. Which department at the school has the best mouth? That must be the media department. After all, many of the people in there are future presenters. Which department at the school has the best penmanship? You can't find the second one except for the literature department. And, in posting, the literature department is never going to be convinced. Oh, if he comes to our novel festival, we'll make sure to show him what a real novel is. Li Dong came to the novel festival? Don't you know that there's an idiom called "there's no return"? Do you two departments think our department is like yours? Our department is full of talent, and we have a number of seniors who have published books by their sophomore and junior years. Chapter 44, Grand Slam. Even if it comes, I'm not afraid. Literature students, now, are not the least bit worried, because they know that Li Dong sings well. Li Dong writes scripts well, so he can't write novels. Can he? Are there really people in this world who are all-rounders? If they do manage to write it by then, they will have to admit defeat. At this time, the Department of Film and Television, along with the Department of Music, had helped Li Dong to pull hatred. Fast forward in time to after Li Hokage attends the novel festival. And here's what happens then. Faculty of Literature? Schoolboy Li, that's it? Just this? I hope Schoolboy Li can see me saying this. Since you've already taken first place in the script festival and first place in the music festival, why don't you challenge the novel festival? Maybe it's a first. 2. At upstairs, agreed. Only way to call it a slam dunk. Schoolboy Li, on. Shut this bunch of people in the literature department up. Li Dong probably read the comments. What do you mean there's no return? Who are you looking down on? But, the reason he was at the fiction festival, not because the group was riling him up, but because he was supposed to be at the festival himself. After all, there's a wild card in the system. At this time, Li Dong got off the bed and patted Wu Gang's shoulder. Watching what? Wukong turned his head and pointed to his cell phone. Li Dong, did you see these seniors fighting? It's really funny. Li Dong asked. Wu Gang, how can I participate in the novel festival? Wu Gang suddenly stood up after hearing this. What did Li Dong just say? He's going to a fiction festival? This guy can't be overwhelmed by victory. Can he? Took first place in the music festival. Took first place in the script festival. Now it's moving toward a fiction festival? You know, the Yen City Art Institute's novel festival. That is not a general novel festival. Li Dong, you're not really looking at the comments of these seniors and swaying yourself, are you? Calmness was written all over Li Dong's face. What do you think? Wu Gang couldn't see any enraged look on Li Dong's face. It's a common thing for them to argue like that in a posting, so you don't have to take it too personally. Aha! Lydon said, I would have liked to participate. Wu Gang then made sure that Li Dong was calm at this moment. However, the novel festival was not that good. Li Dong, you did well at the festival. That's because you do have skills, and you're also a music student. You did well at the Playbill Festival, and that's because you wrote that book, The Girls We Loved all those years ago, and wrote it to the audience's heart. But this fiction festival, you might. Wu Gang didn't continue with the latter words. Lydon asked, what happened to the fiction festival? Wu Gang replied, novel festivals can be all about literature department teachers reviewing the manuscripts, not the audience. You can capture the audience's heart, but you can't capture the teacher's heart. Immediately afterward, Wu Gang continued to add, think about it, those literature students, they would have known their teacher's preferences, so they would have been able to capture their teacher's heart. But you can't, unless you write an exceptionally amazing novel. Li Dong sat down on his computer chair and looked at the computer monitor in front of him. I suppose I could try. Try? That's easy for this guy to say. Is this something you can just try? Good. When it's another week old, it will be updated on the school's official website, and then there will be an email address, subject, and content for submissions. You follow the theme and just drop the manuscript in. Generally, most of them are short stories, around 30,000 words. Okay, Wu Gang continued to add. In addition, only the winning entries will be publicized by the school, and the winning entries will also have a chance to be valued by the magazine and bought out. Good. Think of a pen name for yourself first. Usually submissions don't look at your real name. Li Dong thought for a moment, then use Ji Yuan, the tranquility of Ji Yuan. I hope I can go farther. The current Li Dong only needed to quietly wait for the notification of participation. Later that night, Li Dong entered the system's draw interface, wanting to consult about the novel as a precautionary measure. System, can you recommend novels for me? The system was already present in Li Dong's mind, so it naturally knew what Li Dong meant, which was nothing more than wanting to say that he wanted to participate in the script festival. But even if the theme came down, he didn't know what to write. So I'd like to get a recommendation from the system. The system replied, yes it can, host, it's more expensive than customization. Lydon knows that customized influence is needed for 100k, and what is the impact required for a recommendation? The system answered his question at this point. Recommended recreational works require influence of $150. 000. In order to avoid the embarrassment of having no influence, Li Dong planned to check the influence first. After all, the novel festival was still 2 weeks away. It was all in time now. Name, Li Dong. Impact, 210411. Li Dong swallowed his saliva. Although he now has more than $200,000 of influence, but he cannot withstand this kind of hokama. One referral, $150,000. It's really a bit expensive. Besides, it's still quite a while before the scripted festival. Forget it, I'll think about it. With that, he shut down the system. In the past few days, the novel festival had not yet begun, and there was nothing going on over at Amusement Entertainment, so Li Dong did not have anything else to do other than attending classes. Remarkably, when he used to go to class, his classmates were all over him, but now it was different. The drawer is getting full of snacks and little notes. There were even many girls who purposely asked questions in order to talk to Li Dong, using Lydon's sense of. These questions are also too simple. It's almost as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but it's not clear why all the girls in my own class are so stupid. It's almost the end of the month now, and Serenity in Summer is basically at number 1 and won't be overtaken by anyone else. Li Dong just had to wait for the end of the month, look at the number of downloads, and roughly calculate how much money he could get is all. Sky Entertainment. PDD had just arrived at the office and placed his bag on the desk when Mr. Lee rushed over. He knocked on PDD's desk with a thud. Come. As PDD walked toward his office, he thought to himself, can't you be gentle? A few cold words every time. Mr. Lee sat down in his office chair. PDD, there's something I need to talk to you about. PDD looked at Mr. Lee and blinked twice, waiting for his next words. Mr. Lee said, Yen City sent out a notice during today's time that there is currently such an event. Among all the colleges and universities in Yen City, there will be a 2015 Fairy Cup for college students. Chapter 45, The Same Method. The Fairy Cup is a singing competition, mainly for college students. PDD is an old agent. Just when Mr. Lee finished this sentence, she understood everything. If Yen City organizes an event for art students, there will certainly be many students from art colleges and universities attending, and there will also be college artists signed by major agencies attending. Although it was not inevitable that they would have to spray on in PK with Starburst Entertainment again, it was also a great opportunity to publicize their company. Perhaps it is because of this Fairy Cup that many potential college students will submit their works to their own companies. I see. Mr. Lee let out a Any ideas on your end so far? Ideas are based on understanding, so the current PDD is ready to learn about it first. Do the songs have to be original? Mr. Lee replied, according to the official notice from Yen City, it's fine if it's original or not. PDD's eyes rolled back in his head for a moment. Is it original or not? This means, there's definitely an original song coming out on the Starburst Entertainment side. After all, they are old rivals. PDD not only understand them, but also understand their company's usual style of dealing with things. This would have been the perfect publicity opportunity. Could they let it go? No way. It doesn't matter if it's original or not. It just has to be. Mr. Lee said coldly, smart. What about the date? What's the approximate date? Mr. Lee replied, in a week, adding, I don't think I need to tell you more about the goal, do I? How can PDD not know that Mr. Lee's so-called goal is to surpass Starry Night Entertainment's side? No. Currently, PDD has quite a few singers with good singing skills on his hands, and if we're talking about college students alone, the likes of what's-her-name Tang Jingran and Lian Yulin are strong contenders, but after all, you're a college student with little experience in competitions. This put a big question mark in PDD's mind. I think we've had a good start to the school season with college students writing the lyrics and college students composing the music. Or else, use the same method on this one? Mr. Lee knew that the song Summer Serenity given by Lee Dong during the opening season was like a nuclear bomb that flattened Starburst Entertainment. Not only did it put their college artists far ahead of them, it actually surpassed the old singer's track as well. Of course, Mr. Lee said, but, a week later, it's going to be a competition, and at the moment, Lee Dong is going to write 2 songs. Have you thought about whether this time will be too late? PDD thought about it for a moment and then called Leiden over. Lee Dong, are you in class? No. It's like this. There's something going on at the company. Let's see if you have time to stop by today. Lee Dong was about to answer when he heard Mr. Lee's whispering voice from inside the phone. You go get him. The sooner the better. Lee Dong replied directly. Okay, I'll wait for you at the school entrance. What good? PDD was just surprised when she suddenly remembered that Lee Dong was replying to what Mr. Lee had just said to her. It was reasonable to say that if it was someone else, how could they pretend not to hear it this time? But Lee Dong did not pretend. PDD and Mr. Lee looked at each other, followed by both of them bursting out laughing. Lee Dong put on his clothes and casually ate some breakfast before going to wait at the school entrance. A short while later, a blue sedan pulled up in front of him. PDD rolled down the window. Go! Lee Dong sat in the car and pulled his seatbelt. In fact, the contract one signs is that of a college student composer, who has the right not to go to the company. But listening to Mr. Lee's tone, he seemed to be in a great hurry. What is it? PDD said. You'll know when you get there. Helplessly, Lee Dong could only wait quietly and did not say a word along the way. The car traveled for more than half an hour and finally arrived at Sky Entertainment, and PDD directly brought Lee Dong into General Manager Lee's office. When Mr. Lee saw Lee Dong come, he politely made a cup of tea. After all, the current Lee Dong is the person in the composition department, so if he lets Lee Dong write a song, he can only beg him to write a song, even if he refuses. You don't have any law yet. After all, you're the leader of the college artist department. You're not the leader of Lee Dong. Lee Dong, are you used to this time in the company? Compared to Mr. Lee's hush-hush, Lee Dong instead liked PDD's straightforwardness. After all, Mr. Lee, a cold-faced person, always had a strange feeling when he cared about this sentence. It just felt like I was going to be fired. You can make up your own mind, Lee Dong replied. It's okay. Mr. Lee nodded softly. Immediately afterward, he crossed his fingers and placed them on his lap. Ever since you've been in the songwriting department, I've felt like there's something missing in the college artist department. And sometimes, don't tell me, I really miss you. How could Lee Dong not know that what Mr. Lee said were just polite words? Aha, Mr. Lee, on the other hand, was a little embarrassed at times. Lee Dong looked like Lee always had something to say and was embarrassed to say it. Mr. Lee, what's the matter? Mr. Lee couldn't pretend to be gentle anymore and glanced at PDD. PDD, you tell it. Okay. PDD sat on the sofa. She told Lee Dong the original story of the fairy cup. Lydon nodded, probably understanding. PDD asked, but since you're in the composition department, I wanted to ask you if you'd be willing to do this favor. And of course, it doesn't matter if you refuse. Lee Dong was originally recruited into the company by PDD. At this critical moment, he must be to help his sister Wang. Plus, writing songs is still able to gain a lot of influence for him. However, Lee Dong thought for a second. If he wrote a song in this way and it wasn't released to the platform, then wouldn't he have no commission? Okay, Lee Dong Dao, I have conditions. PDD smiled. This kid, he's making a deal now? Go ahead then. Sometimes, Lee Dong is such a person. The thing that contributes no benefit, he doesn't want to do. Although it's okay to open the system to spend influence when writing a song, that influence is also earned by your own hard work. It's not like it's blowing in the wind. I write these songs that have to be released to online platforms, and each song, like before, needs to have a 10% cut. According to the experience of the Fairy Cup in previous years, if it is an original song, it can be released to the platform. Also, many singers who want to hit the charts that month will choose to participate in the program during the month of the Fairy Cup. That way, they get more exposure for their songs and more downloads. And with that, naturally, comes rankings. Chapter 46, Art is Priceless. DD replied, there's no problem with that. Naturally. Aha, Lydon said. Then give me the singer's information. The first thing that came to PDD's mind was Tang Jingran, whose singing skill she knew, and who had to participate. Tang Jingran, you should be more than familiar with her. No, PDD added. Another person you may not be familiar with. His name is Yulin Liang. After saying that, PDD moved his fingers and sent Liang Yulin's information to Lee Dong. Lee Dong probably looked at it. Yulin Liang is one of the more burning types of singers. Personally, I favor more powerful songs. To make an analogy, if Liang Yulin didn't live in a parallel world but on Earth, he liked to sing songs like Run, youthful and with a sense of power. According to her profile, Yulin Liang has a lively personality and is a hot girl. But then he took another look at Liang Yulin's picture, and her looks were gentle. When do you want it? Lee Dong asked. PDD replied, the Fairy Cup tournament is in a week's time, so the sooner you can finish writing it, the better, I guess, Lee Dong replied. You'll wait. PDD gazed at Lee Dong with both eyes. Waiting for the meeting? We're in the middle of a meeting. What's Lee Dong up to? Later? What are you going to do? No, Lydon said. I meant for you to wait a while and I'll send you the song. Actually, there are many alternatives in Lee Dong's mind for songs suitable for Tang Jing Dai, such as Courage, Little, Warm, but, eventually, Lee Dong settled on a song that didn't fit with any of these songs. I guess you could say the style doesn't match. I'll go with the wind. It's not that he can't write, but he wants Tang Jingye to try out more other styles, and wants to promote a singer. If it's just one style of song, I'm afraid not. Besides, if you don't sing, you don't know if you're right for it. As for Liang Yulin, Lee Dong felt that there was a song that suited her perfectly after reading the profile, The Young One. So, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to get him to write out songs? Isn't it normal to say, I'll bring the songs over later? Lee Dong, that's not funny. I'll give it to you right away. Did you say, 2 songs, both together? Lee Dong stood in place, and between his eyes, it seemed that he could not see anything other than determination. Yes, PDD couldn't calm down at all at this point at this time. She knew that Lee Dong had always been true to his word. Now that's 2 songs, not to mention an old composer. Even a well-known one can't be that fast, much less that productive, but Lee Dong was different. He just asked himself to wait for a while. What is this if not scary? If there's an inappropriate way to describe Don Lee, PDD really wants to say that this child is simply more prolific than Asao. After Lee Dong said that, he walked towards the music room without looking back. On the other hand, PDD and Mr. Lee looked at each other, and between their eyes, they both felt that they were dominated by the power of a mysterious big brother. PDD said, this guy, he's not Beethoven reincarnated, is he? Although Lee was always a cool and calm person, at this moment, he really couldn't be calm. How could he have dared to believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes? Surprisingly, Lee Dong just said to wait a while and still came out with 2 songs. I feel as if he is Beethoven reincarnated. Lee always felt that this guy Lee Dong was simply too talented. Things that were difficult for others to accomplish were as simple as crushing an ant in his eyes. Little Wang, I have to say that you really have a good eye for being able to sign such a talented composer like Lee Dong in the first place. PDD just laughed too. Maybe I'm just lucky. On the other hand, Lee Dong immediately opened the system after arriving at the composing room. The system customizes songs. May I ask the host to customize which song? It occurred to Lee Dong that he currently only had more than 200,000 influence left. Customizing a song would cost 100,000, and with 2 songs, all of this 200,000 would be gone. Anyone else would have hesitated at this point, and so did Lee Dong. The system must be able to read his thoughts. The system reminds the host, generally speaking, the influence a song can bring to the host is far more than 200,000, because each song is listened to by different people on each day. The system was nothing more than trying to tell him that this was a surefire deal and there was nothing to hesitate about. There was something unpleasant about Leiden, but neither The Quiet of Summer nor Rush Hour are over 200,000 right now. Host, is it true that The Quiet of Summer was number 1 on the June charts? Since it's not even the last day of the month yet, naturally it's not really number 1 on the June list. You can only say it's solid. You can't say it is. No, Lee Dongshin said. If not, why are you in such a hurry? Besides, the movie Rush Hour, is it currently in theaters? Rush Hour is now cleared and still in the middle of scheduling. As far as releases go. No, isn't this enough? The system looked a little angry instead. That's why it said that you customize songs. You only make. You don't lose money. Okay, Lee Dong thought about it. Still, he was a bit reluctant to part with it. After all, there was another novel festival in 2 weeks, which also required the system to recommend novels, and that would cost another $150,000 by then. Damn influence, why are you like money? Not worth it at all nah? Can get a discount? In the face of Lee Dong's question, the system was somewhat baffled. You're damn well playing discount with me? Why don't you ask me if you can buy one and get one free? There is no discounting in principle. Art is priceless. Lee Dong had no choice but to bite his teeth and stomp his feet. Okay, customize it. May I ask the host to customize which song? Lee Dong said in his heart. One song is All Go With the Wind, and one is The Young Ones. System is processing. Please wait. Processing complete. Congratulations to the host. All Go With the Wind and The Young and the Restless have been downloaded to all your storage spaces such as your USB flash drive, cell phone, etc. Today's Lee Dong is bleeding heavily. He shut down the system without hesitation, not even wanting to look at it one last time. After Lee Dong finished customizing, he wanted to wait for a while. If he went out like this now, he would definitely be treated as a monster by Sister Wang and Mr. Lee. Finally, 20 or 30 minutes passed before he stepped out of the music room. But what does he know? Even if you go out now, you'll be treated like a monster. Chapter 47 Born to Drive. Mr. Lee's office. PDD. There is one more thing that you need to communicate now. PDD asked. What is it? Mr. Lee said. Currently, Lee Dong is on the side of the composition department, so the performance of these 2 songs he posted can still only be counted as the composition department's. PDD fell back on the performance thing. Now that I think about it, I should have known that I would have been dead on my feet in the first place. Got it. Aha. Mr. Lee said, but we're not at a disadvantage. After all, the ones who won the award are also artists from our department. Yes, PDD said. Let's hope that Lee Dong can still surprise us this time. After saying this, there was a sound of footsteps in both of their ears, which were not hurried or panicked. PDD looked at Mr. Lee and asked, it can't be that Lee Dong has already finished writing, right? Mr. Lee waved his hand and said coldly, impossible. No way. Absolutely no way. If he had finished writing one song, Mr. Lee might have believed it, but now it was 2 songs, or 2 songs for 2 people. How is that possible? Gradually, as the footsteps came closer and closer, the door slowly pushed in. The person who came in was none other than Lee Dong, and his first words were, it's finished. Mr. Lee suddenly froze. Just a moment ago, he thought that it was impossible, but it did not take long before he was ruthlessly slapped in the face by Lee Dong. His ears were a little red now. At this time, PDD looked at Mr. Lee again, as if to say, I thought you said it was impossible. How's that? See how powerful Lee Dong is? Mr. Lee's ears were originally red and gradually became hot with the aftermath of PDD's eyes. PDD said to Lee Dong, why don't you show us first? Let's hear it first. Mr. Lee could tell just by listening to the intro that the quality of the song must be extraordinary. Mr. Lee muttered, Lee Dong deserves to be Lee Dong. I heard the intro of this song and knew that this is a rare and good tune. Gradually, the chorus section begins. Mr. Lee could hear the style of the song, which was very fast-paced. To put it in a more earthy way, it's burning. Yulin Liang has a natural ability to handle herself in the face of such songs. That said, it would have been perfect for Yulin Liang to sing this song. Listening to the lyrics again. Throughout the song, the lyrics follow the theme and have a teenage vibrant feel to them. This song, it's really quite good. It has a teenage feel to it, just like the title. This was Mr. Lee's comment at the time. It's not just the lyrics that are good, but the tunes included are pretty level-headed as well. And the tune is very ebullient and powerful, and when paired with the lyrics, it's just great. Mr. Lee continued to listen back. There is an excess in the interlude section of the young ones. Hearing this, Mr. Lee's goosebumps rose. How can you even handle interludes like that? In China, the interlude of a song is usually an instrumental interlude, and it is the first time that the humming sound of oh-ho is used. It was such a simple humming that suddenly took the original fast pace of the whole song and suddenly soothed it down. But the humming tune is really nice. Further on, there's the main part of the song, the climax, the original rhythm, the original fast, the original feeling. The original is a kind of burning up the feeling. However, by the time we get to the main part of the song, the feeling is even more pronounced. Mr. Lee suddenly realized that the humming that he had just done had a special effect, acting as a carryover for the chorus and the main part of the song. The tune of the main part of the song has suddenly risen, takes the texture of the whole song up another notch. Mr. Lee listened and kept thinking in his mind. It is reasonable to say that many fast-paced songs, more burning songs, more or less melodic will be a little discount. Not so gentle. Of course, this is normal, but not so with this song, The Young Ones, which is fast-paced but not at all melodic. Not only that, but even the lyrics are a treat. There's a line that says it's very tense, very much a youthful teenager. Yeah, everyone is a teenager, but how many people can still be the teenagers they once were? Mr. Lee expressed his amazement at the song in his mind while listening to it. Gradually, the song continues to play. Mr. Lee just listened quietly. The more he listened, the more he got a sense of agency, the more he felt good. Even, he thought about when he had been a teenager. Think of the stories of your own struggles as a child. Gradually, a complete song that has been listened to. Mr. Lee looked at Li Dong silently. This song is very good. Li Dong looked at Mr. Lee without saying a word. Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Anyway, it was a famous tune before the crossing. How can it not sound good? Don't think the song is a bit hypnotizing, but hypnotizing requires you to listen to it. Can a bad tune wash your brain? When Mr. Lee saw that Li Dong's face was expressionless, he sighed again in his heart. I'm surprised he didn't get half a reaction when he wrote such a great tune. It was as if it was all that he was supposed to do. Li Dongdao, give the song to Liang Yulin. Mr. Lee replied, yes, Yulin Liang is perfect for this song. PDD couldn't even think of it. It was surprising that Li Dong had finished writing a song in such a short period of time. This would have been impossible for any other person to accomplish. But this kid, the bias is done. 2 words drifted through his mind. Bull. For now, one song has been finalized, and it's only natural that the other one should be finalized as well. Li Dong asked at this time, what about the other song? Immediately after that, Mr. Lee turned on another track, the song It's All Gone with the Wind. In fact, the 2 songs are somewhat similar in subject matter in terms of lyrics. It's all about a teenager. Only, The Young Ones is about a teenager. The kind of nostalgia for what once was, the vigor of a teenager, and a yearning for the future. All Gone with the Wind is about a teenager, on his way back home after leaving home, depicted like an inner world, only rather more similar to a utopian one. Both young and mature, the path of the heart is well documented, and he is a very trustworthy modern young man. As Mr. Lee's mouse clicked, at this time, the intro of All Go with the Wind slowly aired, echoing in Mr. Lee's office. It's still morning and it's time to air out and ventilate. Mr. Lee was sitting in his office. He seemed to feel the silky breeze blowing on his face with a refreshing feeling. He couldn't even tell if it was the wind outside or the wind in the song. The chorus begins to play. Chapter 48, Beyond the Words. This song may be a little more difficult, relatively speaking. The most important thing is the real falsetto shift and the falsetto treble part. Lee could hear it, and it seemed that the neutral voice had a better degree of control over the song. But Tang Jingran's voice doesn't seem to be a neutral voice. Also, the song has a somewhat wide range and is even very high-tuned in some respects. Mr. Lee could also tell that it was simply impossible to handle the song without good vocals. However, Tang Jingran was only a freshman. She didn't have much singing ability, much less skill. One could even say, Tang Jingran doesn't even have experience singing in a competition. Can she handle it? This sentence put a big question mark in Mr. Lee's mind. Let's listen to the song first. regardless of whether or not we can sing it down. All go with the wind. The overall style of the song is more positive, accompanied by the slightest hint of sadness, just like the feeling of a teenager returning home. The score, in combination with the lyrics, is simply superb. This song is unique in that the chorus has 2 verses in a row. As Mr. Lee listened to the melodious tune, between his eyes, it seemed as if tears were flashing out. He looked at PDD. PDD, why does this song remind me of when I was a teenager? PDD smiled politely at Mr. Lee. This song is really immersive and reminds me of when I used to go to college and only go home once every few months. Immediately afterward, Mr. Lee listened quietly. At this point, a complete song Lee listened to all the way through. There are some songs that are very short, but they always feel very long and never seem to be finished. There are some songs that are long, but they feel like why are they so short? Now Mr. Lee's mentality is the latter. How can I listen to it once and still feel like I'm not listening to it enough? If it wasn't for the time constraints of the Fairy Cup, he would have wanted to keep this song on a loop forever. At this point, he sits in his office chair, reflecting on the song It's All Gone with the Wind from earlier. He could tell. The lyrics of this song are ebullient and beautiful. A rare treat. The flat narrative is nonetheless very immersive. The songs are also amazing. It could be said that a song like this could only have been written by the company's gold medal composers. And, moreover, it was the kind that took a long time. Please note, it is May. But now, Lee Dong had written it. And Lee Dong had written it in a mere 30 minutes. He always felt that there seemed to be infinite potential hidden in Lee Dong's body. Lee Dong is like a treasure chest. People can get you whatever kind of song you need. What you can't solve, Lee Dong can solve naturally. This kid, he really does have potential. PDD was right to sign him in the first place. Lee Dong, did you really just write this song? Mr. Lee asked. In fact, this query of Mr. Lee is also a query in PDD's mind. Lee Dong knew that the song was given to him by the system, and if he said that he had just written it, Mr. Lee would definitely not believe it. Who can come up with a tune so fast? I'm afraid you can't finish it even if you record it. Lee Dong replied. It's like this. This song was written before, and now it's just right to use it. PDD laughed. That's right. I told you. How can one person write a song so quickly? Or two? Sometimes people without systems are just so naive. She never knew how fast Leiden with the system came out with tunes. He can give you hundreds of tunes in a minute if the conditions are right and there is enough clout. Mr. Lee waved at Lee Dong at this time. Come here for a minute. Lee Dong walked over, and Mr. Lee actually touched his stomach. This scene shocked both PDD and Lee Dong. Immediately afterward, Mr. Lee explained, I thought you were Doraemon. Lee Dong and PDD looked at each other, and PDD let out a pfft laugh. But it's Doraemon, isn't it? Every time he needs a tune, Lee Dong can get it out within half an hour. And the quality of the songs is still of the amazing variety. Mr. Lee revealed a long-lost smile. Alright, let's get back to the song itself. PDD thought the song was great, but it seemed like Tang Jingran was a little too much to handle. Of course, the most important thing is also the idea of Mr. Lee, the leader. PDD asked. Mr. Lee, how do you feel about this song? Mr. Lee naturally knew how high the quality of the song was, but the biggest question now was whether Tang Jingran was suitable. That's when he threw it back to PDD. Tell me what you think first. There was nothing she could do. The leader told her to talk, so what else could she do but talk? If we talk about this song alone, both the lyrics and the score are rare, but the problem now is that this song is going to be sung by Tang Jingran. Mr. Lee looked at PDD. Well, go ahead. PDD added, this song is very difficult. Tang Jingran is still a freshman. I'm afraid she can't sing it well. On the other hand, I feel it doesn't suit her. Mr. Lee sighed long and hard. That's what I'm thinking about now. The song is good, but there's nothing you can do if you can't sing it. Lee Dong's thoughts, on the other hand, were different from the two. Lee Dong wanted Tang Jingran to learn to change. So, that's when Lee Dong wanted to interject. May I interject? PDD knows very well that Lee Dong originally has few words. He is able to speak. He is exactly what he wants. Sure, Lee Dong said. This song is not suitable for Tang Jingran, and the difficulty is a bit high. But I think a mature singer should learn to try to change herself. Having said that, PDD was inspired in his mind. Yeah, many of the artists under her nowadays only know one style of tune since they are just potential artists. Just college artists without much singing ability. This can be fatal for singers. It would be a good thing if, with this song, she could improve Tang Jingran's vocals. You make a good point. PDD looked at Mr. Lee again. Although he agreed with Lee Dong's point of view, if Mr. Lee didn't agree with it, all of this would still be for nothing? Mr. Lee thought for a few seconds. If we change Tang Jingran's tune now, is it too late? Besides, our main goal is the Fairy Cup. In the latter words, Mr. Lee didn't continue. but PDD had also heard the implication. Mr. Lee is just trying to say that the fairy cup is the main thing. Changing the style of music is good for the singers themselves. But what about the fairy cup? Not necessarily a good thing, is it? Lee Dong, can you change the song? Leiden? Although the influence of the system does not cost money, it is also their own hard work, little by little accumulated. To know. Chapter 49, The Best News. 100,000 influences. What if I could teach Tang Jingran? PDD's heart shook. What do you mean? You're going to teach Tang Jingran this song? Li Dong's eyes were very determined. Yes. PDD thought for a moment. Li Dong to teach Tang Jingran. He as the creator, also knows the song best. This is the best thing. But the problem, now, is still the timing. Li Dong, the fairy cup is only a week away now. And this song, as I just heard it, is not something that can be taught with simple skill. What this requires is vocals. Technique can be formed in a short time, but singing, not over time. Li Dong replied. I'll give it a try. The fairy cup is a very important event for amusement entertainment. And at the same time, Starlight Entertainment's song is now basically out of the question. Will they be willing to do so? Will they be willing to do so? Then they'll focus all their energy on the fairy cup. After all, this is Sky Entertainment's biggest competitor at the moment. If there is no certainty, PDD will never let Li Dong to try. Li Dong, I think this matter is not just to try. You have to be sure. After all, the fairy cup is a rare opportunity for our company to publicize. Doesn't it also depend on the system if Li Dong can be sure? If there's anything in the system that teaches people to learn cards, he's sure as hell sure of it. Sister Wang, you guys wait first. PDD was a bit blindsided. What do you mean? Without answering, Li Dong walked out the door. PDD and Mr. Lee looked at each other. What's going on with this kid? Anyway, is it so hard to confirm? Mr. Lee spread his hands and said he didn't know anything. On the other side, Li Dong definitely couldn't let them know about the system, so he hid in the toilet to try to communicate with the system. Li Dong thought to himself, if there were any cards of famous singers on earth, or any cards of music godfathers, when the time comes to teach Tang Jingran, it's still a handful. System, are there any character cards? The system didn't know about Li Dong's needs at that time. Character cards? Soon, the system read his mind. Hello host, the system does have a similar card. Leiden thought to himself, what exactly is the function? Mastermind aura card. What do you mean? The system replies, the so-called teacher's aura card is a 5-meter radius with the user as the center of the circle, and as long as one enters into this aura, anyone back will be interested in the knowledge that the host is telling them. And, the teacher's halo card can also empower the host with the most advanced teaching methods to make students enjoy learning. Li Dong probably understood. It is nothing more than saying that if there is a person standing in the middle and imparting knowledge to those around him, anyone who is within 5 meters of him will naturally enjoy learning and the knowledge imparted by that person. Li Dong thought to himself that if it was a high school teacher who had this teacher's aura, then he would definitely be able to get a good score. The system adds, of course, there is a time limit on the Mastermind Halo cards. Each card can be used for 5 hours. This gave Li Dong a huge headache. He could not keep outputting knowledge to Tang Jingran for 5 hours. Could he? Get some rest yourself. Once again, the system read his mind. The minimum time for each use of the Mastermind Halo card is 1 hour, and the host can use it in batches. This rule is still quite acceptable to Li Dong. Now that you've figured out what the system can customize, how much influence does it take to customize a card? He checked his influence. Name, Li Dong. Impact, 32141. Having just customized 2 songs has cost quite a bit of influence, so there's only about 30,000 influence left now. That's simply not enough influence, either. Moreover, these tens of thousands of influence have been generated recently and left over from before. The hosts have absolutely nothing to worry about with the current Script Fest event, which is still in the process of being discussed. Furthermore, tomorrow is the last day of June. The song The Quiet of Summer has also reached the point where it's confirmed to be a chart topper. So, the host will soon get a new influence. Li Dong didn't know what to say about this system intelligence, or should I say that this system will do anything to sell its product. But, in any case, since the next days will have many influences, there is no fear. After Li Dong finalized this matter, he once again returned to the office. He would never do anything without benefits. Sister Wang, if I can teach Tang Jingran, what's in it for me? PDD laughed. If it was anyone else, he would have been too embarrassed to say it so bluntly. The church is useless. The key is to be able to get first place in the fairy cup. Leiden asked, so what if I can teach her to get first place? So what do you want? Without even thinking, Li Dong directly answered, money. PDD and Mr. Lee looked at each other, then both burst out laughing. As for the money, PDD definitely can't make the decision. The key still lies in Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee said at this time. Let's do it this way. The drawback for the song I'll Go With the Wind is no longer 10%, and give you to 15%, which is also the maximum authority I can do. The singer's side is still a 10% draw. Lee Dong's eyes rolled as he seemed to think of some good idea. If Tang Jingran didn't want this 10% commission, wouldn't this commission be her own as well? Okay, Lee Dong said to PDD. Sister Wang, I promise you. PDD didn't know what Lee Dong had been doing, and that had nothing to do with him anyway. Promising this thing since he'd come back was the best news of all. You're not thinking about it anymore? Lee Dong knows the power of the system, even if it is a dog. With the system can train him to become a music dog. What's more, Tang Jingran's foundation wasn't bad in the first place. Lee Dong shook his head, indicating that there was no need to consider it. No need. The next day, Lee Dong didn't care if PDD contacted him or not. Anyway, he turned off his cell phone to keep too many messages from bothering him. He knew that if PDD approached him, it would be, again, when are you going to teach Tang Jingran? Or perhaps, don't forget about yourself. It's annoying as hell. After all, there was still a lot of influence left in the system that hadn't arrived yet, even if it was a customized master-teacher card. Lee Dong did not eat well this day, did not sleep well, and did not want to do anything other than lying in bed and refreshing his influence. The day, under its own refreshing, had reached 50,000 influence by the end of the day. 50,000 short of a customized mastermind card. It's a little less influential now, but there's still one big trick left to pull off. Chapter 50, a huge talking point. That's where quiet in the summertime ranks after 12 p.m. In Yen City, every art student most concerned about things is the new song list every month. This is their copy creative. No, it's a source of follow-through. Gradually, the time came to 12 o'clock and the current June new songs chart was out. At the top of the list, naturally, is The Quiet of Summer. In every music forum in Yen City, the list of new songs for the month would be announced, and this month would naturally be no exception. In addition to the forum's own announcements, Amusement Entertainment also has its own thread. Amusement Entertainment's signed Lee Dong, which was meant to be a banner for college students. So, there was a thread scrambling to get reposted on all the major forums. The song The Quiet of Summer, written by college students and performed by college students, topped the June new songs chart. The content is nothing more than saying that the June new songs chart is now out after a fierce competition. Topped by The Quiet of Summer. It is understood that the song is composed by freshman students do not dispute. Freshman students do not dispute the lyrics. Yen City College of the Arts freshman student Tang Jingran sang. Since Lee Dong wrote his name as undisputed, or stage name, among the lyricists and composers, no one recognized him. These two artists are the new force of college students, and both of them are the newest artists of Amusement Entertainment. We hope that young people with ideas can join Amusement Entertainment. Just in case the major forums would delete this post, the contributors from Sky Entertainment thought about it for a while and deleted that last sentence. Just as this thread went up, countless people started commenting below the post. Bullseye. College creators. Be supportive. Why did the singer name the school and this vocalist didn't? Amusement Entertainment. YYDS. Celestial Entertainment seems bound to crush Starry Entertainment under its feet. With college students writing and college students singing, while Starry Entertainment's side seems to be composed by adults and sung by college students. As a result, it's not as high as someone else's Sky Entertainment's ranking. Sadly, Sky Entertainment, right? I'm a college student this year, and when I graduate, I'll be the first to join Sky Entertainment. Many songwriting giants, sometimes in order to retire, release songs under some other stage name, so the crowd was guessing, who was undisputed? How come I've never heard of this composer before? Don't say you haven't heard it. I've been making music for so long I've never heard it either. I'll bet this undisputed is some bigot's little number, and if it isn't, I'll wash my head upside down. Ditto. If it wasn't for Big Brother Jr., I'd be washing my hair upside down, too. Dude, lend me some shampoo when you get there. Let me be clear. I came to the water post after listening to the song. I think the upstairs guess is very likely. If it's a newcomer, how can it write such a good tune? Of course, Yen City Art Academy, after all, was an art school, and they saw the name of the first place song, The Quiet of Summer. The original idea was to listen to it and then go looking for college artists. As it turns out, they found. This first place winner turned out to be a college artist and a student from his own school. For a moment, discussion of Tang Jingran ensued at the Yen City Art Academy. That's awesome. Is that the best place a college student has ever gotten? Seems like it. I remember college singers before that were in the top 50 on the charts at best. To number 1. Not at all. But Tang Jingran is number 1. And it's also the first time a song is released that it's number 1. Tang Jingran can do it. Without saying a word, she took the number 1 spot on the June new songs chart. I've been telling you for a long time that my schoolmate is awesome. There were also some students from the Yen City Art Academy. They saw students from other schools talking about the number one new song and joined in. Tang Jingran? Oh, from our school. I know. You know, they've never been in a music exploration group before without talking. In addition to the students of the Yen City Art Academy, the crowd in the music forum had the most intense discussions. Tang Jingran is really being carried away by the great spirit. Carried away by the great spirit. There's a reason it was able to take the number one spot in June. Listen to that song, let alone college, even as an adult. Can you write that? This isn't some bigot posing as a college student, is it? Oh big brother, you mustn't play me like that. But who the hell is this undisputed? A freshman? There's even a freshman who's more powerful than Li Dong? Oh heaven, oh earth, give me a great god, as great as undisputed. Don't dream, the undisputed great god is Tang Jingran's. Since Li Dong had said at a previous time that Tang Jingran should not tell the other students that he was indisputable. Tang Jingran even asked Li Dong why at that time. Li Dong's answer was simple: I'm a person who doesn't like to be famous. I feel quite awkward being famous. So, this secret Tang Jingran never told. In the face of all the people talking about Tang Jingran being taken flying, the students of the Yen City Art Academy were not going to do it. What do you mean Tang Jingran was taken flying? Does it mean Tang Jingran doesn't have the strength? After all, Tang Jingran was a student at her own school. How could they let Tang Jingran be bullied? As a result, numerous students from the Yen City Art Institute began to organize a reply to the post. Why it's still number one on the June New Songs chart. Truth be told, it's the tune The Quiet of Summer that's good. At Upstairs, I agree with you that Tang Jingran's vocals are genuinely average. It's just being carried away. Is it hard to admit that? Laying down to win is laying down to win. In fact, there is nothing bad to admit. I also want to lay down to win, but there is no one to take me. There is no way. Tang Jingran is a well-known character, compared to Undisputed, who is a huge topic of conversation. Not long after the announcement of the list, Wu Gang was still in his dormitory brushing up his posts when he suddenly said to Li Dong, Li Dong, you might have a rival. Li Dong looked at Wu Gang. In terms of the intersection between myself and Wu Gang, the festival is over. Scriptfest is over. A fiction festival? Writing novels isn't something I'm good at in the first place, and it's not unusual to have a lot of opponents. Wu Gang shook his hand. I don't mean writing a novel. What's that? Wu Gang replied. Compose. Li Dong replied. My composing wasn't great in the first place, I admit. Otherwise wouldn't I have become a well-known composer long ago? Wu Gang was a bit anxious now. How could he give him a hard time? I mean, within the college composers, you've got competition. Chapter 51 A Heated Discussion. Chapter 51 Heated Discussions. Oh, Leiden pulled a long note and asked, who is it? Wu Gang replied, no argument. Li Dong heard a burst of laughter. This is not dispute is not himself? Although his heart thought so, his mouth still asked, is he very powerful? Awesome? Wu Gang said, where is he described by the word awesome? He added, June's list, you know? Li Dong blinked twice, waiting for Wu Gang's next words. Wu Gang said, the composer who was number one on the June charts. It is rumored that he is also a music student and is a freshman just like us. Now, the whole internet is talking about it. Talking about which bigot's best this Undisputed is. Li Dong replied, that's really quite impressive. Wu Gang looked at Li Dong's expression and was a little surprised. Isn't the Undisputed great god awesome? Why didn't Li Dong react at all when he heard this person? It's really hard to figure out. It's hard to believe that he thinks he's better than Undisputed. There was indeed this possibility. Although Li Dong usually spoke quite little, but in this guy's bones, he still revealed a kind of condescension. Wu Gang shook his head helplessly at this time. The next morning, Li Dong got up at 6 o'clock, and the first thing he did was to check his current influence. After all, at midnight last night, the news that The Quiet of Summer had become the number one song on the June New Songs chart had already been released to all the major platforms and all the forums. Many people also had heated discussions. Leiden tries to communicate with the system. Viewing impact. In a moment, a blue panel appeared in front of him. Name, Li Dong. Impact, 325841. Li Dong was originally a calm person, but at this moment, he really didn't know whether to be calm or not. Surprisingly, in one night, the influence of 270,000, which is never before his record, he swallowed. So, you can customize your MasterCard today? The system made a noise at this point. That's why I say that this system will not deceive the host. Li Dong had dealt with the system for such a long time. How could he not know that the system wanted nothing more than to obtain his newcomer? Facilitates easier pitting of your influence later. With the influence, the first thing to do was to customize the mastermind card. After all, the Fairy Cup was imminent. Customized mastermind cards. The system has the right to remind the host that you are currently wasting even your customized master teacher card. Li Dong's heart was shocked. What's that supposed to mean? Didn't you have the master teacher card so you could teach Tang Jingran to sing? The system prompted again. What do you teach if you don't have an excellent knowledge of music theory? Of singing? Li Dong thought about it for a moment. If you don't know how to sing well yourself, even if you teach it to Tang Jingran, it's still a mistake. So what now? System answer, you can choose to customize a singing knowledge so that you can teach Tang Jingran to sing. Li Dong had a bit of a headache. Doesn't this talk just mean you want to spend more influence? Then why didn't the system say so yesterday? Once again, the system heard him. If I had said that yesterday, you would have given up on customizing the master teacher card. Li Dong looked at the system's screen and his entire body froze. He simply couldn't imagine that the system would be able to pit itself like this. But what can be done now? Okay, customize both. After all, the current Li Dong is rich and powerful, and it's only 6 o'clock now, and he already has more than $200,000 of influence. Based on previous month's experience, the #1 new song of the month chart will be discussed by a group of people from 12 to 1 when it is announced. Immediately afterward, all these people go to bed, and the next day during the day, the spread will be even wider. That's why Li Dong knows very well that the influence he has now is just a beginning, not an end. Congratulations! Singing knowledge customization successful. Master card purchase successful. Li Dong felt at this time that a clear stream suddenly flowed into his mind, just like a spring tinkling, and he suddenly gained a lot more knowledge of music theory. It even includes intonation exercises, breath change exercises. Anyway, a lot more useful stuff. In addition to this basic knowledge of vocal singing, there is also a lot of knowledge of the higher stages, as well as some singer-songwriter techniques. Li Dong suddenly realized that even if he grabbed a bird over to sing and taught it these things, it could become a singer. Learning about singing, Lydon closed the system and by 8 o'clock or so, he gave PDD a call. Sister Wang. PDD heard Li Dong's voice, and to be honest, there was some anger. Li Dong, what the hell did you do yesterday? Why didn't you answer your phone even when I called you? The cell phone is broken. Oh, are you free today? I'll pick you up later. Aha. Li Dong was going to tutor Tang Jingran later, and according to PDD's instructions, he was also going to briefly teach Lian Yulin along the way. That was why Li Dong did not return to the composition department either, but just waited here quietly for the two artists to come. It wasn't long before a girl came in from out in the hall. Li Dong sized up the girl. It always feels like I've seen it somewhere, but I can't put my finger on it. Li Dong pondered for a while before it came to him. The girl was no other than Yulin Liang, the same Yulin Liang who had given her The Young and the Restless for her to sing. After Lian Yulin entered the door, she realized that there was only one person, and she didn't know that the person in front of her was none other than her composer, Li Dong. She just thought to herself, looking at the boy's age, he must be some kind of preparatory artist in the college artist department. Lian Yulin has been in Tian Entertainment for 2 years, and will become an artiste next month, so she naturally won't pay attention to the preparatory artiste in front of her. Plus, I read the song The Young Ones yesterday, and learned about the June new songs chart, which is also indisputably creative. He was almost certain that he was the next singer to be carried away by the gods. As a result, the current Lian Yulin would be even less likely to put others in her eyes. Lian Yulin carried her guitar on her back, thinking that she would find a random seat and sit casually, waiting for a while for Sister Wang and her composing god to arrive. She looked around as she searched for a seat, when passing Li Dong, then did not see the road clearly. The guitar on his back suddenly a moment, hooked on Li Dong's body. Lian Yulin the whole person suddenly sat on the ground with a butt. At this point, her heart couldn't be more irritated. Li Dong was originally a person who didn't like to talk much, especially about things that had nothing to do with him and people he didn't know. So, he also just glanced at Lian Yulin and left it alone. Lian Yulin was already harboring a fire in her heart, and with such a look, it completely made Lian Yulin's fire explode. Chapter 52, Caught in the Act. Do you have eyes or not? Li Dong still had some doubts in his heart. It's obvious that you bumped into me, and you're asking me if I have eyes? However, Li Dong did not bother to talk to her, just lowered his head and played with his cell phone. At this time, Lian Yulin grabbed Li Dong's cell phone. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Li Dong coldly said. I heard you. Why didn't you react at all when you heard it? Li Dong asked. Didn't you hit me? Why should I react? Lian Yulin gasped in anger and crossed her arms. I mean, when you see me coming, can't you get out of the way? Can't you see I'm carrying such a big guitar? Li Dong just let out an "oh." Lian Yulin's heart became even more furious. She really wanted to tear Li Dong apart. Never seen a boy like that before. No mercy at all. Nor had he ever seen a newcomer from Sky Entertainment dare to talk to himself like this. Besides, he was about to become a full-fledged artist, no longer a college student artist. Her stance got even higher. You're just here as a prep artist, aren't you? Li Dong didn't know how to reply to that statement. If he said that he was a preparatory artist, right, he was indeed now in the composing department. If you're not a prep artist, right, but you're still a college student. Unable to answer, Li Dong could only gently nod his head, followed by extending his hand. Give me the cell phone. Liang Yulin took a look. A preparatory artist still dare to be so arrogant. Who's your agent? Li Dong is now in the composing department, so he doesn't have an agent by definition, but he had one before, and including now. Li Dong has always treated PDD as his manager. PDD. PDD is Liang Yulin's agent. Liang Yulin see, this has not just caught the opportunity? So he said, okay, go to your agent's office and get your cell phone. I'll see what she says about you. With that, Liang Yulin walked towards PDD's office. Li Dong thought to himself, she looks quite gentle. Why is her personality so violent? It seems that the next time I make a tune for her, I'm going to choose a sleeping tune, so that she can try to change it as well. After a short while, PDD headed towards the office lobby with Yulin Liang. While walking, PDD also asked, who is it? How dare you mess with our Liang Yulin? Liang Yulin pointed at Li Dong. That's him. PDD's mind was blown. Liang Yulin, you're not mistaken, are you? Liang Yulin replied, how could I be mistaken? I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. PDD pulls Yulin Liang aside. Liang, this man is not to be disputed. Liang Yulin instantly covered her mouth with the palm of her hand when she heard the word undisputed. Yesterday, Li Dong didn't come to the office, but Liang Yulin and Tang Jingran were both in the office, and PDD had told the two that the person who had written the tune for them was none other than Undisputed. Tang Jingran knew that it was Li Dong who did not compete, and that she was going to be taken flying by Li Dong once again, but Liang Yulin did not know it, and had never seen Undisputed. She was just thinking that she was going to be carried away by the undisputed great god as well. And where would one have thought that the person in front of them was none other than Undisputed? Liang Yulin looked at him and didn't seem to like talking much. How could she not look like that? But since PDD is now saying he is undisputed, he must not be wrong again. Liang Yulin immediately apologized. I'm sorry, undisputed great god, it was me who had the eyes to recognize the mountain. Liang Yulin is waiting to be taken flying by Undisputed, the great god. She thought again of the way she had been just now, deadlocking people without arguing. I can't believe I'm treating him like a prep artist myself. Now that she thought about it, Liang Yulin really felt embarrassed. Immediately after, she personally took Li Dong's cell phone and delivered it to him. I'm so sorry, undisputed great god. Li Dong did not get angry, but his stomach grumbled angry. Buy me breakfast. Liang Yulin's entire body froze. What did the undisputed great god say just now? Buy him breakfast? Did I hear you right? Big god, what did you just say? Li Dong repeated. Buy me breakfast. Yulin Liang made sure that she hadn't heard wrong this time. The Great Spirit did say to buy him breakfast. In his heart, he thought, the Great God's style of handling things is really different, haha. Okay, the music room. Tang Jingran understood Li Dong's thoughts well, so she followed closely behind him. Liang Yulin didn't know as much. She didn't even know what the Great Spirit meant by music room, so she glanced at PDD. PDD pointed to the music room. Li Dong is calling you, telling you two to go to the music room. Why are you still standing there? It was only then that Liang Yulin reacted. While walking towards the music room, my mind was thinking, is this the legendary style of dealing with the great gods? The great god is really different. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong again. How could there be such indifferent people in this world? Was the Great Spirit angry with you just now? That's why you don't bother to talk to yourself and become so cold. Now, Li Dong would imagine Liang Yulin's psyche with even a single sentence, or even a single word, or a small action. On his way to the music room, Li Dong's ears suddenly heard the sound of the system. Hello host, the system has detected that you are about to teach. The system is currently launching an artificial intelligence system. Do you want to buy it? Li Dong said in his heart. What are the functions? The system sends out a prompt. You can analyze and target training for each student. Like what? For example, we will judge the pitch of a particular student with an accuracy range of about 0.001 degrees. And then, for example, some students have bad breath, which we can analyze very quickly. Li Dong had heard that some AIs were really awesome. And besides, what was he afraid of now that he was rich and powerful? Li Dongxin said, how much influence? The system replied, 100,000. Purchase. This system reminds the host that the artificial intelligence teaching function has been successfully purchased. You will automatically use it when teaching. Thanks. Arriving at the music room, both Liang Yulin and Tang Jingran found a place to do so and began to receive Li Dong's lecture. Yulin Liang smiled as she sat down. Great God, what are we learning today? Li Dong first glanced at Liang Yulin and Tang Jingran, and since the system now had artificial intelligence, He quickly judged the strengths and weaknesses of the two. Li Dong found out. How are they both so bad at music theory and basic vocal knowledge? The system does a second degree of analysis at this point. Hello host, due to China's music theory knowledge is a bit different from Earth's. More accurately, China's music level simply cannot catch up with the Earth. Chapter 53 Doubts in the Mind. This system also reserves the most advanced music theory knowledge on Earth. So what they have learned now, in front of this system, is just like an elementary school student facing a university professor. Li Dong probably understood, and he quickly made a plan. That's what he's planning to do. Since it is different from Earth's knowledge of music theory, it is necessary to impart advanced ideas to both. On the first day, a simple knowledge of music theory is taught, as well as the most basic knowledge of vocal singing, so that only with a good foundation can you listen to the lessons that follow. On the second day, the two can be taught singing skills, which are not only for the fairy cup, but also for their singing in the future. Li Dong didn't want to have to teach them once every time he wrote a song. I have to teach classes and compose music for amusement media. What if I teach them? I'm not sure how tired I'd be. On the third day, use the system's artificial intelligence to analyze their strengths and weaknesses again. For each of them, targeted training was carried out. The next 4 or 5 days will be devoted to instruction of the songs. On the 6th day, it's time to compete in the fairy cup. Li Dong replied to Liang Yulin at this time. Vocal singing basics and music theory basics. Liang Yulin thought to herself, aren't these the simplest things? Why are we wasting time on the simplest things? She laughed dryly. Great God, we understand all these things. As she said that, she glanced at Tang Jingran, who nodded at this time, indicating that she did understand. Li Dong picked up the chalk. Is your knowledge of music theory comparable to that on Earth? It's a lot different, okay? Your previous knowledge of singing, which was taught by another teacher, does not count with me. Liang Yulin was a little embarrassed. How she wanted to retort now, but he didn't dare. He had already offended the great God in the morning, and if he still sang against him now, he would have to be thrown out himself. But her mind was racing. Could singing basics and music theory be different? What else could be new? Is it possible that you can teach 890 out of 123 in short form? Can't figure it out. Liang Yulin frowned and looked at Tang Jingran again. Tang Jingran spread her hands. No, I have nothing to do with it. Indicating that she didn't know what Li Dong meant either. Tang Jingran was just thinking, she could memorize all these simple things by herself. Was it really necessary to learn them all over again? Li Dong could see the two people's little minds. Coldly, he said, if you don't want to learn, get out. Neither dared to speak, but could only listen in silence. Li Dong's heart murmured and used the teacher card. Gradually, he suddenly felt that a lot of knowledge about teaching appeared in his mind, and it was as if he was an old teacher with more than 10 years of experience. Just when using the master teacher card, all students in the vicinity of a distance of 5 meters will enter immersion learning, which is a time when students, out of receiving knowledge, will not think of anything else. To put it in a very fashionable way, they have you in their eyes. Let's start today by teaching you a little bit about simple vocal singing. When it comes to singing, the natural thing you can't get away from is breathing, as you all know. Let's start by understanding the 3 ways of breathing. In fact, this knowledge is the simplest of knowledge. Although Tang Jingran is a freshman, although she is a student of the media department, she has also received singing training and music theory training. Yulin Liang is now a junior and is also a vocal singing major. These things couldn't be easier for them. In addition to this, Li Dong talked about resonance and other knowledge, and this so-called other knowledge is the knowledge of the earth. Whether it was knowledge of music theory or singing, it was a very large and complex structure, but at this moment, Li Dong had spent more than an hour on it. Hardwire knowledge into their minds. Liang Yulin and Tang Jingran, both of them, felt that their heads were now filled with knowledge. They really don't understand why such simple vocal knowledge didn't feel interesting before when they first started listening. Listening further down the line, it was as if this knowledge was something you had never been exposed to before. Liang Yulin was already a junior in college, and she even felt scared. His fear was whether he had forgotten all this music theory knowledge by his freshman year. Why is it that the big guns never hear any of this later in their lectures? And yet it feels like it makes perfect sense. So, Liang Yulin immediately turned to the book of music theory knowledge. She was surprised to find that what Li Dong was talking about was completely absent from the books. Is this something the gods themselves have summarized? God, that's horrible too. Originally, the knowledge would take days to complete, but with the help of Li Dong's master teacher Aura, the two quickly learned everything. Li Dong looked at the time. About an hour had arrived. According to his plan, it was a total of 5 teaching days, which had to be strictly controlled, because the mastermind card is also only 5 hours long, 1 hour a day. Just right. By the 6th day, he couldn't teach anything even if you asked him to. Well, that's it for today's lesson. Having just finished speaking, Li Dong immediately shut down the time of the master teacher card, so it could be said that not a single second was wasted. Liang Yulin looked at the time. An hour had passed now. When she was in school, she always felt that time passed too slowly whenever she was in class, but at this moment, she just couldn't figure out why time was passing so quickly. Originally, I thought I knew all this simple music theory and singing. When Li Dong finished speaking, he realized only when he compared himself with the knowledge that Li Dong had taught. The difference between himself and Li Dong was too great. Moreover, Li Dong was not even holding a book. He was just holding the chalk and writing and drawing on the blackboard. If Li Dong is compared to being well versed in vocal knowledge, then he himself is not even close to knowing the skinny. Nope, one could even say that one doesn't even understand proteins on hair. Tang Jingran was also shocked in her heart. He knew that Li Dong was from the music department, but Li Dong was a composition student, so how did he know so much about the singing aspect as well? Li Dong was originally a talent in her mind, but now he was an all-rounder. Li Dong, were you a teacher? The words Tang Jingran asked were exactly the doubts in Liang Yulin's mind. If she hadn't seen Li Dong's age, she would have even thought that all of her own classroom teachers could have been taught by Li Dong. That kind of stockpile of knowledge, like a calculator, or the extra large capacity kind. Li Dong gently nodded his head and answered Tang Jingran's question. Aha! Chapter 54, Commitments. Chapter 54, Commitments. Tang Jingran said, no wonder you can teach so well. Li Dong added, am I not the teacher now? The teacher of the two of you. Tang Jingran and Liang Yulin looked at each other and burst out laughing. PDD. On that day, actually peeked outside the door for a little while at the beginning. She's an agent, but she knows a little bit about music, film and television. She knew very well that what Li Dong was teaching the two now was the most basic knowledge of singing and music theory. Since she had only listened for a short while, plus she hadn't heard the advanced music theory of the earth behind her. So, PDD thought to himself, this can't go on like this. For both, the basics of singing and music theory, it's totally unnecessary. Now that the Fairy Cup is approaching, what's the point of Li Dong talking about this if not to waste time? It's been mentioned before. The Fairy Cup is not only a great time to publicize the entertainment company, but also the best time to close the gap with Starlight Entertainment. So, PDD is half sloppy. That afternoon, PDD kept Li Dong on the grounds that he had worked hard and wanted to treat him to dinner. In fact, PDD wanted to discuss with Li Dong if he could teach them something they could use. Company cafeteria. It was now mealtime, but there were very few people in the company cafeteria. Who doesn't want to go home after work in the afternoon? I'm a laborer at work. Do you want me to work 996 after work, thinking about peaches? Of course, there are those who don't want to work overtime and leave at the end of the day. And then there are those who are willing to work overtime and still want to work at the end of the day. PDD, this workaholic devil, willing to work overtime, or even out of their own pockets to invite Li Dong dinner overtime kind. The two were sitting face to face in the company cafeteria. PDD asked tentatively, Li Dong, you still remember the promise you gave me back then, right? Leiden replied, let them take first place in the Fairy Cup. Aha. PDD nodded. Your first day teaching their class today. Do you feel confident? Li Dong thought for a moment. If he is so taught, certainly have a certainty. But if the two people in the Fairy Cup in the time of bad play, then he cannot do anything. Can't see it. PDD went along with Li Dong's. So, you don't think what you taught today will work either? Li Dong shook his hand. There's nothing wrong with what I'm teaching. I can't see if they can play well. PDD sneered. You're quite confident. Leiden replied. Yes, if the person in front of PDD had been replaced by someone else, she would have gotten angry a long time ago. But the person in front of her was Li Dong, who was so clear in his own heart. PDD continued. Why did I hear that all you taught them today was the simplest of music theory? Leiden asked. Who did you hear that from? PDD laughed dryly, not knowing how to answer. Just answer my question. Yes. Is there a difference in knowledge? Leiden said. Yes. PDD frowned. Now that time was running out. Eagerly, he said, all these things can be taught later, and the competition is coming up. So can you teach some of them so that they can win in the competition? Like singing technique, like how these two songs should be taken. Li Dong shrugged his shoulders. These are the ones that can win awards. PDD smiled. She recognized Li Dong's composing ability, but she could not agree with this teaching ability of Li Dong. Is there a difference between teaching the basics now and teaching nothing at all? PDD, as an agent, is naturally well versed in some music theory. First of all, the first point is that these vocal basics are so easy for both of them. They've known it for a long time. The second point is that in the vocal program, the basics, while not the most complex, are the most tedious, and if you teach them now, I don't think you'll be able to teach them all by the time the competition is over. The third point is that they are not interested in these things at all. and I'm afraid that your image as a great god is going to be greatly diminished. Li Dong shook his head as he mimicked PDD's words. The first point is that the two of them didn't understand any of what I was teaching them earlier. Point 2. The basics I've taught today. PDD's heart wants to laugh a little when he hears this. The two of them don't get it? How is that possible? Liang Yulin is now a junior. These basic knowledge of music theory and singing, they can be memorized in the freshman year. Tang Jingran's foundation was slightly worse, but she had also gone through systematic training and had mastered these basics for a long time. What's even more ridiculous is that Li Dong said he was done teaching. Can the basics of vocal music be taught without 2 or 3 weeks? And it's still a 996 kind of day, so you can teach it all. This kid, how did he learn to lie? Li Dong, lying is not a good sign. You can teach the fundamentals of vocal music in such a short time? Li Dong saw that PDD didn't believe him. If you don't believe me, ask tomorrow. PDD gave Li Dong a skeptical look and prepared to wait until tomorrow to ask Tang Jingran and Liang Yulin in person. After dinner, PDD drove Li Dong back to his dorm room. The first thing Li Dong did when he returned to the dormitory was to open the system. The news that The Quiet of Summer became #1 was made public today at midnight, and it's usually during the daytime when the crowds are talking about it the most. So, Li Dong wanted to see how much influence this could have over the course of a day. He tried to communicate with the system. Viewing impact. In no time, the blue panel there appeared in front of his eyes. Still the same colors, still the same font. Name, Li Dong. Impact, 625841. Li Dong swallowed his saliva when he saw the influence. After just one day, it's already at over 600. 000 influence and that's with 100. 000 used in AI teaching turned on. You know, although the original amount was more than 300. $200. $000 have been spent, leaving more than $100. That means that in this one short day, more than 600. 000 influences have been added. Not only that, just as Li Dong was checking the influence, the screen unexpectedly began to flicker continuously, and the influence was now rising with every minute and every second. The system was also happy for Li Dong. The host has become the Wang Duoyu of the system world. Wang Duoyu? Li Dong did feel it. It seemed like he was really a Wang Duoyu. Li Dong thought, a song is like this. If Liang Yulin and Tang Jingran's song can be released after singing Fairy Cup, then the number, I'm afraid, is all but impossible to calculate. Anyway, the novel festival is now a no-brainer. Chapter 55, The Crown. So much influence to spend? At least not yet. Li Dong slept soundly this night, and even got up at 6 o'clock the next day. Climb up and check the impact again. The next day, according to the plan, Li Dong still needed to go to Sky Entertainment Media, and still needed to give a lecture to the two people. The Fairy Cup is really too important to amusement entertainment. If it were before, PDD so-called S Tang Jingran and Liang Yulin might just be a way to scare Li Dong and make him pay attention. But the Fairy Cup is different. This is an award that every artist from every entertainment company is competing for. As soon as Liang Yulin and Tang Jingran arrived at the company, they were called to their office by PDD. While the two were being surprised, PDD quietly looked towards the surroundings and realized that Li Dong had not yet arrived at the office. She locked the door with a click as she re-entered the office. Only then did he whisper to the two, "Ask you two something." The two looked at PDD with suspicion in their eyes. PDD asked, "Li Dong yesterday taught you all some basic music theory, right?" At this point, the two men nodded their heads. "How are you guys feeling?" Liang Yulin was a bit more active than Tang Jingran, and she answered first. "I feel like all those singing skills I used to learn were really for nothing. And I originally thought, isn't it just singing skills music theory knowledge? It's just the simple stuff. But after the gods taught us once I realized that it really wasn't as easy as I thought. I'm missing a lot of things." PDD was a little puzzled. Music theory knowledge, but also really can play a new way? She glanced at Tang Jingran half-heartedly for an answer. Tang Jingran nodded. PDD frowned. Could it be that Li Dong really teaches a different kind of music theory? You don't think so? He's still just a college student. Could it still be better than what Tang Jingran and Liang Yulin's teachers taught them? PDD asked again. Still basic vocal knowledge today? At this point, two people shook their heads. Liang Yulin said, "During today's time, we will mainly learn singing skills." PDD said, "Knowledge of vocal singing and music theory? I don't think it can be learned in a day, can it?" Sometimes, PDD's thoughts are so naive. The basics can be taught in a day. This kid, is he still human? That was nothing. What was important was that his two students, surprisingly, understood all of it. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that this freshman is a music teacher delayed by composition? PDD thought to himself. During the course of the day, I must go and listen to Li Dong's lecture. After the crowd had finished their breakfast, another hour of Li Dong's lectures began. According to the original plan, Li Dong mainly talked about skills today. After yesterday's lecture, Tang Jingran and Liang Yulin had already finished organizing their notes. And today, the two listened even more attentively. Li Dong stood on the podium. When PDD just came in, the crowd looked at PDD. Liang Yulin and Tang Jingran were a bit suspicious. Sister Wang is the agent. Is she running over here for something? Only PDD smiled at Li Dong. Li Dong, I came to hear you lecture today. Yesterday afternoon during dinner, PDD had asked Li Dong about lecturing. So how could Li Dong not know in his heart that PDD had come over this time for no other reason than to supervise himself? Whatever. You supervise. You supervise. I teach my class anyway. Besides, it's good for you to listen to my class, lest you be yakking in my ear again by then. Li Dong didn't refuse, but just watched as PDD took his seat. PDD also pretended to be a student. Mr. Li, what are we going to talk about today? Leiden replied, the skill of singing. PDD continued, about how long is the talk? Leiden replied, it was spoken in an hour. PDD asked, is it an hour to teach all the lessons? Aha. Oh, PDD pulled a long, thoughtful note, but then she turned her mind to it, and suddenly felt that something was wrong somewhere. An hour on all the singing techniques? Isn't this a joke? Unless, Leiden would be rambling, with a skeptical attitude. PDD wanted to hear it. At this time, the two artists also greeted PDD. Sister Wang, what brings you here? PDD laughed dryly. Here's the thing. We have a rule in our company that every agent must learn to sing and must also know about music theory. A man comes to supervise and makes such a grandiose statement. This was the first time Li Dong had heard such an interesting reason. At this point, Li Dong tried to communicate with the system. System, use the mastermind card. Congratulations to the host. The master card has been used successfully. Li Dong coughed twice on the podium and the crowd looked at him. Li Dong still didn't take any books, and he didn't need them in the first place. He just picked up the chalk. Today we're focusing on singing techniques. In the music business, there's a saying, whoever can breathe can sing. By knowing how to breathe, I don't mean that you can inhale and exhale, but that you can use your breath and use it well. Yesterday, I have given you the basic concept of breath. Today, we will revisit it. Since Li Dong used the master teacher card, PDD was mesmerized just as Li Dong spoke the first sentence. Li Dong took yesterday's knowledge casually. PDD suddenly felt, it's as if you've heard it yourself. Strange. Why is it that when Li Dong gives a lecture, I want to hear the second sentence after the first one, and I am so impressed by everything he says? Gradually, Li Dong had finished reviewing the breath section and began to talk about the other techniques. Next, we talk about pitch. Intonation is not hard to understand. It's the accuracy of the tune being sung. When it comes to intonation, one of the things you may have wondered is that it's not just about singing accurately. It's simply too easy for us. Yes, as an ordinary person, just sing the do sound to be able to be on the do, to be able to be 8 or 9. But we as professional singers, these are far from enough. For example, if we sing the note do, can you guarantee that we'll just happen to get stuck on the note do in its entirety, without missing a beat? I don't think there's a single person who can guarantee that. Is there? Leiden paused and continued on. But anyone who is this normal person, when they sing for pitch, they're either slightly that much higher, like 0.1 degree higher, or 0.1 degree lower. It is well known that songs are made up of multiple notes. For example, one song has the note 564. If we are one note lower above the 5, that is, singing to the 4.9 note, we are another 0.1 degree higher above the 6. Chapter 56, The Defeat of the Men. So a piece that was originally 1 scale apart is now 1.2 degrees apart between those two notes. Due to poor intonation, Tang Jingran and Liang Yulin nodded their heads. PDD actually nodded along. At this time, it was as if PDD felt that he was not an agent anymore, but an entertainer, the same as Liang Yulin. Again, it was as if he was a student, a college art student like Tang Jingran. At the time before, PDD didn't realize that singing was such a big deal. She just felt, almost on the line, there is no need to look so deeply. The impact will not be too big. And now listen to Li Dong so say, as if the impact is really quite big. Leiden continued to speak backward. When we hear a singer's pitch stuck exactly right, we all let out an exclamation that singer's pitch is really good. Actually, it's all trainable. I'm going to give you a set of drills below. Immediately afterward, Li Dong taught the crowd the techniques taught to him in the system. Tang Jingran also tried it with Liang Yulin, and they suddenly realized that Li Dong's technique really worked. It's even possible to get the pitch float stuck within a 0.5 syllable float. Just as they were trying, PDD also heard two people trying their mouths singing the basic sounds, do, re, mi. PDD was surprised to find that it was such a simple technique that gave the two men vocalist-like pitch. Immediately after that, Li Dong taught them a set of biting methods. Of course, the biting method that Li Dong taught them was also taught to him by the system and was the most advanced on Earth. Li Dong said to the two of them, Lian Yulin and Tang Jingran, let's put it this way, the two of you but try to practice your bites. Lian Yulin and Tang Jingran started practicing, and the system's artificial intelligence immediately checked out for some of their bites that were out of place. Li Dong then gave them a quick point out. Within a few minutes, a couple of the bites were very clear. Further on, Li Dong talks about rhythm, chest resonance, nasal resonance, head resonance, emotion, posture, and other specialized rhythms, as well as ways to improve in just a short period of time. Finally, the time came to an hour, and Li Dong had finished precisely the key knowledge. Well, class is over. After saying that, Li Dong walked towards the door without any attachment. Currently, there are 3 other people sitting on the stage. PDD feelings. It seemed like he had learned a lot about himself in that 1 hour. When you go to the KTV in the future, what kind of mic? All of them are going to be crushed by themselves. A great god deserves to be a great god. If I can be carried away by such a great god, then wouldn't I become a very famous singer? So much for future fame. That's not true. PDD suddenly felt something was wrong. How does one become an artist when one is an agent? How did he become a singer? Leiden really speaks so well that I have to want to study on. That's when PDD finally felt it. Finally felt the kind of joy that he felt when he was swimming in the sea of knowledge when Li Dong was teaching. If conditions permit, she'd rather she traveled in the ocean forever. She finally deeply felt Li Dong's terror. And she also finally understood why Tang Jingran's singing of The Quiet of Summer was able to gain the #1 spot on June's new songs chart. Aside from the quality of the song itself, Leiden's ability to teach is a masterpiece. Even if you catch a mouse over and let Li Dong cultivate it for a few hours, I guess this rat could be the Rat King. Ha! Imagine that the singing technique Li Dong told a total of 25 points. And all of these 25 points were told in 60 minutes. What's even scarier is that half of the time is spent lecturing, and the other half of the time is spent getting 2 people to practice. On average, it takes about a minute to cover a point. Any college teacher would need to talk for an hour or two about breath alone, wouldn't he? Not a word of nonsense was spoken by Li Dong during this hour. The point was that even if Li Dong compressed the time, even if 1 minute imparted the knowledge of others for an hour or two, the students were still able to understand. And, to the extent that the students are able to take over the quality of the teaching, even if it's only so much as a minute of telling the point, it's so much better than someone else telling it in a minute or two. Not to mention Tang Jingran and Lian Yulin, he himself, a person who knew nothing, was able to understand and actually learn. How on earth does this guy teach a class? PDD thought to himself. If he could have met a teacher like Li Dong when he was a senior high school student, is it possible that he would have made the position of general manager Li by now? After thinking about it for a while, PDD suddenly felt that his pattern was small again. If high school teachers, classroom teachers can be like Li Dong, I can at least be the leader of Mr. Li, okay? At this time, Tang Jingran asked PDD, Sister Wang, how do you feel about Big God's lecture? PDD's heart was just indescribable, so she said, I can't say what's so great about it, but it's amazing that I was able to learn everything he taught in an hour. Tang Jingran laughed, that's why this is a great God. He doesn't just write tunes well, the key is that he's also able to teach you how to sing them. PDD said, yes. In the following days, Li Dong followed his plan and taught the 2 contestants, and every day, Tang Jingran and Lian Yulin felt full of gains. In this colleague, the matter of Li Dong's lecture spread from one to the other, and just on the 4th day, most of the people in amusement entertainment knew about it. They have come in droves, creating a frenzy of learning. It seemed as if Li Dong's lectures could be addictive. Among those who listened, again the singer. The singers called Li Dong Undisputed God and Mr. Li. Mr. Li, when am I going to get the Undisputed God to write me a song? I feel that Tang Jingran and Lian Yulin are really too happy to listen to 3 more days of classes than us. You guys should have found out about the Undisputed Great God sooner. Mr. Li teaches better than the professors we had in college. Some of these actors also ran over to the class because actors and singers always cross paths. It's no surprise, for example, that some movies have a theme song that is sung by the main character. I suddenly feel that I'm a singer delayed by acting. If I were to sing, any Heavenly Kings or the like would be under my thumb. Since then, I've been the second male and music teacher for our theater group. Chapter 57 Influence. So here's what the situation should look like when the time comes. Our theme song needs to be released now. Where's the music teacher? The stage manager? You'll have to wait. The music teacher is still hanging. In addition to these actors, there are some screenwriters, composers, dubbing artists. As long as in the Sky Entertainment media, many people came. At the end of the day, the classroom couldn't fit and they had to stand outside for the lesson. Of course, because the course itself was set up for Yulin Liang and Jingran Tang, That's why Li Dong has a request that every person is not allowed to stand in the foremost center positions of the first 2 rows. Those 4 seats, the 2 in the middle are for Tang Jingran and Liang Yulin. What about the next 2? The 2 next to them are for them to breathe. What are you going to do when there are so many of you that they can't breathe? Faced with Li Dong's request, the whole company complied. Next, even the cleaning ants came to listen to Li Dong's class. Li Dong's biggest impact on these cleaning ladies is that they are really good at grabbing seats, and many young people can't beat them. Because the first row of the center of the 4 seats, Li Dong did not allow to sit. So, on both sides of the first row, as well as the second row, are the sound and shadow of the cleaning lady. Since I listen to Mr. Li's lessons, every time I dance, I hum a few lines, and people say I sing beautifully. I learned Mr. Li's lesson and sang it to that old man in my house when I got home. Never mind his lustful eyes. The old man next door, Mr. Wang, squats under my house every day to listen to me sing. After the final 5 days of teaching, Li Dong's teacher card has also been used up, and today is the day to say goodbye to many students. Well, with all the knowledge I'm going to give you, that's it, the rest is up to you. I hope Tang Jingran and Liang Yulin will do well in tomorrow's race, because Li Dong's students were getting more and more numerous. Roaring applause rang out from the stage as he finished his sentence. Whoa, 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 the crowd also explored. The undisputed great God is indeed the undisputed great God. The Great Spirit not only writes great tunes, but also lectures so well. Love, love, love. God, do you have a girlfriend? Leiden, PDD can be really discerning. To have signed a great God like Li Dong, I'm so envious. That's for sure. We have a bad one in the college artist department? Nonsense. Li Dong is clearly a member of our composition department now. Then when he was before, he was also in and out of our college artist division. Since it's out of your department, does it have anything to do with your department? It doesn't matter at all. Even the college artist department and the songwriting department fought once over Li Dong. Li Dong was ready to return to the dormitory after finishing his lecture this day, and when he had just walked to the office building, Tang Jingran and Liang Yulin suddenly ran over. The others were enthusiasts, after all. The 2 of them were professionals and would have to travel far down that career path for years to come. It would be beneficial to hear Li Dong's lessons in the future. Tang Jingran asked, "Great God, can you still teach me in the back?" Leiden shook his head. Finished teaching. Tang Jingran shook her hand in a hurry. I mean the kind that teaches me lessons in private. Her big watery eyes looked harmlessly at Li Dong. I can pay for it. Liang Yulin also said, Tang Jingran and I have discussed it. We want you to teach us to sing and teach us about music theory later on. The price is whatever you want. In fact, it wasn't impossible to teach them to sing. Li Dong could just buy a few books of knowledge in the system at random and buy a master teacher card. The first day of July 4th, the quiet of summer, has already brought in over $1 million. And although Li Dong hasn't checked it out yet these days, he thinks it has a lot of clout. He's already the system version of Wang Duoyu. Well, I'll think about it and get back to you in a few days. Leiden thought as he walked toward the bus stop sign. Seeing that there was hope, Liang Yulin hurriedly blocked in front of Li Dong. This was something he needed to get done today before the night got too long. God, Li Dong, I can buy you breakfast, the kind you buy every day. Li Dong was expressionless. I know, you love eggs at breakfast, I bring you one every day. Li Dong remained expressionless. 2 eggs. Li Dong was still expressionless. 3 eggs is not out of the question. Li Dong thought for a moment. It was your guitar that scratched me the last time I bought breakfast, and this is your apology to me. He wanted to make it clear that it wasn't me taking advantage of you. Who told you that your guitar scratched me so that I can blackmail? Ah, no, is to be able to punish you. Liang Yulin thought of the last guitar thing. More or less her own heart is a little embarrassed. I'm never carrying that guitar of mine again. Li Dong didn't say anything. Tang Jingran stated at this time, Big God, I cannot take a cut of the singing portion of that song. I'll go with the wind. I'll give it all to you. When Li Dong heard these words, he suddenly brightened up. This is what makes Li Dong the happiest. After all, his family was poor, and this great wealth was just what he needed. Besides, Li Dong had a small pet peeve, which was that he liked to save money and then stare at his balance for half a day. Li Dong's expression happened to be noticed by Liang Yulin. Liang Yulin understood Li Dong's shortcomings, greedy for money. She also immediately said, I can also do without the draw from the singing part of the young ones and give it all to you. Nope, I don't want a cut of any song you write for me from now on. Her brain, which is still quite flexible, is still letting Li Dong write songs for her? Nice try. Although Li Dong was very interested in the draw from their singing portion, but seeing that both of them had worked so hard for so long, his heart was a bit intolerant. Eventually Li Dong came up with a good plan. Every time I teach you guys, Liang Yulin buys me breakfast in the morning, and Tang Jingran buys me lunch at noon. As for dinner, you two AA. Also, I don't want to squeeze the bus when I go home at night. Also, you two help me with my homework. I don't want to do my homework. You guys need to do me more favors in the future. Li Dong said a whole bunch of conditions, but Liang Yulin and Tang Jingran nodded their heads one after another, none of which were rejected. Lydon felt pretty good. They had to buy me dinner, send me back to school, and help me with my work, contributing both money and labor. I, for one, seem to have lost a bit of clout. Influence doesn't cost anything, and anyway, I'm the king duo fish of the system world. How to say I bloody well earned it? Liang Yulin immediately said, "It's okay, great God. I have a car. I can give you a ride to school." Chapter 58. There was a flurry of discussion. Today is the day the Fairy Cup begins. The venue of the Fairy Cup competition is the Music Performance Hall in Yen City. The entire performance hall, a pressurized piece, all people. It can be very crowded. Li Dong was right there on the stage, listening to the many contestants sing. Tang Jingran and Liang Yulin, on the other hand, are in the backstage, getting ready with PDD. By this time, the progress of the Fairy Cup has passed the halfway point. The host took the microphone, announced the next singer's competition information. Next, please welcome Zhou Yang from Starlight Entertainment, who has brought us the song When the Gardenia Blooms. Li Dong's heart shook as he originally thought that he had heard wrong. But, being in the music business myself, how could the sensitivity of my ears allow me to mishear? Just then, there was a lot of discussion among the people on the stage. Isn't Starburst Entertainment a dead ringer for Sky Entertainment? Why would they sing undisputed great god songs? I'm also wondering what kind of drugs the Starry Entertainment Gourd has been selling. In fact, Zhou Yang's singing is very good, but it doesn't show as much light in front of the tunes written by the undisputed great god. Let's hear how he sings first. Gradually the intro of the music slowly aired and Zhou Yang began to sing. Just as Zhou Yang was singing, a chill ran down Li Dong's spine, because he feels Zhou Yang's vocals are really good. Although he says he is a songwriter, Zhou Yang's profession is a singer. However, Zhou Yang's singing was also better than his own in the beginning. It's not even a little bit better. Li Dong's brows gently condensed. Although Zhou Yang has already been a senior this year, this singing is very remarkable in front of his peers. Could it be that Zhou Yang sang this song When the Gardenia Flowers Bloom just to show that his singing skills are better than his own? Li Dong smiled gently. What does it matter? Anyway, one is a songwriter. Just as Zhou Yang finished singing, there was a round of applause from the stage. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I have to admit, Zhou Yang's singing is really good. Yeah, it's better than even Undisputed God, the original singer. It's very rare in the entire music scene for a cover to be better than the original. Is this the fabled singing someone else's song so that they have no song to sing? I'm wondering if the undisputed great god has come to the scene yet. If he hears this song of Zhou Yang's, what kind of expression should he have? Li Dong was actually not worried at all, because when he sang this song, he had only just come to this parallel world, and his own singing skills were really not good at that time. But now it's different. Now that he knew so many singing skills, not to mention himself, if he pulled out any one of his two disciples, he could be better than Zhou Yang. These viewers, nothing, but Li Dong thought for a second. I think they just said no contest, right? What does it have to do with me? Li Dong, if they say they won't fight? After Zhou Yang finished the song, the scores were basically hit. The host announced Zhou Yang's final score on stage, removing one of the highest scores of 9, 5 points and one of the lowest scores of 8, 6 points. Zhou Yang's final score is 9, 1 points. Another round of applause from the stage. The judges of the Fairy Cup are very sharp ears, and they are very demanding. Because of this, each score is given very low. Up to the current position, no one had been able to get more than 9 points, and Zhou Yang had really surprised the crowd by giving a 9, 1 on the first go. And Zhou Yang's score was also the highest score for the current position. Gradually, after Zhou Yang's song was finished, a few more artists passed by. I don't know whether the singing skills of these artists were not as good as Zhou Yang's, or whether Zhou Yang's singing voice has raised the overall level of the Fairy Cup. Anyway, none of the artists scored very high. These artists sang and were still artists of Starburst Entertainment. The moderator took the microphone. The following singer, still from Starlight Entertainment. Below, let's welcome Lu Pan from Starlight Entertainment. The song she brought us was The Quiet of Summer. Li Dong's mouth full of old blood almost sprayed out. He really didn't understand what Starburst Entertainment meant by doing this. If it's just as well that a song cover is its own, I can consider it a coincidence for now. But now, both songs are their own. Can you call that a coincidence? If it wasn't intentional, what was it? The audience on stage was also surprised. What exactly is Starlight Entertainment's purpose? Why are they staring at Undisputed Great God's song? I'm also wondering, you said that just now Zhou Yang didn't sing his own song Angels Don't Cry. That's all, but Leah didn't sing her own song either. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Maybe it's because the undisputed great god's tunes are so well written? I don't think it's that simple. I'm wondering if they did it on purpose. Do you even need to ask that question? Isn't it obvious? Right in the middle of the crowd's discussion, Leah walked to the front of the stage. Leah wore a light green dress and looked very innocent. She was simply dressed up, with delicate makeup that made her eyes escape at the first glance. If you think Leah is just attractive on her own looks, you're totally wrong. Compared to Leah's looks, her singing voice is more appealing. Leah's singing voice was of the sweet variety, and just as he began to sing, the audience on stage was abuzz. Lee Dong even wondered if Leah would have been better suited if she had been the one to sing the song at the time. But, after Lee Dong's coaching these days, now Tang Jingran's level is not the same as the original level. Lee Dong quietly listened. He originally wanted to help Tang Jingran find out what the differences with Leah were. Just as he was looking, he found Tang Jingran sang the song in a very natural way, going from the main song to the chorus to the ending in one smooth motion. The feelings also flow naturally. But Leah was different. She could clearly feel that she had practiced the song over and over again when she sang it. If you listen closely, you'll notice that Leah sings The Quiet of Summer somewhat deliberately. Or maybe it's that she wants to sing this song so badly that she doesn't even want to have any flaws at all. It feels like the first place in this year's Fairy Cup is going to be back in Starburst's arms again. These two artists from Starlight Entertainment can do it. But why didn't they rank very high on the new songs chart in June? How is it not high? Zhou Yang is in the 40s and Leah is in the 60s. That's already quite a good ranking. They just ran into a tune that doesn't compete with the Great God's compositions. That's what makes it seem like they're ranked low. Chapter 59, the grand finale. When you say it like that, I seem to feel like it. As Leah finished her song, the host gave her final score, removing the highest score of 9.6 and removing the lowest score of 8.9 resulted in a final score of 9.15. In the Fairy Cup, it's hard to score more than 9 points. But now Star Elite has 2 of them. It was a higher score than Zhou Yang. So far, of all the singers, Starry Entertainment occupies the first and second place. Starburst Entertainment's manager Zhang was sitting in the audience below the stage, and he smiled evilly when he heard the score. First place, steady. Immediately after that, he left with Zhou Yang and Leah. Competition preparation room. Here, some singers are getting ready and others are taking a break. PDD is then getting ready with Tang Jingran and Lian Yulin. And after 2 more shows, it's Lian Yulin's show, followed by Tang Jingran's. Also, the 2 of them are the grand finale of the contest. Just then, 3 men suddenly came in from the ready room. These 3 people were none other than Broker Zhang, Zhou Yang and Leah. Broker Zhang and PDD have been old rivals for many years and are very familiar with each other. Broker Zhang walked over to PDD's side. Sister Wang, ever since I lost to you in last year's Fairy Cup, I can't get a good feeling in my heart. PDD was well aware that manager Zhang had clearly drifted a bit after the 2 artists from Starlight Entertainment had gotten more than 9 points. Oh, PDD said, so you'll be cheering this year. Broker Zhang was all smiles, as if he had won the lottery. I guess this year, it's you guys who are going to be cheering. After saying that, he added, so far, there are only 2 highest scores in the entire arena, and both of them are our Starlight Entertainment contestants. Broker Zhang had lost more than he had won every time he and PDD had piked. So how could he not sigh a bit at a moment when his own artist had gotten a high score? At this time, manager Zhang sidestepped, allowing PDD's gaze to fall on the 2 artists. PDD shot a glance at the 2 artists, politely and perfunctorily. Nice. Agent Zhang asked again. Sister Wang, how about the songs sung by the 2 newcomers in our company? PDD smiled coldly. Didn't I just say that? Pretty good. Agent Zhang continued to press. How does it compare to your artists? Originally, there were doubts in PDD's mind when the 2 artists from Starry Entertainment sang The Quiet of Summer and When the Gardenia Flowers Bloom. Now that Agent Zhang took the initiative to ask her, she basically understood what was going on. Starlight Entertainment guessed that the songs of amusement entertainment in the Fairy Cup must be these 2 songs. So, after repeated practice, finally sang better than Tang Jingran and Li Dong. Immediately after that, they used the songs they practiced over and over again to compete with Sky Entertainment. Starburst Entertainment must have thought in their hearts at the time, I can't sing different songs with you but you can't sing them. So fine, I'll sing the same ones and still be better than you. When the time comes for the judges to score, my score will naturally be over yours. In the face of Agent Zhang's remark, PDD didn't take the initiative to answer. She just looked back at Tang Jingran and Lian Yulin. Agent Zhang is asking you guys, how do you feel compared to what you sang? The question itself was a false proposition because the 2 people who had been Tang Jingran and Lian Yulin had not been trained by Li Dong. But it was different now. After systematic training by Li Dong, both of their singing skills had changed drastically. Tang Jingran asked, Sister Wang, are you asking about the old me or the current me? PDD said, tell me about the old you first. Tang Jingran replied at this point. I think it's better than my old me singing. Agent Zhang couldn't mention how happy he was in his heart. Not even in the ring yet. And this is already admitting defeat? Indeed, PDD said. Tell me more about you now. Tang Jingran nodded. Aha. After the training given to me by Mr. Li, my singing now is not at all the same level as before. If compared to what I am now, I guess it's half a caddy. In fact, Tang Jingran's current singing ability completely crushed Leah. It was only that she didn't want to make it so obvious, which was why she said half a caddy. PDD shrugged his shoulders as he spread his hands at Broker Zhang. You saw it? Pretty much. Agent Chang asked. Mr. Li? Oh, right. PDD said. Just don't argue. Broker Zhang's face instantly looked unsightly. Ever since he had been dominated by Undisputed last time, a shadow had been left in his heart. Is it true that the Indisputable will still teach tunes? However, in such a short period of time, how much can Undisputed improve even if he teaches them? These two are just tough talkers now. Spare a thought. He still inquired. You mean to tell me that you've improved your singing just in the past month? Before Tang Jingran could answer, Lian Yulin interjected. Just 5 days to be exact. And in 5 days we've improved our singing at least twice as much. Broker Zhang sneered and mentally laughed. 5 days to triple your singing? Are they bullying me for not knowing music? No one in their right mind would brag like that, would they? Of course, it's also possible that these two are cheering themselves on. I've also heard that there are some contestants who get nervous when they see someone else singing better than him, and then belittle their opponent to psych themselves up. Sister Wang, you have to work hard. PDD has a natural expression and is very calm. It's nothing, we'll just play normally. Agent Chan didn't say anything. Normal play? Zhou Yang and Leah but specifically focus on these two songs to practice. You cannot compare even if you overplay, but also normal play. Not to mention improving twice as much. Even if you improve your singing by 20%, it's still hard to do without half a year. Yet these two say they improved their singing twice in 5 days. These two artists are still inexperienced. Still don't know what to do about chatting with other entertainment companies. If it was PDD, it would never have made such a cheap mistake. One could even say that the low ones are trying to make people laugh. Broker Zhang glanced at Zhou Yang at this time, and then at Leah. If you were given 6 months, could you triple your current vocals? Both men shook their heads, stating that this was simply not possible. Yet they say the vocals have tripled. Neither artist spoke. Unless, Agent Zhang said, unless this Undisputed is not a human being, but a god. Only if he's a god will their singing skills improve twofold. Zhou Yang has always been more cautious. Agent Zhang, should we go take a look? Agent Chang thought for a moment. Shall we go then? Then the three of them came to the audience as well. Chapter 60, the chest is in the right place. In fact, Agent Zhang went to watch it, not to see how much their singing skills had improved. In Agent Zhang's heart he always thought that the winner could not be absent. So, he wanted to see how PDD and the others lost. The current program is nearing its end, but Starlight Entertainment still has the highest score. Whether they can win the first place of the Fairy Cup depends on the last two artists of amusement media. Agent Chan crossed both arms and clasped them in front of him as he watched the performance on stage. In his plan, the two songs from amusement entertainment should be When the Gardenia Blooms and The Quiet of Summer. After all, both songs are now tunes made famous by Sky Entertainment Media. It's also one of the more famous tunes in China at the moment. After his analysis, Tang Jingran already has some experience in singing The Quiet of Summer, so Tang Jingran should also sing this song in the Fairy Cup. As for When the Gardenia Blooms, it's most likely Yulin Liang. In fact, he had originally wondered if it would be another original song. But on second thought, when I got the news, the Fairy Cup was a week away. Anyone else would not be able to compose so quickly, right? So, again, the idea that amusement entertainment would be original was dropped. The contestant on the front of the stage was still performing, and when he was done, it was Yulin Liang's main event. Broker Zhang glanced at Zhou Yang at this time. Zhou Yang, do you have the confidence to surpass Lian Yulin? Zhou Yang, who had never been a confident singer, shook his head. I don't know, because there's no comparison. Broker Zhang gently patted Zhou Yang's shoulder. Don't worry, I know Yulin Liang as a singer. She originally sang 8 or 9 times as well as you, but you've trained for so many days and sung so many times. Think I could have surpassed him long ago. Agent Chang looks like he's got it all figured out. However, Zhou Yang's face was nothing but worry. He knew that Agent Chang was unreliable. That's what I said last time. And what happened? He himself had been thrown off by Tang Jingran by 8 blocks. And this time, as long as he wasn't thrown off by 10 blocks, it would be considered a good thing. Agent Zhang, you said the same thing last time. Last time? The Quiet of Summer one. Broker Zhang's face was immediately filled with embarrassment. I was out of line last time, and I won't be this time. As the artists currently on stage finished singing, the host chimed in at this point. Next, Let's welcome artist Yulin Liang from Sky Entertainment. The song she brings us is The Young Ones. Broker Zhang suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the host in front of the stage. What was the name of the song he just said Yulin Liang sang? Zhou Yang replied, I think it's called The Young Ones. The Young Ones? Agent Zhang kept recalling the word teenager in his mind. Is there a song called The Young and the Restless in Hua? He didn't think of the song even after a long time of thinking about it. Suddenly, Broker Zhang's heart fluttered, murmured, it's not supposed to be an original song, is it? According to the rules of the contest, whenever an original song is written, the host has to introduce the author of the original song. At this point, the host took the microphone again. It's an original song with undisputed lyrics. Agent Zhang's eyes widened. And really original songs? He hadn't expected it to be an original song. Does it mean that undisputed songs don't cost money? Is it something you can write just because you want to? This guy is too prolific, isn't he? But there's not enough time for that either. Could it be that in just 1 week, Undisputed could write an original song? Nope. It would take at least a day or two to write the tune without arguing, right? Just count 1 day for him. Then it would take at least 1 day for the singer to learn to sing the song. So 2 days have passed. Is it enough to be able to sing in the Fairy Cup? Of course not. You need to be good at it. Then, when the singer wants to sing well, it may take another week of practice, although gains and risks existed at the same time. However, for PDD as a person, Broker Zhang understands that PDD is not a person who will take risks. Why would you take a risk in such an important game? In the Fairy Cup, there is indeed a rule that if a singer can sing an original song, there will be 1 extra point. Broker Zhang thought to himself, did Sky Entertainment even disregard whether the singer could sing well or not for the sake of the 1 extra point? Looks like they don't want first place. As the host chimes in, the crowd on stage murmurs, an original song? Is this a new original song by the undisputed gods? The great god is bullish, writing an original song in such a short time. I listen to every song by Undisputed and love them all. I hope this one doesn't disappoint me either. But, the great god wrote it out to write it out. In such a short period of time, can Liang Yulin sing it well? There were also people on stage now who all had the same idea as Agent Zhang. That is, in such a short period of time, can Liang Yulin learn this original song and sing it well? Liang Yulin had been able to play especially perfectly under Li Dong's guidance. I want to meet the undisputed great god so badly. I want to know what the undisputed great god really looks like. He must look like Beethoven, right? I feel like this song is tailor-made for Yulin Liang. Have you guys noticed? Liang Yulin is perfect for this song. This shows the strength of the undisputed great god. Although the judges of the Fairy Cup are quite strict, but the scoring time is still very fast. As Liang Yulin finished her song, the score came out immediately after. The host stands in front of the stage, removing the highest score of 9.5 and removing the lowest score of 8.9 resulted in a final score of 9.14. When the host announced the scores, Agent Zhang pricked up his ears and listened. When he heard the score of 9.14, his hanging heart had just dropped, and before he could be happy for 2 seconds, suddenly that heart lifted again, because he remembered, there is a 1 point bonus for original songs in the Fairy Cup. Sure enough, the moderator re-announced the scores shortly afterward, with 9.14 points on top of the 9.14 points, plus 1 points for the original song. Yulin Liang scored a final score of 9.24 points. Agent Chang stared blankly at the host. No contest. There's that indisputable again, Zhou Yang said at this time. Broker Zhang, you're really a poisonous milk. You milked me out last time. At this point in the tournament, there are only 3 players in total who are 9+. One of them, 2 9+ point players from Star Entertainment, and the other one is Yulin Liang. And, Yulin Liang has the highest score among the 9-point contestants. Chapter 61, Terrifying Singing Skills. Broker Zhang looked at Liang Yulin in front of the stage, and he frowned tightly. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. He couldn't figure out how. Why don't you fight to be able to write the song in a week? That's nothing, but the main thing is that Yulin Liang also sang very well. At this time, he remembered what Yulin Liang had said. The singing skills have been improved by 2 times. Originally, Agent Zhang just thought that Liang Yulin was looking at herself as she was going to lose, so she had a stiff upper lip to say so. However, just now when he went on stage to sing, Agent Zhang realized, Liang Yulin's vocals seem to have improved more than twice, right? It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was tripled. Just because of Undisputed's own efforts, it can change so much? This is too fake, isn't it? Could this Undisputed really be God? Agent Zhang's face was a bit embarrassed. Zhou Yang, how do you feel about singing? Zhou Yang didn't like company strife as much as manager Zhang. After all, he was just a singer. If conditions permitted, He even wanted to jump ship and come to Sky Entertainment Media to have Undisputed write a song for him. What singer doesn't want to be famous? Understandable. Besides, just now, Broker Zhang's poisonous milk had milked him out, so how could he milk his opponent at this time? Zhou Yang replied, I feel quite good. Very good. Broker Zhang shook his head helplessly. It's horrible. Broker Zhang thought of this, and suddenly became nervous again. Lian Yulin was already singing like this, so how horrible should Tang Jingran's singing be now? When the time comes, Tang Jingran will sing another song, The Quiet of Summer. So does one have a chance? Is there still a chance for Star Entertainment to overtake Sky Entertainment? Just as he was getting nervous, the host came on stage once again and began to chime in on Tang Jingran's song. The Fairy Cup is nearing its end, and so far, 3 singers have scored more than 9 points. I wonder what kind of performance this last player will give us next. Let's wipe our eyes and wait and see. Next, please welcome the last artist of this Fairy Cup to the stage. He is Tang Jingran from Sky Entertainment. Just now when Lian Yulin finished her song, Manager Zhang also analyzed why he didn't guess Lian Yulin's tune correctly. For one thing, the original singer of When the Gardenia Blooms was not Yulin Liang. Secondly, Yulin Liang likes the more energetic kind of tunes. However, Tang Jingran is different. Now is the most important Fairy Cup. If Tang Jingran does not come up with her best song, it is impossible. Agent Zhang looked at Leah at this time and asked the same thing. Leah, do you feel you can surpass Tang Jingran? Leah nodded her head repeatedly. It can be exceeded. It can be exceeded. You should stop saying the latter. Leah replied. Just now, it was because of your poisonous milking of Zhou Yang that Zhou Yang lost, so don't ever poison your milking of me. After saying this, Zhou Yang also came with a divine patch. Leah's right. The last time in the June New Songs chart PK, it was because of Manager Zhang's poisonous milk. Originally he had surpassed Summertime, and was coldly overtaken by the other party. This time, it's again because of Agent Chang's poison milk. Agent Zhang, hurry up and milk Tang Jingran. Agent Chang. Further on, the hosts followed the same rules for the song's songwriter and composer announcement. The song Jingran Tang brings us is All Go With the Wind, with lyrics by Undisputed and music by Undisputed. Broker Zhang suddenly froze. Could it be that what Tang Jingran is singing is also an original song? It seems like I guessed wrong again. As the host finished this sentence, the stage exploded again. My goodness, is the Undisputed Great God crazy? He actually made 2 tunes in just 1 week. I feel so horrible. I've never seen such a horrible composer before. Begging for the psychological shadow area of Starry Entertainment right now. One singer, who is currently ranked number 3, had this to say. Don't be too surprised, right? The Undisputed Gods can't write every song that well. In reality, he was just afraid that Tang Jingran would get another high score and squeeze out his own ranking, so he wouldn't even be able to keep the 3rd place. Broker Zhang rubbed his brow at this time. It's really too annoying to be an opponent with Undisputed. You never know exactly when this guy is going to come back and drop a big one on you. Just as they were listening to Tang Jingran sing, they couldn't tell the difference themselves. Was this the cold wind in the hall, or the cold wind in Tang Jingran's song? It was just a very refreshing feeling in the minds of the crowd. Tang Jingran had been in contact with Li Dong for a longer period of time, so Li Dong had taught her more. Her singing skills were naturally unquestionable. Plus, Tang Jingran's natural timbre was relatively sweet. As a result, the song All Go With the Wind was overplayed by Tang Jingran. Gradually, Tang Jingran has finished the song. There wasn't a single movement on the stage, because everyone on the stage was all stunned, and the crowd was thinking, that's the end of the song? I haven't heard enough. A few seconds passed before sparse applause began, followed by a continuous roar of applause that lasted forever. Just before the applause had stopped, Tang Jingran's score had come out. Now the crowd on the stage seemed to be even more excited about the score than Tang Jingran, because they wanted to see how high the score of the first place winner of the Fairy Cup could be. The host walked onto the stage, removing the highest score of 9.8 and removing the lowest score of 9.2 resulted in a final score of 9.5. The stage exploded again when the scores were announced. What a cow! I'd be satisfied if I had this minimum score from Tang Jingran. Alright, don't even think about it. Even if it's Tang Jingran's lowest score, this is still a 9.2. This score is exactly the second place score. But then again, how is Undisputed God so powerful? He actually wrote 2 songs in a row within a week, and they're 2 smash hits. How else could this be uncontested? I seem to have heard that Undisputed is still a freshman student. Think about it, a freshman student is still so talented. In the future he must not be the godfather of the music scene in China? Along with the crowd's discussion, the moderator said the next sentence. Since Tang Jingran's song is an original song, 0.1 points will be added, and Tang Jingran's score currently stands at 9.6 points. There was a clamor on stage. My God, even if we pulled a second-tier singer to sing, there's no way he could sing at 9.6, right? Chapter 62 Undisputed Credit. I don't think you understand the scoring system in the Fairy Cup, where the judges are very strict in their scoring. Suffice it to say, even if you pulled a top-tier singer, you'd never get to a 9.6. Tang Jingran, how is her singing so good? And I'll Go With the Wind and The Quiet of Summer are simply not the same style of tune, but in Tang Jingran's voice, it's totally manageable. After hearing the host's score, the person who would be the most angry would be Leah. Originally in first place, it became second place as Yulin Liang came on stage. Now it's good. With Tang Jingran on stage, it's back to third place. Leah coldly said at this time, poisoned milk. Agent Jean looked embarrassed. I'm really not a poison tit. I didn't even think of it myself, okay? He was completely dumbfounded at this point. I was thinking that this time, I've made all the preparations, and he's going to take this first place. Jesus couldn't stop it. But who would have thought that Liang Yuklin could sing so well? That's okay. Let's give the first place to Yulin Liang. It's also good for your company to get the second and third place. But now what? Now they have taken the first and second place, and their own artist has become the third place. Is there any justice in this? If Liang Yulin's singing just now had already amazed him, then Tang Jingran's singing had amazed him even more. Having been an agent for so many years, he was naturally able to judge that Tang Jingran's current singing ability could be said to have caught up with that of most second-tier singers in China. That's nothing. The most important thing is that the song Let It All Go With the Wind is not Tang Jingran's style at all. Or perhaps it was that manager Zhang simply hadn't expected that Tang Jingran would be able to handle a song with the style of All Go With the Wind. What exactly did he do? Speaking of the recent changes in these two, they both won their awards after undisputed cultivation. Zhang agent how can not think of, do not dispute exactly what method, actually able to put the two singers of the amount of strength, in a short period of time to improve so much. No contest? There's this indisputable again. I hate this non-controversy now. In the blink of an eye, all the competitions were over, and beyond that was the awards. Liang Yulin and Tang Jingran both stood on the stage, and as for the third place, it was Starlight Entertainment's Leah. Broker Zhang looked at the three people on the stage, and he really couldn't stand watching them. It's as if, now that the three of you are in the market buying food in general, people pick off the first and second place, and then leave you with a third place. Agent Chang turned his head and walked outside the arena. Tian Entertainment now took the top two spots, and how could PDD not seize this good opportunity when he saw manager Zhang heading out the door? Who told you to provoke me in the first place? So PDD headed out as well and they met as they were outside the door. PDD laughed. Agent Zhang, leaving so soon? Agent Zhang's face was furious. Don't be too happy. If it wasn't for this non-contest, I don't think it would have been possible for your Sky Entertainment to bag 1 or 2 places. PDD said lightly, that's true. But undisputed is our Sky Entertainment's songwriter. What can you do? Broker Zhang didn't want to pay attention to PDD and was about to leave. PDD said, right, I forgot to tell you. Undisputed is just a college student. He's still a long way from retirement age. Broker Zhang knew it in his heart. This means that one will be dominated by indisputability for many more years without a suitable countermeasure. A thought now drifted through his mind. That's to unite with other entertainment companies and boycott amusement entertainment. The corners of his mouth curved up at the thought. Smiling, she said, Sister Wang, please take a message to Undisputed. PDD blinked twice, waiting for his next words. Agent Zhang said, this is just the beginning, not the end. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for being able to give me this stage. And secondly, I would like to thank my agency, Sky Entertainment Media, and my manager, PDD. She began with some official platitudes, just as Tang Jingran was doing her sharing. The crowd on stage sighed. Celestial Entertainment is really powerful. Last year's time it took the first place. The second and third place were taken by Starlight Entertainment. This year, they directly took the first and second place, and just gave you Starlight a third place left. The most unfortunate thing is Starlight Entertainment, originally planning to sing a song from Sky Entertainment, but I didn't expect them to give you a direct original. Laughing my ass off. Even if Celestial Entertainment sang the same song as them, Starlight would still lose. Okay? Don't you guys feel it? Now Tang Jingran's vocals are not the same as they were back then. When you say it like that, I seem to have the same feeling that Yulin Liang's singing is not the same as it was back then. How on earth did they improve their vocals so much? Just as the crowd was talking, Tang Jingran continued to make her acceptance speech backwards. Actually, the person I'd like to thank the most is still. Tang Jingran originally wanted to say Teacher Li, but Li Dong had told her not to tell others that she was Li Dong, so the words Tang Jingran now had in her mouth were stifled by herself. Further on, there is a change of words. I would like to thank Mr. Undisputed the most. If it wasn't for Mr. Undisputed, I wouldn't have been able to sing this song. If it wasn't for the training that Mr. Undisputed gave me this week, which improved my singing tremendously. I wouldn't have been able to win first place in the Fairy Cup. Lastly, I would like to tell you the good news that in tomorrow's time, both this song All Goes With the Wind and the song The Young One sung by Sister Yulin just now will be officially uploaded to the music platform. If you have a favorite, you can download it. The crowd off stage had been speculating about Tang Jingran's singing ability earlier in the day, and now they sort of understood. It turns out that the fact that these two were able to improve their vocals so quickly is down to Undisputed. I said how Tang Jingran is so powerful now, so it's all because of the Undisputed Great God. All I can say is that the Undisputed Great God is really too awesome. Undisputed didn't just make 2 tunes in a week, they were actually able to teach the singers how to sing them. The most terrifying thing is the Undisputed Great God's teaching. Now these two are not even talking about singing this song, even if they sing some other songs. Of course, in addition to the current discussion of Li Dong by the crowd on stage, the discussion had actually already begun in the major forums. Kobayashi is a music critic, one who hasn't posted in a long time. The reason for the lack of posting is simply that the last time there was a singing category, the first place winner really didn't sing very well. Chapter 63, Wang Duoyu of the System World. But the song is really well written. People have speculated, this first place singing so bad, how to win the award. Kobayashi then gave his opinion on the song, and then many people blew up. It's obvious that the referee is biased, yet you're going to say that the first place is good? If he hadn't slipped the judges' money, he would have won first place? Kobayashi, I'm so disappointed in you. Kobayashi is lost. 2. He also just said how the song was, not how well people sang it. But the fans don't give a. As long as you've spoken in favor of first place and it's not fair, it's a no-no. On this very day, Kobayashi listened to these 2 tracks by Li Dong and posted his opinion on a music forum. I don't know what this Undisputed is really about, and I've never met him, so there's no point in publicizing him. I just want to say what I really think. First of all, Undisputed is a very prolific composer. As we all know, in May, there was the song When the Gardenia Flowers Bloom, and further back, The Quiet of Summer was #1 on the charts in June. Of course, those aren't the scariest ones. The most horrible thing is that Undisputed knew that there was only a week left before the Fairy Cup, but he made a decision that no one could have imagined. That would be original songs. The point is, people still write about it. Next, let's talk about the songs All Gone With the Wind and The Young and the Restless. The lyrics of both songs are on the same subject, but the styles, the scores are completely different in every way. The former can be described as soothing, but with a hint of melancholy. The latter are of the active and are looking forward to the future life. Both that song refreshed my perception of a songwriter. If I had to describe Undisputed in one word, it would be show. If I could use 2 words, it would be Tenshu. Just as Kobayashi made the post, the following people started a discussion. Lin Shin actually posted? You haven't posted in a long time, have you? The god of the forest actually complimented Undisputed. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've posted, and when I do, it's to brag about the indisputable. Kobayashi also responded to some of the discussion. It's not that I don't post, it's that I have too many black fans, and I just don't get it. I post music reviews. You like them? If you like them, you like them. If you don't like them, forget them. Why did you come to hack me? These days I've also figured out that I'm going to be the same character as Undisputed. What does what you guys say about you have to do with me being undisputed? I, for one, care nothing. In addition to the passers-by, there have been a few spam posts. If you want to describe it in 4 words, Tiffany's. If we use 5 words to describe it, creation bellows. If you were to describe it in 6 words, must be a rising star. If you were to describe it in 7 words, there are only mountains and rivers in Moyen. To say that spamming posts is normal, as Kobayashi said, he has fans and many black fans. Black fans have started pointing fingers. Tell me, how much did you charge people? Why did you advertise for him? You say we hacked you. Isn't your profession about who you take money from and who you speak for? You can speak for others. Why can't we hack you? When did Kobayashi become so famous? Or maybe Kobayashi bought a water army to deliberately target us? With doubt, these black fans intend to listen to both songs. It's good not to listen, but when they do they find out. These 2 songs are very good indeed. These black fans have deleted the posts they just made and reposted them. Kobayashi can be considered to have done something. These 2 songs are indeed very good. I hope you will recommend more similar songs in the future. Well, Kobayashi has finally become normal. Is this the return of the prodigal son? But, who is this Undisputed Great God? I read his profile and it says he's a freshman and I don't feel like it. Didn't someone say it was Biggie's vest before? Don't guess. Tang Jingran said it herself. The Undisputed Great God is a freshman. It's just that people don't like to show their faces. Kobayashi was sitting right in front of his computer screen, and the original one was all set to have a good fight with these black fans. but now it turns out that all those black fan posts from earlier are gone. This one is undisputed and really awesome. I turned out to have a headache over all these black fans and was afraid to make any posts for a long time. But now, I'll just brag about him and all my black fans are gone. No argument. You really are my savior. It looks like you'll need more attention in the future after all. In the past few days, Lee Dong went back to school. PDD had told him that if something happened in the past few days, he would call him, and if nothing happened, he could stay at school. So, Lee Dong went back to the three-dotted life of the school in the past few days. A few days later, it had come to July 10th, and in the end, the quiet of summer had garnered 245,000 downloads throughout the month of June. Based on $1 a song, Lee Dong can take a 10% cut. For this song, Quiet in the Summer, Lee Dong can draw a total of $124,500. On top of that, the commission from Rush Through was sent to Lee Dong's bank card on this day. On this day, Lee Dong also received his first paycheck. That's $424,500 so far. He had a quirk about him as a person. He liked to keep admiring at the balance and liked to save money. Can't tell you how happy I am to have money these days. In addition to liking to appreciate the balance of money, the influence of the system he likes to appreciate just as much. That night, Lee Dong laid on his bed in the dormitory and entered the system. Wanting to check the current influence, he tried to communicate with the system. Viewing impact. The system's blue panel appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Lee Dong. Impact, 532 million. The system also provides an explanation after the panel is sent. As the host's current influence is too high, the system can only take 10,000 as the basic unit first. Lee Dong thought to himself that he was really the Wang Duoyu of the system world now. I didn't expect to earn so much influence. That's when the system summarized it for him. Hello host, the quiet of summer is currently providing you with a lot of influence. In addition to the influence you gained at the Fairy Cup, please keep up the good work, host. For this feature of the system summary, Lee Dong still liked it. In the latter days, Tang Jingran and Lian Yulin were looking for him at school to tutor him in music. Tang Jingran was more convenient. Being from a school herself, Lian Yulin could be different. She needed to drive to Lee Dong's school. Since he had the money, Lee Dong also began to be a little lazy. He said to the two men, from now on, just one day a week tutoring? Chapter 64, The Bullish Sweepstakes Page. Sensei a few days a week. At the very least, some sensei cards, right? Thus, Lee Dong purchased 3 master teacher cards inside the system and spent 300,000 influence, which was enough for him to use for 3 or 4 months. Currently, Lee Dong has so much influence, his fingers are naturally a little itchy. He wants to draw the card. Anyway, now he has 502 million. How to spend it is fine. He came to the system draw page. Sweepstakes. The sweepstakes page kept spinning and eventually stopped. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the card. The gourmet card. Is it to be used now? Use. The host already has the ability of a food taster. A food taster? Yes host. You can savor every dish and the system automatically generates the strengths and weaknesses of the dish for you. Air. Well, this feature doesn't seem to do much? Not necessarily. Whatever. Keep it for now. It might come in handy later. Lee Dong continued to draw cards. Congratulations. You have received a movie card. Do you want to use it now? Movie and TV cards are what Leiden likes, and anything closer to the civic side of things is of more interest to him. Use. Congratulations to the host. You have learned basic movie and television knowledge. Lee Dong clearly remembers that at the time of the original script festival, he did not know anything about film and television knowledge. The reason why he was able to win the award is not because of the system to provide him with the script. Since having a basic knowledge of film and television, the least you can do is understand some of it yourself. Lee Dong continued to draw cards. Anyway, the current card is only 10,000 a card. For him, Wang Duoyu is simply a drop in the bucket. Draw cards. Congratulations to the host. You have received a music card. Is it to be used? Music cards are Leiden's main business at the moment. Can he afford not to use them? Use. Music card used successfully. The host has gained professional grade guitar abilities. Not bad. Leiden continued to pump back. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the literature card. Use. Congratulations host. You have learned the basics in literature. Lee Dong was like this, constantly drawing cards and studying. And on this night, he didn't know what time it was, but it was already dark anyway. If Wu Gang hadn't come to call him, he'd almost lost track of time. Lee Dong? It was then that Lee Dong came out of the system and looked at Wu Gang. What's wrong? Wu Gang said. The information for the novel festival will come out tomorrow afternoon time, so remember to read it. It was then that Lee Dong remembered that he still had the novel festival, so he immediately got out of bed. Thanks, I'll buy you dinner tomorrow. Wu Gang thought to himself, Lee Dong invites me to dinner? it's better to forget about it. He stares at the balance of $2,000 he saved every day and can't even spend it. Mom, Li Dong's mother's name is Yang Shueshio. You brat, you haven't called home in a long time. Yang Shueshio's tone sounded as if she was complaining. Li Dong smiled, a little embarrassed. He is a person who has a characteristic that the more he is in front of strangers, the less he talks. The more familiar he is with people, the more he talks. His family is the people he knows best, so naturally he talks more and smiles a little more. Anyone else, he would have said one word, busy, but in front of his parents, he said 3 words, somewhat busy. Yang Shueshio didn't count. After all, parents are the last people to count with their children. Call home, did you run out of money again? Li Dong is really not out of money this time. He is now holding hundreds of thousands of dollars. Can he lack money? No, just asking. Mom, what are you doing? Oh, Yang Shueshio pulled a long tone. What else can I do? Teaching students. Aha, Li Dong asked. How's little sister doing these days? Enrolled in school yet? Li Dong he also has a sister Li Yan, 2 years younger than him, and I do not know whether it is because of Li Dong's sister, or the family genes are good. The sister's face value has no say. Li Yan just finished the college entrance examination this year. Li Dong only know the score is not bad, but the volunteer has not yet filled in. Yang Shueshio replied, your little sister scored well on the college entrance exam. As for the school, it's still under consideration. Does my sister have goals of her own? Which school is she going to apply to? Yang Shueshio replied, she's preparing to take the Yen City Film and Television Academy, whether it was Yen City or China. But the tuition fees that needed to be spent on any art school were huge, including the Film and Television Academy was no exception. That must have required a lot of tuition? Yang Shueshio seemed a little sad when she heard this. Your father and I also said that paying for you to go to an art school has put us in a lot of external debt, and if we were to pay for your little sister's schooling again, we simply couldn't afford it. Think about it. Your dad and I work as teachers at the school. We make a combined salary of 8 or 9,000 a month, and we have to live on top of the mortgage and give you living expenses. How can she afford to go to Yen City Film and Television Academy, now that Yenner has grown up? If I persuade her, she won't listen, and she even talks back to me, saying something about how her brother can go to art school and how she can't. I think it's better for you to persuade her. Although Li Dong's family is relatively poor, his parents are both teachers and have formal jobs. My mother was a language teacher in the town. My father was a teacher who taught physical education in the town. In fact, Li Dong knew deep down that his sister's words were not wrong. If he could go to art school, why couldn't she? Isn't this unfair to her? The Yen City Film and Television Academy is also quite good, so if my sister can get in, I'd still recommend that she attend. Yang Shueshio sneered. Poof, that's easy to say. Who pays for her? Do you pay for her? Li Dong really had this idea, this time to call his mother. On the one hand, is ready to pay off the debt to the family. On the other hand, is trying to show that he provides for his sister to go to college. Li Dong was very determined at this time. Well, I supply her. These weeks, Li Dong did not call home. Yang Shueshio naturally do not know. Now Li Dong is a small rich man. She shook her hand. Okay, you're still in college. You haven't even graduated. You're still on our payroll. What are you going to do for her? Li Dong laughed dryly. Mom, I'm calling you this time to talk about this matter. From now on, I'll take care of my tuition by myself, and you guys don't have to call for living expenses. Yang Shueshio was stunned at first. This kid, what's wrong with him now? He put himself through college? How's he gonna pay for it? When did his own son learn to joke? But on second thought, Li Dong never seemed to joke or lie. Li Dong, is what you said true? Aha, Li Dong replied. I have money now. How much do you and my dad owe? I'll call you later. Yang Shueshio thought to herself. Even if Li Dong began to make money in school, but after all, it is still a student, even if it is to help the family to pay back the money, and how much it can pay back. Chapter 65 is never empty. Rao heart this kind of thought. In the spirit of curiosity, Yang Shueshio still asked a question. How much money did you make? Li Dong thought for a moment. If he said hundreds of thousands of dollars, would it scare his parents? It's enough to pay back what we owe our family anyway. As a parent, it doesn't matter if a child can earn money or not. The key is not to be dishonest and not to brag. Li Dong's good quality of not lying so far is what Mr. and Mrs. Yang Shueshio educated from childhood. Xiao Jin, I've been teaching you since you were a child with your father to never learn to brag. How come you've gone to a college now and you've learned to brag? Li Dong replied. I'm really not bragging, I'm serious. Yang Shueshio heard from Li Dong's tone that Li Dong was now very determined. She could almost tell. Li Dong also made a considerable amount of money. It's not possible that he's learned the hard way and done something illegal, is it? Yang Shueshio reminded. Li Dong, you must not do anything illegal. Li Dong was also helpless. Replied, Mom, do you think your son has the guts and the ability to do something illegal? Yang Shueshio thought about it for a moment. That's true, so answered Li Dong's question. In fact, the family owes not much, about 8 or 9 million it. Yang Shuachin said a lot less numbers, just worried that Li Dong would be pressured. Li Dong knows that in the first semester of his freshman year, his parents owed 80,000 or 90,000 yuan in arrears, and in the second semester, his tuition was also borrowed, 80 or 90,000? How can that be? Mom, you've taught us since we were kids that we can't cheat, so why are you cheating yourself? Yang Shueshio's face was a bit embarrassed and she laughed dryly. 12 or 30,000, I think, Li Dong said. Mom, you're not being honest. Yang Shueshio saw that Li Dong was so smart that it was not good to cheat him. Well, to give you the benefit of the doubt, your father and I already owe $14,000 or $15,000. Okay, I'll transfer you $200,000 later. 200,000? My son makes $200. 000? Moreover, listening to the tone of this kid Li Dong, it seems that he has more than $200,000 on hand now? Yang Shueshio is Li Dong's mother after all. How can she bear to use his money? Forget it, it's okay, your dad and I will pay it back slowly. Just as Yang Shueshio finished her sentence, she realized that the phone had already hung up. On the phone, there was a beep 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 sound. Within moments, he received a sum of money on his bank card. It's not too much, not too little, exactly $200,000. Yang Shueshio's heart was in shock. That's $200,000. This kid, Li Dong, said he'd turn without blinking an eye. What the hell is he doing? Where did he get all this money? This was the biggest doubt in Yang Shueshio's mind at the moment. So, Yang Shueshio hurriedly called over. Li Dong, tell mom the truth. Where did you earn all this money? Li Dong replied. I earned it writing songs. Earned from writing songs? Yang Shueshio asked. What song? Li Dong originally wanted to hide it from his mother, but looking at the situation, he couldn't hide it anyway. The Quiet of Summer. Have you heard it? Yang Shueshio muttered under her breath. The Quiet of Summer? The Quiet of Summer. She repeated the song title, twice in a row. Finally, come to think of it, because Yang Shueshio their school, the whole grade group is an office. So then the music teacher, who is often occupied by his own class and cursed with illness, is also in the same office as himself. I think she heard her music teacher talk about this song. The song, she remembered, hadn't been written by a songwriter named Undisputed? Li Dong saw that his mother did not say anything, so he thought that he must not have heard this song. But how could he have known that Yang Shueshio was now unresponsive? Li Dong added, have you heard the songs, The Young Ones and It's All Gone with the Wind? Yang Shueshio had a million doubts in her heart. Wasn't The Young Ones and All Gone with the Wind also written without controversy? Does it mean that Li Dong just doesn't compete? My son is surprisingly indisputable? The legendary genius songwriter? As a parent, the happiest thing is that his child has become a success. And now Yang Shueshio, that is how he feels. His heart feels immensely proud. Yang Shueshio almost exclaimed. So, you just don't fight? Li Dong didn't deny it either. Aha! Li Dong Dao, if my sister wants to go to Yen City Film and Television Academy, as long as she can get in, I will cover all 4 years of college tuition. When she graduates, I'll be able to find plays for him to do as well. Since Li Dong is now in the system and the script for those years just won first place at the Western Arts Script Festival. Plus, the School of Western Arts is also a famous school in Yen City's art industry, from which many famous artists have come out. According to the plot development in the past years, the top 3 of the script festival will usually have investors looking at them, not to mention that Li Dong is the first place. So, his claim of finding some dramas for Li Yin to shoot is by no means empty. Yang Shueshio was relieved to learn that Li Dong's money was not illegal, and at the same time, her heart was unusually happy. His own son made money, and it wasn't a small fortune. Alright, then I'll let him apply for the Yen City Film and Television Academy. Aha! Li Dong Dao, by the way, don't tell your sister that I'm the one who gave her the tuition fee. I'll put it on your card in advance when the time comes. Yang Shueshio was a bit confused. Does Li Dong still want to do good deeds without leaving a name? Why is that? Li Dong replied. I don't want her to think that she doesn't have to struggle on her own because she has a brother of her own. Yang Shueshio thought for a moment that Li Dong's considerations were not unreasonable. Nowadays, many people, relying on the fact that they have a prosperous relative in their family, rely on their relatives for everything, and even have the idea of getting something for nothing. Good, Li Dong reminded again. So, you can't tell the teachers in your office that I just don't compete either, or else sooner or later it'll reach my sister's ears. Good. In fact, although Li Dong did not allow his mother to tell others on his lips, but her own son has made a fortune. How would not show off in front of others? When she came into the office the next day, she played the songs The Young Ones, It's All Gone with the Wind, and The Quiet of Summer on a loop. Their office music teacher would also ask the occasional question as she walked by. Mr. Yang, since when do you still like to listen to these songs? Yang Shueshio looked proud. How do you feel about the songs? The music teacher was a musician after all. How could she not realize how good the quality of the songs were? So replied, the songs are very well written and the quality of the tunes is very high. Yang Shueshio directs the music teacher toward the author. Chapter 66 Inexplicable. And do you know who wrote the song? The music teacher replied. I know. He's the genius composer of China, Undisputed. Yang Shueshio became even more proud. Well, Undisputed is my son. The music teacher thought Yang Shueshio was joking. Mr. Yang, when did you recognize a godson? What godson? Yang Shueshio replied. Undisputed is my son Li Dong. The music teacher looked surprised. Are you saying that? Undisputed is your in Mr. Li's son Li Dong? Yang Shueshio said. Then there's still a fake? The music teacher asked. Wasn't this written by a freshman? At this time, before Yang Shueshio could answer, the other teachers said, have you forgotten that her child, Li Dong, is now a freshman at the Yen City Art Academy? The music teacher thought back. It seems like I heard Yang Shueshio say that Li Dong is now an art student attending Western Arts. It seems that you made a wise choice after all to send Li Dong to art school. Now this child has made a name for himself. Yang Shueshio smiled happily. By the way, the $3,000 I borrowed from you last time, I'll pay you back now. With that, Yang Shuechin went on the social software and transferred the money to the music teacher through the transfer function. The music teacher is a music lover, and her colleague is actually the mother of a talented composer, so she has to make a good relationship. It's okay, there's no rush, better return it first. On top of that, she was sent a small red envelope of $88 to show her appreciation. The music teacher was a little embarrassed. Look at you, just pay back the money, and be so polite. Yang Shueshio said, people are meant to be grateful. On this day, but anyone who lent Yang Shueshio money, she paid back the bill. If you have borrowed a few thousand, she will send a 88 red envelope. Borrowed 10,000, she will send a 188 red envelope. Perhaps, Li Dong now has good quality, and his two parents and teachers cannot be separated. At the same time, also with Yang Shueshio's character, Yang Shueshio also told others when he returned the money, his son Li Dong just do not fight, but do not say anything, or Li Yen went to the art school, do not study well. Numerous teachers also agreed. Information on the Fiction Fest game is coming out at 8 p.m. Today, Li Dong used money to solve the current dilemma within his family, and it was at this moment that he realized that anything that could be solved with money really wasn't a thing. Li Dong returned to his dormitory after his afternoon class, and he was waiting for Wu Gang because he had promised Wu Gang during yesterday that he would treat him to dinner today. Just as he waited, he suddenly heard a footstep, sharp and strong. As the footsteps got closer, the door, slowly, was pushed open. The person who came in was no other than Wu Gang. Wu Gang threw the books in his hands on the table and was preparing to go to the school cafeteria to eat. Li Dong, what are you eating? I'll bring it to you later. Li Dong replied with only one word, go. Okay, let's go together then. Lydon shook his hand. Not to the school cafeteria. Wu Gang had always felt puzzled by Li Dong's replies, mainly because every time this kid spoke, his word count was too low. He scratched the back of his head. What do you mean? Li Dong picked up Lu Wukong's clothes and handed them to him. Come on, I'll buy you dinner. Last night, when Li Dong said that he invited him to dinner, he thought that he was joking. After all, in his impression, Li Dong is a person who does not like to spend money, likes to save money, and stares at his balance for half a day when he does not move. But this time he really heard it. Li Dong does want to invite him to dinner. This kid, what's wrong with him lately? Doesn't like to appreciate the balance anymore? But this is also a good thing. Money, you have to spend. You've figured it out. Let's go. Let's eat a big meal. Immediately afterward, Li Dong made another call to In Jun. Senior, I'll buy you dinner. Li Dong hung up the phone and pocketed his cell phone as he walked in front with Wu Gang following closely behind him. Before long, they arrived at the front gate of the school. The tuition fees at the Yen City Art Academy were exorbitant, so most of the students who attended the school were students from wealthy families. So, there are a lot of various upscale restaurants in front of the school. Wu Gang said along the way. Li Dong, there is no need to be so grand. Let's just eat casually in the school cafeteria. Li Dong shook his head. No, Li Dong had managed to get money, so he wanted to treat himself to a good meal before talking about the next thing to make money. In the face of Li Dong's bravado, although Wu Gang also wanted to eat delicious food, but knowing that his roommate's family was not very good, he looked around and pointed to a small restaurant. That restaurant says Spinning Buffet Hot Pot, $29 per person. Li Dong, let's eat here. I want to eat hot pot today. Li Dong replied. No, I'll take you to a good meal. Wu Gang shrugged his shoulders and could only follow behind Li Dong. Li Dong walked forward, his eyes constantly looking at the surrounding tour. Walking, stopped in front of a Haiyan house. Haiyan house decoration is very luxurious, in which there is no dine-in, only private rooms. Usually, only rich kids from rich families come here. Li Dong glanced at Haiyan house. Today's Li Dong, wearing a black sweatshirt. This clothing is still when he went to school, bought in the town inside his home, although it is already his latest clothes, but it is only 1 or 200 miscellaneous clothes. In hindsight, it seems to contrast strongly with the decoration of the Haiyan building. It's the only place to watch. Wu Gang's heart was shaken. He almost thought that the person in front of him was not Li Dong, but young Master Jiang. How could he believe such words coming from Li Dong's mouth? At the entrance of the Haiyan building, there were 8 or 9 welcoming ladies standing. Just when these 8 or 9 welcoming ladies saw Li Dong and Wu Gang, they averted their eyes and did not want to look directly at them, because they knew very well that people dressed like this did not have any money at all. Just then, a waitress with glasses came out of the doorway. This waitress looked to be only about 20 years old, and Li Dong was able to determine that it was likely to be a society of Yen City Art College, working part-time here in the afternoon to earn some pocket money. The waitress with glasses asked Li Dong, "Sir, is it a meal?" "Just now," Li Dong said. "This is the only place where you can look down." Wu Gang thought it was a joke, and now even more so, because Li Dong's family situation he is clear. A meal here was a month's salary for his parents. How could Wu Gang bear it? Chapter 67, The Most Expensive Dish. So Wu Gang waved his hand and said, "No, we were just passing by." Li Dong was meant to treat himself to a meal. Either you're passing through or you need to eat. At this time, the waitress with glasses glanced at Wu Gang and then at Li Dong, as if to say, "Are you guys eating, or not?" Li Dong could see the waitress's eyes and replied, "Eat." Wu Gang will be convinced to look at Li Dong. This kid originally stared at the more than 2,000 deposits every day, and now even said to eat? I'm afraid, his 2,000 or so is not enough for the balance. Just as he was puzzled, Li Dong had already taken the lead and entered the restaurant, and Wu Gang could only follow him over. At this point, the waiter with the glasses took them to a private room, reminding them to watch their step along the way. "How many of you, sir?" "3. May I take your order? I know your family is in a bad situation, and you work for your own living expenses, just for your dream of being an actor. The box next to it, it feels like a big one, so go ahead and serve it. It'll give you some more commission too." In fact, the identity of this Xiao Song is just as Li Dong guessed. She is also a student of Yen City Art College. Her family situation is just as the manager said, very poor. The manager was a little angry when he saw that Song didn't move. "Song, why are you dawdling in this box? Hurry up and go to the next box. After all, Haiyan House is Haiyan House." Where? Because each table is a one-to-one service. When the guests do not summon, the waiter must also stand at the door, so that the guests can be on call when they call. Now that Li Dong and the others were ordering food, Xiao Song naturally did not dare to leave. "This table is ordering," the manager said. "You've been coming to Haiyan House part-time for a year, can't you see that? The people at this table can't order any expensive dishes at all. Hurry up and go to the side." In Song's heart there is no such thing as a high-quality customer or an average customer. She just thinks that every customer should be treated with care. But, the manager is a little impatient. "Nothing but, want to make money, quickly go to the side. Ordering expensive food you can also draw more income. There is something I will bear." Xiao Song had no choice but to go to the table next to him as well. On the other hand, Wu Gang looked at the dishes on the top of the menu and was a bit unable to make a move. The reason why Haiyan House is called Haiyan House is named after the words seafood banquet. So basically all the seafood here, because no matter what kind of dish, it is expensive. Even the cheapest squid with green peppers was $100. Wu Gang mentally wondered if their dishes here were covered with a layer of gold foil paper. No, even gold leaf paper isn't that expensive. "Li Dong, what's wrong?" Wu Gang said. "Why don't we just go to another place?" Li Dong shook his head. "This is the one. I haven't had it." Wu Gang said. "Okay." Although in normal times, he liked to joke around with Li Dong and take advantage of some of Li Dong's small advantages, but they were all a few dollars. Truly this was a few hundred, and he couldn't order anything too expensive anyhow. Thus, Wu Gang only ordered a very cheap dish, and returned the menu to Li Dong immediately afterward. That's all. Just as he had finished ordering, In Jun arrived. As soon as In Jun entered the box, that look was exactly the same as Wu Gang's when he first came to Haiyan House. "Good lord, it's so grand and luxurious." Lydon patted the chair next to him. "Senior Yun, sit." As he said this, he handed In Jun the recipe in his hand. Saying that, In Jun sat down on the table next to him. "What's wrong? Have you gotten rich lately or something?" "Schoolmately?" Li Dong replied. "No, It's just that I'm simply in a good mood and want to treat everyone to a meal. In-jun's entire body was bad. You're in a good mood and you come to eat at such a nice place? Wouldn't that be in a good mood? In-jun didn't even dare to think about it further. When In-jun picked up the menu, he felt the same as Wu Gang. That is, the dishes in front of him now always felt like they couldn't go down, because one is more expensive than the other. Rather, he gritted his teeth and ordered a similar one, just $10 higher than the price of the dish Wu just ordered, almost around 150. In-jun thought to himself, if Li Dong couldn't afford to pay for the meal, the big deal was that he would have to pay for it himself. And anyway, after Li Dong got first place in the script festival last time, he had become the reserve minister of the department. At the end of the next month, the old minister is also going to retire and become a full minister himself. Just think of it as a thank you to Li Dong. How can we not let schoolboy Li not be able to afford to eat this month? After Li Dong finished ordering, he glanced at the two men. Have you all ordered? The two men nodded. Li Dong shouted at this time, waiter. The manager was at the door since Xiao Song had just been called to another box. At this time, it was the manager who entered Li Dong in the other's box. The manager took the menu first and hated to laugh when he saw that there were only 2 courses on it. I told Song just now that this table can't order any expensive dishes at all. It looks like I was right. This kid, Xiao Song, still needs to study more. Guests are guests, but the commission is taken. Although she thought this in her mind, her face remained pleasant. Just as her words fell, Xiao Song had already come over from the next box. Manager, I'll do it, said the man who took the menu. The manager is also helpless. Want to let this child Song earn more commission. She cannot be good, but to this penniless customers here, I can't really help it. Xiao Song took the menu and asked, Sir, have you ordered? In-jun and Wu Gang replied point blank. Li Dong said at this time, I want some more. He had come to Haiyan House this time with the intention of treating himself, so he definitely wanted to eat the best dishes and the most expensive ones. Serve me 5 of the most expensive dishes you have here. Xiao Song thought he had heard wrong and asked again. Sir, what did you just say? Li Dong repeated, the most expensive dishes you have here. From top to bottom, the first 5. Bring them up. After hearing this, Wu Gang and In-jun were dumbfounded. Li Dong has never been so domineering. What's wrong with him today? You know, in Haiyan House can be all famous for seafood. If it is the most expensive dish, it is bound to be seafood. Is there a low price for seafood? Li Dong, this kid, is not going to eat a king's dinner? How can he spend that kind of money? Xiao Song said. Okay, then, he showed Li Dong the menu. Sir, our 5 most expensive dishes here are these 5, said, with a pencil from top to bottom. One by one, he pointed out to Li Dong. And, for each dish, he explained, this king crab, for example, is how it's done. Chapter 68, Never Be Soft. Then there's how this big lobster is made. In short, let Li Dong completely experience the life of the small capitalist once again. This plot is necessary for the plot, so please do not imitate it, and please set up the right consumption. Okay, let's get on those. Yes, please wait. Little Song, what can I say about you? When will you learn? Look at how much they can order. And don't blame me for saying that I'm not looking out for your commission. Little Song giggled immediately afterward at the numbers calculated on top of the menu. That's $15,800. I told you. The manager didn't finish a sentence, but suddenly felt something was wrong. What did Song say just now? Did she say $5? $800? Or $15? $800? Again, I asked. How much did you just say they ordered? Song repeated. That's $15,800. The manager hurriedly grabbed the menu in Xiao Song's hand. She realized that Song hadn't lied to her. Order all 5 of the most expensive dishes in the store. Oh, my God, how she couldn't believe it. The guests at this table don't look like they have any money, but they're never soft when it comes to ordering food. Even though the dishes at Haiyan House are more expensive, the quantity is so large that ordinary guests spending money here are usually around 4,000. Even the ones that cost more are around 6,000 or $7,000. But the guests at this table are over 15,000 at a stroke. You know, $15,000. Even this fraction is more expensive than what a normal guest would spend. What kind of character is this table? Why are you so rich? The manager was a little dumbfounded. At this moment, the manager finally realized what people can't look at each other. The sea can't be measured. Little Song, this time, you did the right thing. After saying that, the manager left. Xiao Song looked at the manager's back. Manager, what are you doing? The manager turned his back on Song and shook his hand while saying, I'm going to rush the kitchen and supervise. This table is a big customer of ours. In the box, Wu Gang and In-jun just looked at Li Dong dumbfounded. Since Wu Gang didn't know about the Rush Hour theme song, he knew even less about the Quiet of Summer, so he constantly wondered how Li Dong became so rich. He thought about it for a long time and couldn't figure it out. In the end, he couldn't help but ask Li Dong, where did you get the money? As soon as Wu Gang asked, In Jun also began to ask questions at this time. Li Dong, your script hasn't been bought out by a movie company yet. Did you bring in so much money? Li Dong categorically won't tell them about the Quiet of Summer thing. He took the first place in the script festival. All this trouble, all these unrecognizable friends, and then tell them that they actually just don't compete. What's the point? Oh, I saved it. Wu Gang smiled. Don't tease me. You save money. Can you save so much? It's hard to believe that you're the one who stares at that $2,002 every day and lets the money make babies? Seeing that he couldn't make it up anymore, Li Dong said, alright then, I'll confess and tell you guys. You mustn't tell anyone. Wu Gang and Inju nodded their heads. Lydon said, actually, I'm signed to an agency. Brokerage? At this time, Wu Gang and Injun looked at each other. In Yen City Art Academy, among the current students, they had only heard that some of the seniors in their junior and senior years had been signed by agencies. And, even if these seniors had been signed, there were only a few sporadic ones. If he counted on his fingers, Wu Gang wouldn't even need to catch Injun's fingers. Yet, Li Dong was signed? He's only a freshman. How is this possible? Li Dong nodded. It's Sky Entertainment. Amusement Entertainment? If Wu Gang and Injun were surprised just now, now they could be said to be at a loss for words. They almost exclaimed in shock at those 4 words, and even Xiao Song at the door was suddenly taken aback, his body shaking. The 4 words Sky Entertainment, not to mention in Yen City Arts Academy, as long as it is Yen City, but any school, it is a godlike existence. In the previous times, Sky Entertainment and Starburst Entertainment were the number 1 and number 2 entertainment companies in all of Yen City respectively. Now, with the help of Undisputed, it has become the number 1 entertainment company. If you ask an art student in Yen City which entertainment company you would like to sign up with, he will almost without hesitation answer you with 4 words, Sky Entertainment. But now, surprisingly, Li Dong was signed. Can Wu Gang and Injun not feel the difference? Wu Gang had originally been a bit disbelieving, but considering that Li Dong never lied, he had to believe it. You mean, you're now in an entertainment company with the undisputed god? Li Dong's face was a bit embarrassed, because he just didn't argue himself. Well, you could say that. Wu Gang immediately said again, can you help me go ask the undisputed great god for an autograph? Li Dong, can it? Wu Gang had been surprised to learn about Li Dong's signing with an entertainment company and had forgotten the source of Li Dong's money. But Injun is still relatively calm. Li Dong, you can make so much money from a Sky Entertainment? You know, the meal you ordered just now was over $10,000, not $1,000 or so. Li Dong replied, well, I've also written several songs for them, although none of them are very famous. There are about 10,000 for a song. Add in the paycheck and it's probably 40 or 50,000 now? Li Dong was afraid that if he said more than $400,000, he would scare his 2 friends so much that they would run out of Haiyan House right now. However, even this number was a big surprise to both of them. Now it was in Yen City Art College. Although it was said that the students were all richer, but as long as they were average students and even richer families, the living expenses were only about 5,000, right? There were 10,000s, but they were from the top families, the kind that were rich enough to open mines in their homes. Now Li Dong, actually in 1 month, earned 40,000 to 50,000. Can they not be surprised? Injun nodded half-heartedly at these words, muttering, if I had known you were rich, I would have ordered a few expensive dishes. Wu Gang regretted it now. I'm thinking the same thing you are right now. Li Dong spread his hands. It's okay, you can add dishes. Forget it. They had just finished saying this when a loud noise suddenly came from the next box. It took the noise out of their otherwise good mood. Injun shouted, waiter, can you tell the person next to you to keep it down? It's noisy. Got it, sir. With that, Xiao Song walked out. She had just gone out when she ran into the manager. The manager asked, what did the guest say? Xiao Song replied, the guest said it was too noisy next to them. Chapter 69, Strong Contenders. The manager nodded thoughtfully. Now, Li Dong and others are the biggest VIPs of Haiyan House tonight, not to mention the manager to serve well, even if the store manager came, but also to serve well. Okay, I get it. I'll talk. After saying that, the manager walked to the next box, bent his index finger and gently knocked on the door of the room. When he entered the door, the manager saw 2 girls and 2 boys, who looked like they should also be students of Yen City Art Academy, and several bottles of white wine had already been ordered on the table, and everyone's face was flushed with red. Drunks are the least able to control themselves, and these guys are typical. The manager laughed. A few of you, can you keep your voices down? You're disturbing the guests next to you. The 4 of them looked at the manager, their eyes cold. One of the slightly fatter boys stood up at this point. Shortling, what did you just say? The manager was still nodding his head, with a pleasant face, becoming more polite. Sir, please lower your voice that much. You're disturbing the guest next to you. The slightly chubby boy's heart got a little upset. What? They're guests and we're not? The manager knows full well that arguing with a drunk is fruitless. I'm just reminding you of that. And I ask your forgiveness if I've upset you in any way. I'm having a bad time right now. The slightly fatter boy immediately said, tell them to change the box. In fact, in the face of ordinary guests, the manager said to give them a change. Give them a change. But Li Dong and others are the largest and most honored guests of the Haiyan house tonight. How can you just change your manager? When the time comes to affect the guest experience, who will take this responsibility? At least she couldn't afford it. Sir, do you think this is okay? The store will give you another complimentary gazpacho. Please keep your voice down. Normally, such a treatment would be understood. After all, the fault is your own, and people give you food. But for this slightly chubby boy, it was as if it stung him. Plus, he was now drunk and spoke without reason. He crossed his arms. What? Are you looking down on me? Are you thinking I don't have any money? The manager shook his hand in quick succession. Sir, that's not what I meant. Don't get me wrong. Misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. Why don't you let them change boxes? With that, he headed towards Li Dong's box next to him, and just as he got up, a few others followed suit. The manager, even if he was dissuaded in 100 ways, followed and kept shouting, Sir, sir, but how was he to know that a drunkard's head is never sober, and that even if she cried out in this way, there was nothing to be done? The slightly chubby fat man immediately kicked open the door of the box and looked at Li Dong's several people. Li Dong's several people immediately got up. In Jun asked, what do you want? At this time, the manager also came to Li Dong's private room. She blocked Li Dong's body and said to the slightly chubby boy, Sir, if you keep this up, I'll call security. The slightly chubby boy simply ignored the manager and said to Li Dong and the others, you told us to keep our voices down. Won't you change the box? For the four people in front of him, Wu Gang seemed to recognize them. Wu Gang. This guy was originally a people warrior, and since entering the music club, he knew even more people. He slowly walked over to Li Dong's ear and softly said a few words. Li Dong, this is from the literature department. The girl in the back with glasses is called Wu Shi. She's a junior, has published over a dozen short stories and has won a number of awards, adding, and a strong contender for first place in this fiction festival. The slightly fatter boy seemed to have heard Wu Gang's words as well. He went over it in his mind. Li Dong? Why does the name Li Dong sound so familiar? Suddenly, he remembered. It seems like in the script festivals and music festivals, that first place winner was Don Li. So he asked, are you Li Dong? Lydon nodded softly. Aha. The slightly chubby boy sized up Li Dong and somewhat conceded defeat. Well, I'll take that as making you a friend. In fact, in the art school, art students are to the school talented people will be impressed a bit. And, these talented students, in the future, is likely to become a big shot of some kind. To bring flying a person, is not it easy? So, others treat them with just respect and nothing more, coupled with the fact that Li Dong is now the idol of the whole school. Of course, this boy also has some admiration for Li Dong. Li Dong didn't say anything at this time. The slightly fatter boy said, let's consider today's matter as a misunderstanding. The food on your table is on me. With that, he asked the waiter, how much do they charge for this table? The waiter said, 15,800. The corner of the boy's mouth twitched slightly when he heard that number. He couldn't wait to slap himself twice. Why had he said he'd pay for them in the first place? That's no small expense. Lydon said, no need. The boy did not push back again. He was afraid that when he pushed back again, Li Dong would back out. After all, this let him pay the bill. Either you can't afford it, or it's just too difficult. Okay, we're interrupting you guys today. Let's keep it down. The manager stood just off to the side as she thought to herself. It seems that students always have a few moments of admiration for those who study well. Just then, the girl in the back stood out. The one Wu Gang called Wu Shi. Wu Shi knew that the man in front of her was Li Dong. I hear you've been following fiction festivals lately. Li Dong didn't admit it. Of course, he didn't deny it either. He didn't want to pay attention to strangers, let alone the fact that this stranger was a drunk. Seeing that Li Dong did not speak, Wu Shi provoked again. Our literature department, too, is not as incompetent as the music department and the film and television department. With this one sentence, he could be said to have offended all the people inside the box. Wu Gang and Li Dong are from the literature department and the music department. The slightly fatter boy turned to Wu Shi at this time and said, forget it, hurry up and go. With that, he pulled the two away. That night, it was just 7:50 when Li Dong returned to their dormitory. I'm sure that by now, Wu Shi and the others have sobered up from their drinks. Just then, Li Dong's cell phone received a friend notification. He clicked on the avatar and looked at it. This is a person that he or she doesn't seem to recognize, but he or she still passes. After going through, the first thing the person said was, "Hi, I'm Wu Shi." Wu Shi? Li Dong remembered that this Wu Shi was the Wu Shi from the meal earlier. He had heard Wu Gang say that this Wu Shi was a strong contender for this novel festival. Li Dong only replied with 2 words, yes. Wu Shi's talent, Wu Shi's beauty, plus the fact that she was a rich second generation. So in the literature department, everyone had to respect her a few points. Chapter 70 There's still this kind of operation, but she did not expect, in front of this Li Dong. Actually this is just a simple 2 words. It was a blow to her self-esteem. I'm a princess loved by everyone. How can I lose my poise in front of you? Wu Shi continued. Are you going to the fiction festival? Li Dong didn't reply with 2 words this time, but just replied with 1 word, aha. Wu Shi, as a master of writing novels, she could tell since she read Li Dong's scripted festival. Those years, the girls we liked. This Li Dong's literary level was definitely not below her. As a result, Li Dong also became a rival in her mind. Alright then, let's compete in the novel festival. At this point in time, Li Dong did not even bother replying to the other party with a single word as he directly replied with 3 dots. Wu Shi was a bit baffled as she looked at the 3 dots. What's that supposed to mean? Does it mean that the other party doesn't consider me an opponent at all? Ooh, is she that good? Not even an opponent? Wu Shi felt that Li Dong was a very arrogant person at this time. Li Dong sat in front of his computer, and after 10 minutes, the news of the script festival finally came out. Li Dong opened the school's official website. The call for papers for the script fest went something like this. To promote campus culture and to, it's always, first of all, a lot of official platitudes. Li Dong quickly, from these official platitudes, looking for the main message. There is no limit to length. It can be short, medium or long. In order to reinforce a good campus climate, the subject matter is restricted to athletics, such as sports, online gaming athletics, and so on. At this time, Wu Gang also probably finished reading the information of the novel section. He walked to Li Dong's side. Well, not a good novel this time, is it? When Li Dong was once on Earth, he had also read some online gaming competitive novels, such as Full-Time Master, and also watched some competitive anime, such as Prince of Tennis. But how could Li Dong remember all this? It's okay, okay? Wu Gang said. I forgot. You're Li Dong, but you haven't written a novel before, so if you look at the posting now, you'll know. Under Wu Gang's guidance, Li Dong opened the posting bar very skillfully. He looked at the current reviews for the fiction festival. I'll go. This is too damn hard, isn't it? This is the hardest theme I've ever seen for a fiction festival. I expressed the desire to cry. I really can't write. You boys are okay, but what about us girls? Wouldn't we be even worse at writing? A man's runaway is only in a moment. I originally have written the content of the novel section, but at the end of the day who could have known that this suddenly stipulates the subject matter? It seems that I have written it all in vain. Who says it isn't? I'm guessing a lot of people in the literature department have written it long ago and are just waiting for it to be released at the Festival of Fiction. Li Dong thought to himself, there's even such an operation. Of course, he also saw different statements. For example, there's a barman whose nickname is Sissy Has Dreams, and that's how he puts it. Isn't it the same no matter what the subject matter is? Just write it. Are you still afraid? Below her, there was a flurry of group replies. If it isn't the goddess, if it isn't Wu Shi, Sissy wife, I love you. At the same time, there are a few dissenting voices other than the literature department and the contestants who are going to the fiction festival. Most of these voices are from the music and film departments, because in the last time when Li Dong got the first place in the script festival and the first place in the music festival, the literature department said that the 2 departments were incompetent and were robbed of the first place by a freshman. So, they've also had some trouble with the literature department. And how can they be any less hilarious in this just released theme of the fiction festival? Please let the time fast forward a little bit. Fast forward to Leiden taking first place in the fiction festival. By then, when Li Dong takes first place in the novel festival, I'll see these people cry, right? Ha ha ha. At that time, let them try the fear of being dominated by a big brother too. As these people vocalized, Sissy had a dream once again. I'm sorry, I've talked to Li Dong just today. He personally expressed no confidence because I said we compete in the novel festival, and he's only sent 3 points. What's that if not fear of losing? With that said, Sissy had a dream and posted the screenshot. However, this screenshot is a real screenshot. The content is only the last sentence of the conversation between Li Dong and her. When Li Dong saw this post, he thought to himself, am I really afraid of her? This person can really take things out of context. The original Li Dong didn't have such a strong sense of winning, but with these words from Xia have dreams, he was infuriated. The competitive spirit was completely aroused. Replying, He said, "I'm just too lazy to talk to you." Immediately afterward, Li Dong sent the complete screenshot. Wuxi had where she could have thought that Li Dong was also a person who played posting. Li Dong's nickname had been taken seriously by the bar owner, and no one else could impersonate it. And just then, the entire bar exploded. "I'll go, Li Dongyo. Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing my ass off at the dislike. I didn't realize that it was still Wuxi who took the initiative to add people. Now it's just like a social death, isn't it?" Wuxi saw Li Dong's reply and immediately deleted the post she had made. With the deletion of the post she had made herself, Li Dong's reply also naturally ceased to exist, and the situation then did not expand. At the same time, Li Dong immediately received a message. "Li Dong, you wait for me." Li Dong didn't even bother to send 3 dots this time as he directly entered the system. "System, can you recommend a novel for me? The system has recommended the best novel for you, The Soul of Go. But isn't this a TV show?" "Yes, host. Although Go Soul just started as a manga, we can adapt it into a novel." Adapting a TV series from a novel. Li Dong had heard of it, but adapting a TV series from a novel was the first time Li Dong had heard of it. But he was able to judge that if this could really be the case, it would be simply great. Because of this Soul of Go storyline, it's very good. Then customize this. Host, hello, the system is necessary to remind you. For the novel, the system can only give you a complete outline in fine outline. The specific plot or need to be completed by yourself. What do you mean? Does it mean that he will only give me the outline in fine print, and I still need to fill in the contents myself? I fill until the monkey is out of the bag. Tell you what, I'll give you 300,000 clout and you write it up for me. System. After a few seconds, the system still didn't resist the temptation of influence. Alright, host, Li Dong thought again. Now even if you write it for me, I still have to type it up word by word? The story of the Soul of Chess is a short one. Chapter 71, Something Feels Wrong. I'll give you another 300,000 influence. You code it for me and download it to my USB drive. System. His system was very intelligent, and just after thinking about it for a moment, the system felt okay. Good. Hosts. The feeling in Li Dong's heart was simply too good to be true. It really is a testament to the saying, money talks. At Yen Art College, the students' favorite festival is the Novel Festival, not because people like to read, but because after the Novel Festival, it's around July 20th. In other words, the 42-day summer vacation at the Yen Art Institute is coming up. It is also because of the summer vacation to claim it that the Novel Festival is short, with only 5 days for students to prepare their novels, which are posted to the school's official website on the evening of the 5th day for students to vote on. After 24 hours of voting, the results are in. In the past few days, however, all the authors participating in the festival have started to hand in their manuscripts. Li Dong, however, was not in such a hurry. The system had already given him already finished writing yesterday evening. He downloaded the novel to his cell phone. Since the writing is finished, what is there to be afraid of? These days, Li Dong sometimes water posting, sometimes brush the short video. Even when the people from the music department's literature club came over to rush him, he was not very anxious. The morning of this day, Wu just finished breakfast back to the dormitory. He saw Li Dong these days are not words, so he asked, "Li Dong, are you not going to participate in the novel festival?" Li Dong was a little surprised. What did he mean by not participating in the novel festival? He had clearly made a lot of preparations for the novel festival. He looked at Wu Gang, waiting for his next words. Wu Gang said, "Good thing too. Now you're still number 1 in the script festival and music festival. If you didn't take the novel festival." In the latter words, Wu Gang did not continue, but the meaning was already obvious. That's, if you don't take first place in the fiction festival, the idea of bagging first place in all 3 of the school's arts festivals goes out the window, not to mention what the literature department group will say. Leiden replied, "Attend." Wu Gang asked rhetorically, "Why don't you code for attending?" Li Dong thought about it. It was true that he didn't code these days, but he couldn't tell Wu Gang that he had a system. "Right, I code today. It's fine, I'm just reminding you," Wu Gang said. "There's still an hour before the time to hand in the manuscript. I'm afraid it's too late for you to code now." Li Dong hurriedly got out of bed, so he picked up the USB flash drive and headed towards the door. Wu Gang asked, "What are you doing there?" Leiden replied, "I'm going to have a breakfast." Wu Gang rubbed the back of his head. Strange, he didn't want breakfast when I told him to bring it earlier, and now he's going to eat it himself? On the other hand, Wu Shi was in the office of the school's literature club, and although she was only a junior this year, she was already the president of the school's literature club. Please note that there is a difference between the University Literary Society and the individual departmental literary societies. Simply put, the University Literary Society governs all departmental literary societies. The deadline for submission stopped an hour later. and Wuxi sat in her office as she waited for the final list of participants in the fiction festival. More accurately, she was waiting for Li Dong's draft. Since the last posting, she had hated Li Dong, and this time, how could she not want to lose? Just then she heard a light footstep outside the door. As the footsteps got closer, the door slowly pushed open. Through the door entered a girl with a ponytail, and this person was none other than the vice president of the literature club, Julia Wen. Wuxi saw that Wen Jing was holding the list in her hands, so she asked, "Wen Jing, how's the manuscript collection going?" Wen handed the list to Wuxi. Over 600 submissions have been received so far, with the literature department accounting for over 400 of them. Good to know, Wuxi asked. Any music department? Julia Wen said. There is. Not much. According to the rules of entry for the fiction festival, people from each class are required to submit their manuscripts to their departmental literary clubs as electronic files on a USB flash drive. Then, the literary societies of each department will then hand it over to the school literary society, which is the society that Wuxi is a member of. Then after that, the school literary society will make a table form of these manuscripts and count them. Which department? What is the name? The subject of the novel, the title of the novel, the number of words. In previous years, manuscripts were often submitted by mailbox, which was later found to be very cumbersome and easy to lose, so it was changed to this way after that. After Wuxi received the list, she stared at it with her eyes glued to it, struggling to find Li Dong's name in the list. However, after searching for 10 minutes, she did not see Li Dong's name. At this time, Wuxi raised her head. She felt something was wrong. It's reasonable to say that Li Dong should not be attending the novel festival since he even put out that kind of talk in the posting. And, on her social media app, she asked Leiden about it, and Leiden made it clear that he was going to participate. So Wuxi searched a second time. However, right after she searched a second time, she didn't see Li Dong's name either. Julia Wen, do you have a full list of this? Julia Wen said. It's all of them. I've organized them several times. Not a single one was pulled off. Wuxi nodded thoughtfully, so she was ready to search a third time. Are you looking for a draft of Leiden? When Jing looked at her and actually read it 3 times, and specifically asked if there were any music students participating. If she wasn't looking for Li Dong's manuscript, what was she doing? In fact, the music department's literature club has asked Leiden twice about the fiction festival since the rumor of the posting went viral. Wuxi immediately asked, what did he say? When Jing thought, you still say that you are not looking for Li Dong's manuscript. Just look at how excited you are. Rarely thinking like this in his heart. On the surface, he also gave enough face to Wuxi. The first time, 5 days ago, he was talking about participating, and the music department literary society asked him to prepare a manuscript. What about the second time? Wuxi asked. The second time around, it was last night when the music department literature club went to collect the manuscript and he hadn't coded it yet. Wuxi was shocked when she heard these words. No yardage by the time last night rolled around? Wouldn't that mean that he was simply too late? That is, not attending? Okay. Saying that, Wuxi sat down on the chair in her office. She was a little lost on one hand, and a little grateful on the other. Thankfully, she had read those years written by Li Dong, and was well aware of Li Dong's ability to make up stories, and would be a strong competitor for her if Li Dong participated in the fiction festival. What's lost is that if Leiden hadn't been at the fiction festival, none of the other authors would have been able to play. How lonely is invincibility? When placed a USB drive of all the manuscripts on the table. All the manuscripts are here, so if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Chapter 72. A surprised face. Wuxi waved her hand. Okay, I know. You go and do your job. With that, Wen walked out of the office and pulled the door shut. However, just a few minutes after she walked out, she once again pushed in the office door and looked at Wuxi with a smile on her face. I'm back. Wuxi immediately looked up and asked, what's wrong? Wen held a flash drive in her hand. The music department's literature club just handed in another manuscript. I think it's likely to be Li Dong's, right? Wuxi smiled and didn't care, just looking at the list in her hands. When Jing asked, weren't you just looking for Li Dong's novels? They sent it over. Why don't you care instead? Wuxi asked lightly. I'll give you one night. Can you write out a novel? Julia Wen shook her head dully. Can't. Wuxi pressed again. You've also published several middle grade novels that you couldn't write. Do you think a music student can write them? When Jing could hear that Wuxi did not believe that this novel was Li Dong's at all, but she still had to do the work that needed to be done. He sat down at the computer desk in his office, opened the file, and was about to move the novels on the flash drive, and the other novels together when he found the information of the contestants on it was really Li Dong's. Murmured, it's really a draft of Li Dong. Wuxi remained breezy. It does not matter if it is Li Dong's. Yesterday afternoon, the Department of Music Literature Club collection of manuscripts have not yet begun to write. even if he cannot sleep all night to write out a novel. I don't think the quality will be any better. Taking a step back, even if the quality is okay, I'm guessing the word count is only 10, 000 or 20, 000. In the novel awards, the word count is also a very important item. Often the more words, the more you can see an author's story structure, writing power, characterization will be more distinctive. What's the point of winning an award when you can't even portray a character with a word count of 10 or 20,000? When checked the word count of this novel again, a full 120,000 words, she sat down in front of her computer, her whole body frozen, because her own manuscript is only 60,000 or 70,000 words, and the most words in the collected manuscript was only 80,000 words. Wu Shi placed the list in her hands on the desktop at this time and turned her head to look at Wen Jing. What's wrong? Wen looked at Wu Shi with a surprised face and pointed at the computer screen. 120,000 words. What 120,000 words? Wen replied. Li Dong's novel. There are 120,000 words. The words were like a thunderbolt that instantly blew Wu Shi off the bench. How could she believe that Li Dong could write a 120,000 word novel? In the afternoon of yesterday, Li Dong can still not start coding ah. She got up in a hurry and walked over to the computer. Wu Shi's eyes went straight to the word count. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Just as she counted the words that showed word count, 122, 451 her entire body froze. What? Are you sure this was yesterday when he started writing this? One replied. I'm sure as well as sure, because Li Dong is now all famous in the posting bar. Everyone knows that he's going to participate in the novel festival, so he's getting a lot of attention. It's not just our concern, but their classmates are also paying attention. And there are students from the music department's literature club in their class as well. When I collected the manuscript, I asked specifically about Leiden. They all said that Li Dong didn't even move. These days, Li Dong was just reading books and brushing up on his posts. Even a layer of dust had fallen on his computer keyboard. The original Wu Shi was still a bit unconvinced, but after hearing Wu Shi's explanation, she had to believe it. What she doesn't believe is, Li Dong actually finished writing 120,000 words in such a short period of time? Let's not talk about the fact that it's finished now, and the novel festival entry information was only released 5 days ago. Even if you started writing it 5 days ago, even a daily yardage of 20,000 words wouldn't be enough. This Li Dong, how did he actually do it? Could he have written it earlier in the day? With that said, they both looked at the screen, and in Word, it was possible to view the time of modification and the time of creation. Jennifer when clicks the right mouse button to view the file properties, they found that this document of Li Dong's was modified exactly last night, and the time of creation was also last night. Wu Shi suddenly felt a chill down her spine. What a terrifying opponent this is. One night, 120,000 words. Even a coding machine couldn't code that, could it? Besides, writing a novel isn't just about writing it. You have to consider the storyline. When it comes to the storyline, Wu Shi thought to herself, since it was written so quickly, the storyline must be bad, right? Immediately after that, Wu Shi patted Wen Jing's shoulder. Wen Jing, move over, I'll take a look. With that, he sat down in front of the computer and began to check out the novel written by Li Dong. The Soul of Go? Wu Shi muttered. Is it a chess game? If we're talking about competitive fiction, college students generally like basketball and gaming. After all, games and basketball are their favorite sports, and this makes it more immersive as well. However, Li Dong had written about playing chess, and Wu Shi couldn't figure it out. You can't say it's cold. It's totally ice skate. Wu Shi continued to look down. The main character of The Soul of Go is scenery. It opens with the scenery of a childhood, where a chessboard is found in the house, and there is some blood in one corner of this board. In general, novels tend to have golden fingers so that the storyline can be rationalized. For example, who would believe an ordinary person who flat out wowed the crowd? So, Wu Shi wondered if this chessboard was a golden finger. You can't play chess with a chessboard, can you? This goldfinger is also ridiculous. It seems that Li Dong's novel writing ability is very general, but in the principle of being curious about Li Dong, Wu Shi continued to look back. Gradually, it was narrated that Wang Wen came out from the chessboard, and only the scenery could see Wang Wen. Wuxi's palm dragged her chin. It turns out that this Wang Wen is his golden finger. This goldfinger, it seems, is quite innovative. She continued to look back. The plot after that is that Wang Wen keeps wanting to play chess, and Scenery doesn't want to play, but under Wang's repeated requests, and forced to do so, Scenery walks into a Weiqi hall. It was also here that the chapter suddenly broke. Wu Shi thought, this old thief, break the chapter break just right. just pulled out a sense of anticipation and cut you off, making you want to keep reading. Wuxi remembered as if she was a freshman in college. The novel festival was kind of a serialized format that was updated within a week. Wouldn't this chapter break drive anyone crazy if it was their freshman year class? Chapter 73 is simply unimaginable. She immediately clicked on the next chapter. The next chapter is about where Scenery meets a small child who is named Rio. What's going to happen between them? In the end, who will win this chess game? With such thoughts, Wuxi continued to look down. The ending is obvious, and that's when Scenery wins over Rio. But the usual writing about winning against each other would be about how it's a slugfest, no contest, and then results in a close win for the protagonist. This treatment is then stimulating and very much drives the reader's emotions. But Li Dong didn't handle it that way. He writes directly, and the Scenery kills Rio in seconds, and seconds to the body. You know, Xiao Liang is also a famous person in this chess hall. Everyone would respectfully call Xiao Liang Mr. Xiao Yu, and his father is the No. 1 Go player in the country. And what is the Scenery? He's just a beginner who can't play chess, and when he does, he puts his pieces in squares instead of cross lines. But in the end, Rio was killed by the Scenery. The whole chess hall was in an uproar. This plot is really cool to watch. I didn't expect that this Wang Win is actually so powerful. Wuxi frowned lightly. This is such a superior way to handle it. I can't even imagine it. Wuxi continued to look further back. The latter storyline is that the Scenery has aroused Xiao Liang's competitive spirit, and Xiao Liang has always wanted to win over the Scenery. Therefore, Xiao Liang went abroad for further study. The wind enlightened Wang Win later also because of the conflict quarrel. So, Wang Win never appeared again. Wuxi had been thinking and waiting. As a reader, she was so curious to know when this Wang Win would show up. As time slowly passes, Scenery grows up and joins the Go Club at school. And there is a conflict with the Go Club due to the fact that the Xiangqi Club has to occupy the classroom. In the end, a game of Go decides where the classroom belongs. Will the Scenery win without King win? This was what was going through Wuxi's mind right now. It stands to reason that the Scenery has a protagonist aura, so it should win, right? However, when we got to the back, the Scenery went downhill, and we saw that we were going to lose. At this time, how the Scenery wished that Wang Win could appear. Of course, that was the sense of anticipation that Wuxi was feeling right now. She had also been wondering if Wang Win would show up. Wuxi continued to read on with this sense of anticipation. Sure enough, it was the same as she expected. Just when the Scenery was about to lose, Wang Win really appeared. Gonna start the offense. Wuxi's entire body became agitated as the plot of the story unfolded. It was as if, having been personally present in the novel The Soul of Go, he was the hero of the book. That's a vicarious feeling. Wuxi thought that since Wang Win had shown up, he would naturally win. But, once again, the story took him by surprise. Scenery surprisingly lost. Usually when a protagonist meets his Waterloo, many readers can't accept it. But at this moment, Wuxi didn't feel unacceptable, because the novel made it very clear that it was now a point of no return, and that, moreover, the opponent, Gu Yu, wasn't that bad at chess. More or less, it made Wuxi feel a bit more real and less exaggerated. Furthermore, by telling the reader that Gu Yu's chess is not bad, he is digging a hole, making the reader feel that Gu Yu will have a story with the Scenery afterward. At the same time, that was what Wuxi was thinking right now. On top of that, it was also because Scenery lost this game of chess that he realized that without Wang Win by his side, he was nothing. This also set the stage for Scenery to make the decision that he wanted to learn chess properly on his own. Wuxi mouse click, continue to look behind. Further on, the protagonist participates in a citywide Go competition, where he meets Rio again. Rio had gone abroad for so long to further his education in order to beat the Scenery. However, it was only when he actually played against Scenery that he realized that Scenery wasn't the same Scenery as before. After losing another game of Go, Stormlight was again struck down by Rio and went to a specialized Go school. Wuxi thought to herself, these two people, they really love each other. When the character of Xiao Liang reappears in the novel, and when the Scenery goes to a professional Go school for training, Wuxi feels that the sense of anticipation is now there again. Wuxi had been looking forward to what it would be like when the Scenery met Rio again. Along with his own curiosity, he continued to look behind him. The episodes that follow are the days of Scenery's time at the Go school. According to the rules after the Duan tournament, the new Duan students need to play a game against a veteran professional chess player. The opponent of the Scenery, which happens to be Xiao Yang, the father of Xiaoliang, is even the current No. 1 in the country. After being struck by Rio, Scenery is hellbent on proving himself, and he's been preparing for this one for a long time. In fact, the person playing chess behind the Scenery was none other than Wang Win. Wuxi thought to herself, this Wang Win, he should be able to win against Xiao Yang, right? However, she never expected that this time, she would guess wrong again. Wang Wen chose to counterpost in order to protect the scenery, which is to say, losing. It was true. After all, Xiaoyan was the #1 in the country, and it would be too fake to be won by a player who had just been fixed. The more Wu Shi watched, the more fascinated she was, and she kept thinking in her mind, could this be the legendary novelist's anti-trope? It's also anticlimactic and so well written, isn't it? The subsequent story is that Wang Wen and Xiaoyang, through an online platform, played a game of chess. In this game of chess, Wang finally found the god's one hand that he had been looking for. However, he didn't find it, but found it in the scenery. You think it's over? And no, Wang Wen gradually disappeared, even before saying goodbye to the scenery. When Wu Shi saw this, she felt too sad. Wang Wen did not know that the wind and light had found the god's one hand, but Wang Wen is going to leave like this. As she looked at Li Dong's novel, tears slowly flowed down her eyes. Why did the story develop like this? Why can't Wang Wen stay in this world? However, on the other hand, this story is also its generational sense. Otherwise, Wu Shi would not be sad and fall into tears. After the heartbreak, scenery still needed to get geared up. The tryouts for the Hokuto Cup had begun. Scenery went to the Hokuto Cup. However, in the Beidou Cup, the organizers modified the rules and regulations of the competition, and the places for scenery were cancelled. However, on the very next day, there was a reversal of fortune. The opponent suffers a change of heart and ends up giving the spot to scenery. Feng Guang and Xiao Liang gathered at Yu's house for training before the start of the tournament. Learning and discussing the essentials of two-player go together to improve their game. That's the end of it. Chapter 74 is so well written. Wu Shi took a long breath after reading it. Although in this novel, many places she wants to vomit, the most want to vomit is why Wang Wen will disappear. Why not say goodbye to the scenery? The one hand of God had obviously found it, but before he knew it, it had already disappeared. Wu Shi's really hated Li Dong the old thief. It's like she grabbed Leiden and changed the ending of this story for herself. At the same time, she had to admit that the sense of anticipation in this piece of fiction was really well written. It was this sense of anticipation that created the constant desire to read on. Beyond the sense of anticipation, that's what mobilizes the emotions of this novel. Wu Shi could have cried several times if she hadn't held back her tears before this story was even finished. Wu Shi closed the novel at this time. She looked at the monitor in front of her and after a few moments of contemplation all she said was, "Wen Jing, I might be losing?" Wen Jing's heart fluttered. "What do you mean by that?" Wu Shi replied, "Li Dong's penmanship is just too good, including this story, which is also very well written. I feel I can't get the first place in this novel festival." Wen Jing laughed. "How is this possible? You were #1 last time, and this time, you wrote a better novel than last time." "No," Wuxi replied, "I'm really not kidding." With that, Wu Shi walked out of the office, leaving Wen Jing alone. Julia Wen just can't figure it out. Wu Shi used to be a high-spirited little princess, and she's never had to submit to anyone. Why is she like a different person this time? Could it be that Wu Shi has grown up? Or maybe Li Dong's novels are really well written? With this thought, Wen Jing also sat down and read through Li Dong's novel. It was good that she didn't read it, but when she did, she couldn't stop reading it at all, and she read the novel from noon until the end of the afternoon when school was over. When looked at the window outside, it was already dark. She looked at the time again. It was now 8 o'clock in the afternoon. Holy, I have 2 more classes this afternoon and I can't believe I forgot to read a novel. Only now did she truly understand why Wu Shi had that look on her face just now. In reality, it's not that Wu Shi has grown up. Rather, Li Dong's novel is so well written. Although she was the vice president of the literature club, she could clearly feel that if she were to write it herself, I'm afraid that even if she were given half a year's time, she wouldn't be able to write such a good novel. The next day, the fiction festival had officially begun. All students have started voting. Since the voting time for the fiction fest is relatively quick, it's relatively easy to tally. By the afternoon of the second day, the literature club had gotten their internal rankings, and the results had not yet been announced at this time. The result was unexpected, because Li Dong's novel reached 40,000 votes. What kind of a concept is that? In all of Yen City, there were only 40,000 students in total, which meant that almost 90% of the students in the entire school had voted for him. And in second place, it was none other than Wu Shi's novel, which only had 20,000 votes. Since the novel festival has been carried out so far, the highest one, the gap between the first and second place is only 2,000 votes. When the final votes came down, Wu Shi couldn't figure it out. He knew that this novel of Li Dong's was well written, but the gap wasn't that big, was it? Of course, the disparity in votes has to do with how the voting is done. Each student must have a minimum of 3 books and a maximum of 6 books or less when voting on an entry. Sometimes, Wu Shi even wondered if she would only have a few hundred votes if this novel festival, say, was just a one-person one-vote approach. It was at this moment that Wuxi truly understood. Li Dong's strength was truly terrifying. Of course, Wuxi wasn't a sore loser, and she sent a message to Wenjing on the same day. Julia Wen, at 8 o'clock in the afternoon, announced the results. Julia Wen replied, "Okay, copy." That night, Wu Gang returned to the dormitory in high spirits. "Li Dong, the ranking of the novel festival has come down. Do you know?" Li Dong faintly said. "I know." In reality, he didn't know and he was guessing. So Wu Gang asked, "So do you know how many votes you have?" Li Dong shook his head. Wu Gang saw this and muttered, "Then you said you knew the name." Li Dong explained, "I know I'm number one because if I'm not number one, Wu Shi is number one, and if Wu Shi is number one, she'll be looking for me." When Wu Gang heard Li Dong's explanation, he felt that it was quite reasonable. But, how did Li Dong, such a naive person, suddenly become smart? "You're right, you did come in first place. You had a little over 40,000 votes. Wu Gang looked at Li Dong's expression, hoping to see shock on his face. However, to his complete surprise, there was no change on Li Dong's face, not even a hint, not even a simple smile. Li Dong only replied with one word, "Oh." Wu Gang was extremely puzzled. "Li Dong, aren't you surprised? There are just over 40,000 students in the whole school, and you have a little over 40,000 votes. That means that 90% of the school voted for you." Currently, the system had given him the novel of Go Soul, but it was, after all, an adaptation of a TV series, and it was also a web series that had been a big hit in his previous life. Where did he care about the number of votes in his mind right now? He just thought, if he could take this novel and turn it into a TV series again, how great it would be. Money on the one hand, not to mention that Li Yan would want to be an actress when the time comes, and this is just the right opportunity to give her the chance to practice. Li Dong said lightly, "There's nothing surprising about it." Tightly, he began to pack his bags, because in 2 or 3 days' time, it would be time for the school vacation. If the Wu Gang from earlier was surprised by Li Dong, then the current Wu Gang could only use the word shock to describe it. He simply could not imagine that with more than 40,000 votes, Li Dong was completely unresponsive, as if it was all he was supposed to do. After a few minutes, the final results of the much-anticipated novel festival 2 came out, and as usual, they would be publicized on the bulletin boards, and also on the top of the posting. The posting group, for once, is smart. Eating the last script festival announced, resulting in a large increase in water posting students. Posting bar management untimely loss. In the novel festival, the moment of public announcement, Kong Jing immediately took his 2 elementary school sister, began the bar group management. The situation was just as they expected, and the whole posting started to boil over as soon as it began. First, some students who thought that Li Dong's novel was well written spoke. Chapter 75 is really arrogant. This novel let me see the time of the firm and confused. Brave and weak, ordinary and self-luminous, not blowing no black. Go Soul is really well written. I am a person who reads books very tricky. To what extent? In previous years, I only took a perfunctory look at the first place of those novel festivals, feeling that there was nothing new. But this book, The Soul of Go, personally, I'd say it's been 5 swipes. The reason why The Soul of Go has such a high number of votes is inseparable from the author's penmanship. And I have to say that God Li Dong's penmanship, that's nothing short of extraordinary. Li Dong seems to be the first in all the art festivals, right? Took first at the Gardenia Music Festival, took first at the later Screenplay Festival, didn't realize that at the Novel Festival, it was still first. What kind of character could be so talented? Of course, since the last time the literature department satirized the music and film departments, the music department and the film and television department had been harboring a grudge, and now they had finally found a point to vent it. I remember back in the day, I think one of the departments said something where they said their department wasn't as incompetent as ours. Now that Li Dong has taken first place in the novel festival, I wonder if the people in this department have anything to say? Laughing my ass off, I'm finally fast forwarding to Li Dong taking first place in the fiction festival. I wonder if the literature department has ever experienced the fear of being dominated by a bigot? Tremble. Literature department. What did you say? That it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Okay, now here's a complimentary picture for you guys. No way. Absolutely no way. JPG. Why don't you talk tough now? Still saying we are incompetent. Is it you who are incompetent now? Or is Li Dong too strong? Of course, there are many people who have started to etch a sissy with a dream and want to hear what this sissy with a dream is thinking right now. The music department and the film and television department had finally waited for this day, and they were now really arrogant. No one from the literature department wanted to speak, but there were so many people from the music and film departments that they just couldn't top it. Oh, let's not talk about us. Aren't you guys doing the same? Didn't Li Dong still take away your first place? I can only say that Li Dong is truly terrifying. We're not the first faculty to be dominated by a bigot anyway. Not to brag. The novel The Soul of Go is really well written. I'm somewhat ashamed of myself as a literature student. I'd also like to say that it's not that we're incompetent. It's that our opponents are too powerful and Li Dong is truly terrifying. Wuxi had to speak out after the crowd's incessant. In fact, when Don Lee submitted The Soul of Go up, I was his first reader, and I read it in the Literary Society office, and at that moment I felt like I was going to lose. Of course, I'm not a defiant person, and I admit that Li Dong's novels are indeed better than mine, both in terms of penmanship and above all in terms of writing. There was also a lot of encouragement for Wu Shi at the bottom of her post. It's okay Wuxi, keep up the good work. Even though our literature department didn't get first place in the fiction festival, I'm not upset at all. I think we were proud of our loss. One of the users also replied, don't be sad, keep it up next year. But then he thought about it and it didn't feel right. Gas next year? Li Dong was still only a freshman now, but Wu Shi is already a junior. Can we really make it in time to refuel next year? So he quickly deleted his post again. Okay. At this moment he admitted that he could not escape the fear of being dominated by Li Dong as long as he was in the Yen City Arts Academy and as long as he participated in the novel festival. The many students from the literature department also wilted when they saw that Wu Shi had admitted that she had lost. The next day, Wang Chang was influenced by this novel. He did not play games, and played Go with the dormitory. He was a beginner, terrible at Go, and in 3 moves, he was killed by his roommate, and just as he was about to lose, he actually shouted, "One of God's hands." The roommates all laughed. However, even Wang Chang's style one of the hands of God did not change the fate of the loss. But, although he lost, he found something else. It turns out that in college, besides playing games, there is something so interesting as playing Go. On that day, his classmates called out to him, "God, please take me, God, let's go hacking." Instead, he refused. "I'm not playing today, playing games every day. Interesting no? At least take a break, right?" Those students looked at him, have wondered if the words came from his mouth. Of course, he's not the only one who likes to play Go. Influenced by this novel, many students at Western Arts fell in love with playing Go. The current Yen City Arts Academy has become the Yen City Go Academy. Later that night, the sky is full of stars and the night is cool. Li Dong is reviewing in his dorm room. After all, the exam is coming soon. Just then, the sound of the system came to his ears. Congratulations to the host, completing the mission. 10,000 points of influence, and the universal card, which has been issued to your warehouse. This 10,000 points of influence was now like light rain to Li Dong. But this universal card is very useful. Just as he had just completed this quest, the system immediately released information about the next quest. This system reminds the host that after the school year begins, the first thing to happen is the shooting MV competition held in Yen City. Therefore, the system issues the next task for you. A good artist should not only be accomplished in literature and music, but also in film and television at the same time. Li Dong thought to himself, didn't I already write a script? What? That's not enough? It was as if the system had read his mind. The system hopes that you can achieve good results in the directing industry as well. Okay. Li Dong sometimes really did not know. Should he say that this system was intelligent? Or should he say that he is devilish? The last mission has just been completed and the next character is immediately released. With Li Dong's strength, the city's MV competition was too easy. Reward, bring it to you. Quest, to win the first place in the whole Yen City in the MV competition after the school year starts. Is it accepted? Reward, 10,000 influence points and 1 system upgrade. Yes, although Li Dong had accepted the mission, he was still curious about this system upgrade. Early morning, in the blink of an eye, 2 days of exams have passed, and the 42-day-long summer vacation will kick off tomorrow morning after the last exam, regardless of the university. Near the end of vacation is always the most chaotic time. Although Li Dong was originally a person who liked to be neat and tidy and hadn't been messy for a semester, today couldn't hold the joy of tomorrow's vacation. Chapter 76 wants to work with him. The whole dorm was in disarray and he was too lazy to clean it up. Wu Gang looked at the mess on the floor and joked, Li Dong, what do you think the counselor's reaction will be if she comes in later? In every school, there is a teacher who is more aggressive, and the students will call this teacher the exterminator. West Art is no exception. Counselor Li Xuanyue is the West Art of the exterminator. As early as in the Gardenia Music Festival, she has shown their power. When Li Dong heard this, he immediately started to clean up. He didn't want to be scolded later. When Wu Gang saw this, his entire body burst out laughing. This Li Dong, sometimes quite smart, but sometimes, still so naive. Okay, don't clean up. It's almost vacation and the counselor won't be here. Li Dong looked at Wu Gang and blinked twice. Are you sure? Wu Gang said. I'm sure. Li Dong stared blankly at Wu Gang and thought for 2 seconds. He thinks Wu Gang is right. Tomorrow is going to be a holiday. The counselor is now over. This is not nothing to find trouble? And so, Li Dong put down the garbage at hand. Whatever. However, just as he put it down, the door to the dormitory was suddenly pushed in. From the door came a woman. This person is not someone else. It is their class counselor, Li Xuanyue. Wu Gang was dumbfounded and scared when he saw Li Sunyu. I don't know if it's because of the evil of Yen City Land or if my own mouth has been opened. Anyway, that's how the counselor came to be. Mr. Li, what brings you here? Li Xuanyue coldly said. What? I can't come? Wu Gang quickly shook his hand. No, I'm just curious. Tomorrow is vacation. Why are you here? In fact, if you listen carefully to the second half of Wu Gang's sentence, you can hear the strings. Li Sunyu glanced at Wu Gang, her eyes blazing. What else can I do? Checking your dormitory hygiene. Wu Gang's heart fluttered. He couldn't wait to slap himself twice. He blamed it on that damnable mouth. Ravenous. Hurriedly, he said, pack immediately. When Li Sunyu saw the mess on the ground, she was in a bad mood. TSK and smashed her mouth, complaining. Look at your dormitory. What's the difference between it and a pigsty? Li Xuanyue said as she slowly walked into the dormitory. When she saw Li Dong, she suddenly froze, and immediately walked out of the dormitory again and looked at the dormitory door number. So this is Li Dong's dormitory? I forgot about it myself. Actually, she had 2 things going for her this visit to the student residence. First thing, check the dormitory hygiene of your classmates. Second thing, find Leiden, because those years now has a movie company contacting the school, wanting to talk to Li Dong about cooperation. Li Xuanyue has been a counselor for several years, and has never seen a student in her class who was able to work with a film company or brokerage firm while still in school. Often, she had watched students in other counselors' classes being approached by agents and film companies, and every now and then, she was so greedy, it's all gluttonous and crying. Now that there was a great god like Li Dong in her class, could she not be happy? Immediately after, Li Sunyu walked next to Li Dong with a smile on her face. The attitude towards Wu Gang immediately improved. It's fine, pay attention next time. And to Li Dong, come with me for a moment, Li Dong asked after walking to the door. Mr. Li, what is it? Li Sunyu originally wanted to directly tell Li Dong that a movie and television company wanted to cooperate with him, but on second thought, it's not easy to have an outstanding student in your class, so you can't show off in front of the other teachers. Since you guys are craving me, I'll crave you too. So he said, tell you what, let's go to the office and talk. Immediately after, Li Sunyu took Li Dong to the office. There were a lot of teachers in the office, and Li Dong didn't like the occasion at all. But, Li Xuanyue loved it, liked it to death. Li Sunyu sat down in front of her desk and pointed to the chair in front of her. Li Dong, sit down first. Li Dong had a million doubts in his mind, but he still sat down on the chair. Li Sunyu said, it's like this. Do you remember the script you wrote the last time you participated in the script festival? Those years? Li Xuanyue crossed her fingers and placed them on the desktop. It's none other than those were the years we loved girls. Leiden, what's up? Li Sunyu forgot to glance around. Many teachers were at their desks. What place did you end up taking? First place, right? Li Dong faintly said. Yes, Li Xuanyue added. Now it's like this. You wrote this script quite well, and there are film and television companies that want to talk to you about cooperation. Li Sunyu then raised her volume when she said the second half of her sentence, as if she was afraid that the teachers around her wouldn't hear it, adding, I wonder what you think. Although Li Dong had a system, he was not a figure in the entertainment industry in his previous life, and he could not understand such things as movie and television company cooperation, and what kind of partnership is. Li Xuanyue said, just say that you have no intention to do so. I was just asked over there to ask for your advice, and if you're interested in that, I'll have them talk to you. At one time, Li Dong also wanted to find movie and TV companies to work with, but then you think about it and decide to shoot it yourself. For one thing, after all, you have such a powerful system. Secondly, this was after all a work from Earth, and Li Dong respected the script very much, and he knew deep down how good it was and how good the movie that was made would look. But, if I rejected Mr. Li now, I felt that I had let down his good intentions. Mr. Li, this is hard for me to do. I need to ask my agency. Generally, after signing up with an agency, you're not as free. However, Li Dong's status was special in that he was signed as a composer, not an artist. So, even if he wanted to make a movie on his own, there was no problem. The only reason he said that was because he wanted a reason to say no. Since Li Sunyu did not even know that Li Dong had signed up with Sky Entertainment, She felt incredibly surprised when she heard this. Li Dong, you mean, you're signed to an agency now? When Li Xuanyue asked these words, she almost exclaimed in shock, and all the teachers, in turn, looked at Li Xuanyue and Li Dong. Liden nodded gently. Yes, it is important to know that even after graduating from an art school, the probability of signing up with an agency is only about 10%, not to mention the fact that the current Li Dong is still in school. This was an incomparably dignified matter for Li Xuanyue. After all, Li Dong was her student. Chapter 77 A Light-Hearted Man. Li Senyu's face was filled with smiles. This kid of yours, signing up for an agency without saying a word. As he said this, the other teachers in the office were thinking, who is this student? How come he's so powerful and hasn't even seen it? Li Senyu asked Li Dong again. Which agency did you sign with? Li Dong was breezy. Sky Entertainment. If the Li Xuanyue just now was astonished, the current Li Xuanyue was in disbelief. Her current expression was even more exaggerated than when Wu Gang and In Jun knew the news. Sky Entertainment and Starlight Entertainment, but the top two companies in Yen City. Later, Undisputed created many good works and now Sky Entertainment is recognized as the #1 entertainment company. Li Xuanyue shook her head at this time. My goodness, I didn't think that at your young age, you'd be in the same entertainment company as the recently very famous Undisputed. Li Xuanyue did not yet know that Li Dong was undisputed. I'm afraid, by the time she finds out, she'll be socially dead for the words she uttered. Li Dong just smiled faintly and did not have too many other expressions on his face. So, I need to talk to my agency. Li Senyu looked at Li Dong's face. She knows that Li Dong has always been a calm person, is a light-hearted person. No matter which student it is, they will always be happy if they sign with Sky Entertainment, right? There's always a sense of pride when you tell your counselor that you signed with a company, right? However, Li Xuanyue realized that when Li Dong said the words Sky Entertainment, his face was surprisingly calm and could not see any changes. This kid, looking at it that way, how it all looks less like a college student and more like an adult, a mature, stable adult. Okay, Li Xuanyue agreed, since you have signed up for Sky Entertainment, it should really be on your agency's side. In fact, Li Xuanyue didn't want to persuade Li Dong too much, in case Li Dong really cooperated with the movie and television company she recommended by then. What if Tian Entertainment got angry? Li Senyu can't afford to be offended. Besides, anyway, the other teachers had heard that Li Dong had signed with Sky Entertainment, so wasn't that more in your face than working with a movie company? Versailles served its purpose, and that's all that matters. Afterwards, Li Dong had a chat with Li Senyu for a while. Of course, it was more of Li Senyu's unilateral concern that Li Dong answered. Mr. Li, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first on my side? Yes. After Li Dong left, many teachers gathered around Li Senyu. The vocal tutor said, Ms. Li, I know that Li Dong, who is in your class, is an artistic genius. Li Xuanyue knows the way of pretending to be 1B. Often when others think you are great, you have to pretend that you don't care. Genius what he even flunked last semester, and if he wasn't forced to study, he wouldn't have studied. Hey, students nowadays just lack self-consciousness. The vocal coach continued. Did he just say he's signed to Sky Entertainment? Li Xuanyue also nodded her head gently. Right, is it a songwriter? Hiss. Li Senyu rubbed her temples. I haven't heard this one clearly. It seems to be a composer plus an artist. The voice counselor said again. Then can we have him take a student from our class? We have several students in our class with great tones. Li Xuanyue. Besides this counselor, there were of course some other counselors, asking Li Xuanyue this and Li Xuanyue that. Teacher Li, why are you so low-key? Li Dong signed up with Sky Entertainment, and I haven't even heard you mention it usually. Li Senyu smiled. She thought to herself, didn't you guys hear that just now? I only just realized it. If I had known, could I not have said anything? Could I have chased after you? Rao's heart is like this, but his mouth said, well, signed up for Sky Entertainment. In fact, it's nothing, we all have talented children in our class, digging a little bit, cultivating a little bit, it's all okay. Li Dong is also just an ordinary student. Versailles, it's almost too Versailles. In the end, everyone summarized one thing, Li Senyu was extraordinary without being extraordinary, but amazing once she was extraordinary. On the other side, when Li Dong came back, he gently pushed the dormitory door, and Wu Gang immediately went to the door and shone his probing head on both sides of the building. Mr. Li didn't come, did he? Li Dong looked at the current dormitory neat and tidy all over again while replying. No, the dormitory is this clean? Li Xuanyue's dormitory inspection has a special feature. Other teachers just check it over and walk away. Li Senyu was different. She liked to check once and then again after an hour. So Wu was so nervous just now. Ha! Wu Gang said. Isn't this afraid that extinction will kill again? After taking the last exam tomorrow at noon, Li Dong could go home, and he resumed squatting down and started packing his clothes. Wu Gang asked at this time, "What is Extinction looking for you for?" Li Dong said lightly, "It's the script from the last script festival. Those years, there are movie and television companies that want to cooperate." Wu Gang hurriedly walked over to Li Dong. "I'll go. I can't believe a company wants to collaborate on a script. Isn't that a good thing?" But why did Li Dong's face remain flat? Never mind. Wu Gang had long since gotten used to his expression. Wu Gang joked, "Li Dong, don't forget me when you become famous." Leiden replied, "I didn't say yes." Wu Gang frowned lightly. If he was Li Dong, he couldn't wait to run over and cooperate with others. But Li Dong actually didn't agree? "What did you say? You didn't say yes? Why?" Originally, Li Dong also thought about selling his script, but he didn't have any money at that time, and he didn't know that his talent was actually worth so much, not to mention that the system was so powerful. Now that Li Dong saw that his talent could be exchanged for a lot of money, and that the system was so powerful that he couldn't imagine it, he naturally had the idea of shooting it himself. "Because I want to shoot it myself." Wu Gang didn't even think that what Li Dong said about making his own movie was that he was investing in it himself, but rather, he thought that Li Dong wanted to be an actor himself to make the movie. "I'm afraid, you don't know much about acting, do you? Besides, your character is not very suitable for acting." Li Dong waved his hand. "You misunderstand. I mean, I want to invest myself." The corners of Wu Gang's mouth twitched slightly as he immediately crouched down in front of Li Dong, his eyes fixed dead center on the shape of Li Dong's mouth. "Just now, what did Li Dong say?" In a bit of disbelief, he asked again. "Li Dong, speak clearly." Li Dong squatted on the ground to gather his clothes while answering Wu Gang's question. Chapter 78, Not enough money to spend. This time, he spoke slowly. "I want to find my own actors to shoot. If I work with their movie company, I will just seek some actors. And then there's the fact that I don't know how I'm going to get it on the screen in post. Just those two things. But when people's studios work with you, they mainly just want to invest, or buy out." This time, Wu Gang heard it perfectly. Leiden did say he wanted to shoot it himself. Li Dong's family situation, Wu Gang is aware of. Even to pay for him to come to school, oh, a lot of money. Where did he get the funds? Li Dong, you're not kidding, right? Do you know that it takes a lot of money to invest in making a movie? Li Dong is currently getting hundreds of thousands of dollars per month just for song downloads at Sky Entertainment. Although you'd say that's not enough money, but don't forget, now Li Dong, but the composition department, every month just the song commission, he can get a lot. Besides, there are a lot of small, high-grossing movies, and with the help of the system, and then a director's card or something, the box office? Steady. At this time, Li Dong's eyes were very firm. "Have you ever seen me joking?" It's true that Wu Gang has never seen Li Dong joking. "Li Dong, I think as your roommate, I still need to remind you." Li Dong put down the clothes he was packing, his eyes leveled at Wu Gang. "Okay, go ahead," Wu Gang said. "First of all, the first point, I know you have some money in your hand now, but making a movie is no joke. The tens of thousands of dollars in your hand can't hold it back at all. The second point is that you have no experience in making movies. Let me ask you, where do you find actors, and the equipment to make a movie? Where do you find it? And you just said yourself, you don't even know how to release the movie. What are you going to do? The third thing is, I feel like your whole personality is kind of floating right now since you took 3 firsts at the festival, and that's not a good thing." So, Wu Gang added, "So, your idea of making a movie is completely unrealistic, and when the time comes, not only will such a good script be gone, but you'll have lost a lot of money." Li Dong thought about Wu Gang's words for a moment and planned to ask a system to see if there was an answer. Hart said, "System, I'd like to ask, if I want to shoot the script those years, the girls we liked, what kind of help can you offer me?" "That depends on what kind of help the host needs," Leiden said. "I'm in a daze." Li Dong's system was very intelligent, as he himself had seen when he was there before. So, the system recommended the function to him. "Understood. What the host needs most at the moment is counseling services." "Well, that's the service. 100,000 influence. Air. Want to be so direct?" I don't know if it was the reason why the system had been with Li Dong for a long time, but the current system even carried a hint of Li Dong's feeling between his words. Could be. The root of everything for the host lies in money, and with money, everything is solved. "Well, go on. It's gone." Leiden? "No, yes, host." Li Dong felt that the money spent was really a bit of a loss. $100,000 of influence. And in the end, all you've bought is this? I'm the one with 3 questions. Looks like, can't ask the system next time. Too much wasted influence. It was as if the system had read his mind. The intelligent system started to explain to Li Dong in case he didn't patronize it next time. The actor problem can be solved with funding. For release issues, You can leave it up to the crew to resolve, or release it as an online movie. As far as funding is concerned, you can shoot one section and then another when someone is willing to invest in it. Being instructed by the system in such a way, Lee Dong suddenly felt a sudden realization. It seems like it really is all about money at the end of the day. Since it takes money, how much does it really take? The system sent out another prompt at this time. May I ask if the host is shooting a web movie? Lee Dong thought to himself that even if it was a big movie, he couldn't shoot it himself. What big movie doesn't cost millions? That's still a tiny investment. When you do the math like that, you might as well make a web movie. Generally speaking, it costs $80, $100, to shoot a web movie of 60 minutes or less. Lee Dong planned in his mind. He originally had $420, for himself, gave $200, to his mother, then later, spent some on treats, and now has over $200, as well. Of course, Li Yan's tuition for the first semester was estimated to cost $70, to $80, along with miscellaneous living expenses. A full count of what can be used is about $100, Did Don Lee actually realize that a student who makes over $400, a month doesn't have enough money to spend? This is outrageous, but the song downloads for July and August haven't come down yet. As for the actors, let's find some college students from the film and television department, who were originally college students, so it can be said that they are in character. This is also going to be a vacation soon. Lee Dong intends to first put this matter for a while, and wait for the beginning of the school year to come back to the time. At noon the next day, Lee Dong was finally on vacation. The plane flew fast, much faster than Lee Dong's hand speed. Later that afternoon, Lee Dong returned home. Their family lived in a small town. Their parents had a set of more than 50 square feet of room. Since Lee Dong understood, his parents lived in a house, Li Yan lived in a room, and he himself could only live in the living room. Now that Lee Dong is back, the living room is still his. Though on Lee Dong's return, his father went on a business trip, and his mother suggested that Li Yan share a room with herself, and Lee Dong went to take Li Yan's room. Lee Dong still didn't feel too accustomed to it, so he said, "I'll just stay on the sofa. It's fine." 8 p.m. The sky gradually darkened. After a busy afternoon, Yang Shuexiu copied several good dishes. A family of 3 happy. At the dinner table, Yang Shuexiu gave Lee Dong some dishes from time to time. Li Yan beamed as she watched her mother care for her brother. "Mom, you're so biased too. You just know how to give your brother food." Yang Shuexiu first laughed, then gave Li Yan a dish as well. "Brother is usually at school. He can't eat mom's cooking. I didn't expect that Yenner would be jealous." Immediately afterward, Li Dong also gave Li Yan some food and touched Li Yan's little head in the process. Li Yan feels that she is the happiest daughter and the happiest sister. At the dinner table, Li Yan asked, "Brother, how do you feel now that you're attending the Yen City Art Academy?" Leiden replied, "Well, it's pretty good." Li Yan was very interested in the art world, as she had applied for the Yen City Film and Television Academy, and although the acceptance notice had not yet come down, her second volunteer was also the Yen City Acting Academy. Chapter 79, I can't believe I'm so big. It's, so to speak, basically between those two schools. "Brother, don't all you art students have to sign with an agency? Is the signing rate high?" Li Dong thought for a moment. I don't know. In fact, he really didn't know, because he had somehow been signed. How do you know? Besides, one hasn't bothered to try to submit a resume for an interview. Just ignore me if you don't want to. Li Yan beamed. Still saying you don't know? Who are you kidding? Leiden. Dinner was finished quickly and the 3 of them sat on the couch. Yang Shuexiu and Li Dong were chatting while watching TV. Li Yan played with her cell phone all over again, talking to them all over again. Suddenly, Li Yan stuffed an earphone in Li Dong's ear. "Brother, I recommend a good song for you." If anyone else, Li Dong would have avoided, but Li Yan is after all his own family. Since childhood he has loved this sister. How could he avoid it? Li Dong heard, "This song is not another. It is in the fairy cup of the song All Go With the Wind." Li Yan was all smiles. "How was it?" "Good." "Ha?" Li Dong nodded gently. "It is quite nice." He had been worried that his sister would stop trying after knowing his true identity. Therefore, he had been pretending to be just an ordinary student in front of Li Yan. In order to pretend to be more like it, Li Dong asked, "What's the name of this song?" Li Yan replied, "It's All Gone With the Wind." Leiden pretended to remember again. "Oh, yeah, I've heard of it, I just forgot the name." Li Yan played another song for Li Dong, who said, "It's pretty good too." Li Yan said, "These 2 songs are all Undisputed's songs, and Undisputed's products must be of high quality. As long as it's a song created by Undisputed, every song is great." Li Dong smiled slightly at this time. "Who did you learn those words from?" Li Yan said casually, That's what everyone in our class says. Sometimes fame is like the hair on the back of your head. You can never see it, but others can see it clearly. Do you all, in your class, like not to argue? Li Yan replied. Not all of them. There are some people who like Tang Jingran, and there are so many people who like Lian Yulin. Anyway, so many students in the class. Love all three of them. Li Dong had never imagined that he had become so famous. Saying that, Li Yan had another bad smile on her face, and her eyes glanced at her mother, realizing that she was intently watching TV, whispering to Li Dongdao. There are still girls in our class, who say they want to marry Undisputed. Li Dong's ears instantly turned red. Yang Shuexiu also immediately turned her head at this time and scolded Li Yan. What are you talking about? No nonsense. Li Yan looked aggrieved. It's not like I said it. The girls in my class said it. Yang Shuexiu had known for a long time that Li Dong just didn't compete. Then no nonsense. Yang Shuexiu said. Tell me how your brother is so quiet. Look at you. Naughty as anything? Can the two of you switch your personalities? As Li Dong was now a well-known figure, he naturally knew that the atmosphere brought about by this was not good. So he said to Li Yan, Yener, if the students in your class discuss indisputability again in the future, I hope you will be able to set the right values for them. It's okay to use your idol as your own role model and learn the good things about him, but never have any other bad thoughts. Li Yan said impatiently. Got it, brother. Just then, Li Yan seemed to suddenly remember something as she looked at Li Dong with glowing eyes. Brother, you're studying composition too, aren't you? Lydon replied. Yes. Li Yan sat up in a hurry. So you know not to fight? Li Dong's face was a little embarrassed. Could he not know not to fight? He himself just didn't compete. Well, I know. Li Yan added. Then can you grant me a small request? Just a tiny little request. Go ahead. Li Yan said. Can you ask him for an autograph for me after school starts? Star chasing was not a good thing, and Li Dong was ready to lecture Li Yan again at this point. Yener, when did you learn to chase stars? Li Yan beamed. This isn't stargazing on my part. Like you said, I feel like Undisputed has talent, so I want to learn from him. Well, what else? Li Yan narrowed her eyes and laughed dryly. Also, just wanted to show off with our high school classmates. Ha. Li Dong shook his head helplessly. What a way to take you. Li Yan immediately looked pleasant. Brother, so you're promising me, aren't you? Lydon said. Actually, I do now. Li Yan immediately jumped up from the sofa. Really? Will you take it easy? Sit down first. Li Dongdao, really? I'll go get it for you now. So sit here obediently. As soon as Li Yan heard that her brother had gone to get an autograph for her, she immediately sat down obediently on the sofa, as if she were using the sitting position of a puppy. Li Dong ran towards Li Yan's room immediately afterward, wanting to find a pen for signing his sister's name. Li Yan pointed to the suitcase at the entrance to the house, shouting, Brother, where are you running to? That's my room, and your suitcase is here. Li Dong then remembered that he was now Li Dong, not Undisputed. He turned back to the suitcase and dragged it into Li Yan's room. Li Yan was about to get up. Brother, why are you so secretive about getting an autograph? Li Dong must be mysterious. Now where to get an autograph? But to write an autograph. Sit down, or I won't get it for you. Li Yan sat down on the couch again. After Li Dong came to Li Yan's room, he was about to tear a piece of paper from Li Yan's book when he suddenly stopped again. If you just tore a piece of paper, Li Yan would have found out for sure. So, Li Dong took out a piece of paper from inside his suitcase and then signed his artistic signature on it with Li Yan's pen. Immediately afterward, Li Dong placed the pen exactly as it was. If you hadn't seen the suitcase, you wouldn't believe that anyone had ever come in here. Li Dong took the signature and handed it to Li Yan. Li Yan was instantly happy. Brother, you're awesome. Although she liked Undisputed's talent, she had never gotten Undisputed's autograph yet. For once, she was the first student in their high school class to get an uncontested autograph. Li Yan arranged that signature neatly at this time and took a picture and sent it to the class group, and said one thing. Guess what this is? There are people in the class who have had people who have seen indisputable signatures online before. And where did you find the chart? Li Yan said. What do you mean where did you find the chart? This is mine. With that, she picked up the signature and took a picture with herself. Within seconds of sending it out, all of a sudden the class exploded with Undisputed fans. Chapter 80 Incredibly Proud. Holy, you actually have an Undisputed signature? From where? Can you get me one? Li Yan, how much are you selling it for? Li Yan replied, my brother gave it to me. He's a student at the Yen City Art Academy, and added a cool emoji after this sentence. Everyone could tell that Li Yan was incredibly proud of herself now. The group exploded again. Li Yan, is there any more? Can you ask your brother to get me one for any price? Your brother is really good. Yen City Art College. It's the best college in Yen City. 5,555. Others spell father. Yener spells brother. After Li Yan finished being happy, she looked at Li Dong. Brother, what's wrong? Can you ask for another autograph? Leiden? What do you mean? Li Yan hands her cell phone to Li Dong to see, and Li Dong is very angry when he sees it. It was hard for Li Dong to accept such behavior from their high school students. Li Dong hoped that they would pay more attention to the artist's work and learn from it, or perhaps some kind of positive spirit. No more, even if it's just to relax while entertaining. It's not about liking the artist, that's the right value. Li Dong intended to go through a bit of persuasion, but, since it was persuasion, it had to start with something that Li Yan herself cared about. Yener, have you always considered Undisputed as your idol? Li Yan was all smiles. Yeah, brother, why else would I ask you for his autograph? Li Dong nodded. Yener, don't you feel like insulting your idol by selling his autograph? Li Yan pouted her lips and her eyes glanced, pondering for a moment. She felt her brother was right. So, after that the matter was dropped. Later that night, Li Dong was lying on the sofa in the living room. He had been thinking about one thing: what kind of public figure should he be? Through Leiden's repeated thoughts, he determined that, first, it should start with a good image. Second, you should be a positive entertainer and you should let people learn some good things from yourself. Third, for fans who appreciate you, you should guide them correctly so that they have good values. With such thoughts, the next day Li Dong woke up at 8 o'clock. Li Dong opened his microblog in order to bring some positive energy to his fans in China and guide them correctly. The next thing that needs to be accomplished is to tweet the witnesses. Although it is said that Li Dong is now a person in the composition department, but after all, he is not too familiar with the song manager so he gave PDD a call. The phone call probably consisted of helping to authenticate himself on Twitter, which was done the same day with the help of PDD. Li Dong posted a tweet on the first day. Finally opened Twitter. People have been paying more attention to me lately, and I've even had fans go out of their way to get my autograph. I wish people would pay more attention to the work than to me personally. Also, as a reminder, I'm a person who makes art, not showbiz, and it's not fans I need, it's people who support my work. In the end, I hope my work will bring positive energy to everyone. Once this microblogging was released, after just 10 minutes, there were tens of thousands of likes, and at one time it became a hot search on Weibo. Meanwhile, countless comments followed. Is this no contest in person? At upstairs, didn't you see there was a certification? I'll go. Undisputed actually opened a microblog. Focus on the work, not the artist, and really like the quote from Undisputed. Undisputed God's works are already positive, and I didn't realize that Undisputed God himself is also a positive person. When other people are artists, they all want to be famous. They all want to have as many fans as possible. But not the true great God can be so good that he doesn't need fans. Support the great God's work. At the same time, since there were people who supported Li Dong, there were Li Dong's black fans, and many people had spoken. Who is this? Undisputed? Why haven't I heard of him? A cold artist? Come on, just pretend. It's obvious you want to be famous, but you have to pretend to be noble. Why did you start Twitter if you didn't want to be famous? Who wouldn't talk? I would also say, so how many artists don't want their popularity value to be higher? I just don't believe that this indisputable is a clear stream. Ha! When Li Dong saw these fans, he was originally a bit angry, but on second thought, people are talking about non-controversy, what does it have to do with me? Li Dong? Right after these black fans posted their comments, many of them followed up with dislikes. Whether it's pretend or not, at least the undisputed great God has this kind of mentality. At least he's the kind of person who makes art in peace. The undisputed God has made it very clear that opening a microblog is just to bring positive energy. Never seen such a squirt before. Brain black? Li Dong looked at one of the cold artist comments. Felt very interesting. According to Reason, if other artists have the fame of Li Dong, listening to others say they are cold artists more or less will be a little angry. But he didn't get angry. Instead he flirted with himself. He posted another tweet, I'd rather be a cold artist and be at peace with my art. Also, I am very receptive to criticism. The more the better. He then captioned the bottom of the tweet with a picture of this fan's comment. With this tweet, there were even more comments and more than twice as many as the previous tweet, since Li Dong was already famous. In addition to a lot of fan messages, a tweet titled Cold Artist Li Dong, the microblogging. For a moment, Li Dong topped the hot search. Cold? Artists who do their art properly become cold. And celebrities who think about how to hype themselves every day are hot. What's a pattern? This is the pattern. Instead of you guys scolding him, he doesn't get angry. Those black fans, check it out. There's never a shortage of mouths in this world, and all I can say is, if you guys say you can't do it without a fight, go ahead. Jets, see, that's the artistry of an undisputed teacher. Please have some virtue under your mouths. Long before Li Dong opened his microblog, Tang Jingran and Lian Yulin had already opened it. After they saw Undisputed post the tweet, they also retweeted the tweet. Here's what Tang Jingran posted. Mr. Undisputed is the most understated teacher I've ever seen. How understated? Everyone knows about the Fairy Cup, right? It's Yen City's annual school singer competition. That's a lot of traffic, by the way. But Mr. Undisputed never tries to rub it in. Chapter 81, Produce Evidence. Even in the Fairy Cup, the first and second place winners were all Mr. Undisputeds. But have you ever seen Mr. Undisputed show his face? Not at all. Wouldn't an artist like that be at peace with his art? I really admire that spirit. Of course, it wasn't like Li Dong had only promoted Tang Jingran alone. There was also Liang Yulin. When Liang Yulin saw Undisputed and Tang Jingran posting, she followed suit and started posting. Today I see so many black people hacking Mr. Undisputed. A person so immersed in the arts and bringing positive energy to everyone. You guys still want to hack? Is there any quality left? In the future, if anyone says half a no without arguing with the teacher, don't blame me for flipping him off. After sending the tweet, some fans were thinking, no dispute, as if the province has a no. Fortunately, I said one no, not half a no. Liang Yuklin and Tang Jingran, already famous in the Fairy Cup, and, just in the July list, received a big wave of traffic. Now the two are a little bit famous and have a little bit of a following. With the two of them speaking, the heat of the microblogging hot search has risen again. At this point, underneath every black indisputable comment, there are thousands of dislikes. Li Dong was at home, refreshing the comments on top of his phone. It seems like I haven't even gotten around to replying to these spammers myself. So how come Tang Jingran and Liang Yulin did it for me? That's for sure. After all, the reason why Tang Jingran and Liang Yulin have the fame they have now is all because of Li Dong. At this critical moment, there was simply no need to not look for Li Dong to make a move. Tang Jingran and Liang Yulin directly disliked him back. Some spammers, they don't look down on someone, but they do like to spam, no matter who is tweeting. However, how could these spammers not expect that when they sprayed indisputable, so many people would dislike them back? Sprayer, I just sprayed a little bit of indisputable? How come the whole world is against me? I'm really scared. 3 days later, Li Dong's sister Li Yin admission notice has also come down. She managed to get into the Yen City Film and Television Academy. On this day, the people in the family also set up a celebration for her. The family is happy again. Since Li Dong is now in the art circle, Yang Shuexiu is very relieved, and he knows that Li Yan will definitely not suffer as long as she has Li Dong as her brother. That night, Li Dong also gave Yang Shuexiu Li Yan's tuition and first semester living expenses, $100,000 in total. Currently, Li Dong had about 100,000 left in his hand. Anyone who is a student has the feeling that time gains very slowly when they are in class and passes too quickly when they are on vacation. These days, Li Dong was also in the system, buying basic film and television knowledge, and had utilized the teacher's aura to tutor Li Yan in some of her homework. Li Dong is well aware that when there was no system, it was really too miserable to pass, and even came close to failing the course himself. At that point in my life, I didn't seem to have anything else but low self-esteem. He wanted his sister, who was a good student in college, so that Li Yan would have confidence. On top of that, Manager Chu made 2 phone calls to Li Dong, saying that there was a party that needed to write a tune. Li Dong thought to himself, there are many great gods in the composition department anyway, and he is still on vacation. There is nothing, even if it is written. No one can sing it, no one can soundtrack it. So, Li Dong rebuffed Manager Chu and told him to ask other composers. Since Li Dong was the baby of the composing department, Manager Chu didn't dare to offend him, so Manager Chu had to give up. Gradually, it got to just after 11 p.m. on July 31st, and in an hour's time it was time to update the July downloads list. In China, almost no one will know the final rankings until the last minute when the statistics and announcements are made. This is because the announcement of China's songs is the total number of downloads from the 3 major music platforms combined. Of these 3 major music platforms, you can only see the rankings. You can never see what the number of downloads is, and again, it varies from day to day. Some songs are at number 1 on the charts for only 3 days, but they can give you a 4 or 5 million downloads in those 3 days. This kind of stuff is just weird. It seems like it's rubbing off on the hotspots, and the downloads are soaring high. Just as this was about to be announced, there was a lot of discussion. Okay, you guys don't have to wait. I already know which song will be number 1 this month. It's either All Gone with the Wind or The Young and the Restless. I've seen the endings, and All Gone with the Wind and The Young ones are in 2nd and 3rd, respectively. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If only you guys knew how it ended. Show me the proof. I feel like It's All Gone with the Wind is number 1. The Young ones, YYDS. Anyway, no matter how much the internet only talks about it, everyone nowadays is just guessing. Of course, in addition to those who guessed the song, there were also those who guessed the composer. It shouldn't be uncontested. In China, I haven't seen a certain composer able to dominate the charts for 2 months. This is not certain. Maybe not contend is the former and the latter. Before the time, I have not seen college students can take the first, and then not to see? Add upstairs, it was just luck that I didn't fight to take first place last month. One can't always be lucky, right? It's not luck. It's strength, alright? Alright. What are you guys arguing about? Won't you know it when you take a look at the data when it's announced later? Just at the sound of the crowd's speculation, the time came to 12 o'clock. Finally the data is released. But when people see the data, it's safe to say that everyone guessed which song went number 1 correctly. And it's also safe to say that everyone didn't guess which song went number 1 correctly. It was the first time they had seen this. Because, in this month, the young ones and It's All Gone with the Wind actually tied for first place. Even the downloads are exactly the same, both at 365, 1,451. Some may notice that these two songs have been downloaded more than the previous songs from June and May. It's not really about what sounds good or bad or quality. The quality of a couple of the songs is just as high. For one thing, because every listener has different tastes. The second is that in June, when students are in class, and students are the dominant consumers of songs, it's natural to not be able to download during class time. With July off, downloads are naturally high. Of course, these are not the main ones. The main thing that amazed listeners today was, the two songs actually had the exact same number of downloads. As in, to a point of outrageousness. It is because of this bizarre occurrence that the crowd discussion is very hot. Chapter 82, Taste Gets Better. For a moment, it once again topped both songs to the number 1 spot on the Hot 100. Once again, we are getting great traffic. The huge traffic brings a new surge in downloads. There was this one student who heard the song during this traffic exposure. Li Mingyan is a 00 science student who was at home because he is now on vacation. At the time of this day, he was listening to songs and reading books in his study, when he suddenly saw that the crowd was discussing the same number of downloads of Let It All Go with the Wind and The Young Ones, and curiosity arose in his heart. He had also listened to it with a trial and error attitude, not thinking of downloading it. However, just after he listened to the two songs he realized that they were both very good. Never one to pay to download songs, he actually downloaded both tracks at this point. That afternoon, while he was reading, he plugged in his headphones and kept looping the two songs. Li Mingyan really never heard such a good tune. Even after listening to it for an afternoon, he didn't get tired of listening to it. Even by the end, he looked at the words and learned to sing them. Just as he was learning to sing, he saw the lyricist and immediately sat up. How come the songwriters of these two songs are exactly the same? Li Mingyan thought he was wrong. He wiped his eyes and looked again. Eventually he realized that he was not wrong. Both songs were written without argument, and both are of very high quality. Li Mingyan sighed. This undisputed can really be a great god, to be able to write two songs that ranked number 1 at the same time. It's so awesome. Just as he was sighing, his father came in with a plate of watermelon in his hand and placed it on the desk. And, remember to eat the watermelon later. The relationship between Li Mingyan and his father did not want to be a father-son relationship in the traditional sense. Between them, it was more like a friend in general. Often talk about history and celebrities together. And even, can you believe that Li's father sometimes took Li Mingyan to hack together? Li Mingyan nodded when he saw the watermelon. Thanks, Dad. Father Li was about to walk out of the study when he was suddenly called by Li Mingyan again. Dad, wait, don't go yet. Li's father turned his head. What's wrong? You kid, is there something fancy going on again? Li Mingyan said no, Dad. Don't you always say that the songs we ought listen to have no tune at all and the lyrics are so badly written? I just heard a pretty good song. Do you want to hear it? Li's father waved his hand. Forget it. What are all those songs you oughts are listening to now? The lyrics are inaudible and there's no melody. I am not enjoying listening to it at all. It seems that there is a chain of contempt in China. Listeners of the 60s and 70s look down on the songs of listeners of the 80s, while listeners of the 80s look down on the songs of listeners of the 90s, and listeners of the 90s look down on the songs of listeners of the aughts. Listeners of the post-60s and post-70s look down on the songs of post-80s listeners, while post-80s listeners look down on the songs of post-00s listeners. Li's father had crossed two chains of contempt for Li Mingyan. Li Mingyan ignored his father's comment, and with that, he played the outside voice of his cell phone. The song, as it happens, is It's All Gone with the Wind. Dad, don't go yet. You're going to love hearing these two songs. They're really good. Li's father laughed. Alright, Dad has things to do. Just as he said something was wrong, the wind had picked up and had been playing for about 10 seconds. Li's father usually likes to listen to songs, and at this time he suddenly felt that this song seemed to be not bad. Immediately afterward, he stood still at this point and listened for a short while. I didn't realize that my own son's tastes had changed. Li father tiger mouth dragged his chin. Continue to listen back. Finally, This song all finished. He originally thought that the songs that Post 00's listeners listen to are the kind of fast-paced, more combustible songs that don't have much melody. He had also thought that he wouldn't like the songs his own son had recommended. He assumed, more than anything else, that he had no interest in the two songs that Lee Mingyan had played for him, but now he realized that it was a very good song. The overall melody is beautiful, and you can tell that the songwriters had their heart in the right place. Right after listening to it, Lee's father suddenly asked, "What's the name of this song?" Lee Mingyan replied, "All Goes with the Wind." "Does it sound good?" Lee's father replied, "You don't say. It's really quite good." Immediately afterward, Lee Mingyan recommended another song to Lee's father, which was The Young Ones. Lee's father said that it was also good, just as good as Let It All Go with the Wind. "Well," Father Lee replied, "it's nice to hear, too." Since his father had said that the song he recommended was good, Lee Mingyan straightened his back at this time. "How about songs we ought to listen to?" Lee's father also graciously admitted at this time, "Well, some of the songs you were listening to before were really not that great, but these two, one is better than the other." Lee Mingyan added, "Actually, both songs are by one author." "An author?" It was obvious that Lee's father was now surprised as well. "Yes," Lee Mingyan replied. "This author is called Undisputed." Lee's father's eyes widened. "I didn't realize that the same writer had actually created two such great songs. It's really incredible. It seems that this Undisputed is really a talent." Right after listening to these two songs, Lee's father suddenly realized a truth as well. That is, good songs know no age. In front of Lee Dong, it seems that this age boundary contempt chain collapsed. What kind of post-60s and post-70s listeners look down on the songs of post-80s listeners? What kind of post-80s audience looks down on songs by post-90s listeners? What post-90s listeners are looking down on songs by post-00's listeners? I'm sorry, but in front of me, Lee Dong, there is no such thing. Gradually, by August 10th, this day was the happiest time for Lee Dong, because at the end of the day, one will have another substantial income coming in. As for how much will arrive, it's not known. Since the last time he had enjoyed brushing up on his posters, Lee Dong had been doing it when he didn't have anything to do, and still was. He just brushed up on such a posting. "I literally laughed my ass off when my roommate quit the internet. You guys don't know how much of an internet addict he was before. From middle school to high school, in order to access the internet, he stole money from home to go to the internet cafe, caught by his father more than a dozen times. Every time he caught is a beating. Beat my roommate all over the body is bruised and purple. But what about this roommate of mine? He still continues to surf the internet and ignore it all. Just the other day, I was at home trying to find someone to hack with, and then I called my roommate, and the kid said he didn't want to play games right now. I was stunned. Okay, guess what this is about? Chapter 83, Superb Quality. X. A whole lot of speculation below. Eventually, the owner announced the answer. "Well, you all didn't guess right. In fact, since the last time my roommate watched Soul of Go, he fell in love with playing chess." Followed closely below by a bunch more comments. "I'll go. How can you quit your internet addiction by playing chess? Ha ha ha, I've been enjoying playing Go lately too. I feel like I'd become smarter as a whole playing Go." Looks like you all have Lee Dong to thank. If it wasn't for his book, The Soul of Go, which got you guys interested in Go, you'd all still be loser guys right now. How about, when we go back to school, we start a Go club? Add upstairs. I think it's fine. Add me to the list then. Lee Dong looked at the post and laughed a little, feeling as if he had done a great thing, getting many students in the school to quit their internet addiction. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly received a message, which was sent by PDD. PDD sent Leiden last month's performance statement. Lee Dong thought, actually forgot about this matter. Said, he opened the performance statement. In the middle of last month, when the gardenia flowers bloom and the quiet of summer have cooled down a bit over time, but not by much due to the very high quality of the tunes. On top of that, the quiet of summer, a song released in June, caused a lot of discussion when the numbers were released on July 1st. Between July 1st and July 3rd alone, downloads topped 2 million. That's more than the entire month of June. Of course, from the 3rd onwards, it's not as hot as it was before, but at the end of the day, there were good downloads. The songs When the Gardenia Blooms and The Quiet of Summer totaled 4.6 million downloads in the last month. On top of that, All Go With the Wind and The Young Ones were loved by many listeners for their superb quality. Plus, Yulin Liang and Jing Rantang sang the song at the Fairy Cup, so the number of downloads skyrocketed. All Gone With the Wind and The Young Ones combined totaled 7.3 million downloads last month. The tunes, each of which has a download amount of $1. Lee Dong saw the numbers at this time and opened the calculator. Based on a 10% commission for a song, Lee Dong will receive more than 1.19 million commission today. At the moment, what he lacked most was money. First, by the time the school year started, Li Dong was ready to shoot those years. The Girls We Liked Online movie. According to the plan, it would take at least $300,000 to make a sophisticated movie. Secondly, he wanted to get a new house for his family, although after that, he and his sister went to school, leaving his father and mother at home. But they've lived their whole lives in hard times and haven't enjoyed it. Besides, it's a small town after all, and with an average price of just over $2,500, it's not that expensive. Li Dong figured out that he would probably need another $300,000 to $400,000. That means that just $700,000 to $800,000 would be more than enough for now. Just as Li Dong was calculating, he suddenly received a text message. Your bank card with tail number 1234 received a transfer of $1,195,471. 21. Balance 131,2980.86. Li Dong's heart was delighted. His current income, but it was a lot more than he had imagined. Li Dong was cuddling his cell phone on the couch, planning to give his mother a huge surprise when tomorrow rolled around. At the moment, the new homes are all period homes and you need to wait a while before you can move in. So, Li Dong set his sights on the second-hand houses. The morning after receiving the money, Li Dong went to the agency on the pretext that he had something to go out. Just as he entered the agency, a girl with glasses greeted him, a goddess wearing a white shirt and black pants. Even though it was a professional outfit, it was evident that she had an excellent figure. Li Dong could feel that the girl was not very old, just about 23 or 24, probably a freshly graduated college student. Sir, do you need to see the house? Li Dong nodded. Aha. Li Dong asked, do you have any City Empire houses here? City Imperial View is one of the best properties in the small town of Li Dong. This girl hurriedly said, yes, sir, why don't you take a seat in the conference room? I'll organize the listings for you. So the girls invited Li Dong into the conference room and brought him a glass of water. What is your name, sir? Li Dong replied. My last name is Li. The girl found the neighborhood information for City Imperial View from the stack of information on the conference table again and handed it to Li Dong. Mr. Li, this is the property description of City Imperial View. You can take a look at it first. I'll go ahead and organize the listings. If you need anything, please feel free to call me. You can address me as Xiaohan. Li Dong took the information and gave Xiaohan a formal look. He felt that the girl was still treating her clients with care. Yes, Xiaohan went out with a smile on his face. After all, he had a client now. Could he not be happy? He walked over to a male coworker. Brother Wang, can you help me look at the houses for sale in City Imperial View right now? Wang was Xiaohan's sales master, and when Xiaohan entered the agency, it was this boy who took her and taught her. As soon as Li Dong entered the door, Wang had already sized up Li Dong, and he realized that the boy in front of him was only about 20 years old and was dressed in a way that did not look very rich. As soon as I came in, I asked if there were any City Empire homes. You know, City Empire is the best and most expensive property in this town. Is he really buying a house? Not really, right? Wang glanced at Xiaohan. Lu Han, this is not a very quality client. With that, he checked out all the listings for City Empire. These are the small ones, Wang said to Xiaohan. Wang is also considered an old salesman, and he understood when he saw Li Dong that either he was not here to buy a house, he was asking about it, or he was a peer. Of course, if neither of these two reasons are true, then Li Dong definitely just wants to buy a small home as well. Xiaohan came over at this point and Wang let her have the computer. I'm going out for a smoke, so you can see for yourself. With that, Wang walked out the door. Boys who smoke tend to do so in pairs, and as Wang went out, followed closely by a couple of boys who also went out. By the time we reached the door, the crowd had begun to explore. Xiaohan is not really leaving this month, is she? Wang stabbing, a sharp inhalation of a mouthful of smoke. Gray smoke slowly exhaled. The boss said that if Xiaohan doesn't open another $200,000 this month, he's really going to leave. The crowd said, if she's renting, she certainly can't rent for that much money, so she'll have to sell her house to earn herself a living. Chapter 84 Warm Hospitality. Wang replied. In fact, this child is quite hard, but he just can't work hard enough. Look at the customers she serves. What are some people? With that, Wang pointed to the store. That man just now, did you see him? The crowd nodded their heads in recognition of what they had seen. Wang said, that boy, how old is he? I reckon he's only about 20, and he's dressed rather shabbily. I don't look like a home buyer, but rather a fellow traveler. Saying that, Wang finished the last puff of his cigarette, and he stomped out the cigarette still on the ground. The crowd turned to Wang again and asked, then why don't you give Xiaohan a word? Wang sighed, what's the use of me giving her the word? Now Xiaohan's heart is bent on conversion, and even if it's a beggar who comes to buy a house, she remains enthusiastic in her hospitality. The crowd thought about it and felt the same. they have said. Or don't think of a way to stick little Han at the same time. Wang shook his hand. This child's self-esteem is quite strong. You so help. But she will not stay in the company, but want to leave quickly. I feel that if it is not possible, at the end of the month, to introduce her to a few interested customers, so it will be better. The crowd had expressed their approval of Wang's approach. At this time, Wang pointed to the office. If you don't believe me, you can watch. In less than 3 minutes, that person will be gone. After saying that, Wang even glanced at his watch and noted down the time. On the other side, Xiaohan introduced the current listings to Li Dong. However, basically, all the listings introduced were small homes. Li Dong took a rough look. What's the average price? Lu Han replied. $3.254. The average price of $3.254 is extremely high for their town. Li Dong asked again. Any big family? Xiaohan hurriedly said. Yes, Mr. Li, we still have 98 square feet. Seriously, Xiaohan didn't dare to recommend the biggest house type, but there were several customers who wanted to see the big house type. But after recommending the biggest house type to them, the customers ran away after calculating the price. Leiden asked, is there a bigger one? Xiaohan's heart froze. Could it be that has met its golden master? She was seeing a lot of people, plainly dressed but very rich. Could it be that this man is one of them? Mr. Li, how big do you want it on your side? Li Dong was not flustered and asked, what is the largest household on your side? Xiaohan's eyes glowed momentarily. Mr. Li, the largest household on our side has 120 square feet. Li Dong calculated that if it was 120 square feet, the average price of over 3,200 would be almost around $400,000. Good, now take me to the house. With that, Li Dong got up and walked out of the office, but Xiaohan was still standing in the same place. Li Dong turned his head to look at Xiaohan. Go! It was then that Xiaohan reacted, and she realized that the man in front of her was really buying a house. Li Dong took the lead and walked out of the doorway towards the highway. Wang and the others had yet to leave. Wang looked at his watch at this time, and quietly murmured to a few people. I told you, it will come out in less than 3 minutes. It seems, I still overestimated the current time, only 2.5 minutes. Just as the words fell, Xiaohan suddenly ran out and shouted, Mr. Li, wait for me. Wang glanced at Xiaohan. Lu Han, it's okay if this kind of customer goes away. Xiaohan replied, he's looking at a house, 120 square feet of city imperial view. Saying that, he caught up. Wang turned around and looked at the smoking couple. What did Xiaohan just say? I don't think I heard you. The boy closest to Wang said. I think she said that the client is going to see the house. Immediately afterward, a second person began to add, it seems to be City Empire. A third added, it's like 120 square feet. Wang confirmed, is it as if, or is it confirmed? The three said, confirmed. 3 words suddenly drifted through Wang's mind, no way? Originally, Wang thought that Li Dong was a fellow traveler. It didn't occur to me that Li Dong was really a customer. You know, no one has looked at the City Empire houses for the past 6 months. After all, no one in this town is very rich. Or maybe, you told him the average price and he turned his head. The average price in this city is 2,500, and City Imperial is much higher than the average price. But this young man, who doesn't look like he has much money, actually opens his mouth to say that it's a house in City Empire? A City Empire house of 120 square feet, but it costs $400,000. If he could really settle down, Xiaohan would have no problem even ranking high, not to mention turning up. However, whether or not this person could settle down was a big question mark in Wang's mind. In no time, Xiaohan brought Li Dong to a room with a north-south view. Xiaohan said, Mr. Li, let me introduce you to this listing first. Li Dong ignored it. Even if he hadn't bought a house, he had seen the TV aspect of it before. The property description is a pair of crap anyway. At this point, Lu Han gradually began the introduction. While Xiaohan was talking, Li Dong was looking at it. In fact, Li Dong has a fancy for the suite just because it is close to where his parents work. The environment is good, and his parents live comfortably in this town. But anyone who can afford a city emporium is not going to miss out on the few dollars for renovations. This home is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, master bedroom with a bathroom and is a finely furnished home. Li Dong leaned over the balcony and took a look. The environment and greenery of the neighborhood had no comment. This house, how long does the title remain? In China, 100% of the property rights of residential nature is 70 years, and condominiums are 40 years. Xiaohan replied, 62 more years. Leiden nodded gently. Later, Xiaohan was asked about other aspects of the room, and she answered them all with impatience. At the same time, Xiaohan's mind is constantly judging whether this Mr. Li in front of him will take the suite. After all, whether or not Mr. Li would book a room was a matter of whether or not he could turn himself in. Mr. Li, you feel? Xiaohan's eyes were fixed on the shape of Li Dong's mouth as she said this. It was as if the speed of light was faster than the speed of sound, and she saw the shape of Li Dong's mouth before she heard the sound. Li Dong faintly said, just this set. Empty promises are not good enough, and if you don't pay a deposit beforehand, who knows if you'll just not want it. Xiaohan hurriedly said, Mr. Li, do you think you can pay the deposit? After saying that, Xiaohan unexpectedly took out a deposit slip, a card swipe machine, and a contract. Rather than answer her remark, Li Dong asked, when can I close the house? Chapter 85, No Mercy. Xiaohan said, I will go to contact the owner. If fast, this afternoon can start processing, but the bank lending may take a while. Li Dong replied, no need, I'll pay in full. It was these 6 simple words that made Xiaohan almost out of breath with joy, her joyful expression, all written on her face. However, the deposit didn't arrive until her performance did. Sir, then would it be convenient for you, to swipe your card now? Li Dong looked at the card swiping machine in Xiaohan's hand, and checked the empty deposit slip in her hand, and there was no error. Xiaohan quickly filled out the deposit slip and handed it to Li Dong. This moment, her heart was settled. When she went downstairs, if Li Dong wasn't around, she couldn't wait to jump up and express her joy. Last month, one didn't make the switch. By the end of the month, if you cannot sell 200,000 performance, then you really have to roll. But now, he actually had $400,000 in results all at once. Turned around. Finally, she suddenly felt, in front of this Mr. Li, although some high cold, but when buying a house never soft, there is a kind of romance novels in the image of the hegemony of the president. Xiaohan stole a glance at Li Dong. Besides, this Mr. Li is quite handsome. None of this matters. What matters is that Mr. Li is my savior now. He was thinking all the way through. Finally, a savior to save himself. Just then, they also returned to the conference room at the store. Mr. Savior, realizing that she had said the wrong thing, Xiaohan suddenly covered her mouth, her entire face reddening from her ears to her neck. Excuse me, I mean, Mr. Li, just wait a moment while I get you the contract. With that, she pulled her legs up and ran outside the conference room. As she ran out the door, she almost ran into Wang. Wang asked, how was it? Xiaohan replied, the deposit has already been paid, $400,000, full payment. Hearing this figure, Wang's entire body was a bit dumbfounded. I'll go. This kid, who doesn't look like he has a lot of money, didn't think of buying a house, but he went straight for the city empire? Buying city empire is nothing. The main thing is to buy the biggest set of house in this neighborhood. And, surprisingly, full payment? Even some rich customers would ink a little. But this young man, without the slightest ink, said he would buy? Looks like, you can't tell what a person is like at all by just looking at them on the outside. Wang quietly glanced toward the conference room at this time. That's a lot of youth. At this time just smoking inside. One of the boys asked, Brother Wang, you just said, this is a poor and shabby young man? How come you're so young now? Wang picked up the book on the table and pretended to hit it, but in reality, he was just scaring him. You kid, shut the up. Soon after, Xiaohan contacted the original owner of the suite. Just at noon, Li Dong signed the contract with the owner and put the full payment for the house on the store's card. Ready to go to the contract first thing in the morning. Li Dong's suite is a gift to his parents, so he plans to put his mother's name on the house book. So, Li Dong planned to have his mother come to see it first. He said to Xiaohan, Xiaohan, can you leave me the key? After Lydon made the full payment, Lydon essentially had the right to enter the house, even though the house had not yet gone through the closing process. Sure, after taking the key Li Dong once again went to City Empire and called his mother to come over for a while. Not long after, Yang Shuexiu arrived. Li Dong brought Yang Shuexiu to the room. Mom, do you like it? Yang Shuexiu asked. When did you rent this house? Don't we have a place to live at home? Lydon said. It's not rented, it's bought. Bought? Yang Shuexiu exclaimed. Li Dong nodded. Well, our family has been in that small house for more than 10 years. I want to change a big room for you now that I have money. I didn't know which property to choose at the time, and when I asked around, they all said that City Empire's houses were of good quality and very close to you. At this moment, let alone how excited Yang Shuexiu's heart was. Her excitement was not because she was able to live in such a large room. Rather, my own son is growing up. Your own children earn their money. Their own children have made a difference. After coordination and processing on the agent's side, the house was quickly closed and the family moved into the great room. Li Yan looked at such a big house and asked Yang Shuexiu, Mom, when did you get so rich? Yang Shuexiu still has a way of perfuming Li Yan, the same way most parents perfume their children. Where's the why? Why are you so full of crap? If you want to stay, stay or go. Li Yin didn't dare to ask more. Later days, Li Dong at home still tutor Li Yin homework. In addition is with the family to go around. In the surrounding travel a little. Of course, during these few days, Manager Chu's phone calls were still constant, which made Li Dong a bit distracted. At the end of the day, Li Dong made it clear that he wanted to spend time with his family now, and that he wouldn't be allowed to call until school started. If he calls again, he will be angry. From that point on, Manager Chu didn't dare to call. Soon, it was time for school to start, and Li Dong's father hadn't been seen this summer since he had to go out to study all summer. On the day Li Yin enrolled, she and Li Dong got on a plane and went to Yin City together. Li Dong did not return to his school until he had helped Li Yin finish enrollment. Now Leiden is a sophomore. Currently, he has some of the money on hand, and he's planning to shoot Those Were the Years We Loved Girls in a few days. Aside from the school stuff, Leiden is also planning to go back to the entertainment company to see what's going on. Now, Li Dong's department was already the composition department, so his direct supervisor was Manager Chu. September mornings are cooler. Li Dong had just returned to Sky Entertainment when Manager Chu looked at him with a smile on his face. Li Dong, I really have been looking forward to the stars and the moon to bring you back. When Li Dong was on vacation, Manager Chu called him several times, while Li Dong said that he was on vacation now, so he would wait for the start of the school year to talk about anything. Manager Chu was also helpless. After all, this person is Li Dong. He didn't dare to offend either. Something wrong? Manager Chu laughed. There's not much going on. Although he said that there was nothing going on, he soon made a call to Director On. Chapter 86, demands are also very high. Director In. I don't dispute that this side has returned to the company. You see if you have time in the afternoon, right? Well, yes. In. Well. No problem. Just relax. After making the call, Manager Chu said to Li Dong, it's like this. There's a martial arts drama on Director An's side that's about to be released, but the movie's interlude isn't finished yet. The director in that Manager Chu spoke of was a little-known director in China who used to mainly shoot campus movies, and this was his first time shooting a martial arts movie. He's demanding. Not usually. Not only are the demands on the actors high, but the demands on every aspect of the movie are very high, and naturally, the demands on the movie's interludes are also very high. Li Dong asked, so, you want me to write? That's right, Manager Chu said. I also gave him at that time. I said you have something recently, may not have time. I let other composers to write, but Director In said, must let you write. He is willing to wait. In the entertainment industry, wait is a common word. Sometimes the director will wait for the actor when the actor doesn't have a schedule, and sometimes the composer doesn't have the time, and the party that needs the music will also wait. This time, how could Li Dong not think that he actually had this kind of treatment of being waited for? Got it, Li Dong replied. Manager Chu was afraid that Li Dong wouldn't pick it up, and added, so, people have been waiting for you for so long, this tune must be written no matter what. In fact, Li Dong now also wants to make Those Years, the Girls We Like, but he does not know how to direct himself. Originally, the system is able to help him out, but after all, his experience is limited. Even if he is given the knowledge of directing, then he can't talk about cooperation with the video company by himself. When it comes to talking about cooperation, Li Dong is not good at all. In addition to all of this, plus the fact that the MV competition in Yen City was about to start, he had no even of time at all. It would be a good choice if we could get Director In to do us a favor. Okay, Leiden said. I'll give it a try. Later, Manager Chu talked with Li Dong in the conference room. Speaking of chatting, it was mainly Manager Chu's one-sided concern for him. Like, how is life inside the home? Do you fit in at Sky Entertainment? Just after chatting for more than an hour, the door of the conference room was knocked and a woman came in through the door. Both Li Dong and Manager Chu recognized that this person was the receptionist of Sky Entertainment. The receptionist said, Manager Chu, there's someone outside looking for you. Okay, you sent him to the conference room. Yes. Shortly after the receptionist went out, the person looking for Manager Chu came in. Manager Chu had thought it was some unimportant person looking for him, but when he saw the man he realized, this person was no one else. It was actually Director In. Manager Chu immediately got up to shake hands with Director In. Director In, didn't I tell you to come in the afternoon? Why are you here so early? If I had known it was you looking for me, I would have picked you up in the afternoon. Director In smiled and waved her hand. What's the point? I'm also an old customer of your Sky Entertainment. It's not like I don't know the way, so I still need you to pick up? Manager Chu smiled and held Director In's arm. You sit first. Director In said, I wasn't thinking that your company's Undisputed had just gotten busy, so what if there are many companies looking for him to write tunes? So, I came over quickly in the morning. Manager Chu was also considered an old bird in the workplace. and speaks very originally. Look at what you're saying. Even if there's something big, your and guide's business is always our first priority. He then quietly said to Directorin, Directorin, in fact, I'm not going to lie to you. There are many people who are now looking for Undisputed to write their tunes, but for some of the unimportant characters, I'll let the rest of our composing department write them. After all, you are our most important customer. Directorin burst out laughing. Hurry up and go invite Undisputed over here. Manager Chu's face was a little embarrassed, because the current Undisputed was right in front of Directoron, but Directoron didn't recognize it. Manager Chu pointed at Li Dong and said to Directorin, Directorin, this is Undisputed. Directorin was first stunned, followed by an ouch, and immediately got up to shake hands with Li Dong. Directorin said, I've heard for a long time that Undisputed is young and talented, but how could I have never imagined that it's so young? Hello, Directorin. Li Dong also smiled politely and shook hands with Directorin, who was good at making art and not good at socializing. Manager Chu interjected, Directorin, why don't you take a seat and I'll go get you a glass of water? Good. With that, Manager Chu went out the door and headed for the office hall of the composition department. Manager Chu had not yet walked to the office hall of the composition department when he heard a rustling sound, as if a crowd was discussing. The composition department, as the #1 department of amusement entertainment, had a strong office atmosphere, and it was rare to hear this kind of discussion. Manager Chu originally did not care. However, just as he walked to the door of the composition department office hall, he heard people talking. I just don't understand. Directorin is such a big client. Why is the manager giving no contest? Could it be that we, the composing department, don't have anyone else? That's it, Brother Lee. In the past, all of Directorin's orders were taken by you. When has anything ever gone wrong? I just don't understand why this time it's given no contest. I feel sorry for you. The problem is, can you write well without arguing? He writes pop music. This time Directoron needs the classical kind. Not only classical, but also write dashing tunes. You guys look at that stuffy guy from Undisputed. Dashing? Ha, completely irrelevant. Hey, I can only say our company's reputation, this time may have to be destroyed in the hands of the non-competition. Of course, the non-competition of their own reputation, may also be gone. What a pity. The crowd was in the middle of a discussion when Manager Chu suddenly entered. Just the moment he entered, the entire office instantly fell silent. The air was so quiet now that if a pin were dropped from anyone's desktop, it would be audible to everyone. Manager Chu swept the crowd. You guys have nothing to do you? Let me tell you, in the future, if anyone dares to say anything bad about Undisputed in this office, let's see how I'll punish him. All the people lowered their heads, and although their mouths didn't dare to say it anymore, their hearts were secretly thinking, what's going on with Manager Chu? Why is he so defensive and Undisputed? Never seen him get so mad. He used to be quite gentle. It didn't occur to me that the first time Manager Chu got angry was because of a lack of contention. He's being too biased in favor of Undisputed, isn't he? Not only did he give him the list, but even when he spoke, he was very defensive. Chapter 87, Customized Song Sheet. All we can do now is to see if Buqian can accomplish it. If he can't, this list will still be mine at the end of the day. These people only know that Manager Chu is now angry. And how do they know that in Manager Chu's heart, Undisputed is a treasure? Manager Chu finally finished catching the water, and his stern gaze swept the crowd once again. Point to the crowd. Let me tell you guys, it wasn't me who had to let Undisputed write this tune. It was the other director, who specified it. Director On's crew was also in a hurry, but he waited a month for Undisputed to write a song. You guys say you're allowed to write. Don't I want you to write? Don't I want to solve this list sooner rather than later? Then why do people want to wait for Undisputed? Director On, but not because Undisputed's tunes are well written? Why can't one of you, among you, be able to make the A's wait for a month? Don't any of you have to use your heads? Immediately afterward, Manager Chu left the office lobby of the composition department. On his way out, he left a message, nothing. Just the moment he left, the entire hall was filled with people talking. I'll go. This is the first time I've heard that Director On would wait for someone, not to mention a month's wait. My God, all I can say is that Undisputed is really awesome. When can I make any director wait for me for a month? So envious. I admit I'm sour. On the other side, Manager Chu entered the conference room and respectfully placed the water in his hands in front of Directorin. Directorin started talking about the tune to Li Dong at this time. Undisputed. It's like this. The name of our movie is called Smiling Wind and Cloud. I'll send you the general content later. The other thing is, this song, we need a dashing one. Laughing and proud. It's all about that dashing feeling of being lighthearted and full of care. The more Li Dong heard, the more familiar he felt. Laughing pride. Martial arts movie. Li Dong replied to Directorin at this time. I know, Directorin. He thought that when he went back, he'd look at the movie and see if it was similar or not, and if it was, he'd immediately know which song to write. Director Ren took a sip from his glass of water. Li Dong asked again, "Are there any other requests from your side?" "There are no other requirements," Director Ren said. "It's just that it has to fit the theme of the movie, so I also hope that Mr. Undisputed can watch the movie first before composing. Also, our producer's side is more strict in reviewing the songs, so please use your heart." Mr. Undisputed. Li Dongdao, "Okay, I got it." Director Ren felt still a little uneasy. "Mr. Undisputed, this matter is very important to our troupe, and I know you have a lot of orders on your hands, but you'll have to hurry up with our cruise list." Currently, Director Ron was originally a former director of campus movies, and Li Dong knew very well that sooner or later, he would be useful, such as when he made those years. Even if Director Ron doesn't direct for those years, he can still introduce other people for himself. Therefore, Li Dong looked at this customer with extreme importance. "Now there are some lists, but don't worry, I'll write yours first." Director N's face was ecstatic. "Then thank you Mr. Undisputed. I'll go back on my side first." Immediately afterward, Director N chatted with Mr. Undisputed for a while before leaving Amusement Entertainment. When leaving, the two added each other's contact information in order to facilitate future communication. It was already evening when Li Dong returned to his dormitory, and he opened the movie clip that Director N had sent him, and he realized that this laughing pride of the wind and cloud focuses on the fight for the title of martial arts champion. But among them, there are also those who are tired of such strife, don't want to be involved in it, and want to wash their hands of it. As for the protagonist was originally just an ordinary person with no high level of martial arts skills, but he likes to be chivalrous. Later on, by chance, gaining guidance from a high-ranking person, the protagonist learns superb martial arts. The protagonist doesn't want to become a martial arts ally by the end of the day. Instead, he yearns for an idyllic life and ends up wandering the world with the heroine. This is the content of the video that was sent to Li Dong. The script is a bit more informative, with a few other sequences in which people compete for martial arts secrets and other bridges between good and evil. Li Dong realized how that part of the video was surprisingly similar to the Laughing Proud Wanderer's Uncle Lou's Golden Basin, only the character names in it are different. However, China is supposed to be a parallel world, so even if it's similar, it's not surprising. Li Dong remembered at this time that Director N had given himself a request for a dashing, breezy tune. Dashing? Sleek and breezy? Suddenly, a tune flashed in Li Dong's mind. The song Laughing Pride in the Sea itself is a favorite tune of Li Dong, and one of the tunes on earth. And the quality of the song is very high. How high? Evaluating this song on an artistic level, it's also a centuries-old classic song, so there was a gleam in Li Dong's eye, and that was the song. With a goal in mind, Li Dong quickly entered the system. He tried to communicate with the system. Customized songs. May I ask the host to customize that song? Laughing Proudly in the Sea. $150. 000. Yes. Now for Li Dong. He won't even worry about customizing the song. After all, his influence is here. Well, Jean was silently waiting for the system to run, but after 10 minutes of waiting, the system didn't reply. Li Dong was still wondering in his mind. Was the system stuck? Hello host, there was an accident during the customization process. What do you mean? The system replied again. Because the quality of this song is so high, the system cannot download it to a storage device for you. So does influence have an impact? With skepticism, Li Dong checked his influence spending record. Surprisingly, he found that the system deducted the money, but the tune was not given to him. Leiden, but we can customize the score for you. Li Dong was a little upset. It clearly cost 150,000 clout, but it was just customized sheet music. Even if it's a customized score, the system is still losing money, and if the host doesn't want it, we can cancel the influence deal. There was no choice but to customize the sheet music. Congratulations to the host. The score of Smiling Pride in the Shanghai has been successfully customized and is currently being sent down to your cell phone, computer, USB flash drive and other storage devices. Li Dong checked his cell phone at this time, and the sheet music had arrived. Chapter 88 is also of no help. Just as he was checking it out, Director N suddenly sent a message. Director N, Mr. Undisputed. You'll have to work hard on the ladder. We need this song in a hurry, so please finish it as soon as possible. Li Dong also opened the chat software and replied to Director N. Leiden, it should be done. It's already written. Director N just got off work at the theater, returned home. He looked at Li Dong, said already written a few words. His heart felt incredibly surprised. Already written? What do you mean? Is the word already written? During the day, he was still discussing the tune with me in the office and didn't expect it to be written by now. Undisputed teacher is too fast for this one too. Director N, Mr. Undisputed deserves to be called Mr. Undisputed. In such a short period of time, he's already written the lyrics, / strong expression. Immediately afterward, Director On thought for a moment that just writing lyrics without a tune wouldn't help. Again, he sent a message, but I think it's better to wait for Mr. Undisputed to send me the song after it's written. Leiden, yes, right away. Director An frowned lightly. Right away? What do you mean? In just a few short minutes, he can write a tune? If Director An just saw Li Dong said already written a few words, feel surprised. Then he saw immediately 2 words, can be said to be immensely surprised. He'd never seen anyone able to write a song so fast, or even, you could say, just see it. However, what surprised him was yet to come. Right after saying this, Li Dong directly sent over the sheet music. Li Dong, Director An, it's been sent to your mailbox, pay attention to check it. Director An walked to the study and turned on his computer with suspicion, checking his email immediately afterward. That fast? It can't be, can it? However, just as he opened the mailbox, his entire body was dumbfounded once again, because a full score had been sent down to his email. My goodness, what kind of talent does this Mr. Undisputed have? He had just finished writing the lyrics, and in just a few minutes, he had written a tune? This is too fake, isn't it? The point is, this is not disputed, now still so young to have this talent, and wait for another 10 years. I'm afraid no one will ever be able to catch up with him again. He would become an artist later. Director On shook his head incredulously. It would be nice if the composition teachers in our theater group could be as efficient as Mr. Undisputed. Director An, Mr. Undisputed. This composing speed of yours is too fast, isn't it? It's only been a few minutes, and you've already composed a tune. Li Dong, no, just now when I told you that it was written, a complete song was actually written. Director An could only use 2 words in his mind right now, common. Director An, Mr. Undisputed is really fast. However, Mr. Undisputed, I have one more small request. I can't read the score. Can you see your party recording a demo for me? Okay, I'll send it to you tomorrow afternoon. Director An, I also have something to ask you. It's like this. I have a script over here, and I'd like to ask Director An to do me a favor and see if I can direct the script once. Director An thought to himself, when other people ask for things, they have to be polite. But this undisputed teacher is different from other people. When he said he asked you for things, he gave it to you directly. Should I say he hasn't experienced society? Or should I say he's naive? But, instead, I like the way we get along. I don't know if he was influenced by Li Dong or what, but at this time, Director An didn't stutter and beat around the bush. Director An, Mr. Undisputed. I don't want to do a campus drama right now. I want to make a transition. Of course, if it's Mr. Undisputed who wants to make a movie and the script is suitable, I'll introduce someone to you. Immediately afterward, Li Dong sent the script for those years directly. Director An thought to himself, the scripts of the college students participating in the script festival were probably not any good, but since he didn't fight to ask for my help, it wouldn't matter if I just read it for him. He downloaded the script for those years. He could tell it was a school play. Often, when looking at a script, the main thing to look at is the storyline. So Director An took the storyline of those years and went through it carefully. The script, it's really quite good. Beyond that, Director An scanned some more shots from the script. He was surprised to find that every shot was utilized just right. Not only that, but even the equipment used was all clearly labeled. Undisputed teacher, did you used to study scripts? Director An tried to change the script a bit. It's reasonable to say that. An experienced director like him can always change the script by picking some random faults and casually changing the shots or storyline of the script. But he realized that the script, those were the years, the girls we loved, could not be changed at all. Whether you modify his use of equipment, or modify his shots, or change the storyline slightly, the original flavor will be lost. How could Director An not see that? The quality of this script is very high. Even watching it moved him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was going to transform himself in the future and move up to big productions and big movies. Seriously, he really wanted to go as the director of this drama. He had a feeling. This Undisputed really is a screenwriter delayed by composing. It didn't take long for Director An to reply. Director An, Mr. Undisputed, I've read this script of yours. It's very well written. I'd like to ask, did you really write the script? In fact, this was a work from Earth, given to him by the system, and Li Dong was a little embarrassed to admit it at this time. Leiden replied, it's the script I entered in the script festival. You can check out our school's official website. Director An, good. Mr. Undisputed, I actually want to make this drama in particular, but since I'm no longer making school dramas and am in a stage of transition, I'll introduce you to someone. Leiden, yes. Not long after, Li Dong received another phone number. Director An, this man is my disciple. His name is Lu Bo. Right after Li Dong received this message, before he could reply to Director In, he called this person. Hello, a voice came from the other end of the line. Which one? Li Dong asked. May I ask if this is Director Lubo? I am. And you are? Li Dong replied. I have a script I want you to shoot. Although Lubo does not have much fame in China, but little famous is not an exaggeration to describe him. Chapter 89, What's in your mind? He's also been approached by a number of investments, but not by way of a phone call, right? Besides, no one has ever said they'd let you be a director. Either they are amusing themselves or the person is a liar. Lubo looked at the phone number at this time and thought in his heart, there are really more and more crooks now. Immediately after that, Lubo hung up the phone and threw it aside. Li Dong was also helpless. A phone call over. The other party did not even ask, and hung up directly. Li Dong was about to tell Director In about this matter when he just opened the message box and found a message from Director In. Director In, Mr. Undisputed. Did you receive the call? If I received it, I'll give it to him first. Li Dong was already bad at socializing, and after Lubo's rejection, he reflected on it. Final summary, it seems that this director is very busy and it shouldn't be that I can't talk. Li Dong picked up the cell phone, fingertips snap typing. He will be just now the matter. Originally told Director In. On the other side, Director On was at home on the sofa, and he almost laughed out loud as he looked at the message sent by Li Dong. I didn't realize that Mr. Undisputed, who was so talented, was a bit of a nerd when it came to interpersonal skills. Of course, it shows that Mr. Undisputed doesn't have any bad intentions. Director On, hahaha, Mr. Undisputed, if you had communicated with me like that, I would have hung up too. Leiden, but you're more famous than he is. Li Dong really made people cry with this answer. Director In thought about it and replied, Mr. Undisputed, don't worry, I'll call him to talk about it. With that, Director In made a call to Lubo. Lubo on the other end of the phone was now dealing with things, and without even looking at it, he just hung up. Director In was a bit baffled. This kid, he's really drifted lately, hanging up on Mr. Undisputed and me. So he called one again. Lubo received the call and cursed. Are you bored or not? 2 calls at a time. Are you done? Director In asked. Lubo, why are you so angry? When Lubo heard it, he felt that the sound was a bit wrong. He hurriedly looked at who had called, and when he saw that it was Director In who had called, his attitude made a 180-degree turnaround. Master, I'm sorry, there was a liar just now. The attitude that he had just treated Li Dong with was completely all gone. Director On asked, so you think I'm a liar? Master, your joke is not funny. Director In said, the person just now wasn't a liar either. I pushed your call through. That's Mr. Undisputed who writes tunes for our crew. No contest, teacher? Yes. Director In said, he has a script. See if you can shoot it? Forget it. I'll send you the script first to take a look. Do. Hearing Director In hang up the phone. At this time Lubo's mind constantly recalling the 4 words, do not compete with the teacher. Undisputed teacher? Writes music? Since Lubo has been making still school movies, he is very familiar with Rush Hour. He suddenly remembered. The theme song of Rush Hour. Was it written by Undisputed? Could it be the one that doesn't compete? It's more than that. Just a few days ago, Director In said that his troupe was currently short of tunes at the moment. But Mr. Buchang had something going on right now, and he wanted to wait until Buchang was busy with all of that before he went to Tian Entertainment. This wait can be a month. An artist who can make Master wait for a month. But I'm treated like a liar? Lubo suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Done. What if Master blames us then? Plus, Undisputed is a great god in the songwriting world, and he had heard the song rush through himself last time. If you want to be a director yourself in the future, you'll definitely need tunes. Now that we've offended Mr. Undisputed, what can we do in the future? If I'd known I wouldn't have hung up in such a hurry. If there were pills of regret in this world, he would have to get them, and the kind that he would buy even if he had to dump his family's money. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly received the script, which happened to be the one that Director In had sent over. The more Lubo thought about it, the more scared he became, and immediately sent a message to Director In. Lubo, Master, I just hung up on Mr. Undisputed. He's not angry, is he? Director In was still discussing the tune with Li Dong at this time, and it was too late to reply to the message. Lubo became even more anxious and immediately sent a second sentence. Master, can you help me apologize to Teacher Undisputed? I really didn't mean it. Master, is it there? Master, reply to me. After 2 or 3 minutes, Director In finally replied to him. Director In, what are you rushing for? I don't type that fast. I'll give Mr. Undisputed a word. But, you can't be so presumptuous next time. Lubo, okay. Director In, alright, go read the script quickly. If it feels right for you, I'll give Mr. Undisputed a word. Yes. Lubo immediately began to read the script, which was none other than the script of those years. At the original time, director An started out by making campus movies, so at that time, Lubo followed director An and was inculcated. Naturally, I'm also very familiar with campus movies. Often campus movies are made with a silly, sweet heroine, or a love story between a male and female protagonist as the main theme. But when Lubo read the script of those years, The Girls We Liked, he suddenly realized that school movies could be written this way. The heroine is not some dumb white girl. On the contrary, the heroine is quite good at studying. Also, there is not just a love story in Those Were the Years We Loved Girls, but even more so a career. It's about youth. There's something extremely real about it. This script, it's okay. The campus movies Lubo had seen were still much less than director An. So, right now, Lubo's heart was even more surprised than director An's. More than a few times more surprised. He never thought it was possible to write such a good script. He was almost certain that this script, if actually filmed, would be one of those movies that would be a hit. At this time, he sent another message to director An. Lubo, director An, which screenwriter's side did Mr. Undisputed buy the script from? Director An, you're just looking down on people, aren't you? This script was written by Mr. Undisputed himself. Lubo, are you sure? Director An, you'll know if you go to the Yen City Art Academy Script Festival. This is Mr. Undisputed's winning script from the festival. Chapter 90, dripping to the core. If Lubo was surprised by the script just now, he was now surprised by Undisputed. He couldn't imagine what kind of person this Undisputed was. By definition, an artist tends to be deeply involved in an industry, but it's different when you don't fight. Undisputed is not only very good at music, but even at writing scripts that are this good. The point is, this Undisputed is only a freshman now. No, it was just sophomore year. Lubo was almost able to feel that in the future, there would definitely be a rise of a big brother in China. And this big brother was no other than Undisputed. If he could get along with Undisputed, it would be a smooth ride in the entertainment industry in the future. Lubo's heart thought about the time just now, that attitude towards Undisputed, and now he regretted it even more. Lubo, master, don't dispute the teacher's side. Director An, I know, just don't worry, I'll go tell him, you didn't mean it anyway. At this time, Lubo's heart was relieved and calmed down. He's starting to think about the movie now. Lubo asked director An again, Master, what is the current budget on Mr. Undisputed's side? Director An, I haven't asked about this matter. If you are interested, I can give you his contact information. You can talk to him yourself. Lubo hurriedly replied, I'm interested, must be interested. Yes. In a short while, director An gave Lubo the contact information of Undisputed and told Lubo to contact Undisputed himself. After Lubo and Undisputed added each other's contact information, the first thing they did was apologize. But Li Dong didn't get angry. Instead, he said, it's okay, I imagined later, if you called me like that, I would hang up too. In fact, this line is from director An, but it is used to great effect by Li Dong. Lubo thought to himself, I didn't expect Mr. Undisputed to be a good script writer, a good songwriter, and such a generous person. His heart couldn't tell you how much he admired Undisputed now. Li Dong had a brief chat with Lubo during the evening of this day, and said a little about his thoughts. Lubo, on the other hand, said that the biggest difficulty now is to let the indisputable teacher to discuss first, and when there is a result, the later things can be good. Li Dong thought about it for a moment, so to Lubo said, then I discuss a good time, and then call you. You save my phone, can never take me as a liar again. Lubo had some embarrassment at this time instead, replied Li Dong in a hurry, Mr. Undisputed, don't worry, I will never do it again. After Li Dong settled on those years, the girls we liked thing, what he needs to be busy with is the current Laughing Pride in the Sea. Since the system had only given him the sheet music, he would need to record a small sample of the song himself. If it were in the past, when he had just come to this world, it would have been categorically difficult to accomplish. But it was different now. After all, he had recently learned so much about music theory himself, and with the music theory knowledge provided to him by the system, it couldn't be easier to turn a song score into a demo. As a college student, Li Dong remembers as if he had taken a class on making songs and producing music through the computer. Although it's only 2015, in China, the current level of music production is no longer low, and things like synthesizing electronic sounds through computers are methods often used by late-stage musicians. That night, after more than an hour of production, Li Dong produced a small sample of Laughing Pride in the Shanghai through the computer. However, problems have been encountered so far. The original tune of Laughing Pride in the Shanghai Sea was supposed to be played by a qin show ensemble, and the qin was not the piano as we nowadays call it, but the guqin, a kind of classical music. Among musical instruments, the guqin is a cold instrument. so in the computer software, there is currently no guqin tone. In desperation, Li Dong could only choose the piano first, thinking that on the next day, he would go back to Sky Entertainment to see if there were any guqin and Longshao experts. Early the next morning, Li Dong had arrived at Sky Entertainment, and all he had to do now was to look for the zither player of Smiling Pride in the Sea. He was now in the composition department, so naturally, he chose to seek help from Manager Chu. Manager Chu's office. Manager Chu, do me a favor. Li Dong's speech was always so straightforward. Manager Chu had gotten used to Li Dong's naive feeling. At this time Manager Chu, who had buried his head in his work, also raised his head. It's okay, go ahead, Li Dong said. The tunes are out now on Director On side, but there's a lack of soundtrack and a lack of singers. Often, when recommending singers, it's always better to listen to what the tunes are like and exactly which singer they fit. So the song manager said, tell you what, send me the tune first, I'll listen to it first, and then I'll recommend a few singers for you. Yes. So, Li Dong sent the small sample. After receiving the small sample, Manager Chu opened it inside the computer. Even the best tunes don't have that feel without finding the right soundtrack. It is well known that the quality of the tunes in Laughing in the Canyon is already very high, but Laughing in the Canyon lends itself to a gin and tonic soundtrack, and the quality of this piece under the piano is greatly diminished in any case. As the tune played out, Manager Chu's brows furrowed together. Li Dong although the quality of this tune is very high, how come I feel that it doesn't quite fit the classical and dashing kind of feeling that Director In talked about? Li Dong replied unhurriedly, that's why I want you to help me find zither players. Manager Chu was also a composer by birth, and he naturally knew what Li Dong meant by this statement. So he asked, what you're saying is that if the song was a gin and tonic, it would have a different feel, right? Lydon nodded gently. Well, said Lydon, it's totally different. Manager Chu would be skeptical. Asked, if you replace this accompaniment with a zither accompaniment, are you sure you can meet the requirements of Director On side? Li Dong sure. If you use 8 words to describe this tune, it must be 100 years of classic, without equal. Now it's because this accompaniment is not a zither shao. That's why it sounds senseless. Li Dong's eyes were unusually firm. I'm sure. Manager Chu said. Alright, Li, you sit here for a while. I'll make a call and ask. Yes. Manager Chu didn't know what phone number to dial. Okay. There is, isn't there? Sure. It's a long shawl. A guqin. Okay, got it. Chapter 91, Discovering a Musical Instrument Halo. After making the call, Manager Chu said to Li Dong, Little Li, when you are in the recording studio at 2 p.m., there will be a piano player on our side to cooperate with you. This way, you'll record the dub first, and if I feel it's okay, I'll give you a recommendation for a singer. I know. With that, Li Dong walked out of Manager Chu's office. On the other hand, Manager Chu was sitting in his chair, looking at the fluorescence of the computer monitor, and he was having some troubles right now. The tune manager also knows that there will indeed be tunes that eat up the accompaniment very much, and with different accompaniment, it is a different result. But will the same be true of this track? It's annoying. What if the song is accompanied by a jinjios, but it still won't pass Director On? Li Dong, you must always cheer up. After all, people on Director N's side are big clients who have been waiting for you for a month. Time passed quickly, and gradually it came to the time when it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Li Dong was waiting in the recording studio very early. He knew that although the quality of the piece was high, the playing of the qinxiao was also very difficult, and the instrumentalists could not play it if he was not here to guide them. At this time, Li Dong entered the system, intending to look for some props that could help. After much scrutiny, he discovered an instrumental halo. So, Li Dong bought a disposable halo. Congratulations to the host. The prop purchase is successful. After a few minutes, the 2 instrumentalists from the other jinjos arrived. Li Dong got up and handed them the tune in his hand. Teachers, you can look at this song for a while. We need to sing it later. These 2 shook their heads at the sight of this score. Mr. Undisputed, why is this score so difficult? Especially this transfer of high and low tones. It feels like it's going to be very abrupt. It turned out to be right as Li Dong had guessed, and indeed they were unable to play it due to the difficulty. Li Dong said, tell you what, you guys try it first. The 2 instrumentalists looked at each other, and immediately afterward began to try. While they were trying, Li Dong secretly opened the aura as well. The 2 instrumentalists realized that it seemed as if they had become very good at their instruments. Right after the playing was done, they had a look of relief on their faces and a very happy heart. Have expressed, Mr. Undisputed, the last time you taught everyone to sing at the Fairy Cup. The company started spreading the word then that anyone who had studied with Mr. Undisputed would become very high level. It didn't occur to me that it's not just the people who learn from you, but as long as you're sitting here, we're at a much higher level all of a sudden. Lydon, Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? You guys think the system is a sham. Even though Li Dong's mind thought this, his mouth still said, you guys are really lifting me up too much. Although the two were now trying to be quite advanced, Li Dong still made them record 2 or 3 times. Eventually, after the recording was completed, Leiden handed the masters over to a mixer and sound repairer for post-processing. By the time the processing was done, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Dong held the master tape in his hand and walked towards Manager Chu's office. The Guqin instrumentalist who was still in the recording studio said, why did I feel like I was dreaming just now? Why has my zither skill suddenly improved so much? The Longsha instrumentalist chimed in, I seem to feel the same way. At this time, the Guqin instrumentalist once again played the laughing pride in the Songhai from earlier, and just as he finished the first section, his mind was very puzzled. Why can't I even play the first verse now? The instrumentalist of the Longsha also tried, and he realized that his situation was actually exactly the same as that of the Guqin instrumentalist, who also could not blow down. The Guqin instrumentalist said at this time, does it mean that we can play well when Mr. Undisputed is around? Longsha instrumental hand said, it seems so. In the end, they summed up the truth. Wherever Mr. Undisputed goes, art fills the air, and everyone's standards improve naturally. Li Dong took the small sample and entered Manager Chu's office. Li, is the recording done? Li Dong nodded and handed the small sample to Manager Chu. Here it is. The song manager took the demo and he plugged the storage device into his computer and listened to the piece in silence. The previous one was an electronically synthesized piano accompaniment, so it didn't have much feel to it. This time, he began to listen intently again. Just started listening to the intro in the front. Manager Chu suddenly felt as if Li Dong was completely right. The song was indeed in a different style with the accompaniment of the Longsha and the Guqin. He suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. How is it that this song, under the playing of the zither and shao, can actually sound so good? This was the question that Manager Chu couldn't help but ask. Classiness and panache seem to be interpreted in the best possible way now. Immediately after that, the chorus begins. Since it's just an accompaniment now, there are no lyrics, and the song manager can only listen to the level of the compositions. Although he hadn't felt this way when he heard the piano accompaniment earlier, he could hear the high quality of the piece. Now, without thinking about switching to a piano ensemble, the quality is more than a few times higher than it was earlier. The manager of the song can clearly feel that such a song can no longer be described as high quality. There is a sense of classic. It was as if, right now, he was sitting in his office chair, savoring a jug of old wine. Previously, when other songwriters had sent him songs, some of them had also sent songs with only backing tracks, but he hadn't found a single song that was good. But now, the song actually works so well just by listening to the backing track and not reading and listening to the lyrics, and then it's on to the main song. Manager Chu listened more attentively as he amplified the sound of the speakers. Instead of just hearing a super high quality tune from this one, it felt like it had a soul. It's as if the song is like a character. It was as if there was a man, with a sword in his hand, standing at the very top of a mountain peak, and he watched the people below him constantly fighting and killing each other. The man's mouth smiled contemptuously. Very spontaneous. The feeling of being proud is displayed to the fullest. Gradually a song is heard. Manager Chu said, I'll hear it again. With that, he turned up the speakers to a louder volume, and the music of Laughing Pride in the Ocean floated throughout the office. After listening to this one, the manager of the song still did not feel enjoyable, and played it a few more times. He really didn't expect such a high-quality tune. Not bad for an undisputed teacher. Chapter 92, Singing Requires Talent. No wonder director Rin preferred to wait for a month, but also want him to write this song. It seems that all this, there is a reason. Undisputed. Really a gem in the composing department. You know, he was once born a songwriter. He seemed to feel that even if he had been allowed to write it himself, he could not have written such a good tune. The song played over and over and over, slowly flowing into his ears. However, a good tune is a good tune no matter how many times you hear it. You'll always just think it sounds good. You'll always have compliments on this track and nothing more. Eventually, Manager Chu turned off the stereo reluctantly, and he hurriedly walked over to Li Dong and said, Mr. Undisputed, this song, it's really great. Li Dong breezily said, Aha, so who's going to sing the song? Manager Chu said, Tell you what, I'll see what I can get you to pick out now. Chu manager keyboard snap 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 click. The mouse click thumb click. Speaking after more than a child, the song manager annoyed to death thinking about each drunk, and ultimately feel, as if no one can sing this feeling. He slowly got up again and walked next to Li Dong. How about auditioning the entire company of artists? Auditioning for the whole company is to say that a notice is issued to all the company's artists asking if there is anyone who wants to sing the song. and if there is then they can sign up. The company will audition one by one for each of these singers who have signed up and select the right one. The composer chooses one from all the auditioned artists. This method of company-wide auditions was used more often in previous years, but as the number of artists in Sky Entertainment has grown, so has the number of high-quality singers. Often songwriters come out with a song and immediately know which artist to use for it, and generally don't use a company-wide audition. Of course, unless it's a particularly demanding tune, or a very important one. It's used in this way. The song Laughing Pride in the Sea is such a tune. Lee Dong agreed. Yes. Manager Chu asked. Other than that, does Mr. Undisputed need any other help? Now, Manager Chu's attitude could be described as unusually good. In the afternoon of that day, Manager Chu sent out a notice to all the artists in the company. Currently, Mr. Undisputed has a song here that he can't find a suitable singer for, and is conducting auditions for the entire company's artists. Gender requirement, male. Other requirements, ability to handle dashing type tunes with ease and classical type tunes with ease. If there are any artists who would like to sign up, please sign up with me by the end of the day tomorrow afternoon. As soon as this notice was released, the company's artists started signing up. After all, now that Undisputed had already promoted Tang Jingran and Liang Yulin, who could tell if the next person to be promoted would be himself? On top of that, a number of artists have started talking about it in droves. Mr. Undisputed himself has started recruiting artists? Can't we sign up? It's been years since our company has had a company-wide audition for an artist, right? The last time was 2 years ago, and I think it must have been a very well-written tune. Sign up. To be famous or not to be famous depends on this fight. It's not just as simple as a company-wide audition. In the past, company-wide auditions were given to the manager, and now that Manager Chu has personally become Mr. Undisputed's assistant, you can imagine that this must not be an ordinary tune. Mr. Undisputed seems to have a very strange feature, which is that whoever he lets sing his songs will be famous. Wasn't it Tang Jingran and Liang Yulin before? In an instant, many of the company's artists signed up, saying that they wanted to sing the song and would rather not take the sampling of the singer's part. Even artists who have never sung classically and can't sing with a sense of panache are starting to sign up. Here's what they think: what the heck? Maybe if we don't fight for the teacher to pick us, we'll be hopeful anyway, as long as we're enrolled. Yes, at least we still have a chance. But if it's a girl, there's no chance at all, since the song only needs to be sung by boys. Some of the female artists in the company, not to mention how sad they are. So angry. I've always wanted to be taken flying by Mr. Undisputed, but this time people don't accept girls from Mr. Undisputed, only boys. Me too. I want to cry so bad. I want to be a boy so bad. I've sung quite a few classical songs before, and I can sing with panache, so if Mr. Undisputed considers me, I'll definitely sing well. Honey, it's not just about singing well, sometimes it takes talent to sing. I don't know who Mr. Undisputed is going to make famous again this time. Typically, when looking for singing artists across the company, basically only about 30% sign up. However, right after the list of registered artists was announced in the afternoon of the second day, Manager Chu was dumbfounded. Almost 95% of the company's male artists signed up. Even some of the artists who are having concerts out of town have gotten their agents to sign up. Yeah, too. Who doesn't want to be famous? Li Dong was still in the composer's office hall when he saw these lists. How did so many people sign up for this? Wasn't it Manager Chu who already issued the request? With that, he walked over to Manager Chu's office. After pushing the door open, he asked, Manager Chu, didn't you tell them the requirements when you issued the notice? Manager Chu replied, Mr. Undisputed, you have wronged me. How could I make such a cheap mistake? Didn't you see the notice I sent? I made it clear that you have to be a singer who can handle classical songs and sing with panache to sign up. Li Dong was a bit confused. Could it be that there are so many artists that Sky Entertainment can meet the requirements? It's still a lot of talent. So what's going on here? Manager Chu laughed. No argument, teacher. This is all you're doing. I haven't even gone to look for you, but you came to me instead. Li Dong was a bit baffled. How is it that I did this? Manager Chu replied, where they have met the requirements. But because this notice of mine was sent out on your behalf, they are all rushing to your name. If I were to send out notices on behalf of other composers, I'm guessing not even 5%, not to mention 95%. Leiden. Well, excuse me. With that, he walked out of the office. The next day. Today was the day that Li Dong chose a singer, and very early in the morning, a call from Manager Chu woke him up. Mr. Undisputed, I may not be able to use the studio today. Li Dong gradually slowed down from his sleep, his mind extremely puzzled. Chapter 93, really young and talented. Why? Manager Chu replied, there are just too many people. The current recording studio can't take on so many people, so I had to let them go to the interview hall. Yes, when Li Dong arrived at the interview hall, he realized that his imagination was limited. He had to enter through the back door, or the security guard opened a way for him, Li Dong, so that he could walk in. Li Dong also said very politely to the security guard, "Tough job." The guard shook his hand as he drove off. To Li Dong, he said, "Mr. Undisputed, you'd better organize more activities like this next time." Li Dong was a bit puzzled. "Aren't you guys tired after more activities like this?" "We are tired, and it's your event that's tired," the guard said. "But," the company said, "but whenever you hold an event, the numbers are sure to be high and give us extra bonuses as well." Leiden, "Okay, I know, I'll try." Gradually, Li Dong sat down in the first row of seats, and many artists began to discuss. "I didn't realize that this is Mr. Undisputed. So Mr. Undisputed is so young, but you don't say. He's quite handsome. I've seen him many times before, but I didn't expect him to be Mr. Undisputed, let alone you. Even if someone told me that this is Mr. Undisputed, I wouldn't believe it." The other artists, "One is better dressed than the other. I don't care what you wear. Mr. Fubuki, it's really young." After sitting in the first row, Li Dong said, "Let's begin." Earlier in the day, Manager Chu had sent someone to do all the planning for the site, and each person drew their own order by drawing lots. If you draw a 1 you go first, if you draw a 2 you go second. The assistant sent by Manager Chu walked to the front. "Please get ready, this test will begin soon." First, the first boy came on, and he bowed a little to Li Dong before he began to sing. I don't know what happened, but the man couldn't sing for long. Li Dong comforted, "It's okay, don't be nervous, you can do it again." It was only after Li Dong's comforting words that the man's mood slowly calmed down. "I'm sorry, Mr. Undisputed. I'm really happy to see you again. Leiden, how is it that he talks to me like I'm dead?" The boy sang again, and this time could be considered to be playing at a normal level, but it was hopeless. The voice didn't have that feeling, and it's not sung with enough spontaneity. Next, accompanied by Li Dong's utterance of these words, the boy was still a bit unwilling in his heart and pleaded, "Teacher Undisputed, can you let me try again?" Li Dong didn't like to talk, so at this time, he didn't speak either, just quietly looking at the boy. But the other waiting singers were reluctant. "You've already sung it twice. What? Still want to sing it a third time? Hurry up and come down." "That's right, Teacher Undisputed has given you 2 chances. If every one of us had 3 or 4 chances, then those of us behind us wouldn't be able to audition today." The boy went off the stage in a good mood as the crowd vociferated. Immediately after that, the second boy came back on stage. "It's good not to argue about the teacher." Li Dong then looked him in the eye. "Start." The man cleared his voice and started singing immediately afterward, and he sang a full song. Although it was a bit better than the last one, it still did not meet Li Dong's conditions. The main thing is that his voice is of the pop song type, and there's more or less a pop undertone to singing such classic tunes. Li Dong also turned him down. Just like that, one by one. After passing through 10 people, Li Dong looked at the time and he realized that 90 minutes had actually passed now. At this rate, even by tomorrow morning, these 200 or 300 people won't be able to finish listening by themselves. At this point, Li Dong tried to communicate with the system. He wanted to see if there was anything in the system that could help. It was as if the system had already read his mind. "Hello host, this system has a referee function." Li Dong thought to himself, what is the meaning of this referee function? This is the case. The system has detected that if you review singers at your current rate, you will not be able to complete your review until this time tomorrow, and in a state of no food or drink. Therefore, the system recommends the referee function for you. When the referee function is on, you can listen to 10 people singing at once at the same time and pick the singer you think is appropriate. Li Dong thought to himself, even if he could hear 10 singers singing at the same time, it wouldn't be enough. If only there was a faster way. When I was about to close it, the system made a sound again as if to keep the customer. "Hello host, you can listen to 50 people singing at the same time, but the price of influence, however, is 10 times higher. 500, 000. Li Dong thought to himself, then let's listen to 50 people singing at the same time. I can earn more influence with the time saved anyway. Just as Li Dong was thinking this in his mind, the system hastened to purchase it for him. Congratulations, the referee function has been successfully purchased. Li Dong looked at so many people behind him and waved at Manager Chu to send over his assistant. Can you get 50 people to sing along at the same time? The assistant looked at Li Dong with 2 puzzled eyes. What do you mean, Mr. Undisputed? Li Dong replied. What I mean is that 50 people come on stage at the same time, I listen to them at the same time, and then pick the better singers from them. The assistant suddenly laughed. Mr. Undisputed, don't joke. 50 people, isn't that a chorus? Are you able to select quality singers from within the chorus? Li Dong was now a little annoyed in his heart, and he was already reluctant to talk much to strangers. I thought to myself, I don't know what kind of words you're wasting. You just do what you're told to do, and you're looking for so many things for me. Sparing his heart this thought, he did not say it on his lips. Just tell me, can you get 50 people on stage at once? The assistant saw that Li Dong was a bit angry. Nong. Immediately afterward, the assistant walked to the front of the room and looked at the artists on stage. Next number, 11th through 60th. It's like this. Mr. Undisputed says that this is too slow an approach, and he's going to have 50 singers on stage at the same time. Don't worry, Mr. Undisputed has this ability to select the elite from the crowd. In fact, when the assistant said this again, he had no bottom in his heart. He had been in this company, working as an assistant to manager Chu for quite some time, and he knew it well. Chapter 94, The Heart is also full of surprises. Even if the manager of the song listens to 3 or 4 singers at the same time, he cannot tell whose singing is good, whose tone is good. Now that manager Chu and Undisputed were at the same level, he couldn't tell who was higher or lower. But, listen to 50 singers at the same time. The amount is indeed unbelievable. The crowd was skeptical, but went on stage as well. Li Dong looked at the 50 men and said, "Alright, you guys start." Gradually, the sound of singing resonated throughout the hall, and a deafening chant filled the midst of all. Li Dong's ears listened quietly as he realized that with the help of the system, it always felt like his mind was now clear. 50 voices appeared in his mind, but the voices did not affect each other in the slightest, as if all 50 threads had been combed. Li Dong was even able to hear which timbre belonged to which singer. You know, every singer prepares a different song. Gradually, 3 minutes passed, some had finished singing, some were still going on. 5 minutes had passed and all had sung. Li Dong, through the system to give him the function, has long been distinguished, who sings well, who sings badly, so he pointed out a few singers who sing well. You, and you. The 4 of you stay and the rest of you can go. The faces of the crowd were filled with doubt at this point. I have a feeling that Mr. Undisputed could have named 4 random people? I feel the same way. You say, I can sing better than any of them, so why don't they pick me? Hey, it can't be helped. It's probably just bad luck. Li Dong was surprised to find that he was not only able to hear their songs clearly, but even what they were saying. At this time, Li Dong pointed at the first person who spoke. Take a step forward. The singer laughed dryly at Li Dong and took a step forward. No argument about good teachers. Li Dong said, I didn't just choose randomly. The reason I didn't pick you is not because you don't have the right tone, but because you can't find the feeling when you sing. There's none of that pizzazz. The man's heart was greatly surprised at Li Dong's comment. It wasn't primarily for the comment that he was surprised, but for the fact that Li Dong was able to hear him. Just now, the words randomly selecting people came out of his mouth. But what about Li Dong? The first thing I said was to tell him that I didn't just pick it. As far as his own singing is concerned, this singer knows it in his heart. There was some nervousness just now, and I really didn't get the right feeling. Is it true that Mr. Undisputed can still hear every single person singing a song? That's what he had in mind. Just as he was surprised in his mind, Li Dong pointed at the second person who spoke. You step forward too. The man followed suit and stepped forward to give Li Dong a greeting. Li Dong began to comment at this point. You're a better singer than all of them, but your tone doesn't work. I can teach the singing, but the tone doesn't live up to this spontaneity. I really can't teach it. Maybe next time. Next time there's a suitable song, I'll get you to sing it. Assistant, please record his name. This person's mind was also in a state of utter amazement. This is really horrible, isn't it? Mr. Undisputed not only knew how my tone was, but was able to make some more suggestions. The most important thing is that even what I just said, he heard it loud and clear. Is this still human? It really is a god. And it's still a big god. At this point, the third person in the discussion was now unusually worried in his mind. He was worried that Lydon would point himself out later. Sure enough, Li Dong pointed at him. And you? The man's mind was so shocked that his entire body shook. Li Dong said, luck is also a part of strength. For example, if you can't even sing the lyrics clearly when you're singing, there's no way I can pick you. Your bad luck lies in the fact that your voice is in bad shape today. Did you catch a cold yesterday? The man looked at him incredulously when Li Dong said this. Not only him, but everyone present was surprised in their hearts. Mr. Undisputed. It's not supposed to be nonsense, is it? It can't be, can it? It doesn't look like gibberish to me. Nonsense shouldn't be so bad. There's 3 of them, he can't be all nonsense, can he? I have a feeling that Mr. Undisputed is audible. Right in the middle of the crowd's murmuring, the man said something. Thank you, teacher. The crowd were all singers, all professionals now, and anyone could hear that his voice was indeed in a state where he had just experienced a cold. At this moment, All the people at the scene exploded. Crap, Mr. Undisputed is too good, isn't he? To be able to hear from the crowd how well each person sings, it's really horrible. That's 50 people, and within these 50 people, every single one of them is singing a different song. Teacher Undisputed was able to tell them apart under such circumstances. It seems that the few singers chosen by Mr. Undisputed must be powerful singers and not chosen so randomly. All of this is nothing. The main thing is that Mr. Undisputed was able to hear what each person said, and just now, they rustled and spoke so quietly. I want so badly to be chosen to sing by Mr. Undisputed. I'm sure he'll bring me up to be a top singer. It was at this moment that the crowd believed that their indisputable teacher was really able to hear every singer sing. Their indisputable teachers don't just randomly pick a bad singer. Utilizing the system, Li Dong had already listened to all the remaining singers in just an hour. Eventually, he selected 16, and after another round of listening, he realized that a boy of about 30, with some slight chubbiness, was still singing well. Li Dong asked the man, "What is your name?" "Teacher Undisputed. My name is Zhang Gaohan." The boy had a respectful and excited attitude. Li Dong replied, "Okay, I know. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock noon. Wait for me at the recording studio." The next day, the songs began to be recorded. When Li Dong had lectured for the whole company before, Zhang Gaohan was just a minion and he could only stand at the very back of the classroom and listen quietly. At that time he envied Tang Jingran and Lian Yulin. "I didn't think that I could have the day to be trained by Undisputed Sensei." His heart couldn't be happier. This is the undisputed great god. On this day, with the help of Li Dong, Zhang Gaohan had also recorded the song all the way through, and after post-production repair and tuning, a complete tune had been produced. Chapter 95, What's being talked about? Since Li Dong currently needed to deal with director An's side of the tune, he was basically at the office. That afternoon, Li Dong was in his office as he waited for the sound engineer to send him the final tune. Since the last time, Li Dong's co-workers were reprimanded by Manager Chu. They never said anything wrong about Li Dong again, but many of his co-workers looked at him with changed eyes. Between their eyes as if there is an additional expectation. Looking forward to Li Dong cannot complete the current song, and then see how this undisputed god is how to step down. Manager Chu walked over at this time. "Mr. Undisputed, it's the last day now. Have you sent the tunes from director An's side yet?" Just as the song manager finished his sentence, Li Dong finally received the complete song after the voice repair. However, he still needed to do the final checking of the tune. "Send it right away," Manager Chu said. "Alright, send it as soon as possible." After saying that, Manager Chu left. Li Dong nodded and downloaded the complete tune of Laughing Pride in that song I see, and began to check every detail of the part. The many colleagues around them saw Manager Chu and Li Dong discussing about the song. They didn't dare to say anything with their mouths, but they were thinking in their hearts, "I don't know, the company has made such a big gesture." In the end, not to dispute whether it can be affirmed by director An, it took you this much time to write the song? What kind of quality music can you write? Please let the time fast forward a little bit. Fast forward to the time when you don't argue about being rejected by director An. I really want to see if Undisputed deserves his defense or not since Manager Chu is so defensive of Undisputed. The previous song Rush Hour was just a flash of brilliance. I don't believe that this time the song can still be so brilliant. In fact, apart from his colleagues in the company, there were also many people in Director An's dormitory who were talking about this matter. In the conference room, everyone is talking about the final movie submission for review. Director An said, "Okay, then that's all we've submitted for review so far. Does anyone else have anything to add?" Just after saying this, the music leader raised his right hand. "Director An, I have one more thing. Say." The crew's music leader stood up. "Everything has been finalized so far, but the matter of our movie's theme song still hasn't materialized. In fact, as early as before, the crowd said that they would not let Director An wait for Uncontested. In case they waited until the end and Uncontested had not finished the tune, wouldn't that be a delay? If Director An hadn't overpowered the crowd, I don't think there would have been a meeting between Director An and Undisputed going forward." At this time, after the music leader said this, the crowd in the theater group followed and spoke their thoughts. "I've said it all long ago, let another company do the tunes. But director, you just won't listen. Look, now Sky Entertainment hasn't even sent over the tunes. Director, it's almost time for our movie to be submitted for review. Why haven't the tunes been sent over there?" Director An, you said that if you waited and didn't fight for this month, we could have gotten another composer to finish writing this song. Director An is now a force to be reckoned with. I'll put it to you this way, if this piece wasn't written by Mr. Undisputed, I really don't feel comfortable with it. After all, I know very well about the strength of Undisputed teacher. It's a month's time, I can give it to another composer to write. But what if it doesn't come out right? Are we still delayed? Even though I haven't given Mr. Undisputed much time, I'm sure that Mr. Undisputed will give me a satisfactory work. The crowd was once again talking. You do believe in Mr. Undisputed, but we have to wait so long. Originally, we could have been on vacation long ago. Fear not 10,000. Fear not. Then in case Mr. Undisputed's tune doesn't work, won't we have wasted so much time for nothing? I also believe in Mr. Undisputed's level, but what I believe in is his level of writing pop music. He hasn't written any classical tunes when he's been around before. Director In, I feel that your idea is still a bit presumptuous. Director In was really annoyed in his mind when he was faced with the crowd's comments. He slapped the conference table hard a few times. Bang, bang, bang. You guys are really annoying. Let me ask you, when did Sky Entertainment ever conduct auditions for the entire company's singers? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what Director In meant by this statement. Director In said, I got the news that right after Mr. Undisputed finished writing the song for our crew, the entire Sky Entertainment artists auditioned together. They're going to have to pick from a large number of artists that will fit the songs of our cast. In the conference room, one of the boys asked, but that doesn't mean anything. Although the head of the music team was also against Director N's current approach, he was also acting in the interest of the crew. No one else knew what a company-wide audition meant, so how could he not? He explained for Director On at this time. An agency issuing a notice that the entire company is recruiting artists to audition says two things. The first point is that this track is of high quality. The second point is that it's a very difficult song to sing. Director and continued to add, and, right when Sky Entertainment released the company-wide audition, the number of applicants was 95%. Even some of the artists who were out of town have returned to Sky Entertainment for the audition of this song. I'm sure that no agency, not to mention Amusement Entertainment, and no song, would have caused such a big reaction. Right? A tune that can get the entire company's artists to audition is rare in all of China. At this time, Director N's assistant came over and said, Director N, the tune is out. Yes, Director On said, give it to me. So, the assistant handed the USB drive in his hand to Director N. Director On plugged the USB drive into the computer. Alright, since you guys are so distrustful of Teacher Undisputed, then I'll show you the strength of Teacher Undisputed, said Director and mouse click a little. We'll slowly play the song out. The song was none other than Laughing Pride in the Sea, which Li Dong had submitted to the crew. The melodious music played out. The music crew were transients after all, and they were the first to realize that the tune was of good quality. Just found out when the intro was playing. At this point, the music leader listens quietly. Seems, the tune is not bad. You can hear it in the intro aspect alone. The composer is very skillful and there is a sense of sophistication in the way many parts are handled. Chapter 98, a 100-year classic. Unrivaled. On the other hand, Manager Chu quickly received a comment from Director On. When he received Director An's comment, his body's goosebumps fell all over the place, and the whole person became a little excited. His mouth muttered, 100 years of classics without equal. Indeed, these are the only 8 words that can describe this song, Laughing Pride in the Sea. Those 8 words were indeed his current mood as well. Originally, the song manager was still thinking that the lyrics of this song were very few, so he didn't know if Director An, who was so demanding, would agree. But now, Director An not only agreed, but also gave such a high rating. Of course, he understands very well that everything now is due to indisputability. It's precisely because Undisputed is such a superb quality tune that Papa A has such superb reviews. Don't argue, don't argue. You really are what everyone says you are, an undisputed god. Soon, he walked out of his office and went to the lobby of the composition department. This home day, the situation of Manager Chu and Director An was really somewhat similar. They all believe in non-competition. Their subordinates do not believe in non-competition, and are constantly guessing, even guessing the lack of ability of their own leadership, and put all their hopes on a sophomore. Now, Manager Chu was going to shut his subordinates up as well. After he walked to the office hall of the Ministry of Composition, he swept the crowd, raised his chest, straightened his waist, and quickly tapped his hands a few times. Snapdash. Attention everyone, I'm going to tell you 2 things now. After saying this, everyone looked up at Manager Chu. Manager Chu waited for the crowd to be quiet and spoke. Just now, Undisputed Teacher's tune has been sent to Director On's side. After saying this, the crowd became even quieter as they waited for Manager Chu's next words. Their expectation, of course, was not that the song would pass. On the contrary, their anticipation was expecting the song to fail, and wanted to see how the song manager would get off the stage when and if he didn't compete. Manager Chu said, they only gave me 8 words over their 100 years of classics, without equal. Director An has worked with Amusement Entertainment many times before, but with every collaboration, the comment Director On sends to the tune is 2 words, agreed. Even if it's a very good tune, Director On just replies, very good. The crowd also knew that Director An was very demanding. To be able to hear these 8 words from Director An's mouth cannot be said to be uncommon, but only no one has ever done it before, and no one will ever do it again. Now, every colleague in the composition department has grown up. The song manager, just in case the crowd was still unconvinced, he plugged in the tune of Laughing Pride in that Songhai on his computer. Okay, now that the song's been passed too, let's let you all listen to it and find out where you're at as well. The tune of Laughing Pride in that Songhai plays slowly, haunting the entire office. All the composers listen quietly. They all pick out some faults from the piece first. They all try to pick out some bones from within this egg. However, when the music ended, the crowd was all stunned. They found that not only was it completely impossible to pick out any faults, but even the handling of every note, every turn of phrase in this piece was exceptionally high. The crowd commented, "I'll go. No wonder Director An can say this about Mr. Undisputed. The quality of this song. Even our company's gold medal composer can't write it, right? Mr. Undisputed is still the same great God. We can only worship." This tune, though only a few short lines, is sung with an infinite sense of panache in just those few lines. Mr. Undisputed, ask for a belt. I'm very good at leading. Facing the compliments from the crowd, Li Dong did not seem to care as he just slowly walked to the door. The crowd was stunned as they looked at Li Dong's back. What's Mr. Undisputed doing here? What does he mean by that? Manager Chu was also surprised at this time. This indisputable. Others are praising him, but he wants to go toward the door? Undisputed teacher. Li Dong slowly turned his head at this time and looked at Manager Chu. What's wrong? Manager Chu. Manager Chu asked. What are you doing there? Li Dong replied. It's time to get off work. It's time for me to go back to the dormitory. Manager Chu laughed out loud at this point. Tell you what, let's all pack up. We'll all reunite tonight. The crowd chanted. Then let Manager Chu break the bank. Manager Chu said, it's not that I'm breaking the bank, it's that the song has been recognized by Director An, and the company is so happy that they've asked me to set up a celebratory banquet for everyone. Just as the crowd was talking just now, the Laughing Wind and Cloud Cruise microblogs began to ferment. In just a few minutes, the video of them releasing the promo topped the Hot 100. Comments follow below. I said why Laughing at the Wind and Cloud has never been released in theaters. It turns out that it was made to be better. Listen to it guys, even the tunes in it are so high quality. What's the name of this song? It's really good. This tune coupled with the mood of this promo is simply brilliant. However, not more than a few minutes after this hot search, there was another hot search that stole his heat. This was no other than this tweet discussing the background music of the promo. The theme song of Laughing at the Wind is getting a lot of love. It even rated far more than that one tweet just now. I'll be damned. That's a really good tune. As a professional music critic, I'm supposed to nitpick, but right now, I only see the good things about this song and I haven't identified any flaws at all. Another tune from Mr. Uncontested? This Undisputed is too awesome, isn't he? My goodness, it really is undisputed. I didn't expect the Undisputed Great God to be as awesome as ever. The singer sings well too. Mr. Undisputed has a good eye, being able to find such a good singer. Yeah, in the past, Mr. Undisputed songs were all pop songs, and this time it's a classical song. I didn't think that Mr. Undisputed would be able to train singers of classical songs. In addition to his colleagues in the composing department, a good show was put on in the artist department. Zhang Gaohan was the one chosen by Li Dong to sing the song. He was originally not very well received throughout the artist department. The reason is simple. In the words of the crowd, this guy, who is now 30 years old, doesn't even have a famous song. It's true that in the music industry, if you don't have a masterpiece, it can be a bit of a downer. The agent seemed to have given up on Zhang Gaohan, giving him no resources whatsoever, and at the moment his situation was no different from being snowed in. Even the other artists sneered at him after he took the only spot available to Li Dong. Chapter 99, An Opportunity to Exercise. Ha! Zhang Gaohan can sing this song? Mr. Undisputed used to let whoever sang be famous, but this time, I think Mr. Undisputed is going to lose his footing. Zhang Gaohan is 30 years old and doesn't have a single good masterpiece, and he now has to compete with those young singers. Let's fast forward time a little bit. Fast forward the way Zhang Gaohan sang poorly, and then Mr. Undisputed asked me to sing. In fact, in the entertainment industry is very cruel. If you sing to 25 or 26, there is no masterpiece, no fame at all. Basically, you're done with show business. After all, when you're young, you can still rely on your face a little bit, and when you're older, you can really only rely on your work. No contest teacher might as well pick me. I'm sure I can sing hundreds of times better than Zhang Gaohan. However, after these two microblogs of Laughing Pride of the Wind and Cloud, Zhang Gaohan has already gained hundreds of thousands of followers in just an hour's time. Currently it is already more than 7 o'clock, But Zhang Gaohan has not left the company. Of course, even if he returned home, his mind is still messy, because he had no idea how the song would ultimately be received. He was afraid that because of himself, the song wouldn't be well received, and might even ruin the reputation of Mr. Undisputed. Zhang Gaohan's eyes are firmly fixed on the computer screen. For each evaluation he viewed very carefully. Just then, his cell phone ding-dong rang and he received a message. It was a group created by his agent, and in this group were all the artists signed by Zhang Gaohan's agent. He opened his cell phone and realized that it was something the agent had said in the group. Congratulations Mr. Zhang. Mr. Undisputed side is very happy with you, and the crew side is also very happy with your singing. Just now, I checked the audience's reaction and everyone recognized your singing. In the past, his manager called him Little Zhang, a 30-year-old old man, but with this song, he has gained recognition. The agent even started calling him Mr. Zhang. That's too realistic. However, Zhang Gaohan knew very well that it was all because Mr. Undisputed had given him a lot of knowledge about singing when he was instructing him, and that was how he was able to sing well. As the agent finished this sentence, the other artists in the group began to discuss it one by one. Artists are delicate, and since Mr. Undisputed had complimented Zhang Gaohan, wouldn't Zhang Gaohan soar after that? So they started all kinds of licking. Mr. Zhang, your perseverance is still useful, although you haven't accomplished much before you're 30, but after you're 30, it will definitely be a different life. How do you talk? What do you mean by not accomplishing anything before the age of 30? It's only because I didn't discover Mr. Zhang's boomerang before. Mr. Zhang was already capable, only lacking an opportunity, and now that opportunity has finally come. Otherwise, what's to say that opportunity comes to those who are prepared? In the face of the crowd's compliments, Zhang Gaohan did not lose his mind. He knows very well that the most important thing for a singer is the songwriter's cupping, and without the undisputed teacher, he is nothing, even without Mr. Undisputed. In a year's time, he was going to be out of showbiz altogether, maybe as a resident singer in a bar, or maybe as a delivery boy. Anyway, he wouldn't have made a good singer, so he started a reply in the group. In fact, I know very well that all of this is not about my ability to be good at what I do, but about my luck. The reason I was able to get recognition from director on side, and the reason I was able to get recognition from the audience, was because of Undisputed Sensei. Without Mr. Undisputed, I wouldn't have been able to sing this song. I'm also thankful to my agent for giving me this opportunity and enrolling me and for the company's platform. Right after he said those words, other artists started to speak. Mr. Zhang has always had singing skills, but now he has a chance to show them off. I hope Mr. Zhang, in the days that follow, will go farther and farther. Mr. Zhang, if you're rich, don't forget each other. +1, +2, +3, +10,086. In the meantime, Zhang Gaohan immediately made a call to Li Dong, mainly to thank him. After all, in the future, Zhang Gaohan, or hope that the composer can more hold their own. There are songs can be more think of their own. Li Dong also said that he will not intentionally to promote a particular singer. In his heart, only singers who sing well and singers who do not sing well. If you're a good person and a good singer, you'll go far. If you're a bad person and a bad singer, then you're not going to get very far. So, it's all your own effort, not me holding you up. Zhang Gaohan also replied, inspired. After the company's reunion, Li Dong returned to the dormitory late that night, and when he pushed open the door, he found two people. One is Yin Jun and the other is Wu Gang. Li Dong's heart still felt a little surprised. It's almost 10 o'clock. Why is Senior Yin Jun still here? Senior Yin Jun, what brings you here? Before Yin Jun could reply, Wu Gang immediately replied to Li Dong. You still have the nerve to talk. Senior Yin Jun is all for waiting for you and hasn't returned to the dormitory until now. Li Dong was a little embarrassed. Senpai, why didn't you call me? Yin Jun got up in a hurry. Alright, let's not say any more superfluous words. He helped Leiden to his place. Great God, have a seat. Li Dong felt that there was more or less a strange feeling in his heart when a senior addressed himself in this manner. Signorine, you should still call me Senior Li from now on. Okay, as long as Senior Li is willing to help me with this favor, I'll call you whatever you want me to. Li Dong clearly felt that the current Yin Jun had something to ask for. After he sat down in his seat, he turned his head to look at Yin Jun. Senior, if there's anything, give it to me directly. Yin Jun stammered. After all, he was begging Li Dong to do something. It was more or less difficult for him to speak. So what? Citywide music video contest. Do you know about it? In fact, Li Dong knew about this matter a long time ago, before the vacation. Only, it was the system that helped him to anticipate it. He couldn't possibly say, knowing that the system had told him, could he?
So, he spilled the beans. Lee Dong shook his head with a feigned look of confusion.
I don't know. What does a citywide MV contest mean?
Jun moved a bench at this time and sat next to Lee Dong.
That's okay, if you don't know, I'll tell you about it.
Lee Dong nodded gently as Jun began to explain.
Chapter 100, Paying Great Attention. Chapter 100, Paying Great Attention. It's like this. Every year in Yen City there is a music video competition. They will select works from each school to be judged. Usually 10 works from one school. If a particular school wins an award, it's a great benefit to the visibility of that school. The roommate. Oh, I see, Lee Dong asked. But what does it have to do with you? Jun hurriedly said. How is it not related to me? Don't forget, this is part of the work of the Film Academy, and I'm in charge of this matter again this year. But, Lee Dong could see that Jun was a little troubled about this matter right now. Senior Yoon, just say it straight out. Don't sell yourself short. Lee Dong, if you are looking for someone to do things, he must be direct statement of purpose. He also thought, all people ask for help should be direct statement of purpose. Jun was a little embarrassed and raised a thin eyebrow at Wu Gang, who immediately understood and walked next to Lee Dong. It's like this, Lee Dong, now that Mr. has been collecting for many days. He has only received 9 registrations, just missing the last one, and this last one. He wants you to participate. After saying that, Wu Gang even glanced at Jun. I say, Senior why are you so stilted in your speech now? We, Lee Dong, like to be direct. Jun laughed dryly in embarrassment. Actually, Wu Gang is right, but not entirely. I'm taking 10 entries here, but our film school instructor has stipulated that it has to be 9 other entries and 1 from Lee Dong. Last time, during the final review, Lee Dong's script did while the instructor, but these, Lee Dong was not aware of. Lee Dong bent his index finger and pointed back at himself. Me? Jun nodded with firm eyes. Yes, Jun said. Do you remember the last script festival? After our instructor watched your work last time, he felt that you have superb talent in film and television. That's why, for this MV contest, he asked you by name to participate. Lee Dong looked at Jun and blinked twice. Seriously, Lee Dong did not know that he was actually this famous. Seeing that Lee Dong did not speak, Jun continued to add, it would be no small honor for our school if we were to win, so the teachers take it very seriously. After saying this, Jun looked at Lee Dong's mouth and waited for his reply. Regarding the citywide MV competition, Lee Dong was actually interested because the system had given him the task of winning the citywide MV competition. On top of that, the system had a reward, and that reward was 10,000 points of influence, plus upgrading the system. Lee Dong was very curious as to what this reward for upgrading the system was, and just how far can it be upgraded? However, since we are organizing a music video contest, we need to shoot things, and since we need to shoot things, we need equipment. So Lee Dong asked, what about equipment? Jun replied, you don't have to worry about equipment at all. With the help of our instructors, will you still worry about equipment? Apart from equipment, there is one more important thing in making a movie and that is the actors. So, Lee Dong asked again, what about the actor aspect? Jun replied, there's no problem with actors. There are many film and television acting majors who want to act. You don't have to worry about props either. Jun said, as for the funds, you can spend them however you want, even if you do a group build. The school won't ask about it. Okay, Leiden said, I got it. Lee Dong's mind repeatedly thought that if he really wanted to shoot a music video, he had other ideas besides the actors recommended by the school. Once, when he was eating at Haiyan House, he met a sophomore film and television department sister, who should be a junior now. That schoolgirl had worked very hard as a waitress during her school days, which really touched him, and besides, that schoolgirl had a good personality, so it would be a good thing if he could get her to shoot. This schoolmate is none other than the part-time waitress of Haiyan Building, Xiaoson. What if I want to choose my own actors? Jun patted Lee Dong's shoulder and replied, don't worry about this. If you want to cast your own actors and the other party agrees to film, the school will not ask about it. If you value any actor and he doesn't want to film, you can also give the school the word and the school will communicate. After all, it's a school matter. Oh, Leiden pulled a long note. Again, he asked, how long is it going to take? Jun replied, generally speaking, MV 30 to 40 minutes will be fine. But of course, it's best to be within an hour at the longest. Okay. When Jun had first approached Lee Dong, he had vouched in front of his instructor, saying that he would bring Lee Dong in no matter what. Therefore, the moment Lee Dong did not agree to himself, his heart was hanging by a thread, followed by, so what does that mean on your end? Lee Dong replied, then join in. After hearing this, Jun was filled with happiness. I knew my schoolmate would give me that face. Jun said, let me tell you about the theme of this MV contest. No matter what the competition is, there will always be a theme, and it must be played within the framework of the theme, which is clear to Lee Dong. Yes. At this time, In-jun took out a document from his pocket and spread it on Lee Dong's computer desk again. As for this document in front of the said, are some official words, condescending, and the novel section is almost the same. To the back is the focus of the content. The scripts are required to be positive, inspiring and have the right ideological values. Subject matter, inspirational. Style, comedy style. Duration, keep it between 10 and 60 minutes. Lee Dong looked at the introduction on this and was thinking over and over in his mind. Be inspirational, be positive, be comedic, and be trippy. He stared at the document. His mind kept recalling the music videos he had seen in Earth. After all, music videos were not the type of artwork that he often watched, and after recalling them for several minutes, he eventually failed to recall them. But it didn't matter. After all, the system had a recommendation function, so he wasn't worried. Okay, I'll take it. In-jun hurriedly got up at this time. Senior Lee, if you can win the city's MV competition, it's the best publicity for the school. The responsibility for the school can just fall on you. Lee Dong blinked twice with a relaxed look on his face. Okay, I got it. Evening. Lee Dong was lying on the bed in the dormitory with his hands on the back of his head, looking at the white ceiling. Since we are going to shoot a music video, we have to finalize the script first, and then we can talk about other things second. Lee Dong had wanted to go in the system and directly make a whole music video out of it, but on second thought, Chapter 101, The Funny Element. If the whole MV directly, they cannot get any knowledge of film and television, cannot learn anything. Thinking about it, Lee Dong felt better to get a script. For one thing, you have a script and you can make a good music video. Secondly, I was able to keep learning through this shoot myself. Don't forget, there's still those years, the girls we liked yet to be filmed, and although it's been handed over to Lu Bo, you always need to know something about it yourself, right? This is also in the spirit of taking responsibility for the work. But if it's just a script purchase, would such a pitiful system agree to it? Lee Dong entered the system at this time and tried to communicate with it. Is there a script? The system understood everything after detecting the thoughts in Lee Dong's heart. Hello host, there is. Lee Dong originally thought, just to buy the script, how the system will not agree. But now the system's action let him some moved. The system has detected that you have a desire to learn, which is a good thing. Lee Dong secretly thought, it turns out that my system's values are quite good. And what script would he recommend to me? The system for you to recommend Beyond Life. This movie is funny elements. At the same time, the 3 views are very positive, and very inspirational, but also a rare good movie. The quality of this movie is nothing to sneeze at, and it's also very good, including the main character in it, who is also Lee Dong's idol. Even the screenwriter was Don Lee's favorite writer in high school. But this is a movie after all, not a music video. You can adapt a movie, a streamlined version of the movie. Isn't it a music video? Lee Dong thought about it, didn't realize the system was still smart, but there's still a problem. The cars in it are worth a lot of money. One can't really buy a car and shoot this music video, right? Don't you want to learn? You can purchase the knowledge of a special effects artist in the system, and you can use CG effects to finish out unfinishable scripts. Lee Dong felt that this was indeed a good method. Well, just buy this movie script. Congratulations, the light version of the Beyond Life script has been successfully purchased. Spending influence $1 million. Lee Dong's mouth instantly opened wide when he saw the impact of this $1 million. Why is it so expensive? The amount spent on influence has nothing to do with the popularity or quality of the work itself, but rather the combination of other factors. Lee Dong was not sure what exactly this combined factor meant. Anyway, he had a lot of influence now, and did not care in the slightest about this 1 million. At present, the script Lee Dong has been solved. The rest is the actors. Props. Luckily, the school had given him more than enough time, a full month, for all these things, and he could take his time to prepare. The next day, Lee Dong picked up his cell phone and sent a message to that film and television department sister. Little sister Song, are you busy over here? Xiao Song on the other side quickly replied after seeing Lee Dong's message. What's wrong? Schoolboy Lee, I don't have class this morning. I'm resting in the dormitory. Leiden replied, can we talk in person? His replies were always like this, always seeming to be a beat ahead of others. When asking for something, he directly said the purpose. When looking for someone to discuss things, he directly had to talk face to face. The middle ground seems to have been cut out. If it was a message from another boy, Xiao Song would have categorically rejected it outright. But Lee Dong was different. In Xiao Song's impression, Lee Dong was an introverted little boy. Introverted boys, what bad thoughts does he have? Song replied, yes, wait for me at the Not Late Cafe on Backstreet. Leiden, yes. Song, see you in 10 minutes, /cute. 10 minutes later, The two arrived at the not-so-late coffee shop. Li Dong preferred a quieter place, so he found a corner and sat down. Xiao Song wore a long-sleeved white chiffon shirt today, with a blue skirt underneath, and with her shoulder-length hair, the whole person looked very innocent. She sat down and asked, "Senior Li, what is it that you are looking for me for?" Li Dong looked for Xiao Song, originally because of the MV competition, and he went straight to the point without unnecessary nonsense. "Sister, there's a music video, would you like to shoot it? Want to ask you to be the female lead." Xiao Song laughed dryly. "This Li schoolmate, is it possible that he's making fun of me? You can't just hire an actor like that. Senior Li, you just don't make fun of me." Li Dong shook his hand. "Not really." Xiao Song blinked twice, waiting for Li Dong's next words. Li Dong said, "The city's MV competition, does sister know about it?" Xiao Song was originally a film and television student, so he naturally knew about the MV competition. "I know. Does this have anything to do with Li Hokage? I seem to remember that you're from the music department." Li Dong replied. "Currently, I'm also going to participate in the MV competition, but I don't have any actors at the moment, so I want to invite my senior sister to make an appearance." Song nodded gently, thoughtfully. She knew very well that although Li Dong's scripts were well written, novels were well written, and tunes were well written, writing a script and making a movie were two different things. You can never make a movie without systematic training, not to mention, you don't even know if the actors are good or not, how to make directions, let alone anything else. She was going to politely decline. "Maybe there's no way for me to agree to Li Shuedi, because inside our class, we'll be coming out with an MV as well, so I'm still waiting for the notification from the class." Li Dong asked, "Then has schoolmate shot it now?" This sentence is the little Song asked. Originally she also just wanted to politely refuse. Did not expect Li Dong but took it seriously. "Not yet." "Yes." The words fell, and Li Dong didn't say too much as he just picked up his cell phone. "Sister, wait a moment, I'll make a call." Li Dong remembered that when In Jun had given him the word that he could communicate if he had his eye on any of the film and television students. If the person does not want to, he can be approached to communicate that he will go to the instructor and then talk to that student's counselor. Soon, the call to In Jun had been connected. "Senior Yoon, I need a female lead here, please communicate." In Jun on the other end of the phone asked, "Which class is it and what's its name?" Li Dong looked at Xiao Song at this time. "Little sister Song, what class are you in and what's your full name?" Xiao Song froze as he watched Li Dong's divine maneuver. "What's that supposed to mean? Even if you want me to act out and try to persuade me through people who know me, you don't have to call in front of me." This Li schoolmate is really kind of naive. But, it also shows that he doesn't have any bad intentions at all. Chapter 102, You're looking for me for something. Song unconsciously said her name. Song Xiaohan, Junior Acting Class 2. Li Dong replied to In Jun on the other end of the line. Song Xiaohan, Junior Acting Class 2. Song Xiaohan. Li Dong's series of operations really make him a little laugh and cry. In Jun said, "Okay, I know." With that, Li Dong hung up the phone. Song Xiaohan was somewhat baffled as she watched Li Dong's mesmerizing maneuvers. "Schoolboy, you just made this call?" Lydon didn't hide it either. Directly answered. "This senior of mine said that if I need an actor for a music video shoot and this actor doesn't want to act, I can communicate with him and he'll go back and communicate for me." Song Xiaohan, "Good." Not long after Song Xiaohan said this, her phone rang. Originally, Song Xiaohan was still thinking to herself, could it be that this friend of Li Dong's really knew him? But one look at the caller ID on the screen showed that this person was no one else but the counselor of their class. Song Xiaohan made a should gesture to Li Dong, signaling him not to speak. Immediately afterward, he switched to a smirk. "Counselor, you wanted to see me about something?" The counselor on the other end of the line asked. "Do you want to be an actor in the city's MV competition?" Song Xiaohan thought to herself, this should be the class MV, right? Or maybe it's a music video that came out of the department. She didn't even think that the music video that the counselor had told him about was the one that Li Dong had asked her to be an actress in. Since Li Dong had just asked Song Xiaohan, and Song Xiaohan had refused. If he now promised the counselor in front of Li Dong, isn't this refuting schoolboy Li's face? "Wait a minute, counselor. I'm having some trouble talking right now." Saying that, Song Xiaohan quickly walked towards the door of the cafe. "Counselor, you said, is it the MV in the class?" The counselor replied, "No. Generally speaking, to participate in the Yen City MV competition, there would be one MV from the school, one from the film and television department, and the rest would be class or other departmental entries. Of course, the quality of the school's work is inevitably higher than the department's, not only because of the amount of talent available at the time of the school-wide call for MVs, but also because of the high regard the school has for the school's MVs. Meanwhile, the school MV is also a strong contender for the award of Yen City MV competition. Inside the department is second to none.
As for the class music video, it would basically be impossible to win awards, and the actors would just be able to show their faces and get some people to find out.
Song Xiaohan asked again. Where is that from?
The counselor said. It's like this. Just now the instructor in charge of the school MV works gave me a call, saying that he wanted you to be the female lead in the school MV competition. So, wanted me to ask for advice from your side.
Song Xiaohan's heart couldn't be more excited. She hadn't even thought that being able to participate in the school MV would most likely be viewed by the agency. If they are able to win an award, they may be signed while still in school. And, now the slot is actually for a female lead. Can she not be happy?
Seeing that Song Xiaohan had yet to speak, the counselor once again added, my advice is still to participate.
After all, it's a rare opportunity.
Song Xiaohan hurriedly said,
I'm willing, counselor,
she said twice in a row.
I do.
I think she was already very eager for the role of the female number one in her heart.
Aha, the counselor said.
Then I'll push the director of the school's music video production over to you,
and later you can give him a call or add contact information, all at this number.
Yes.
Just then,
Song Xiaohan's cell phone ding-dong sound
received contact information,
but Song Xiaohan thought for a second.
Would the director of the other school's music video agree to her being the female lead?
Teacher,
but can other directors look at me?
The counselor replied. You don't have to worry about that. It said that the director of the school's music video named you as the female lead. Song Xiaohan was shocked in his heart.
Naming yourself as the lead actress? Which one of the gods will take himself off the ground now?
Song Xiaohan kept taking stock of the bigwigs she knew in the film and television department, but he couldn't remember who it was after thinking about it for a long time.
Immediately afterward, Song Xiaohan entered the cafe, and when she saw Li Dong,
she planned to refuse, but Li Dong was also kind after all, so she was more or less embarrassed when she refused.
Schoolmate Li, I'm really sorry, maybe I have to shoot the school's music video.
I really don't have time for this music video of yours.
Li Dong knows very well that the school MV is exactly his own MV.
Yes, she looked at Li Dong's eyes and thought about the good intentions of this schoolmate,
adding, how about this? When you come to me for something next time, I'll be sure to oblige. This meal is on me. Li Dong is a person who likes to appreciate the balance,
so if he can treat one less meal, he can treat one less meal.
Besides, this meal should be treated by Song Xiaohan anyway.
The director of this school's music video was sitting right in front of her and she didn't even recognize him.
Li Dong was afraid that Song Xiaohan would back out and shouted, pay the bill. Song Xiaohan mentally cried and laughed. This schoolboy is really real.
Immediately after the waitress came over.
Hello little brother, the total consumption is $46.
Li Dong saw the waitress, who was only about 20 years old, and thought that she should also be a student of the school and work part-time at this cafe.
Right? Li Dong nudged at Song Xiaohan.
Song Xiaohan said,
scan the code. Immediately afterward, Song Xiaohan paid the bill.
Lydon said,
thank you. Anyway, Song Xiaohan was in a good mood today.
Not to mention letting her treat this meal. Even if she added another noon meal,
she would be happy to do so. School MV. It only takes a few people to make a movie. He's one of them. Can he not be happy?
Song Xiaohan waved his hand.
What's in it? A little something. Right after paying the bill, Song Xiaohan was ready to add the director of the school music video. Her finger snapped and clicked on the screen, and within a few moments, the search came up.
But when she searched it out, she froze,
because it says, you have duplicate editions. Do you send a message? Could it be that one had already added this director's contact information? Did you know him already? It's still true that the movie and TV gods you know are taking flight.
Song Xiaohan was about to click on send message to see who this great god was.
However, after she clicked on it,
she saw the chat log and was surprised to find that the director was no one else, but actually this Li schoolmate in front of her.
Song Xiaohan immediately looked up. Schoolboy Li.
Li Dong looked at Song Xiaohan and blinked twice, waiting for Song Xiaohan's next words.
Song Xiaohan almost exclaimed in shock. Holy, so you're the director of the school music video?
Li Dong simply smiled. But when I was just there, school teacher rejected me.
Song Xiaohan's face immediately reddened,
sending redness on both cheeks all the way to her neck.
Oh, my God. Chapter 103, Fidgeting. What kind of a man is this Li student?
He was not only the first prize winner of 3 festivals, but also the director of the school music video. He's actually the director who can take himself off the ground.
This is outrageous.
I don't know what kind of potential still lies in Li Hokdi.
Often an art student is more proficient in one area, but this Li student is different.
He is not only proficient in music, but also in scripts.
That's not all.
He's actually well versed in literature.
You think that's the end of it? No, far from it.
He was also the director of the school's music video,
mind you, which represented the school. What kind of artistic talent does schoolboy Li have to be so awesome?
All of this made Song Xiaohan a little fidgety. Seeing that Song Xiaohan had stopped speaking, Li Dong asked, "What's the matter? Senior sister, are you regretting having invited this guest?" Song Xiaohan waved her hand in a hurry. "No," Song Xiaohan said, "I'm really surprised. It didn't occur to me that schoolmate Li is actually the director of the school's music video." Li Dong laughed and asked, "So, you've agreed to my request and want to be the female lead in my music video?" Song Xiaohan hurriedly replied, "Definitely willing." "Good. Li Dong Dao, I'll send you the script now, so you can briefly read it." Immediately afterward, Li Dong's fingers moved and sent the script to Song Xiaohan. Song Xiaohan looks to be checking out the script. Since in the movie Beyond Life, there are not many roles for girls, when the system sent the script to Li Dong, there were no roles for girls either. Li Dong felt something was missing, so he added a girl character into the mix. Xiaohan and Zhang Qi were originally married, but later divorced for various reasons. In the end, it is revealed that the real reason for Xiaohan's divorce is not because she dislikes Zhang Qi's poverty, but because Xiaohan is suffering from a terminal illness. In the final ending, Zhang Qi learns the secret. At the same time, it became one of the strands of the script. Of course, nothing else has been adapted. This could be considered an abridged version of Beyond Life. Song Xiaohan watches from the opening scene of the first act, which is about Zhang Qi, who was once a powerful racer in the racing world, but now has to run a fried rice stall. Zhang Qi is challenging the younger generation of talent at the tail end of his career. So, he wanted to gather his former partners to return to the car world and recreate the glory days. But the dream was very beautiful, but the reality is very bone. They are a team that can't do anything right, but continue to persevere, recycling old race cars that were once scrapped, just going to the scrapyard. There are two segments that are hilarious. The first paragraph is about Zhang Qi taking someone else's race car and mistaking it for his own. The second segment was a crowd encounter where they surrounded that security boss. Song Xiaohan couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw this. This part is really quite humorous. She was well aware that this citywide MV competition needed comedy, and this script was simply too comedic, very much in keeping with the theme. She continued to read the script behind her. At the end of the day, Zhang Qi proved himself through his disdainful efforts by finally getting the car right and taking the first place in the rally right afterward. The overall style of the script is that of a comedy. The overall values are also very positive, with a sense of guiding people to be positive and keep pursuing their dreams. I can say that the three views are very positive. Song Xiaohan was thinking about it as she watched it again. Li Shuedi deserved to be the first place winner of the Yen City Art Academy's Script Festival. All of the scripted content stays on topic in its entirety, and it's a wonderfully written script. It's rare to find a good script. If the Song Xiaohan of just now was surprised when she realized that Li Dong was the school MV director, then the Song Xiaohan of now is in awe. A script this good that a carbon-based creature could write? She now seemed to have an inexplicable sense of trust in the schoolmate in front of her. Schoolboy Li, this script is really great. There wasn't much elation on Li Dong's face. After all, he had known how good Beyond Life was for a long time. Then, senior sister, let's go back to the school first. You can also study the script first. Wait for my notice then. Within about a week, let's have a meeting together. Yes, Song Xiaohan said. With that said, they were ready to go back to school. Along the way, Song Xiaohan was constantly amazed at Li Dong's talent, and felt more or less embarrassed in her heart as she had rashly rejected Li Dong for the first time. So Song Xiaohan said, "Senior Li, I'm really a bit embarrassed that I directly rejected you at the beginning. Why don't you see if this works? I'll treat you to a movie during the afternoon." Watching a movie? Li Dong was completely uninterested. Instead, he likes to lie back and enjoy the balance in his quarters. No need. Song Xiaohan couldn't get enough of it. But that movie that came out tonight was genuinely good. Leiden asked, "What movie?" Song Xiaohan replied, "Rush Hour." Li Dong's heart was surprised. Could it be that Rush Hour is in theaters? It should be. If it's not, why did Song Xiaohan invite me to this movie? He'd never seen a movie with a girl before, except for Li Yan. Of course, if it had been any other movie, Li Dong might have turned it down long ago. But this movie is Rush Hour. There is a connection with yourself. So, Li Dong said, "Okay, it's not like you have to pay for it yourself anyway." In the afternoon, Li Dong was without classes, so he was preparing for the campus music video. First, he made a phone call to In Jun, stating that he wanted In Jun to play the second male role, which was the role of Lin Jindong. As for the third male, which is Zhang Qi's friend, he needs to find someone funny. After some consideration of his own, Li Dong planned to find Wu Gang to discuss the matter. Li Dong was in the dormitory and turned to walk behind Wu Gang. Kong, to be honest, Li Dong's speech was supposed to be of the cold kind, and his sudden shouting of brother gang made Wu Gang startled. Wu Gang patted his chest. "I thought it was someone. You're really scaring me by shouting at me like that. My big brother Li, you'd better stop calling me like that in the future. I always feel weird." Li Dong had always been one of the stronger imitators, and at this time, he mimicked the tone of voice that In Jun had used when he first approached him for the music video.
If you can promise me this, you can call me anything you want. Wu Gang. Why does that sound so familiar? Say it, Li Dong asked. Would you like to do a music video? I'm missing someone in the script right now. Someone who's funny, and I think you'd be a better fit. Wu Gang. This heartless guy. So I'm just a funny image in his mind? Chapter 104, it's very nice. And, the kid actually said it without a hint of embarrassment. Even if I'm a funny guy, don't make it so obvious, okay? People also want to save face, but I don't know how to act in movies. I'm a student of composition, not acting. There are powerful features in Li Dong's system. Don't tell me you're a composition art student. Even if you are a dog, he can teach that dog to be very acting. You don't have to worry about that. All you have to do is say yes or no and I'll teach you. Wu Gang smiled. He was aware of Li Dong's ability to write scripts, but Li Dong saying that he would teach himself to shoot a movie? How he couldn't believe it. Li Dong, don't joke. You'll teach me to make movies? Li Dong looked at Wu Gang. Right. Wu Gang waved his hand. Let's forget about it. If I'm allowed to make a movie, won't it make me lose face when the time comes? Li Dong replied. Anyway, I'm the director, and I definitely care more about this music video than you do. And if it's humiliating, it should be more humiliating for me. Wu Gang thought for a moment, as if Li Dong was right. He does care more about the music video than he does, and if he doesn't shoot it well, he doesn't have much of an impact, but Li Dong is different. The teachers in the film and television department will surely talk about him. Besides, Li Dong represents the whole school. By the time the whole school is covered in abuse, Li Dong is to be much more humiliated than himself, especially in the casting process. He would never let me act without absolute certainty. Think about it, Li Dong added. Even if I won't give you guidance, the teachers in the film and television department will. Don't worry about that. Wu Gang thought about it for a while, and felt that shooting a music video was not impossible, and it was beneficial. After all, he also wanted to sign an agency. Wu Gang, okay. After discussing a series of things with Wu Gang and the current main actors had been finalized, Li Dong then put his heart down and returned to his seat once again. He kept his head down and continued to plan for the music video, such as how to publicize it in the later stages, and what props would be used during the shooting. Every link, Li Dong wrote clearly. At this time, Li Dong's cell phone ding-dong vibration. He received a message. This message is PDD sent. Since Li Dong had been in the composition department for some time now, Li Dong felt more or less unfamiliar in the face of PDD's news. PDD, Mr. Undisputed. Did you know that Rush Hour premieres tonight? Leiden replied. I know. PDD, since you're part of the cast and crew of Rush Hour, have booked 2 tickets for you in Tang Jingran. Li Dong was also helpless. Why are there so many people who invite themselves to the movies? Li Dong replied. But, I have something at school during the night time, so I can't go out. PDD, don't worry about it, the crew booked your tickets right near your school. Leiden, is that the movie theater on our back street? PDD, you can ask Tang Jingran about it later. Right after the clubhouse played this sentence, Tang Jingran suddenly sent a message to Li Dong. Li Dong, 8 o'clock at night. Meet me at the back street of the school. Li Dong had currently agreed to Song Xiaohan's request to go to the movies with Song Xiaohan, and suddenly there was another Tang Jingran, which was really a bit annoying. Li Dong, see you at the movie theater straight away. In the afternoon, Song Xiaohan finished her classes and went to the movie theater with Li Dong and the two of them. Although Li Dong had never seen a movie with a girl other than Li Yan, he did not feel awkward at all, because in Li Dong's mind, it doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl, it's a boy. What's there to be afraid of when there are only friends and nothing else to relate to anyway? He first entered the movie theater with Song Xiaohan. Song Xiaohan said, I've heard the tunes for this movie. They're very good. Leiden, can I not know it's good? I'm the one who made the singer famous, and I wrote the tune, so I'm sure I know it. Rather than thinking this in his mind, his mouth still said, oh yeah? Haven't heard of it. Since the song was sung by Tang Jingran in China, and Tang Jingran was a student at the Yen City Art Academy, their backstreet's rush hour is almost always full at every show. One group was there to see the movie, the other group was there to hear the song. Song Xiaohan added, this song was sung by an art student from our school. It seems to be from the media department. To this statement, Li Dong did not reply. Song Xiaohan continued again, but I haven't seen it either. If I had, I would have asked her for an autograph. Li Dong replied, after you make a school music video, you'll be famous sooner or later. Over the years, Song Xiaohan has also worked quite hard, but there have been few opportunities to make movies, and even fewer opportunities to become famous. So Song Xiaohan let out a long sigh. I hope so. Just as they were discussing, a girl suddenly sat down next to Li Dong. This girl is top-notch, both in looks and temperament.
She smiled slightly at Li Dong, who responded with a smile. This person was no other than Tang Jingran. The movie gradually began to show. The quality of this movie is still good and it's about youth among college students. From the beginning of the movie, all the way to the end. And since it was a university, they, the students, were naturally vicarious. Look extremely carefully. Gradually, in the movie, the tune Rush Hour appeared. Just as the tune appeared, the crowd began to applaud. I'll go. This song is really good. Tang Jingran, YYDS. This track, which matches extraordinarily well against this movie, is very immersive. Yes, I felt like the whole movie, instantly, went up another level. In the face of the crowd's comments, Tang Jingran sat next to Li Dong and only smiled faintly. Since the movie theater was rather dark, all of them did not see clearly, and now Tang Jingran was sitting in the movie theater. Moreover, all of them didn't know that the one sitting next to her was none other than the undisputed great god. The movie continues to start playing and gradually plays to the closing credits. By this time, the lights of the movie theater had also been turned on. As we all know, when the lights are turned on it means that this movie is over and all the people should go. But, at this moment, all of them are not gone. Not just because Rush Hour is a good movie, but more so because there's a Rush Hour song playing during the credits. Just then, the Rush Hour song began to play, and all the people, all of them, sat in their seats and listened quietly. Chapter 105, There is still some cognition. Song Xiaohan was on the side. She looked at the movie footage and said to Li Dong, "How was it? This movie is not bad, right?" Li Dong replied, "It's pretty good." Tang Jingran immediately turned her head and looked at Song Xiaohan talking to Li Dong. Did Li Dong ask someone else out? Tang Jingran didn't say anything either. Song Xiaohan continued, "Every student in our film and television department wants to learn something from this movie. I invited you to the movie because you're in the music department, which ends with the song Rush Hour, which is also a rare and great tune. I hope you learn something from this as well." Leiden. Yes, Song Xiaohan added, "I heard that this song, written by the undisputed god, who is also a college student, is known by people in the entertainment industry as the most promising artist at the moment." Li Dong did not feel much surprise or amazement when he heard Song Xiaohan say that he was the most promising artist of the future, because he still had some knowledge of his current fame. Yes, Song Xiao smiled. "However, I believe that in the future, School Brotherly will definitely be able to become a character like Undisputed as well. You're not only good at composing, you're good at film and television, and you're good at literature." Li Dong really does not know. Now Song Xiaohan is praising him, or, after all, it's no contest that he is Li Dong. On the good advice of the schoolteacher, gradually, this episode of Rush Hour was played. At one point there was roaring applause in the middle of the scene. "I'll go. The undisputed god writes really good tunes." Yes, Tang Jingran sang very well too. But seriously, she's hugging the tree of Mr. Undisputed. Mr. Undisputed is now cupping whoever turns hot. In what year will I meet a character like the undisputed great god? And it seems like I'll be made famous too. Right in the middle of the crowd's chatter, Song Xiaohan seemed to feel that the crowd was in agreement with her, so she turned her head. "How about it, Li Dong?" "I didn't." She was about to say "I'm not wrong, am I?" But she swallowed the words hard, because he saw a girl made next to Li Dong, and this girl, it seemed, was Tang Jingran. Song Xiaohan immediately whispered to Li Dong, "Li Dong, that person next to you, take a look. Is it Tang Jingran?" Since Tang Jingran was present at the Fairy Cup, some people have seen her before. Leiden replied, "Well, she's always next to me, don't you know?" Song Xiaohan immediately exclaimed, "Tang Jingran?" At this time, all the students in the movie theater were looking towards them. Tang Jingran was also startled when faced with this sudden gaze. How could she not know that being discovered by fans would inevitably prevent her from even walking out of the movie theater? So Tang Jingran hurriedly pulled Li Dong, whispering, "No argument, teacher, go." With that, they rushed out of the movie theater in a hurry. At this time, Song Xiaohan, who stayed at the movie theater, was a bit puzzled. What did Tang Jingran call Li Dong just now? Not competing for teachers? Li Dong just doesn't compete? It can't be, can it? But on second thought, it didn't feel right. If Li Dong wasn't undisputed, then why did Tang Jingran pull Li Dong out of the room? One of them is from the music department and the other is from the media department, so they shouldn't have crossed paths, right? Of course, since Tang Jingran spoke in a relatively low voice, only Song Xiaohan heard her. Just as Li Dong and Tang Jingran rushed out of the movie theater, Li Dong became a little angry. His current identity couldn't be known to others. If it was known to others, there was no way he could complete his subsequent MV competition at school. On top of that, there will be all sorts of people visiting him like he's a giant panda. Li Dong didn't want that. "Tang Jingran, you're being too presumptuous. Didn't I tell you that I can't let others know my true identity?" Tang Jingran was a bit embarrassed at this time, and she scratched her head. I suddenly forgot and got scared by the fans. Li Dong was also helpless. After all, it wasn't like Tang Jingran did it on purpose. Okay. After saying that, Li Dong made a call to Song Xiaohan. He interrupted to ask about the situation at the movie theater. Or more accurately, wanted to ask if anyone had discovered his identity. Hokage. Song Xiaohan was just about to speak when Li Dong blocked him. Sister, don't talk for a while. Is there anyone around you? Song Xiaohan said. No. Aha. Lydon said. Why don't you come to the back of the movie theater? I have something to ask you. Song Xiaohan came to the back of the movie theater with doubts in her mind. She was about to exclaim when she saw Tang Jingran. Li Dong immediately said, take it easy for now. Song Xiaohan's eyes were firmly fixed on Tang Jingran as she kept nodding. At this time, Tang Jingran extended her right hand and shook Song Xiaohan's hand. Hello senior sister, I am indeed Tang Jingran. Immediately after, Li Dong asked, did you hear Tang Jingran's last words when she came out of the movie theater just now? Song Xiaohan replied, I heard it, but not too clearly. Li Dong then felt relieved in his heart. Since Song Xiaohan could not hear too clearly, then the other people definitely did not hear it, so there was no need to worry too much. Li Dong pursued, sister, what did you hear? Song Xiaohan replied, it seems like Tang Jingran called out to you as a non-competitive teacher, but I'm not sure. Tang Jingran and Li Dong glanced at each other, and Tang Jingran immediately understood. Well, actually, he just doesn't argue with the teacher. Song Xiaohan stood frozen in place. Is he, really, not a controversial teacher? Tang Jingran nodded. Yes, but I hope you can keep this secret for Mr. Undisputed. After all, he still has a lot of things to deal with at school later on. Li Dong also said at this time, well, MV is one. Song Xiaohan knows that if others know the identity of Li Dong, then the MV thing, Li Dong will be difficult to carry out, and his own female number one will be gone. So, she hastily agreed, don't worry about this, I'll keep it to myself. Although Song Xiaohan's face was calm, her heart was like a river turning over, because she simply had not expected, and could not have imagined, that the Li schoolmate in front of her was actually Mr. Undisputed. She really didn't know how many more surprises this Li schoolmate could bring her. If she was shocked to know that Li Dong was the director of the campus music video in the previous time, then now, her heart would be beyond words. It's a no-contest teacher. It was the undisputed teacher who had made countless artists famous. However, this undisputed teacher turned out to be his own schoolmate. Whoever else would have been surprised. Chapter 106, A Greater Sense of Trust. Song Xiaohan again remembered the time before, but also to Li Dong said, how powerful this indisputable teacher. How powerful. It is only now that I realize that Mr. Undisputed is Li Dong. It's just so humiliating to think about it all. She couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground right now so no one would find her. In the meantime, she felt more trust in Li Dong. In the entire country of China, who doesn't know that whoever Mr. Undisputed holds up will be on fire? Although she didn't know Li Dong's level of directing yet, she also always felt that Li Dong would definitely be able to accomplish the school MV thing. Soon, 3 days passed, and Li Dong went to the president of the Film Academy, mainly because he wanted to borrow the office of the Film Academy. Li Dong was representing the school to shoot a music video, so how could the president of the film school dare not grant his request? During the meeting, Li Dong arranged some major matters for the music video shooting and did a mobilization meeting for the actors. On that afternoon, MV's instructor was also at the very back of the conference room, where he and his colleagues were observing Li Dong's every move. Beside the instructor stood another female teacher. This teacher was and is a professional teacher in the film and television department. She was sent down by the school to supervise. Just yesterday, she had already checked all of Li Dong's information and found that Li Dong was actually just a sophomore music student, holding the imperial sword. How could she dare to betray the principal's trust? Supervision asked, Mr. When I see Li Dong, how come I always feel no plan in my heart? Mr. He turned his head to the teacher next to him. Mr. Lin, why do you say that? At this point, Mr. Lin said what was on his mind. He's just a freshman. Mr. He smiled. Mr. Lin, you're wrong. Li Dong is now a sophomore. It doesn't matter if it's freshman or sophomore. Mr. Lin said. He's too inexperienced, isn't he? Regarding Li Dong's strength, if others did not know, how could Mr. He not know? Back in the script festival, Mr. He had checked out those years, the girls we loved, and it says that the script is a first-rate gesture. Mr. He pointed at Li Dong and said to Mr. Lin, don't look at him as a sophomore now, but this kid's ability is far beyond the level of a senior. Mr. Lin nodded his head in disbelief. Even if his ability is more than a senior, he's just a music student after all, and music students don't receive much knowledge of film and television. Mr. he knew that since he wanted Mr. Lin to trust him, he had to show some of Li Dong's achievements. Although he's from the music department, Li Dong is a notable realizer in script festivals. Moreover, that specialized knowledge of film and television in his script festivals is not something that anyone has. Teacher Lin looked at Li Dong in front of the stage and took another look. Back when Ms. Lin was checking out Li Dong's profile, she had also seen those were the years, the girls we loved, so she had some knowledge of the script. Actually, I have read Li Dong's script at the script festival, Teacher Lin said. His script at the script festival did amaze me as well, but shooting a movie and writing a script are two different things. He looked at the side of Ms. Lin's face and blinked twice, waiting for her next words. Mr. Lin added, screenwriting and directing are two different things. A good director must be a good screenwriter, but a good screenwriter can't be a good director. Mr. He could hear that the current Mr. Lin couldn't believe Li Dong no matter what. Rather much the same. Mr. Lin shook his hand. Mr. I don't dare to agree with your sentence. Mr. Lin added, the writers just need to write a good story and portray every character in the show. But the director is different. Directing is a coordinating job that requires not only strong coordination skills but also some leadership skills. The director needs to do the coordination of the personnel, the arrangement of the crew, and even for the actors to direct the shooting. Li Dongben was personally named by Mr. He to be the director of the campus MV. If he is removed, is this not a slap in his own face? Mr. Lin, I can't agree with this idea of yours. You're only looking at it from above the storytelling, and since you've read the script for those years, you should also know that Li Dong has a wealth of knowledge about film and television. This wealth of knowledge he has about film and television would be enough to make him a good director. Mr. Lin let out a light laugh. Knowledge is one aspect of it, and if the basics worked, there wouldn't be the idiom of paperwork. Also, you have extensive knowledge of film and television, but in the end, didn't you become a good director? Before Mr. He did always dream of becoming a good director, and after making a few films, they all flopped. It got to the point where no one even invested in him anymore. This was originally a wound in Mr. He's heart, and now that it was brought up by Mr. Lin, he was more or less uncomfortable in his heart. That's not something I like to hear from you, Mr. Lin said. Of course, I don't mean anything else. I'm just using this thing as an analogy. Mr. He immediately turned his head and forced his eyes to look at Mr. Lin. And what does Mr. Lin mean? Mr. Lin replied, let's first see how well he can coordinate during filming. If it doesn't work, let's immediately change the director. At present, in Mr. Lin's mind has already identified the 5 words sophomore composition department. Mr. He knows that, in addition to the shooting to reflect Li Dong's ability, there is really no other way. Okay, then let's meet at the Film Academy office hours tomorrow at 2 p.m. Got it. With that, Mr. Lin left the place. On the other hand, Li Dong was still giving the crowd a meeting. After all, shooting music videos was what the film and television department was best at. So off stage, there were a lot of field workers who were film and television students, and even junior and senior students. Although they had seen Li Dong's script, they were unfamiliar with Li Dong's directing ability. After all, like Mr. Lin said, directing and screenwriting are two completely different concepts. Li Dong was still talking and laughing on the podium. He himself was not a person who liked meetings, so he only talked about the main points and did not say any nonsense. The students on stage just listened. Liang Yulin seemed to feel that this Li Dong would never speak in 2 words when he could speak in 1 word in his normal time, but when it comes to meetings, it's all talk. What an amazing person. Gradually, Li Dong had finished talking about all his current plans, and his eyes swept the crowd. Does anyone have any other questions? On the stage did a lot of junior, senior film and television students. They were commanded by a sophomore, more or less heart a little uncomfortable. One of the juniors raised his hand. Chapter 107. It's simply impossible to finish. Director Li Dong. I have another question on my side. Li Dong faced these seniors, can be said to have done the kindness and justice, including the question of courtesy also have all. Senpai, please. The senior stood up. I've also read this script about Director Li. There was a pause, and he was prepared to continue to add to the list. A lot of these are big production shoots, and I'd like to ask Director Li, how do we shoot these on and offset locations? Right after he said that, many of the students seated on the stage also voiced their questions. Yeah, many of the shots require locations, both off-site and on-site, and those props cost a lot of money, don't they? This script is simply over the top and could not have been done without funding. Leiden didn't panic and cracked a cold joke. This senior just asked me a question about how I can shoot. I think it's with a camera, right? He was already a man of few words, and the students on stage laughed when he said it. This joke is really cold. The senior also asked, we only have a month to shoot, now only 3 weeks.
3 weeks. We not only have to finish shooting, but also post-production. The scenes in your script will probably take a while to build, won't they? How do you coordinate this? Leiden thought for a moment, then began to answer. Time is indeed an issue, and the most time-consuming part is setting up the venue. Here's what I was thinking. We shot the outfield shots first. While we were shooting the outfield shots, the infield started to be set up, and by the time we were done shooting the outfield, the infield was set up. We'll be able to shoot in time. After saying this, Mr. He, who was standing at the very back of the conference room and eavesdropping, made a succession of heads. Mr. He has been a director before, after all. In fact, in China, there are many times when the crew uses this same treatment. For Li Dong, a sophomore, to be able to think of this was already very difficult. Just as he finished the sentence, the students on the field marveled. This is indeed a good way to not only solve the time problem, but also to make timely adjustments if there are any unsatisfactory shots in the outfield when the time comes. Cowardly. Schoolboy Lee. Either that or how to say that people have artistic talent? We can't even compare. This senior asked again. Then, regarding the funding of our theater group, many places can require a large number of props. Even, there are places that need a sports car, and we can't possibly go out and buy a sports car, can we? In fact, in More Than Life, there are a lot of shots that require sports cars, and even if there are no sports cars, what about those cars? After all, this movie was filmed on Earth in a quest for excellence, and the crew was very attentive and spent a lot of money. Li Dong replied, some ordinary cars, we can do leasing, the rest of the sports car, I think, I can accomplish with special effects. As for funding, that's not something I should be worrying about. It should be on the finance team's end. Li Dong glanced at the girls in the finance group at this time. Sister, give us a brief introduction about where the funds are going. The girl nodded and stood up immediately afterward. In fact, in the first few days, Li Dong had done a good job of planning everything, and now this schoolmate only needed to total up the costs of those props and renting the venue according to Li Dong's planning. After communication between our finance team and Director Lee, the current plan is such that the funds will mainly be used to rent vehicles and venues. There are 38 of these scenes that we can remodel at the school, and Director Lee has communicated with the school about these issues. There are only 3 venues that we need to rent. The girl went through all the money for the crew one by one, listing it all, even down to the minute, about each shot and what props were needed. Whether we went to buy, rent, or borrow these props, it all came out. Even, she has the final cost down to the penny. The total amount of money that needs to be spent, so far, is just over $5,000. Just as she finished speaking, Teacher He, who was standing at the back, nodded his head once again, expressing his approval for Li Dong. What a good director needs to do is not how good he or she is, but should do a good job of coordination. Now, Leiden does a good job of coordinating. Like these financial issues, he completely left it to the finance team. As for props, he completely left it to the venue. And makeup, he completely left it to the makeup team. Let each of their groups work it out for themselves. And, of course, every group that solves a problem gets the benefit of the doubt. He, not only in the music video, you can show your name, but even, right at the end, every single one of them can show their face. Showing your face is something to be desired for an art student. It wasn't just Mr. He, but many of the students on the stage were also letting out exclamations of admiration. They really didn't expect it when they saw how well Li Dong had planned everything out. At the end of the day there were only 3 scenes of footage left, and the rest actually cost nothing. Schoolboy Lee doesn't seem like he likes to talk much, but without realizing it, he's already done so much. Director Lee is still doing a good job of coordinating. It didn't occur to me that Li Dong didn't just write the script well, but even did such a good job of coordinating and planning the crew. Dividing every job all up and letting them do it in their own groups is really thoughtful and looks like a leader. I don't think there's too much more to it. That junior senior also sat down when he saw how professional Li Dong was. Li Dong looked at the crowd again. Does anyone have any other questions? At that moment, a senior stood up. Hello Director Lee, I have one more question. Li Dong said. You tell me. This senior said. I just listened to your narration that this music video will use special effects, and I would like to ask about special effects. Special effects were a very specialized job, and among the group of students at the Yen City Art Academy, there were none that could do special effects at all. You mean? This senior said. Who is going to do this special effects? You are a music student, so you may not know much about what we do in the film and television department. We, in the film and television department, don't get into simple special effects until our senior year. And, with what we've learned, we wouldn't be able to accomplish even normal music video special effects, let alone this big production-looking music video. Li Dong thought for a moment. Chapter 108, Unbelievable. Well, let's see. Special effects are indeed a headache these days. No one can do them.
Just as he was thinking, the system suddenly sent a prompt. Host, I have special effects clips here that currently cost 2 million influence, Li Dong secretly said in his heart. Alright then, congratulations to the host. The purchase of the special effects editor ability is complete. You may use it directly. Li Dong's heart was delighted, but his face remained calm. It was worth noting that when Li Dong communicated with the system, everything that happened in the outside world was at a standstill. So while he's thinking, the crowd doesn't feel like it's been long. At this time, Li Dong looked at that senior. Don't worry about that senpai. I'll take care of the special effects problem. The senior pursued, and I'd like to trouble Director Li to make it clearer. By solving it, do you mean you'll do the special effects? Or you'll hire someone to do the special effects? Li Dong replied. I'll do the special effects. Just as he finished his sentence, another murmur went up from the stage. How can he do special effects? This special effects. Not to mention Director Li, a sophomore music student. Even graduated a year of film and television students cannot do I feel as if I've heard something wrong. I believe in everything else, but this special effect, I really don't. Could it be that this student Li has other abilities that he just didn't show us? In the face of the crowd's speculations, Li Dong did not say anything superfluous. He just opened the computer placed on the podium and found a random video from it, since the computer is connected to the projector on the podium. So, the moment he opened it, the desktop of the computer was also displayed on the podium. At this point, all the students were waiting, and all of them were thinking the same thing. Was Li Dong really going to try to do special effects? The video, which is just a normal video of a student walking in, is in the background. But now for him, not to mention this video, any video can also make special effects beyond normal imagination. Li Dong's mouse clicked and the keyboard kept tapping, plus the powerful features he had gained in the system. In 5 short minutes, he synthesized the video of the walk into a running one, or a dragonfly on the water kind of one. It seems that the main character in the video now learns some sort of martial arts skill. If you watched the video alone, it would be impossible to imagine that it was just synthesized from a video of a walk. This was nothing. Li Dong even changed the clothes of his characters to martial arts style clothes. Numerous societies have thought again, and without this video, it seems that Li Dong could have fit it out. Seeing this, Mr. He, who was standing in the back row, immediately probed forward. Just now, Li Dong had a series of operations that he really hadn't seen clearly. Mr. He held it up for a moment, then looked at it more closely. Currently, the video that Leiden has already made is still playing. Mr. He let out 2 long sighs under his breath. I'll go. That's okay? Many of Li Dong's maneuvers, Mr. He had never even seen. Is this really a college student? It was a short 5 minutes. It's a known fact, but all special effects look a little fake after they're synthesized. But this video doesn't feel that way. Mr. He doesn't know what other words to use to describe it other than real. For a moment in his mind now, he thought that Li Dong must have studied the production of special effects before, or had received professional guidance. How else could he have made such a video? Li Dong looked at the crowd and then at the video on the big screen. I feel like, should be able to make a music video with this special effect, right? Right after he finished those words, the people in the middle of the stage then reflected, and the applause roared out for a long time. It was then that the crowd began to talk. Song Xiaohan, my god. I didn't expect that this schoolmate of mine is actually so artistically gifted. It's fine that he can understand scripts, but he also knows how to direct. That's not all. He actually even did the special effects so well. Special effects are an extremely specialized thing. In June, what kind of god have I recruited to come to the film and television department? When Li Dong was first recruited in, he found that this kid didn't have much ability, but then he could take down the first place in the script festival. Now, seeing the way he handles the special effects when he operates them, it's almost better than what our teachers do. Wu Gang, is this still my roommate? I can't believe it. This kid, Li Dong, is usually naive and doesn't show anything, but it didn't occur to me that at critical moments, he could always bring unexpected skills and always amaze others. The rest, is this really a sophomore music student? If I were to look at the special effects in one segment alone, I would even think for a moment that it was done by a professional special effects teacher. My god, special effects are namely a professional thing. And Li Dong was actually able to do it easily? Holy cow! At this time, that senior also froze after seeing Li Dong's series of operations. He had originally wanted to find out something about Li Dong, but now he realized that Li Dong was at such a high level that he had to be surprised. If you call yourself, you can't do such good special effects yourself. At this point, the senior was ashamed of his earlier presumptuous behavior. Director Li, I want to solemnly apologize to you now. Li Dong laughed a little. It's an extremely normal thing for senior to not believe me at first. You don't need to apologize. In the face of Li Dong's generosity, this senior was now deeply convinced. Li Dong looked at the crowd again at this time.
Does anyone have any more questions they'd like to ask? Just as these words were asked, the stage was quiet, and not a single person uttered a single word. At this time, Mr. He came in through the back door and walked up to the top of the podium and said, I know that many of you are juniors and seniors, and there will probably be many of you who are unconvinced by Lee Dong. Those film and television students lowered their heads, their gazes not daring to look directly at Mr. He continued to add, but what I want to tell you is, don't you realize? This year's Scriptfest is a little different than previous years. Everyone knew in their hearts that according to the plan of previous years, the Script Festival should have openly recruited directors throughout the university and then interviewed them by the teachers of the Department of Film and Television, finalizing the selection of the right director.